After being reborn, you have become a suit of armor. And it's the kind without a physical body, just an empty shell. But at this moment, you are revered as a family heirloom by a clan. They even want to use the only girl in the clan who can cultivate her power as a sacrifice to awaken the magic power hidden within you. Attempting to awaken the magic power hidden within you, to fight against powerful foreign magic cultivators. Yet when facing the girl brimming with spiritual power, you chose not to devour her, but instead, you attached yourself to her, coexisting with her, simply because, in your previous life, you were an immortal king who roamed the immortal realm for 1,000 years. In a struggle for the secret reincarnation bead, you were stabbed by a friend, leading to your rebirth in this suit of armor. Just as you were considering how to transform into a human, suddenly, a system voice sounded. The ultimate armor system is now activated, followed by a series of data appearing in your soul sea. Identity, peerless magic armor, realm, none. Realm enhancement method, absorb spiritual blood. 100 energy points can open a blind box once. You can currently open it for free once, with the innate skill of fear. After consuming a certain amount of spiritual blood, you can infest a creature with fear for 3 seconds. After reviewing the data, you understand that absorbing spiritual blood can enhance your realm. People with various special cultivation or magic physiques have their blood referred to as spiritual blood. The priority is to find these people. As for this blind box, you are very curious. You immediately click on the blind box with your mind, and the next second it explodes with a white light. You obtain a card that can trigger a spectacular light that affects the heavens and the earth. As you are immersed in it, you are suddenly pulled back by a few voices, and after scanning around, you realize that this is an altar, and you are on the altar. There is a group of people gathered around, talking about how the magic armor contains terrifying power. Among them, there is a girl tied up with a look of despair on her face. Suddenly, a piece of information appears in your soul sea. Sumusha, 16 years old, her spiritual body has been destroyed by severe poison, but she still has spiritual blood. Through the conversation of the people around you, you understand. Originally, Sumusha was the only one in the family who could cultivate, and she was taken away from the family by the elder of the immortal sect while traveling in the mortal world. Since then, in just 3 years, the Su family has become the #1 family in Luo City, causing the Su family to expand. Expanding wantonly with Su Musha's identity, they have made many enemies and even looked down on cultivators. And now, her spiritual roots are shattered, and she has become immortal. So, in order to resist the approaching enemies, the head of the Su family thought of using the magic armor brought from abroad by the ancestors. Originally, as long as it absorbs the blood of 20 women, the magic armor can be revived within half a day, possessing the power of gods and demons. The family's request is too urgent, and the magic armor cannot recover in time. But the family head remembered that Samuxia had previously practiced immortality, even if she fell to become immortal. But her blood should be able to advance the recovery time of the magic armor. So they grabbed Samuxia and tied her to the altar. At this moment, Samuxia looked angrily at the family head. The family head coldly stared and said, "For the sake of the family, consider this a sacrifice. Your death is better than the entire Su family's death." Samuxia self-mockingly smiled at the situation, realizing that even relatives could be so ruthless. Immediately, her wrist was cut, and the blood that flowed out instantly dyed the magic armor red. Her consciousness became increasingly blurred. She seemed to see her parents who had served the family and ultimately died under the enemy's blade. Gradually closing her eyes, suddenly a voice appeared in Samuxia's mind. "The girl about to be sacrificed, do you want to live?" Samuxia's eyes were vacant, tears streaming down her face as she softly said, "I want to see my parents, I don't want to live." Seeing this, you were suddenly stunned. It's different from what you imagined. At this time, she should be surrendering to you in despair. Then, she erupted in a state of corruption. "You are indeed the person I value. I will save you today." Immediately, you used a dazzling card the next second. A black beam of light soared into the sky from Samuxia's magic armor. The head of the Su family saw the situation, knelt on the ground and laughed heartily after the blood-sucking magic armor appeared. This is the time for revival. The surrounding elders also knelt down one after another. The revival of the magic armor has never had such a grand momentum before. It is indeed related to Mu Xia's blood. At this moment, Su Mu Xia was lifted 3 zhang from the ground by the magic armor. The magic armor on her body is continuously fitting to her body. After kneeling, Su Mu Xia's whole body emitted a demonic aura. But then she suddenly frowned, and dense thorns emerged from the inner layer of the magic clothing. They pierced into her body all over, absorbing her blood. At the same time, a series of information appeared in your soul sea. Gain the human pet Su Mu Xia, activate the new talent control, and forcibly control the body of the human pet. Activate the new talent enhancement, strengthening with 10 major forms. The current magic armor unlocks the first form, Heart Demon Armor, which can increase damage by 30%. Seeing this, you were shocked. The spirit-absorbing acupoint can actually be directly transformed into a realm. The realms are divided into the Mirror of Vital Energy, the Mirror of Spiritual Platform, the Mirror of Spiritual Sea, the Mirror of Heavenly Gate, the Mirror of Transcendence, the Mirror of Mysterious Sage, and the Mirror of Holy Realm. No matter which realm, the cultivation process is extremely complex. During this period, you must be extremely careful, as a slight negligence will lead to all previous efforts being wasted. And you can directly transform the spirit blood you absorb into a realm, without even the slightest side effect, at this time. Sumusha let out a soft hum. Aren't you supposed to save me? Why do I feel like I'm dying? I'm losing too much blood. She eventually passed out. Seeing the situation, you quickly stopped sucking blood. At the same time, you glanced at the mirror. The progress of the blood transforming into vital energy was 55%. However, the person had already fainted, so only you can control it. Activate your innate control. Then Sumusha suddenly opened her eyes. At this moment, the head of the Xia family cautiously spoke, "Niece, can you hear me?" Because the demon armor used to only suck blood and would not possess the sacrificial offering, but now Sumusha not only wasn't turned into a sacrifice, but also seemed to have gained the power of the demon armor. You controlled Sumusha to turn her head and look at the head of the family, and said coldly, "Niece is the only one you can call. If you want to call someone, it can only be grandfather." The head of the family was stunned for a moment. She thought Sumusha had already been possessed by the demon armor, so she immediately put on a sorrowful expression. She called out, "Grandfather." And just then, you suddenly felt a dark shadow outside the door, dragging evil energy, coming at you. It's a demon cultivator. Judging from the momentum, it's a vital energy mirror. The head of the Su family panicked and shouted, "It's a demon cultivator worshipped by the Seven Blade Sect, Lord Demon Armor. Quickly take action and eliminate her." At the same time, people from the Seven Blade Sect entered the Su family mansion with knives. The Seven Blade Sect is a secular force, gathering a group of martial arts experts. They have become enemies with the Su family due to the family's rampant expansion, and are now the first to start the slaughter. The speed of this work is famously fast, and Mo Xiaoningshou holds a skull dagger, stabbing directly towards Sumusha's brain. She was previously influenced by the intention caused by the magic armor, observed in secret, and then came to a conclusion to kill the woman possessed by the magic armor. That magic armor is in the Wu Wei society. She came for the magic armor, and the absorption knife sect is just a tool she uses to monitor the Su family. Previously, due to Sumusha's identity, she didn't dare to act rashly, until Sumusha was expelled from the sect. Only then did she hurriedly come here. Her speed is indeed very fast. This is the long-accumulated momentum. The dagger in her hand is aimed straight at Sumusha's forehead. She sneered, famously fast, then silently recited a talent, unleashing fear. At this moment, Mo Shou saw that she was close to Sumusha, so she sneered and used her secret technique for the second time, which is her specialty. She instantly burst out with terrifying speed again, and in the next second, she advanced. "Sumusha, prepare to die, take my ultimate secret technique, Shadow Instant Kill. And then your fear talent will be punished." Only to see a black soul being pulled out from the top of Mo Shou's head, that is the manifestation of fear. And Mo Shou's body involuntarily turned around, flying to wherever it came from. His speed is indeed famously fast. In just 3 seconds, the demon cultivator turned into an afterimage and flew out of the Su family mansion. He crashed into the high wall in front of him, his head shattered like a watermelon, dying beyond death. At this moment, everyone, whether from the Seven Blade Sect or the Su family guards, was horrified by this scene. They couldn't understand why the demon cultivator was so desperate, actually committing suicide by crashing into the wall. But soon they realized that perhaps the demon cultivator did not commit suicide, but was caused by the magic armor cast on Sumusha's body. The people from the Seven Blade Sect were so scared that they dropped their weapons and ran away. The demon cultivator was dead, so they didn't dare seek revenge. The head of the Su family urged again and again for the grandfather to wipe out the Seven Blade Sect. "With just a glance from you," she behaved. Unfortunately, in order to activate her fear talent, she drained most of Sumusha's blood, leaving her weak. You inhabit Sumusha's body, and at this moment, you feel her body gradually becoming cold, her heart beating slower and slower. This body is going to be ruined by you. Then you said to the head of the Su family, "Medicinal herbs are treasures over 100 years old, especially those that replenish blood." The magic armor was sent over to replenish Banxia's niece. The head of the Su family thought of this idea. Her heart skipped a beat, having a bad premonition. She felt that although she had driven away a group of enemies, the situation had not improved because the magic armor had not fallen asleep. You glanced at the 4 elders of the Su family, coldly went to bring the body of the demon cultivator. Don't have any ulterior motives, I have already used secret methods to monitor. The 4 elders trembled, quickly suppressing their unnecessary thoughts, and took the body to recite the poem. At this moment, you slowly landed from the air. In fact, you are currently without any realm and cannot fly. It's just because of the visual requirement of the dazzling light card that you were able to take the opportunity to fly. Once the dazzling light card is used up, you will return to the ground and find a place to rest. Soon a bowl of medicinal soup was delivered to your hands. In order to show loyalty, the head of the Su family poured a small cup from the medicinal soup and drank it personally. She didn't dare to cause trouble. The demon armor used bizarre methods to make the demon cultivator commit suicide, which had long intimidated them. You controlled Su Musha to drink it, and a warm feeling swept through her body, but it only lasted a few breaths. Su Musha's body temperature began to gradually rise, but it was still a long way from recovery. She needed to rest. Just then, you began to investigate your own body data, the progress of transforming spiritual blood into pure vitality, 55% virus-infected commoner disease. Energy points scattered. Then you were drawn to one of the data. There were number 3 energy points before. Your gaze fell on the bowl in your hand. What vintage are the herbs in this medicinal soup? You looked at the head of the Su family. At this time, the people of the Su family were cleaning up the battlefield, but the head of the Su family didn't dare to go far. After hearing your words, she cautiously smiled and said, "Demon armor, this is from the year 300. I see, herbs from the year 100 can obtain 1 energy point. 300-year-old medicinal herbs can yield 3 energy points. Even if it's consumed by a human pet, as a magic armor, you can also benefit from it. Energy points are a good thing that can enhance the hardness of the magic armor. You can also open a blind box, so you use your influence to make the Su family produce medicinal herbs of over 100 years, and boil it into a soup. Edible treasures of over 100 years are sent directly." The head of the family secretly lamented, "This is indeed an ancestor. The premonition has come true." The enemy left, but an even more ruthless one appeared. But she didn't dare to refuse. The death of the magic cultivator is still vivid in her mind. Before long, the 100-year-old medicinal herbs were boiled into a soup. One bowl after another was brought over. After the head of the Su family tasted it, you then controlled Sumu to drink it, absorbing 200 years of medicinal herbs, adding 2 energy points, absorbing 100 years of medicinal herbs, adding 1 energy point, and swallowing a 300-year-old true fruit, adding 3 energy points. Perhaps due to taking too much, the acquisition of energy points began, and a message prompt appeared. Unfortunately, the genius treasures collected by mortals are mostly within 300 years. The number of 5 to 600-year-old ones does not exceed the fingers. For mortals, this is already the most precious thing. You ate them all, but only accumulated 67 energy points. However, Sumuxia received a great nourishment. Her skin was heating up, producing a large amount of blood and circulating it throughout her body. She will probably wake up soon and be able to take a few more breaths. You are overjoyed in your heart. The Su family head and elders on the side watched in pain as the decades of savings of the Su family were quickly squandered. At this moment, the 4 elders arrived carrying the body of the demon cultivator. "Lord Mo, please take the body you requested." You took a look at this famous face, his head looking like a smashed tomato. This guy is really poor, probably a wandering cultivator. You searched the demon cultivator's belongings and only found a common flying sword, a dagger, and 2 ginseng plants. The only thing that caught your eye was the ginseng. You set aside the flying sword and dagger, and picked up the ginseng to examine. You then tore off a piece of the root, put it in your mouth, and absorbed 1/10 of the energy from the 1,000-year-old treasure. You smirked, thinking to yourself that for cultivators, treasures of 1,000 years or more are truly considered valuable. It's normal for this demon cultivator to have 1,000-year-old ginseng. Without further thought, you chewed the ginseng and absorbed the energy from the 1,000-year-old treasure. Several hours later, Sumusha woke up. She used to be a cultivator. Soon she realized that there was still another soul in her body, and it had taken control. "Don't force things into my mouth, it will be very uncomfortable." You responded in surprise, "Aren't you afraid of me?" The girl's voice, calm as if appointing, "In this world, cultivators are either immortal cultivators or demon cultivators. I used to be a disciple of the Northern Sky Immortal Palace. I have studied a lot about demon cultivation. Senior should be the spirit of the magic armor, and it was because of its interest in my blood that it possessed me. I have become a useless person and can only be fooled by the senior, so struggling is futile. Su Muxiao looks as if she has seen through the world. Having experienced the abandonment by the sect and family, this kind of thing will change people more or less. You smiled coldly, then a sense of enlightenment immediately emerged, controlling the dark heart magic armor on the girl's body. The armor appeared, and thorns pierced Su Muxiao's skin one by one. She could feel the pain but couldn't react. Her body was controlled by the magic armor, and she could only watch. Senior, can you please stop playing around with my whole body? Su Muxiao said shyly, but then forced herself to speak calmly. You just realized this. The structure of the magic armor made you overlook this point, so you immediately retracted most of the thorns, only targeting the arms and neck. I'm asking if the Su family's genius and treasures are still there. Su Muxiao calmly replied, I know where the Su family's treasures are hidden. Besides, my family is quite wealthy, and money can buy many centuries-old medicinal materials and treasures. Although she used to be far from the sect, the Su family's rise was because of her. She is qualified to know the secrets of the Su family. Very good, indeed the great filial son of the Su family. Then you controlled Su Muxiao to stand up and look at the head of the Su family. The head of the Su family cried with a mournful face, the treasures of the Su family are really gone. Not a single one. You said indifferently, the treasures on the first and second floors of the treasure pavilion. Should I go by myself, or do you want to go get it? Master Su's face changed drastically. It must be Su Muxiao who informed the magic armor. The third elder's face darkened, cursing in his heart at the confusion. The fourth elder gritted his teeth, his arm trembling. At this moment, two pieces of information appeared in your soul sea, and the progress of the spirit blood transforming into vital energy mirror reached 100%. Your realm has improved, reaching the first level of vital energy realm. The Dark Star magic robe is storing magic power. The turbid air from all directions in the world gathers within the Dark Star magic robe, directly converting into magic power. Quickly take out the treasures. Master Su was so scared by this scene that her legs went weak, almost fell to the ground. She thought the magic armor was going to kill someone. The other high-level officials were also in chaos, rushing to get the treasures, and before long, one treasure after another was delivered to Su Muxiao's hands. Delivered to Su Muxiao's hands, she picked up a pile of treasures and chewed on them, thinking that this senior magic armor was really short-sighted. While you were too busy, the Soul Sea appeared with waves of information viruses. When the energy points of the mortal level reach 100, they can be increased to 105. You immediately added the energy points to hardness, and the hardness reached 200 after one cycle. Energy points can be increased. You breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, without realm or hardness, if the Su family wanted to do something to her, you really wouldn't have a way. You should know that most cultivators are physically fragile. Once their flesh is injured, even if they don't die, they will be disabled. Except for body cultivation. But you are different. You practice both body and technique. At this moment, the Su family has to hand over each treasure to you with tears in their eyes. This time, it's really gone. You ignored her. I personally searched the treasure pavilion and the underground treasure pavilion. Only then did I confirm that they did not secretly keep anything. Senior, won't you take the money? A reminder from Su Muxiao, the dutiful son of the Su family. You have good insight. From now on, follow me. Starting today, you will call me master. You, Chunin Dao, in your previous life, cultivated until you reached the immortal king realm, and you still haven't taken on any disciples. Su Muxiao said with a low mood, Senior, immortals and demons are incompatible. As a member of the Orthodox Immortal Sect, even though I have fallen into a mortal, I still feel unwilling in my heart. The opposition between immortals and demons is something you can deal with when you have the ability. You don't have the ability now, so how can you talk about the incompatibility between immortals and demons? Alright, once we leave the mortal city, I will take action to restore your spiritual and ethereal immortal body. Su Muxiao exclaimed in surprise, Senior, you know that I have a spiritual and ethereal immortal body. Can you restore it? Call me Master, Senior. Am I that old in your eyes? Su Muxiao thought of her lack of belonging and the possibility that this senior could help her recover, so she made a decision. The next day, Su Muxiao walked stiffly. Second Master, my appearance is too eye-catching. Can I exchange this for something else? Second Master is her way of addressing you. Are you questioning this? Su Muxiao explained that her first master was Lingxian Fairy from the Baitian Immortal Palace. It was Lingxian Fairy who brought her into the Immortal Sect and changed her life. Although she has been expelled from the sect, she is someone who does not forget kindness. You laugh foolishly, maybe someone feels ashamed to have an expelled disciple like you. Su Muxia just stubbornly shook her head. One day as a master, lifelong as a father, even if she doesn't want me. You're not tangled up in this issue. Why so much nonsense? You're not qualified to negotiate with me now. Hurry up and buy the treasures I need. Su Muxia stood aggrieved, and after a while, she entered the room obediently, only to take out the gold and silver treasures of the Su family. Exchange for a Sun Yang or medicinal materials and treasures over 100 years old. Buy them all. You saw Su Muxia about to leave the medicine shop, so you reprimanded her. Supplements for qi and blood, such as tiger whip and sheep whip, don't forget to buy. You must always replenish your qi and blood. Su Muxia blushed and reluctantly made the purchases. On the way back, her expression was often trance-like, falling into the demonic path. Is this really the right thing to do? You noticed this girl shedding tears, feeling quite impatient. What are you crying for? Hurry up and eat the treasures. Su Muxia wiped away her tears, holding back a force. Some of them can't be eaten raw. I'll take them back and cook them. Hurry up and drop the conversation. You just need to occasionally take a few sips of blood, and then wait for the energy points to increase. Compared to the cultivation in the previous life, it's simply too easy. In a courtyard of the Su family, after Su Muxia took the last sip of the precious concocted soup, her whole body heated up, her little face flushed, and she overdid it. You check the data, the realm is at the first level of Qi environment. Blood transformation into the second level of Qi environment is at 23% progress. Comparing with the previous realm improvement, you can't help but sigh. The higher the realm, the more blood is needed. Enough said. Take a few more sips, then check the energy level. At the first level of Qi environment, reaching 200 energy points, you can obtain 100 energy points from the blind box, and opening it gives 113 energy points. Not bad at the moment. You looked at the blind box, then glanced at India. For a moment, your thoughts kept turning to the blind box. Although you are very clear that using energy points on India now is the most correct choice, but 113 energy points are not enough to increase the hardness. But the blind box only needs 100 points to open once. Very tempting. You endured until late at night, after a series of self-explanations and comfort. You opened the blind box with a clear conscience, and the box shook slightly. Instantly, 2 blue lights burst out. The second-level halo of the chosen by destiny disappears within 3 days. Skin card, Demon Hunter. Your eyes lit up, and you immediately used the skin card. A layer of white light attached to Su Muxia's body, transforming into another set of magical clothes. The next day when you wake up, take Su Muxia and leave. We've done what we needed to do, no need to stay longer. But before the person left, a figure flew in from outside the city and landed directly in midair at the Su family mansion. Where is Su Muxia? Come to see me at once. Take a closer look, the figure's surroundings fluctuate, it's probably a demon cultivator. Seeing the situation, the head of the Su family has arrived. Senior, I'll take you to her. She hasn't slept all night, really can't find a way to deal with Su Muxia and you. Now an unexpected guest has arrived. As the figure turned around, it was a one-eyed tigress woman. No need, I've already found her. Su Muxia, why haven't you come over yet? Su Muxia softly said, Senior, what can I do for you? The one-eyed tigress woman maliciously looked over Su Muxia, a certain emotion brewing in her heart. Jealousy, because Su Muxia, at the age of 16, already possesses the grace of a beautiful woman. Senior, I have already fallen into an ordinary person, I am no longer ashamed, Su Muxia sighed lightly. Feeling bitter in her heart, since the incident, those who come to trouble her have been continuous. The one-eyed tigress woman flew over, hovering in the air, looking down at Su Muxia and foolishly said, so the news was true. You've really become useless. Su Muxia remained silent, her heart undisturbed. She had heard such words calling her useless many times and had grown used to it. The one-eyed tigress and her companions are openly sizing up Su Muxia. From today, Xian Yuan country will become the protectorate of our demon sealing sect. You don't mind, do you? Today, you've understood this matter. In the past, Xian Yuan country had Su Muxia's presence. No one dares to treat Xian Yuan country as a vassal state. Now that Su Muxia has passed away, the surrounding sects, upon hearing the news, have immediately rushed here, wanting to take possession of Xian Yuan country. Su Muxia obediently said that the junior has no objections, senior may proceed as they wish. Your voice is suppressing excitement and a hint of killing intent. My disciple has no temper, huh? You used to be much stronger than her. Su Muxia pleaded softly, Second Master, can we please not cause trouble? Silly disciple, do you think she will really let you go? Look at the way she's looking at you, like she wants to devour you. Your voice is getting more excited. A resource provider has arrived. How could you let that go? Su Muxia's heart jolted and she looked up. She noticed the person's wolf-like gaze, staring straight at her. Her face turned cold, and she instinctively took a step back. You can become a disciple of the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace. You must have outstanding qualities. Also, you've been in the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace for so long, you should have some treasures or magical items, right? The one-eyed tigress and her companions landed slowly, approaching Sumosia. Let me cut open your body and see what kind of opportunities are inside. Wait, take off the magic robe first, so it won't soil mine. The tigresses release a powerful aura, forcing Sumosia to take off her clothes. A magic practitioner at the peak of the chi refinement stage dares to claim that I belong to you? The dark magic robe surges, emitting a torrent of demonic energy, a chilling demonic sound wave dispersing that aura. The tigresses are taken aback and immediately send out flying swords, heading straight for Sumoxia's head. Seeing this, you immediately take control of Sumoxia's body. In an instant, Sumoxia's demeanor changes from gentle and obedient to cold and indifferent. You control Sumoxia, stepping into the ancient Tianfa 7 steps, transforming into a residual image and easily evading. The flying sword instantly approaches the tigresses. The tigresses are greatly surprised, their sleeves shake, and a clump of blood-red powder is scattered towards you. But at this moment, she is already close to you, and you directly use the skill talent fear. The tigress is forcibly turned around and moves forward, just as the powder in her sleeve shakes out. She plunges her entire head into the powder. Her entire face is instantly eroded by the powder, the visible smile becoming eerie. You sneer at the sight. You take out a skull dagger, ruthlessly stabbing it into the tigress's back, then forcefully kicking their heart. No more pitiful cries are heard from the tigresses as they fall to the ground and die. Sumushia's soul was shocked. Ra was from the Northern Sky Immortal Palace. She has never killed anyone, nor has she seen such a cruel method of killing. Return to your body and remember your teachings. Cultivators cultivate to contend with heaven, with people, and with demons and monsters. Instead of bowing and submitting, being insulted by others, otherwise in the end, you won't even know how you died. Sumushia came back to her senses angrily. The second master also scolds me usually and makes me submit. Am I supposed to be like you? Humph, whether it's clever or not, I am your master. Of course, you have to listen to what I say. Sumushia didn't dare to speak up against her master. She just kept nodding. Go and search this guy's treasures. Sumushia, afraid of being scolded, crouched down to search the treasures of the tiger girls. It was her first time touching a corpse. Extremely uncomfortable. You are thinking that the treasures on the tiger girls are much richer than that famous umbrella brother. 1 chi condensation pill, 3,000-year-old treasures, 2 ordinary flying swords, 1 small storage bag. You used magic to erase the mark on the storage bag. Then use Sumushia's blood to make a new mark and hang it on the waist. And then give Sumushia the 3,000-year-old treasures and the chi condensation pill to swallow. Sumushia suggested, can we first refine the Lord? Generally, millennium treasures have very few impurities. If the refining process is not handled properly, it will result in the loss of a lot of essence. Don't worry about it. You'll get used to it after eating more. It's quite surprising that you didn't scold her, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Second master, as a magic armor, I feel curious about how you know so much. Sumushia is extremely curious. It's clear that your master accounts for 80 to 90% of the cultivation world. As for why you know so much, don't ask. You'll gradually understand when you go outside in the future. Looking back at your previous life, everyone in the cultivation world knows you. You better not inquire further. If you accidentally leak any information about me, you'll never be able to survive in the cultivation world. It's better not to say, as Sumushia is becoming more and more curious. However, she held back and decided to inquire later. Sumushia held 3 portions of millennium treasures, nibbling on them delicately, and walked towards the outside of the Su family mansion. The head of the Su family and others all stepped back, not daring to approach. She seemed to not see them, didn't speak, lowered her head, and left alone, looking lonely. You saw it all, but didn't say anything. You know that Sumushia doesn't want to face these things. Even if she harbors hatred for those who have hurt her, she won't show it. You sighed deeply, then snorted coldly as Sumushia left the Su family mansion. You left behind your own means. Since you are the disciple's friend and wife, watching the disciple being bullied, yet showing no concern or effort to help. During the day, you soared into the sky and left the city with Sumushia. That night, the Su family's mansion underwent a huge change. The highly poisonous insects were attracted for some reason, and they swarmed into the Su family from all directions. They feasted on the senior members of the Su family while they were asleep. The next day, the servants and maids who saw it were so scared that they fled, never to return. The wives and daughters of the senior members of the Su family who returned immediately took away what little property the Su family had left. They went to another city to live in obscurity. Since then, the Su family declined, becoming a desolate and empty mansion in Luochang. Actually, if you hadn't done this, the Su family would have also been in great danger. 2 days after the drastic change in the Su family, enemies from the mundane world, such as the Seven-Blade Sect, came knocking on the door. A few days later, the elders of the Demon Sealing Sect arrived with their disciples. When they saw the disciples, including Hunyang, dead, they wanted to kill, but since the Su family was already empty, they had to reluctantly give up in anger. The elders of the Demon Sealing Sect are formidable. How can our sect members be easily humiliated by others? It didn't take long to find the culprit. Some disciples inquired about the news. Su Muxia, who was once a disciple of the Baitian Immortal Palace, has now fallen into the demonic path. It's likely that she was the one who killed them. Find her for me and torture her mercilessly. I heard the adults say that under the withered tree, one can become a demon cultivator and kill the world with the power of the dual realm. He relies on the demonic armor on his body, a disciple said here. The elder of the Demon Sealing Sect's eyes revealed a greedy color. The exchanged demonic armor is a treasure. On the other side, Sumuxia passed on the moral swallowing heaven scripture you gave her and cultivated 10 small cycles. You should know that this technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. She succeeded in running the small cycle for the first time. She still relied on your magic power, but that time running the small cycle also made her pass out in pain. Fortunately, you massaged her acupoints, invigorated blood circulation, and resolved the stasis. It took a day to recover. Her whole body was falling apart, lying weakly next to the bonfire. Second Master, when can I restore my spiritual and ethereal immortal body? You just need to wait calmly. If you can complete the full operation of a large cycle from swallowing heaven until now, you can recover. Sumuxia's spiritual and ethereal immortal body was destroyed by a special poison, and she can't even absorb spiritual energy. It seems to have been completely destroyed in the eyes of outsiders. But the swallowing heaven scripture is comparable to the immortal scripture, and it can forcibly cleanse the poison through the entire meridians. Sumuxia seemed to understand or not. It was when I was in the Northern Sky Immortal Palace, Senior Shang Jing said that my spiritual and ethereal immortal body could not be restored. You coldly snort. Do you also believe in the words of outsiders? I said she can be restored, so she can be restored. Stop the nonsense and eat meat. Su Muxia mumbled in her heart, but didn't dare to speak. She was a little reluctant, got up and held one end of the stick, nibbling on the beast meat bit by bit. Before long, Su Muxia's whole body was boiling with blood and her face turned red. You hinted at absorbing spiritual blood. Currently, your realm is at the triple refinement stage. Converting spiritual blood into the quadruple refinement stage, the purity is 58%, not bad. It's been more than 10 days since leaving Luo City. During these 10 days, you took Su Muxia into the mountains to search for treasures, and hunting and killing demons along the way. Relying on the powerful devouring ability of the swallowing heaven Dao, devouring treasures and demon meat, Su Muxia's blood and energy become abundant every few days, and you take this opportunity to absorb the spiritual blood. The speed of realm improvement is very fast. Looking at the energy points, reaching 400 energy points at the triple refinement stage, with the potential to increase by 89 energy points, also not bad. Su Muxia finally asked the question she had been holding back for a long time. Master, why don't we enter the city? Are you subtly sending heads to the Demon Sealing Sect these days? You notice that there are cultivators occasionally flying across the sky, most likely looking for you. After all, the threat of the demon armor in the Su family is too prominent. You may have attracted attention. As for the various major cities of Xianyuan country, don't even think about it. They must be controlled by the Demon Sealing Sect, just waiting for you to enter. Fortunately, you drew a skin, simulated the Dark Star disguise, and thus diverted the attention of those cultivators. Su Muxia shouted, "They are still looking for us." You said coldly, "Once we cross this mountain, we will take the initiative to attack, and I will guide you back into the world of cultivation." This made Su Muxia both nervous and excited, and suddenly she discovered a blind spot. We will take the initiative to attack after crossing this mountain. Is there something good inside? As expected, the demonic sect is indeed deep within that mountain. Su Muxia ate and drank her fill, feeling drowsy. She mumbled in a daze and then lay down next to the bonfire, gradually falling asleep. Su Muxia slept soundly and had a very strange dream just as the two of them were about to go deeper. Su Muxia woke up, found a puddle of drool at the corner of her mouth, and breathed a sigh of relief. She hurriedly used some grass to cover the puddle of drool. Seeing her puzzled expression, he asked, "What's wrong?" Sumusha shook her head, blushing and keeping silent. Go wash up. You can even smell her scent, he said. You have also grown up. It's normal. You are ruthlessly hitting the nail on the head, he replied. Let her face the dampness of life directly. Feeling embarrassed, Sumusha ran to the nearby waterfall, quickly took off her dark demon clothes, and slowly entered the water. And you also activated your magic power, flying into the river by yourself. Sumusha popped her head out of the water and exclaimed, Master, you can move on your own. If you don't feel comfortable, how can I give you a massage? This disciple only just realized it now. Since reaching this level, you can move on your own. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps crunching on gravel came from not far away. By the time Sumusha panicked and reacted, the dark heart demon robe was already on her. For the first time, Sumusha felt a great sense of security in her heart after putting on the demon armor. By the river, a young man in green clothes shouted, Senior brother. Another young man with a long sword on his back, slowly walking over, was amazed at seeing a girl for the first time. Sumusha had already reached the shore. She walked out in panic, thinking to herself, Master, let's go and not cause trouble. Still the same old coward. Is it enough to just not cause trouble? You looked at those two young men, and devious thoughts arose again. When the sheep comes, whether it's fat or not, we'll slaughter it first and then talk. The young man with the usual sword on his back shouted, Stop. The more he shouted, the faster Sumusha ran. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? The young man with the usual sword on his back stepped lightly, and the river surface was suspended in midair. Kneeling straight down in front of Sumusha, she was shocked and instinctively shouted, Master. In front of Sumusha was shocked by her actions and instinctively shouted, Master. The young man with the usual sword on his back's face changed slightly, and he took a few steps back, looking around. Surprised, he asked, Who are you, and who is your master? This question is very important. She wants to use it to judge whether she should be aloof or should she smile. The young man in blue clothes shouted at the opposite side, Senior brother, this is the territory of our sealing demon sect. Where does she have a master? The news has already spread. It's impossible for us to start a conflict. The young man with a long sword on his back was awakened, his expression gradually becoming aloof, and she adjusted her posture. Looking at Sumusha, then asked, Have you seen a girl wearing black magic armor? Sumusha felt flustered in her heart. Isn't it her? Master, what should I do? Didn't I tell you? The magic clothes on you have long been covered with a skin. This silly apprentice has poor mental resilience and still needs training. Sumusha heard your voice, and her heart inexplicably calmed down. She forcibly restrained her mind. Shaking her head, she said, I haven't seen her. Are you a cultivator? This was asked by the young man in blue clothes opposite. Sumusha said with her head tilted, Senior brother, I am not a cultivator. The young man in blue clothes had a slightly frivolous tone, the people of Xianyuan country. You already possess magic power and realm, so even without using Sumusha's body, you can cast spells independently. You cast the Red Peak 7 Gods Order, and a black thread flashed out from the magic armor, sticking to the river's surface and entering the young man in blue clothes' trouser leg. At this moment, Su Shaosong quickly nodded and said, Yes, Senior brother, I am a citizen of Xianyuan country. The young man in blue chuckled, Just a mere mortal. Or the people I protected from the demonic sect. You haven't finished saving this little beauty yet. She just retched. The humble young man furrowed his brow and turned to the young man in blue, asking, What's wrong? The young man in blue placed a hand on his chest, bent over, and continued to vomit. She even vomited yellow water. The flying sword youth sensed something was wrong, flew over, pinched a trace of magic into the young man in blue's abdomen, and continued to ask, What's wrong? In fact, she already suspected it was related to that girl. As she asked, her eyes were staring coldly at Sumusha. Taking advantage of the magic suppression, the young man in blue quickly coughed and said, The saliva in my mouth is too smelly, so smelly I want to vomit. The humble young man's face darkened, then he slapped the back of the young man in blue's head. Ate too much shit. The young man in blue raised his head in grievance, the stench in his mouth hitting him in the face. The humble young man also started to retch. Suddenly, her body shook as if struck by something. The voice of Tianyin suddenly echoed in her soul sea, full of vicissitudes and majesty. The humble young man gradually became fascinated, the Reina Avenue, Tianyin's attraction, but this is not over yet. Another ancient and vicissitude voice sounded, without guilt, sleeping for 30,000 years. Finally found someone who can inherit all my teachings of the primordial chaos holy body. No matter how slow the humble youth's reaction is, he should have guessed what he has encountered. This is an opportunity. The humble youth pointed at Sumusha and said in a trembling voice, Hurry, this is none of your business. She was afraid of being discovered with the anomaly on her body, so she abandoned the idea of questioning Su Muxia. Su Muxia smiled and ran away. You said in a deep voice, "Don't move. I am performing a technique." You stared straight at the humble youth. At this moment, you have used the time effect card you obtained from the blind box. Favored by Destiny, Level 2 Halo. This was the urgent inquiry from the Sword Youth on how to revive the primordial chaos holy body. Seeing this, you continued to deceive, stating that your physique is suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, unable to be activated. However, as long as I don't make a move, I can help you revive your physique, but my remnant soul is still very weak. It is currently residing in a storage bag around a girl's waist, and urgently needs resources to restore a bit of spiritual power. Only then can it help you activate your physique. Remember, that girl has a significant karmic bond that cannot be disturbed. I need to stay by the girl's side for half a year. So, the humble youth made up his mind and without saying a word, stuffed nearly 90% of his resources into Su Muxia's storage bag. He murmured something quietly, "Meet at the old place in a few days, and then I'll send some resources to you." Su Muxia watched her leaving figure blankly, unable to calm down for a long time. "Master, someone gave me a pile of precious salt." Calm down, as the master deduced, your great opportunity is coming. These days, people will continue to give you gifts, don't panic. You tell me, then set your sights on the young man in green clothes. Did that despicable young man leave? Never mind her vomiting corpse, you decide to help her. So, you once again aimed the time card at the young man in green clothes. Meanwhile, the same scene played out again. After 3 nights, Su Muxia was ecstatic, looking through the genius treasures in the storage bag. "Master, someone has given me treasures again. The cultivators in this cultivation world, are they not as fierce as Master said? If you have treasures, remember to consume them," you said with a half-smile, without revealing the truth, in case the disciple slips up. In less than 3 days. In the cultivation world, both the immortal and demon paths, all the cultivators she has deceived will come to skin her. Su Muxia obediently nodded, then immersed herself in her own little world, while her blood and energy continued to rise. By absorbing this, a series of information appeared again in the Soul Sea. Realm upgrade, reaching the 4th level of the Essence Chi realm hardness. The 3rd level of the Essence Chi realm has reached 400 energy points, can be increased to 401 energy points. Immediately focus the energy points on India, the data will change, and the energy level in India will reach nearly 500 points. You can enhance a deep mountain near the Manhwa Sect, where the demon's storage bag is located. Occasionally, she grabs a handful from the storage bag with her small hand. Ancient treasures, the taste is beyond compare. Suddenly, a young man flies in from the side of the hill and lands directly in front of Sumu. Without waiting for Sumu to ask, the young man immediately says, "I understand," and takes out a pile of treasures. Sumu skillfully opens the storage bag and nods, saying, "I understand too." In fact, she doesn't know what she understands, but following her intuition is right. This is already the 39th person to give her treasures. You can keep it. Go ahead, speak. Another unfamiliar cultivator is found flying out from the Manhwa Sect, flying over your heads. You immediately activate the time card and, using its power, let the ancient and simple voice enter the ears of the cultivator. Before long, the cultivator returns and lands in front of Sumu. However, she looks hesitant, just carefully observing. "I can't deceive you." Deciding to use the second method, "Since you cannot trust me, I will not make it difficult for you. It's just that the primordial chaos holy body is truly rare. Well, I'll give you this primordial chaos scripture. I don't want to see such a physique perish in the mortal world. This set of combined moves is almost unstoppable." The practitioners who have come to offer treasures these days, except for the 2 who were a bit foolish at the beginning, have all been very shrewd. But they still couldn't resist your innate chaos scripture, the deceptive ultimate move. After a few exchanges, this unfamiliar practitioner had no more doubts and handed over most of her treasures. Then, with an excited expression, she reminisced about the innate chaos scripture, and finally left after saying, "See you at the old place." You speak and leave, find another place. Su Muxia had just taken a few steps when someone else arrived, a chubby person in tattered Taoist robes, holding a feng shui compass and pinching paper with one hand, frowning and carefully calculating something. Seeing this, Su Muxia, with her eyes curved, quickly walked over, opened her storage bag, and then stared at the person. You take a sharp breath and quickly put away the storage bag. "I don't know this person." Luo Xingye took a deep breath. "Our disciple is too straightforward." However, the fat Taoist had already seen the treasures in her storage bag. His eyes lit up. "I don't know why this young lady is alone in this dangerous deep mountain. Did you get lost?" The Taoist smiled slightly, put away the feng shui compass, and at the same time, subtly revealed a piece of iron hammer from his sleeve. Subanksia tightly held the storage bag, shook her head and stepped back. My master is nearby, he will come find me soon. How long will it take for him to find you? The Taoist took a step forward, his eyes staring at Subanksia. It. Subanksia hesitated as she backed away, but the perceptive Taoist saw through her. The fat Taoist took a step forward, brandished a hammer and aimed for Subanksia's head. If you're lost, this Taoist will help you. As he spoke, he swung the hammer, but just as he was about to hit, he jumped back like an angry cat. Subanksia stood tall, her eyes coldly fixed on the Taoist, saying, "This Taoist brother, it seems to me that you are the one who needs help." Luo Xingye had entered her body, and Subanksia suddenly felt relieved, filled with a sense of fulfillment. You can't. The Taoist held the iron hammer, smiled slightly, and suddenly released a spiritual pressure. He was a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement. His footsteps created illusions, instantly closing in on Luo Xingye. The hammer came down hard. My Tao is not alone. Luo Xingye performed the 7 steps of the ancient sky law, using elusive footwork to dodge the Taoist's hammer, while summoning a flying sword aimed at the Taoist's crotch. You can evade my techniques? Playing dirty tricks? You have something, but I have urgent matters today, so I won't fight you. Perhaps we'll meet again in the future. The Taoist was surprised and unwilling to engage further. Using an earth escape technique, he disappeared underground, avoiding the flying sword and retreating into the distance. By the decree of the god of Luo, seal his 7 orifices. Seal the nose. Luo Xingye activated his magic, a black line flew out from his armor, entered the ground, and within moments struck the Taoist in the back. Meanwhile, the Taoist emerged from underground at the foot of a distant mountain. His face was not pleasant. He took a deep breath. It stank. Ahead was a patch of wildflowers, and no matter how unpleasant the smell, it couldn't be a foul odor. Changing my sense of smell, this method, Isn't this the decree of the god of Yaoqi heaven? The Taoist realized something and his expression changed slightly. It couldn't be. That was the unique secret technique of the heavenly emperor. Even the holy realm cultivators of today couldn't master it. How could a mere mountain girl have learned it? It must be a technique I've never seen before. After thinking for a while, the Taoist remained indecisive, finally sighing, I hope I'm just overthinking. On the other side, Luo Xingye had only briefly clashed with the Taoist before leaving. Master, you looked so handsome when you entered my body, Subanksia admired. When her master entered her body, she was in a state of observation. She noticed that her body had become sharp and upright, exuding a unique charm. It felt like as long as her master was present, all troubles could be easily resolved. Calm and reassured, she envied it and hoped that one day she could be as capable as her master. Subanksia, who initially resisted the magic armor, gradually developed a sense of dependence on it. She even began to have some fantasies about her master. If her master had a physical form, he must be very handsome. Unconsciously, she recalled that dream. Subconsciously, she replaced her master with the man from her dream. Suddenly, Subanksia's heart trembled, quickly dispelling that thought. However, even though she dared not continue thinking about it, her body had already reacted. Why is your body so hot? Luo Xingye had returned to his own body and noticed the anomaly as he pressed close to Subanksia. How did this girl's body become abnormal while walking? Not only was she hot, but her heart was also beating fast. Don't overthink it, go find a place with no one around and take another bath. Luo Xingye thought to himself about his disciple, who had also entered puberty and often found herself in situations facing the dampness of life. Ah! Subanksia heard her master's words and her face turned red in an instant. It's just too hot, so my body is hot. Subanksia explained anxiously, as if she were a teenage girl whose secrets had been exposed. So it's really hot. Luo Xingye chuckled. Master, please stop laughing. Subanksia covered her face, blushing as if blood would drip out. Alright, go take a bath. Good timing, these past few days you've been practicing that swallowing heaven scripture continuously, and you can now successfully complete the small circulation of energy. Therefore, it's time to move on to the big circulation of energy and restore your spiritual body. Luo Xingye said solemnly. Su Bangxia's spiritual blood had become increasingly diluted to him. Firstly, as his cultivation level increased, the quality of spiritual blood he needed also increased. Secondly, Su Bangxia had been unable to restore her spiritual body for a long time, and her spiritual blood was gradually becoming more mundane. Therefore, restoring her spiritual immortal body was urgent. Can I finally recover? Su Bangxia asked joyfully, involuntarily recalling the past. But as she thought about it, she remembered being expelled by the sect, bullied and ostracized by her fellow disciples, and abandoned and exploited by her family. Although her master was a demon armor, he was very kind to her. He fed her treasures, helped her restore her spiritual immortal body, and even personally saved her and guided her in times of danger. The comparison between the two made her calm down, and she smiled sweetly. Yes, master, I will follow you from now on. I will follow you for the rest of my life. Su Bangxia thought that such sincere words of coquetry would receive a gentle response from her master. However, she didn't expect. Follow me? Then you must be prepared to be hunted by everyone in the world. Luo Xingye teased with a smile. Su Bangxia was taken aback, thinking her master was testing her. She straightened her chest, lifted her beautiful chin slightly, and said, "Disciple is ready." Luo Xingye chuckled lightly, not paying much attention. But at that moment, a message appeared in his soul. See, after many days of contact, the host has accepted the existence of the demon armor, loyalty has increased, enhanced talent activated, demon armor upgraded to the second form, star-forged armor, increases damage by 60%, Luo Xingye fell into contemplation. Did his disciple's words touch his true emotions? Then let's go. Luo Xingye smiled, but didn't say much more. They found a secluded stream. Luo Xingye drew a formation pattern and created an illusion array to prevent outsiders from discovering the place. Soon, Su Bangxia took off her star-forged armored demon hunter. She entered the stream to cleanse her body. It was really too hot just now, and she was all sweaty. Even the armor entered the stream to wash off what was stuck on it. After a while, Su Bangxia finished washing herself and began to practice the small circulation of energy in accordance with her master's instructions. Half a moment later, she was panting, blushing, sweating, and walked to the edge of the stream, saying, "Finally done. Next, I will help you with the big circulation of energy. If all goes well, you will be able to restore your spiritual immortal body tonight." Luo Xingye flowed like water, once again attaching himself to Su Bangxia. "Master, let me rest for a while, I'm just tired." Su Bangxia gasped. "First, eat some qi-enhancing and blood-nourishing foods, and take some other treasures to keep your energy up. It may be more tiring next." "Master, rest assured, I will persevere," Su Bangxia said earnestly. Next, Su Bangxia took the qi-enhancing and blood-nourishing foods, and the other precious treasures as well. These treasures were all at the level of cultivators. After taking them, her vitality quickly reached its peak. The feeling of exhaustion also subsided. "At dusk, Master, I'm ready," Su Bangxia said. The small heavenly circulation is already in operation, indicating that most of the meridians in your body are already unblocked, and you have the conditions for the operation of the grand heavenly circulation. However, you are not familiar with the operation of the swallowing heaven Tao scripture. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, let me help you next. Luo Xingye didn't want to wait any longer and decided to take matters into his own hands. "It may be a bit painful, but grit your teeth and persevere," Luo Xingye reminded. "Yes, Master, do whatever you need to do, just don't harm my body," Su Bangxia replied earnestly. Luo Xingye pursed his lips. This series of dialogues seemed normal, but upon closer inspection, there was a sense that something was amiss. Shaking his head, he focused and began to use his magic, following the guidance of the swallowing heaven Tao scripture to impact Su Bangxia's meridians throughout her body. breaking through all blockages in the meridians, cleansing all impurities from the limbs and bones, reviving the greedy demands of every cell in the body, swallowing all the treasures of heaven and earth according to the swallowing heaven Tao scripture, refining all the essences into one's own body, showcasing the utmost abilities. Luo Xingye carefully and slowly operated the grand heavenly circulation. With each narrow meridian channel broken through, Subangshia's complexion grew paler, and even blood seeped through her skin. Subangshia's soul and body were connected. She felt the pain but endured silently, bearing the force of her master. Fortunately, during this process, the master would allow her body to consume treasures of heaven and earth to maintain her strength. By nightfall, after 2 hours, Luo Xingye, controlling Subangshia's body, finally completed the operation of the first grand heavenly circulation with some bumps along the way. Strands of green venom flowed out of her pores, while strands of immortal light burst forth from within, making Subangshia's body appear pure and divine. This is the venom of calamity. Luo Xingye's experience was too profound. Seeing the green venom disappear upon contact with water, he immediately guessed its origin. It seems that the disciple's constitution was ruined not by accident but intentionally by someone. Luo Xingye sneered inwardly. Master, is it done? Subangxia asked softly. One more time. Luo Xingye regained his focus and once again operated the grand heavenly circulation. Due to the previous operation, many blocked or narrow meridian channels had widened. The second operation proceeded faster as these channels could now tolerate Luo Xingye's entry. When the second grand heavenly circulation was completed, Subangxia's body was completely rejuvenated with immortal light, her skin even whiter, and strands of spiritual energy being absorbed autonomously by her body. The Lingshu immortal body truly lived up to its name as a divine body. Even in an unconscious state, the body would instinctively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Luo Xingye felt a twinge of envy. When he crossed over to the cultivation world, he had no status, background, or qualifications. He had to rely on deception and risk being hunted by various cultivators to eventually become an immortal. Subangxia, on the other hand, was different. With the Lingshu immortal body, becoming an immortal was almost effortless. I have never experienced such rapid cultivation with this kind of immortal body. Let me give it a try. Luo Xingye was eager to test it out. As for the disciples' feelings, they would undoubtedly support the master's actions unconditionally. Luo Xingye took out a large amount of treasures of heaven and earth and placed them beside him. Then, he sat down and operated the swallowing heaven Tao scripture. The Lingshu immortal body radiated brilliant immortal light. An instinct to swallow heaven and earth emerged from every part of the body. In the next moment, this instinct transformed into an ability. The Lingshu immortal body generated a terrifying suction force, drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. Even the essences within the treasures of heaven and earth nearby were absorbed by the Lingshu immortal body. Then, a terrifying scene unfolded in Subangxia's body. Visible to the naked eye, she broke through from the first stage of Essence Qi realm to the second, third, fourth, and fifth stages. In just 3 seconds, Subangxia went from an ordinary person to a 5th stage Essence Qi realm cultivator. But it didn't end there. Leveraging the effects of the swallowing heaven Tao scripture, she absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy and essences. The body's functions began to unleash terrifying potential. Qi and blood continued to be generated. The limbs and bones became more flexible. The essence, energy, and spirit reached their peak. In an instant, the body was filled with endless sense of power. Damn! Luo Xingye exclaimed, quickly stopping the operation of the swallowing heaven scripture to conceal the immortal light. These individuals with special constitutions were truly extraordinary. Master, I feel my body swelling. Subangxia's soul was connected to her body, and she immediately felt the need to release to feel comfortable. Don't move around, I'll help you. After instructing Luo Xingye, he returned to his demon-clothed body and began absorbing the spiritual blood. This time, it was not like before where he had to stop after a few breaths. With the revival of the spiritual body combined with the swallowing heaven scripture comparable to the immortal classics, the generated qi and blood were incomparable. So Luo Xingye released the absorption, but still restrained himself slightly to avoid harming his disciple with excessive absorption. He began to absorb the spiritual blood. Messages appeared in Luo Xingye's soul see as follows: Realm, Essence Qi Realm 4th level, progress of transforming spiritual blood into Essence Qi Realm 5th level, 5%, 7%, 9%, after dozens of breaths. Realm advancement, Essence Qi Realm 5th level, progress of transforming spiritual blood into Essence Qi Realm 6th level, 1%, 3%, 52%. After a few more breaths, Luo Xingye's realm advanced to the 6th level. Can you hold on? Luo Xingye asked. Still swelling, Master, help me. Seeing this, Luo Xingye decided to no longer restrain himself and directly exerted his strength. Realm advancement, Essence Qi Realm 6th level, progress of transforming spiritual blood into Essence Qi Realm 7th level, 1%, 5%, 9%. Subanxia, however, did not feel any discomfort. With her immortal body cooperating with the swallowing heaven scripture, her body's potential was fully unleashed, creating a terrifying abundance of qi and blood that made her uncomfortable. Fortunately, the demon cloth was absorbing the spiritual blood, relieving her pressure. Half a moment later, Luo Xingye's realm directly soared to the 9th level of the Essence Qi realm. At this point, the message read: Realm, Essence Qi Realm 9th level, progress of transforming spiritual blood into Lingtai Realm 1st level, 1%, 2%, 3%. The Lipan realms did not encounter any bottlenecks. As long as he could absorb spiritual blood, he could exert his strength all the way up. Fragrant! Luo Xingye exclaimed in ecstasy. Meanwhile, Subanxia, who had just been relieved, was in a comfortable state. But as the demon cloth absorbed more, she gradually felt something was wrong. When she started feeling dizzy, she shouted, "Master, stop quickly, I'm tired, don't absorb anymore, Banxia can't take it." Hearing this, Luo Xingye reluctantly stopped. What you need most now is resources. Cultivation resources. Spirit stones and precious materials are indispensable. Luo Xingye tasted the sweetness and was filled with enthusiasm. He made a decision. He was going to make a big move. The demon cultivators of the Wind Demon sect only absorbed impurities, so they did not have spirit stones. But they had precious materials. No, the Wind Demon sect also had some hidden resources, such as ancient tombs. Master finally stopped. Subanxia wiped the sweat from her forehead, breathing heavily. But then a strong sense of exhaustion hit her. It left her body weak and her mind foggy. This time, she finally understood how terrifying the swallowing heaven scripture given to her by her master was. It could unleash her immortal body's full potential, generate qi and blood, make her body glow, as if she were becoming an immortal. In just a few breaths, she had advanced from an ordinary person to the 5th level of the Essence Qi realm. Even the sacred realm Dao Canon of the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace does not have such terrifying power. Although Subanxia was a bit naive, she was not stupid. When she entered the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace, she learned the first volume of the Northern Heaven Sacred Realm Dao Canon. It took her about 10 days to break through from an ordinary person to the 5th level of the Essence Qi realm, but compared to the swallowing heaven Dao scripture, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. Although now, the content of the first volume of the Dao Canon has been erased from the mind of the senior predecessors of the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace. But she is still clear about the efficiency of breakthroughs. Master can easily produce techniques more powerful than the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace Dao Canon. Who exactly is the Master? Subanxia had imagined the appearance of the Master before, because every time the Master appeared, it brought her a great sense of security. Every girl has a prince dream. She is no exception. She has imagined the handsome appearance of the Master saving herself. Now, there is an added layer of mystery. The Master seems to be more than just a magic armor. The Master is mysterious and powerful. If the Master could transform into a human, looking handsome like the villain Luoxingi would be even better. Absolutely cannot imitate Luoxingi's behavior, being resented by both immortals and demons for over 3,000 years. Subanxia has unconsciously ignored the Master's improper behavior, only thinking about the Master's goodness. Don't sleep now. Activate the swallowing heaven Dao scripture, absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, and recover your energy as soon as possible, Luoxing reminded Subanksia. This is the territory of the Wind Demon Sect, a place chosen by demon cultivators, must be filled with heavy impurities and thin spiritual energy. But Subanksia, exhausted by his actions, is in a weakened state. If any danger were to occur later, it would be difficult to protect herself. So even if the spiritual energy is thin, she must still cultivate. It seems that the heavenly treasures I borrowed from those cultivators are still too few. Luoxing underestimated the terror of the Lingshu immortal body. In just a few breaths, he had drained a pile of heavenly treasures he had stored earlier. This doesn't even include the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at the beginning. I have to figure out a way to borrow more resources, Luoxing sighed. He had to go back to his old ways. He only wished that all cultivators in the world would be wealthy and prosperous. Master, Subanksia obediently replied. The master is mysterious and powerful, giving her a great sense of security and reassurance. She has completely believed in the master's words. Anyway, as long as it's what the master says, it must be right. She immediately activated the swallowing heaven Tao scripture, carefully absorbing spiritual energy, avoiding being discovered by others. Luoxing also did not forget to enhance his own strength. Just now, the Lingshu immortal body, in a few breaths, had absorbed a large pile of heavenly treasures he had borrowed in the past few days. Originally, Subanksia would have needed at least half a month to digest them. But now, she had absorbed them all in just a few breaths. The accumulated energy points were absolutely terrifying. Checking the information. The data is as follows: Owner, Luoxing, Identity, Luotian Magic Armor, Realm, Ninefold Essence Realm, Realm Enhancement Method, Absorbing Spirit Blood, Hardness, Fourfold Essence Realm, 0/500, reaching 500 energy points can be enhanced, Blind Box, 100 energy points open once, Energy Points, 2058, Talents, Fear, Adaptation, Control, Strengthening. Specific information can be expanded. Human Pet, Subanksia, Current Magic Armor Form, Second Form, Star Casting Magic Robe, increases damage by 60%, Skin, Demon Hunter, in use. Energy Points, 2058, indeed, quite a lot. Luoxing glanced at the blind box, resisting the urge to draw 10 times in a row, and instead allocated all the energy points to hardness. Soon, the hardness rose rapidly. It became harder and harder. When the energy points were used up, the hardness had the latest data. As follows: Hardness, Sevenfold Essence Realm, 0/800, reaching 800 energy points can be enhanced, Blind Box, 100 energy points open once, Energy Points, 258. There are still remaining energy points. Luoxing stabilized his mind and did not touch them. He must endure it. Luoxing frequently checked the data, focusing all his attention on the energy points. He ignored his own magic armor information and a new piece of data was updated. He concentrated his attention. The new data appeared before his eyes. As follows: Ancient Demon Inheritance. Upon reaching the 9th level of the spiritual platform realm, one can activate the Demon Armor Inheritance, Ancient Demon. Luo Xingye's heart trembled, his voice even a bit trembling. His own body was indeed extraordinary. The demon armor unexpectedly possessed the ancient demon inheritance. It was just because of the fusion of the system and the demon armor, which altered the demon armor. This caused the inheritance not to appear at first. Luo Xingye speculated as such. Regarding the ancient demon, it was truly one of the terrifying legends. Even when he was the immortal king back then, he still held awe and admiration for the ancient demon. In the immortal realm, there was an ancient legend. It was said that in the oldest period of the immortal realm, there was an ancient god who created the heavens and the earth, connected the 9 heavens and 10 earths, stirred up thunder and myriad laws, and created the immortal realm. Even the heavenly court, lost for tens of thousands of years in the immortal realm, also had the figure of the ancient god. And just like the ancient god, the ancient demon possessed the ancient aura of the years. In contrast to the immortal realm, the ancient demon was the ancient demon who opened up the demon realm, mysterious and powerful. However, both existed only in legends and had never appeared before the eyes of living beings. But as time passed, cultivators pursued longevity and strength. There were still countless creatures who sought the traces of the ancient god and the ancient demon. Luo Xingye was one of them. However, even after his rebirth, he had not yet discovered their secrets. But now, he unexpectedly discovered the ancient demon inheritance from his demon armor body. The ancient demon inheritance that countless beings sought but could not obtain was actually left behind in a mundane place in the cultivation world. It seems that this demon armor I was reborn with is not simple at all, and it has a history unknown to others, murmured Luo Xingye. He suddenly felt somewhat fortunate. Becoming a set of demon armor didn't seem like a bad thing after all. 9th level of the spiritual platform realm. Upon reaching this realm, one can activate the ancient demon inheritance. Luo Xingye became even more determined to accelerate his realm advancement. Master, the spiritual energy around here is very thin. Can I release my absorption? Subanxia regained some energy, but it would take some time before she fully recovered. This place was filled with gloomy aura, murky chi, and very little spiritual energy. To fully recover, she needed to release her absorption. No, endure it for now, don't cause too much commotion. It's a pity that there is only one demonic cultivation sect, the Wind Demon Sect, in this area, without any spiritual stones. I can't find any for your cultivation, but it doesn't matter, natural treasures can also be used instead. Luo Xingye was thinking about how to borrow some natural treasures when a man as fast as lightning arrived. In the dim sky, a ball of lightning broke through the clouds and landed by the stream, revealing the round figure of a fat old man. There has been a change in the spiritual energy here. It seems that there is a spiritual energy cultivator practicing here. How bold! The fat old man took 3 steps forward, his fat belly trembling, but he moved very agilely. With a single point of his hand, a beam of demonic light broke through the illusion array ahead. Subanxia, dressed in demon hunting attire, looked at the fat old man in astonishment. I am an elder of the Wind Demon Sect. You, a mere 5th level spiritual energy cultivator, dare to practice near the Wind Demon Sect. You have guts. The fat old man was initially surprised by Subanxia's appearance, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Such a beautiful girl. Capture her and use her as a cauldron. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. I will leave here now. Subanxia spoke respectfully and began to retreat. They say that immortals and demons cannot coexist. Since you have come to my Wind Demon Sect today, you can't leave. The fat old man swallowed his saliva, step by step approaching Subanxia, releasing the demonic pressure of the 1st level of the spiritual platform realm. The spiritual platform realm condensed the internal demon power into a platform, nurtured within the purple mansion, and could release divine consciousness. His divine consciousness and demonic pressure doubly oppressed Subanxia. How could a mere 5th level spiritual energy cultivator withstand the demonic pressure of the spiritual platform realm? She would surely be scared stiff. However, Subanxia was unaffected. She retreated and kindly reminded, Senior, don't come any closer. I practice both immortal and demonic cultivation. If you take one more step, I will turn demonic. This was her sincere warning. The fat old man sneered, immortal and demonic cultivation? The cultivator like you can't even tell a lie, how can the impure energy and spiritual energy cultivators merge? I want to see what tricks you, this little girl, have up your sleeve. The fat old man snorted coldly, took a step forward, transformed into a ball of lightning, and approached aggressively. Subanxia remained calm in the face of danger and unleashed her ultimate move. Master, save me. In the next moment, she felt a sense of security that entered her body. A good spiritual energy cultivator actually had a body filled with demonic energy, hair moving without wind, a soft and delicate expression, and suddenly turned sinister and indifferent. The fat old man was greatly surprised, but quickly made a decision. Flesh Mountain technique, die for me. The fat old man's speed suddenly increased, like lightning, stirring up a fierce wind. He was like a mountain of flesh, crashing into the girl. Controlling Subanxia, Luo Xingye did not move a muscle, just watched him approach. Then, her innate fear talent was triggered. A black ghostly figure appeared on the fat old man's head, being pulled and dragged. The old man was forcibly turned around, and at the same lightning speed, flew from where he came, crashing into a large rock on the way. With a loud bang, the fat old man collided with a large stone on his path, shattering it. Puff! The fat old man spat out blood, his head and limbs. Skin cracking, blood flowing. Fortunately, he had practiced body cultivation techniques before, otherwise, this collision would have been fatal. Are you human or ghost? The fat old man weakly sat on the broken stone, looking at the girl in horror. Luo Xingye did not give him any chance to escape or seek support. He dared to come to the Wind Demon Sect, naturally having his own confidence. Before the fat old man could speak, Luo Xingye approached and placed a palm on the old man's head. Phoenix Soul Seal. Luo Xingye silently recited the secret technique, and the demonic energy around her turned into a whirlwind, then a spiritual imprint surged from her palm and entered the old man's head. The old man tried to resist, but the imprint reached the depths of his soul sea. The old man was at the spirit platform realm, with a strong soul, immediately channeling all his soul power to crush the imprint. Luo Xingye simply kicked the fat old man in the crotch. The old man trembled, his eyes bulging. His concentrated consciousness quickly showed signs of dispersing. Taking advantage of this, the spiritual imprint entered the depths of the old man's soul sea. At this moment, with a single thought from Luo Xingye, the man would be doomed. I'm not a demon. I won't kill you. I just want to borrow something from you. Luo Xingye said coldly, eyeing the fat old man. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the fat old man weakly smiled, take whatever you want. I don't want much. Luo Xingye smiled faintly, appearing friendly. Half a moment later, the fat old man, wearing only his underwear, hugged himself in the cold wind, shivering. Brother, can I leave? The fat old man resisted the urge to cry, showing a stubborn face. Do you have fellow disciples or relatives and friends? Luo Xingye put the fat old man's treasures into a storage bag and asked calmly. Yes, brother, do you want them to ransom me? The fat old man trembled, thinking his reputation was ruined. No need. You can borrow weapons, elixirs, and treasures from them. Borrow as much as you need. Luo Xingye said with a smile. Master is really powerful. Subangxia held back the word jerk in her heart. Brother, spare me, please, I beg you. The fat old man knew the guy's intentions, and if he really lent them, he would never get them back. If you can do this, I will remove the spiritual imprint from your soul sea. I swear by my Taoist heart, if you break the promise, evil will arise in your heart. Luo Xingye made a solemn promise in the cool breeze. If you can't, then I'll have to send you to your grave. Luoxingyi carried his hands on his back, glanced at the fat old man, his eyes very friendly. The fat old man agreed with a mournful face. He didn't dare not to agree. Fine, let me go back and study this soul imprint. If I can't crack it, I will ask the senior elders of the sect to secretly kill this female demon. On his way back to the sect, the fat old man made a decision in secret. Unexpectedly, the Phoenix soul imprint was beyond his comprehension. Besides being able to control him, it could also monitor him. Luoxingyi saw it all. On the other side, Luoxingyi had returned to his own body. Subangxia went to an ancient temple that had been abandoned for a long time, took out all the precious materials and treasures of the fat old man, and absorbed them. Under the stimulation of the swallowing Heaven Tao scripture, the Lingshu immortal body emitted light, overflowing with immortal energy, demonstrating powerful cultivation talent. Each precious material and treasure was absorbed by the Lingshu immortal body. As Subangxia's realm improved, her body also regained strong blood-making abilities. The vigorous blood flowed within her body, making her complexion rosy, and her vitality reaching its peak. Soon, her body became swollen again. Master, I'm feeling very uncomfortable now, can you help me absorb some? Subangxia exhaled hot air. Luoxingyi? But soon, tempted by the spiritual blood, he still absorbed it. Realm, 9th level of vital energy realm, progress of transforming spiritual blood into 2nd level of spiritual platform realm, 10%, 11%, 12%, half a moment later. Realm promotion, second level of spiritual platform realm, progress of transforming spiritual blood into third level of spiritual platform realm, 1%, 2%, 3%, this matter must not be mentioned lightly to others. If that witch dared to let me come back, there must be spies in the Wind Demon sect. The fat old man Luo Changshan had a gloomy face and went straight back to the sect. Recently, the sect was holding a competition to select the best disciple of the year. So the disciples were very active, moving around the sect a lot. Luo Changshan flew into the sect wearing only shorts, and the disciples looked up to see his muscular body. His attractiveness was off the charts. With a dark face, he quickly returned to his cave. After changing into a new set of clothes, he began to study the spiritual imprint. However, no matter how he used his divine sense, he couldn't destroy the imprint. He frowned and held his arms. Finally, he went to the library to look up information on spiritual imprints. The first half of the night passed, but he gained nothing. It was at this moment that the spiritual imprint began to shake, stirring his soul sea and causing him intense pain, almost fainting. The witch must be urging me. If I don't send out the treasure soon, I will undoubtedly die. Luo Changshan panicked, no longer interested in reading books, and left the library. Standing under the moonlight for a while, he decided to seek outside help. He went to his senior brother's cave, knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The senior brother was an old man in a black robe, who opened the door with sleepy eyes, grumbling. Senior brother, I have a request. If you help me, I will give you the 3,000-year-old Lingmu root that I have hidden. Luo Changshan got straight to the point. Really? The black-robed old man perked up at the mention of the Lingmu root, but became suspicious towards the end. You're known for being stingy, and now you're so generous to give me the Lingmu root. Strange. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment, fearing a trick. Luo Changshan's headache worsened, knowing he couldn't wait any longer. He stared at the black-robed old man firmly and decided to take a gamble. So, he told his senior brother about his encounter with the witch. There was no one around, only the two of them, so even if he spoke out, the witch wouldn't find out. Witch? The black-robed old man's heart leaped with joy as he remembered Su Bangxia from the Su family. Initially, he had gone to the Su family to handle the matter of the disciple being killed. Afterwards, he didn't inform the sect about this incident, but secretly arranged for disciples to search for the witch armor. However, after many days of no results, unexpectedly, the witch came to him on her own. Fine, I will secretly lurk over. If it really is Su Bangxia in the witch armor, I will be in luck. With this thought in mind, the black-robed old man no longer hesitated and immediately agreed to his junior brother's request. She is only at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, but she has a special technique that can control anyone who gets close. I stumbled at this point, Luo Changshan reminded the black-robed old man. Heh, that witch is indeed powerful, just at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, she can suppress you at the 1st level of the spiritual platform realm. Fortunately, I am already at the 2nd level of the spiritual platform realm, and I am prepared. Once I sneak past, I will strike to kill. The black-robed old man sneered, then flew out of the sect at night, heading straight to the place mentioned by his junior brother. Flying low to the ground, he arrived at the mountainside and faintly saw a figure. His heart stirred. The demon armor is mine, as well as the Lingmu root, the black-robed old man sneered in his heart. He mobilized the demonic power within him, gathering it in the black wooden flag in his hand, emitting a chilling wind. He moved quietly, approaching the figure. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a young girl, but she was wearing a different set of clothes. Not the demon armor. Forget it, whether it's Su Bangxia or not, I must obtain the Lingmu root. The black-robed old man inserted the black wooden flag into the ground, with a layer of demonic energy attaching to the soil, extending towards the girl. This method could shield the perception of divine consciousness. He hid beneath the demonic energy, swiftly approaching the girl. Just at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, even if you have the strength of the 1st level of the spiritual platform realm, it's useless. I am already at the 2nd level of the spiritual platform realm, he chuckled, standing under a tree, waiting to see if the girl showed any abnormalities in the moment she turned around. He decisively cast a spell. The black wooden flag surged within spirits, following the demonic energy on the ground, rushing towards the girl. At the same time, with one hand casting a spell, a black sword enveloped in flames swiftly and fiercely stabbed forward. Hit. Missed. It was a fake. An illusion. The black-robed old man's face slightly changed, subconsciously observing his surroundings, only to find that the girl was already floating to his left. He had been discovered long ago. He took a sharp breath, then remembered something, grinning wickedly. I am a cultivator at the second level of the spiritual platform realm. With a loud bang, he released his demonic pressure to suppress the other party. I'm sorry, I just broke through to the second level of the spiritual platform realm, Luo Xingye sneered coldly. He released his demonic pressure, breaking the opponent's demonic pressure. Then, with one hand gesturing, he summoned a magical hammer condensed with demonic power, smashing it on the black-robed old man's head. Then, he quickly pressed his hand on the black-robed old man's head, unleashing another move, the Phoenix Soul Seal. Before long, the black-robed old man was left in his underpants, shivering in the cold wind, arms hugging himself. Go borrow some treasures from your fellow disciples. If things go well, I will let you go, Luo Xingye said kindly. The black-robed old man was speechless. His plan was originally excellent. The demonic pressure at the second level of the spiritual platform realm would surely oppress a cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. But he never expected that the other party was also at the second level of the spiritual platform realm. Luo Changshan, you damn fool, you've ruined me, the black-robed old man cursed in his heart. Get lost. Luo Xingye kicked him away. Then, he turned around, took out the treasures of the black-robed old man, and let his Lingshu immortal body absorb them directly. When the Lingshu immortal body replenished its blood, the demon armor immediately absorbed it. The black-robed old man left with a dark expression. He dared not fly in the air, sneaking back to his cave from behind the sect. In the cave, he did the same thing as Luo Changshan. He studied the soul seal. No results. He went to the library next. But soon, the seal began to disturb his sea of consciousness, causing him so much pain that he had no interest in reading. Finally, he left the library, intending to cause trouble for Luo Changshan. But the pain made him unwilling to waste time. So, he decided to seek outside help. My senior brother is at the 3rd level of the spiritual platform realm and has mastered the technique of Shadow Demon. He will surely kill that witch. The black-robed old man, deep in the night, went to his senior brother's cave. Not long after, his senior brother opened the door with a grim expression. Senior brother, save me. I am willing to give away the remaining fragment of my Cloud Sea realm technique, the black-robed old man explained his troubles. Second level of the spiritual platform realm? Master of illusions? After pondering for a moment, his senior brother agreed. I will kill her. His senior brother prepared his treasures and approached the place where the girl was located under the cover of night. He observed from a distance based on the experience of the black-robed old man, avoiding being discovered in advance by the other party. Soon, he saw a girl coming down the mountain. Judging from her features, it must be you. The senior brother immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped it on his eyes, formed hand seals, and the demonic light in his eyes flickered, seeing through the truth of the other party. It seems not to be an illusion. It's a real person. The senior brother confirmed the truth, waited for a moment, took advantage of the girl's distraction, formed hand seals again, and a demonic shadow flew out from his body, rushing towards the girl. This was a technique of soul attack. Once hit, even if not dead, the soul would be severely injured, with no strength to fight again. He followed closely behind, ready to strike at any time. Considering the girl's mysterious methods, at the moment he made his move, he released his triple demon suppression of the spiritual platform realm to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Hit! The demonic shadow passed through the girl. No! Missed! The girl dodged the demonic shadow. She spotted me. She's coming over. Her demonic pressure is actually at the triple level of the spiritual platform realm. I can't overpower it. My junior brother deceived me. Oh no! I'm being attacked. Spare me! Not long after, the senior brother, wearing only shorts, shivered in the cold wind with his hands wrapped around himself. All his treasures were taken away. Luo Xingye said coldly, "Go borrow some treasures from your fellow disciples. If successful, I will let you go." The senior brother laughed. He returned from the back mountain of the sect at night. Inside the cave, he carefully recalled the girl's methods and his junior brother's experience. The more he thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Suddenly, he realized, that bastard deliberately let me go, and then lured someone else out. His junior brother, the black-robed old man, didn't he lure him over and then get robbed? Damn it, so despicable. That witch's cultivation is definitely not just at the triple level of the spiritual platform realm, she might even be at the 5th or 6th level, she's just pretending to be weak. The senior brother was furious. This time, he dared not study the imprint on his own, as it would be a waste of time. He went straight out to find the sect leader's senior brother. The sect leader was a strong expert at the 9th level of the spiritual platform realm. Late at night, he knocked on the door of the sect leader's senior brother's cave and informed him of the situation. The sect leader's senior brother looked serious and felt that this matter was too strange. That which dares to rob near the Wind Demon sect, she must have extraordinary abilities. Thinking of this, the sect leader's senior brother went to find the Elder Supreme. The Elder Supreme was the only strong expert at the Cloud Sea realm in the Wind Demon sect. Half a moment later, the sect leader and the Elder Supreme acted together to capture the witch. However, when they left the sect, they couldn't find a trace of the witch in the mountains and forests. At this time, Luo Xingye sneaked into the Wind Demon sect. Before he could do anything, he sensed the power of the 7 gods' decree. Is it that damn Taoist? Luo Xingye had once used the power of the 7 gods' decree to seal the nose of the damn Taoist. He sensed it. What is this person doing in the Wind Demon sect? Following that sense, Luo Xingye arrived at the ancestral tomb area. This guy. Luo Xingye thought for a moment, then used the earth escape technique to enter underground. As soon as he entered, a voice came. Poor Taoist, how dare you come to this dangerous place? A fat Taoist lifted a hammer and smashed it towards Su Bangxia's head. Talent, fear, the fat Taoist was forcibly turned around. Damn it, it's you again. Luo Xingye controlled Su Bangxia's body, took the opportunity to slap him, then pulled out a dagger and stabbed towards the fat Taoist's heart. Clang! The fat Taoist's body emitted golden light, shattering the dagger. Luo Xingye used the ancient Sky Law 7 steps, narrowly avoiding the golden light. The two confronted each other underground. Luo Xingye, just a mere 6th level of the Qi realm, you have many tricks, I'll give you a chance, get lost. The fat Taoist took out a mirror, a bell, a feng shui compass, and other miscellaneous items, infused with spiritual power. These miscellaneous items all emitted light, turning out to be extraordinary magic treasures. It's you who should get lost. The fat Taoist's face turned fierce, but he was actually amazed. This damn person who disappeared during the day, how did she transform from an ordinary person into a 4th level cultivator of the spiritual platform realm? Luo Xingye was also astonished, this is the ancestral tomb of the Fengma sect. How come there is such a large underground cavity, like a huge hall? Could it be that this fat guy dug it out overnight? Boom! The demonic wind on the ground, a terrifying pressure of the Cloud Sea realm, trembling the entire sect, followed by a powerful divine sense sweeping across the sky and earth. The fat Taoist sensed the pressure in an instant, his face changed immediately. He shook the bell in his hand, the bell was silent, but it emitted a green light to cover himself. But it wasn't over yet. Open up! The fat Taoist stomped his foot, and runes lit up in the underground hall, covering the area. Luo Xingye immediately noticed that his divine sense couldn't detect the fat Taoist. The bell could shield the divine sense. But his reaction was quick too. With a single hand gesture, he exhaled a breath of essence, silently reciting Dragon Nest Concealment, creating a semi-transparent film that covered his body. Just then, the powerful divine sense swept past them, then over the tomb. Ha! Phoenix secret magic runes. Can block divine sense. Luo Xingye took the opportunity to examine the runes in the underground hall, narrowed his eyes, and looked deeply at the fat Taoist. Even mastering the secret magic runes of the Phoenix sacred ground, this fat Taoist was not simple. The dragon nest concealment of the ancient dragon demon Sect's sacred ground. You are not simple. The fat Taoist saw through the origin of the semi-transparent film on Luo Xingye. After the powerful divine sense passed, the two snorted at each other and turned to leave. Luo Xingye intended to leave, but saw the fat Taoist starting a ritual. Bang! The fat Taoist set up a table, wooden sword, talisman paper, and a swana next to a coffin. Humans have 3 souls and 6 spirits, souls have 3 grievances and 6 resentments, all these unjust souls and resentful spirits. After a series of soul-cleansing services, the fat Taoist opened the coffin and looted the treasures inside. Luo Xingye frowned slightly, feeling that leaving like this would be a loss. Well, some things are not to be taken from life to death. I will help you cross over, no need for payment, I'll take care of it myself. With this in mind, Luo Xingye approached a coffin, formed hand seals, and silently recited the Book of Crossing. When his mind was clear, he opened the coffin and took the treasures inside. Su Bangxia watched the two skilled operations in a row, feeling a bit confused. The fat Taoist seemed unserious at first glance, but she didn't bother. But why was our master so skilled? Ha! Wait! Isn't that treasure here? The fat Taoist opened coffin after coffin, his brows furrowing gradually as he muttered softly. Luo Xingye took the treasures and closed the coffins. Their speed was fast. In the end, only one coffin, 1 zhan long and half a zhang wide, remained unopened. The two stood by the coffin, their eyes meeting with hostility. Suddenly, they both moved, each opening the coffin from one end. But before they could approach the coffin, the lid opened on its own, and a terrifying bloodlight burst out from inside, casting the entire underground hall in a hellish bloodlight. Not good. Luo Xingye used his body technique and ran away. The fat Taoist took out a pile of treasures to defend himself as he retreated. Boom! A hand resembling a dragon claw emerged from the coffin. Then a woman, covered in magma-colored dragon scales, flew out coldly from the coffin. Disturbing my rest, since you've come to me, you shall all become my blood food. The woman had a dragon tail, seemingly naked but actually covered in dragon scales, enchanting and domineering. She opened her mouth and sucked in everything around her, swallowing it all. A dragon woman. Wasn't it said that only dragon scales were hidden here? The fat Taoist's face turned pale, running even faster, using talismans and treasures to defend himself. Meanwhile, Luo Xingye's expression changed slightly, and a message appeared in his soul sea. Dragon Kuei, 900 years old, transcendent realm, dragon blood sacred body, severely injured, possessing spiritual blood, this was a special physique. I dare not possess her either. Luo Xingye would be torn apart if he approached. At that moment, another message appeared. Ling Xian, 800 years old, transcendent realm, immortal phoenix body, possessing spiritual blood. Luo Xingye? He was very clear that only those with special physiques would have this information appear near him. In other words, there was another transcendent realm individual nearby. Just as he was thinking about this, a divine light came from the sky, like a divine sword hanging in the starry sky, stirring the stars, trembling the void, as if an immortal king was awakening, with a terrifying divine might spreading. With a loud bang, the divine light struck this place, hitting the dragon lady directly. So you've come to kill. Luo Xingye suddenly realized, sensing that the dragon lady was injured and unable to devour the surrounding objects, he immediately ran away. Ling Xian, you've been chasing me for a whole half-month, what deep enmity is between us? The dragon lady covered a blood hole in her chest, radiating a bloody light all over her body, strands of divine might like heavenly swords, shattering the earth. She flew into the air, letting out a dragon roar, shaking the heavens and earth. My disciple was harmed by you, I will never forgive you even if I kill you 1,000 times. Ling Xian, like a fairy descending to the mortal world, suspended in the ethereal sky, her body radiating a sacred light, like a fairy under the moon, incredibly beautiful. My disciple was not harmed by me. My disciple, your disciple, isn't she right here? The dragon lady said, noticing that Su Bangxia was flying out from underground and running away. Her face suddenly changed, and she coldly shouted, isn't she right here? On the other side of the sky, Ling Xian, like a fairy in the moonlight, heard this and her beautiful eyes turned towards the ground. She saw Su Bangxia flying out from her grave. Ling Xian was shocked, a hint of anger appearing between her eyebrows. Dragon lady, how could my disciple be with you in a graveyard? What have you done? Ling Xian pointed her finger, the light like a sword, crossing through the void, and with a loud bang, it fell towards the dragon lady. She was very clear about her disciple's character, who would never come to such a filthy place. It must have been the dragon lady who brought her here. She came to rob the tomb herself. Don't believe me, go ask her. The dragon lady narrowly avoided that finger, spitting out flames, burning the sky, trying to incinerate Ling Xian. My disciple has always been obedient, she would never do such a despicable thing. Do you still want to argue? Ling Xian was furious, firmly believing that the dragon lady indeed had ulterior motives towards her disciple's spiritual body. Boom! Ling Xian made her move, trying to suppress the dragon lady. The entire sky lit up with divine light, clusters of light like celestial stars, shaking the void, crashing towards the dragon lady. The dragon lady's blood boiled, rushing towards the sky, her hands turning into dragon claws, forcefully confronting the clusters of light. But she was already heavily injured, completely suppressed at this moment. Ling Xian, you act without understanding the reasons, attacking without asking. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The dragon lady spat out blood, her anger ignited, forcefully attacking, her dragon might overwhelming. This area was shrouded by the pressure of terrifying powerful beings. Seeing this, Luo Xingye knew that if he didn't leave now, he would undoubtedly die if he got involved. He quickly flew away, distancing himself from the battlefield. Second master, my master is up there. Su Bangxia shouted. Whether he's there or not, we need to leave here first. Just as Luo Xingye had flown a few steps away, he saw a figure flying towards him in the sky. That figure flew out from Ling Xian, a clone that directly blocked Luo Xingye. Disciple, has your spiritual body recovered? Come to me quickly to avoid being killed by the dragon lady. The figure carefully examined Su Bangxia, feeling that something was wrong, but still spoke softly. I can protect myself, you go deal with her. Luo Xingye controlled Su Bangxia to speak, while he continued to move away from the figure. No! Who are you? The figure's face changed, staring coldly at Luo Xingye, a powerful spiritual pressure released from her body, suppressing Luo Xingye. She knew her disciple the best. She always spoke softly and would never be so harsh. And her disciple always called her master, not you. At that moment, the fierce battle in the sky was quick to start and quick to end. With a loud bang, a starlight shaking the sky struck the dragon lady into the ground, shattering a mountain. The dragon Kuei collapsed on the ground, blood flowing incessantly, and said with hatred, Ling Xian, I will never coexist with you. Ling Xian ignored her, and the deity personally appeared in front of Luo Xingye, while the figure returned to the deity's body. Who are you? She coldly stared at Luo Xingye, surrounded by a radiant light that enveloped the ruined land. Let's talk properly. Too much violence is unnecessary. Let's find a place to talk. Luo Xingye stepped back. He found it difficult to explain, and couldn't clarify. Get lost. Ling Xian's expression was indifferent as her powerful divine consciousness rushed into Su Bangxia's body. With a bang, Luo Xingye's soul was squeezed out of Su Bangxia's body and returned to the demon armor. You wench! Luo Xingye cursed. Master, please stop. Without Luo Xingye's control, Su Bangxia's soul returned to her own body. She immediately stopped Ling Xian. So it's this demon armor causing trouble. No wonder my disciple, wearing strange and evil things, I will eliminate you today. Ling Xian disregarded Su Bangxia's words, showing dominance and arrogance. She walked under the moonlight, pure as a fairy, dispelling darkness and cleansing impurities as she moved. In an instant, she arrived next to Su Bangxia, and with a single hand, she shook off the demon armor on Su Bangxia. Luo Xingye was thrown to the ground not far away, cursing, "I saved your disciple, and you still attack without reason. Are you going through menopause? If not for my disciple's sake, I would have crushed you long ago." Ling Xian, with a cold and indifferent expression, radiated a dazzling light, enveloping Su Bangxia's naked body and pulling her close. "Master, please don't. It was the demon armor master who saved me, he has been kind to me." Su Bangxia pleaded with tears in her eyes. Ling Xian frowned, her eyes filled with killing intent, coldly staring at the fallen demon armor. "My disciple is inexperienced, and you have led her astray to this extent." Boom! Above her head, a white ring a kilometer in diameter appeared, exuding terrifying pressure that intimidated all directions. Northern Heaven's binding technique. Luo Xingye's face changed. This woman's move was a forbidden ultimate technique, aiming to completely crush him with absolute power. "Master." Despite Su Bangxia's explanations and even kneeling, she couldn't shake Ling Xian's will. Instead, it further enraged Ling Xian, increasing the force of her attack. Luo Xingye was in a life-threatening situation, his mind racing for a way to save himself. Suddenly, he saw the dragon woman lying not far away. "Got it." Luo Xingye immediately mobilized the 4th-level magic power of the demon armor's spiritual platform and flew towards the dragon woman. Dragon Kuei's skin cracked, dragon scales scattered, blood flowing incessantly, unable to stand steadily, but she was still a transcendent realm powerhouse. Seeing the demon armor approaching, she was about to slap it away. This is the Northern Heaven's binding technique. She wants to crush you and me. If you want to live, don't attack. Luo Xingye said coldly. Dragon Kuei's raised hand paused. They are all troublemakers. Let's deal with them together. Ling Xian coldly shouted, forming hand seals. The terrifying ring in the sky crushed the darkness, radiating divine light, and finally crashed down on Dragon Kuei and the demon armor. "Do you have a way?" Dragon Kuei asked coldly. "Yes. This wench is too overbearing. I will personally deal with her." Luo Xingye shouted coldly, flying directly onto Dragon Kuei. "I'll borrow your body." Luo Xingye flowed like water, possessing Dragon Kuei's body. Obtained companion, Dragon Kuei, current demon armor form, first form, Dragon Blood Demon Armor, increases damage by 30%. At the same time, the demon armor underwent a tremendous change. The divine demon armor instantly melted into magma, emitting waves of heat that covered Dragon Kuei's entire body. It is well known that the more a woman reveals, the stronger her combat power. This was vividly demonstrated in the Dragon Blood Demon Armor. The dark red armor covered what needed to be covered and left exposed what shouldn't be covered. A pair of dragon wings unfolded on the back of the demon armor, and as the dragon tail swayed, a magma-like light emanated from it. Long Kuei's face changed drastically, not expecting the armor to have such a transformation. "Come, deal with her," Luo Xingye said coldly and arrogantly. "I have no more strength to fight." Long Kuei said weakly. "Then it's my turn." Luo Xingye used his talent, control. His soul took over Long Kuei's body, controlling her extraordinary combat power. Before Long Kuei could react, she was forcibly switched. Long Kuei's alluring face suddenly turned cold and arrogant, her eyes sharp and deep. "Hey, are you trying to take over my body?" Long Kuei's voice was icy, with unmistakable panic. "Just borrowing your body for a while." Luo Xingye stood up, finding it very difficult. This body was seriously injured, truly at its limit. It was already ruined. Boom! The ring in the sky came crashing down, aiming to crush the earth, making the void tremble. Luo Xingye snorted coldly and immediately used the secret technique Heavenly Emperor's Art. The blood and energy in Long Kuei's body began to boil, unleashing a powerful potential from every part of her body. Her injuries were mostly healed in an instant. Strands of dragon blood and divine light radiated from her body, connecting with the heavens and the void. "Go!" Luo Xingye stomped on the ground, forming intricate hand seals, as the power of heaven and earth descended upon him. A circular rune appeared under Long Kuei's feet. Buzz, in an instant, the rune erupted with blinding light, a force of teleportation tearing through the void. In a flash, Long Kuei disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in the sky. Just then, the terrifying ring crashed down on the earth, shaking the surrounding area. What kind of technique is this? Long Kuei was shocked. By using a hand seal, a rune appeared under her feet, and she was then teleported away. Unheard of. This armor was even more powerful than she had imagined. How do you like it? Luo Xingye asked breathlessly. Long Kuei fell silent for a moment before saying, "It's quite magnificent. Of course, this is my own creation, a teleportation skill. I can even shrink to the size of an inch." Luo Xingye said, catching his breath. At this moment, due to the effect of the Heavenly Emperor's art, Long Kuei's body had returned to its peak state. Long Kuei angrily said, "If you can shrink to the size of an inch, why use this teleportation method? My spiritual power has been depleted by half. Since this is our first cooperation, I naturally have to show some real skills." Luo Xingye said seriously and arrogantly. Long Kuei, but deep down, she was actually very impressed. Instant recovery of injuries, peak combat power, and the ability to set up a teleportation array in extremely dangerous situations to escape. This armor brought her a lot of shock. Although he was a bit unconventional in his words and actions. "Once we deepen our relationship, I'll teach you a long-distance teleportation technique." Luo Xingye's most used ability was related to escaping. Especially instant teleportation methods, of which he had a lot. Some were even his own creations, inspired by a game he used to play when he was still on Earth. Really? Long Kuei was pleasantly surprised. At this moment, she dared not underestimate this armor. Deal with this woman first. Luo Xingye saw Ling Xian summoning a flying sword towards them, and he dodged using the ancient Sky Law 7 steps. In an instant, his figure appeared as 7 shadows, 1 step, 1 shadow, and he was already close to Ling Xian. "It seems like you two are quite compatible," Ling Xian said coldly, unfazed, lightly stepping on the void to create distance between them. She gestured with one hand, summoning long swords from nothingness, radiating divine light, directly aiming at Luo Xingye. "Damn it!" Long Kuei and Luo Xingye exclaimed in unison, their tone filled with anger. "Deal with her!" Long Kuei cursed. Luo Xingye no longer held back, forming hand seals with both hands, silently reciting ancient dragon language. The power of heaven and earth descended once again, with the ancient dragon's roar echoing in this world. Long Kuei's body, filled with dragon blood, released dragon shadows that soared into the sky, disrupting the entire sky. With a loud bang, Long Kuei's half-dragon body completely transformed into a dragon. A kilometer-long dragon flew through the sea of clouds, sparks only flying off its dragon scales when the long sword struck. "How do you know everything?" Long Kuei exclaimed. The dragon transformation technique. The dragon transformation technique that had long been extinct in the cultivation world. And yet this demonic armor can do it. Ling Xian's body trembled, her face changing color. Without hesitation, she once again used the northern sky restraint technique. The sky suddenly darkened, a huge ring appeared in the air, imprisoning the heavens and earth, radiating a dazzling light. It spun, aiming to crush the giant dragon. The dragon roared, shaking the heavens and earth, causing countless creatures to tremble from within. Roar! A dazzling and scorching dragon breath spewed from the dragon's head, piercing the sky and striking the ring. This scene was very shocking. This was a true dragon battle. Ling Xian's body trembled. The hand controlling the ring was already cracking, blood flowing out, struggling to hold on. Luo Xingye, merciless, used his ultimate move again. 2 beams of light shot out from the dragon horns, rushing into the sky, turning the sky into a sea of red flames. Within the sea of flames, molten lava and meteorites fell one after another, shattering the ring with thunderous crashes. Ling Xian spat out blood, hit by a meteorite, falling towards the deep mountains. "Damn woman!" Luo Xingye retracted the dragon breath, then fiercely struck down with a dragon claw, grabbing Ling Xian and smashing her into one mountain after another. Boom! 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 The mountains all shattered. Ling Xian was knocked dizzy, her body cracked, bloodied, and in a sorry state. On the ground, Su Bangxia wore the clothes Ling Xian had given her, staring in shock at the scene. She never expected her second master to be so fierce. "Master, please stop!" Su Bangxia shouted. Luo Xingye had no intention of killing Ling Xian, but this woman was too domineering and had provoked him. Even without Su Bangxia's words, he wouldn't actually kill her. But a lesson was necessary. He grabbed Ling Xian, who was no longer able to fight, threw her into the air, and with a sweep of his dragon tail, smashed her into the ground. Boom! Ling Xian fell heavily to the ground, the earth cracking, blood staining the soil, completely losing her fighting ability. "Kill her!" Long Kuei shouted sternly. "No need." Luo Xingye put away the dragon transformation technique, and Long Kuei returned to her seductive half-dragon form. Suspended in the air, her blood boiling, eyes gleaming, she stared coldly at the battered Ling Xian, saying, "We are all masters here, don't act like you're some big shot with me, or I'll break your legs." Ling Xian coughed as she stood up, looking fearfully at Long Kuei, coldly saying, "Demonic armor. I'll remember you." Secretly notifying the powerful figures of the sect to come to her aid, she held onto her life-saving magic treasure. At the same level, she had been suppressing Long Kuei. But now, with Long Kuei heavily injured and aided by the demonic armor, she was being crushed directly. She began to feel wary of the demonic armor. A great demon is about to appear in the cultivation world again. Ling Xian had a premonition. "You better remember, next time you challenge me, I'll strip you naked, then sell you to a brothel." Luo Xingye left with these words, controlling Long Kuei, leaving Ling Xian with a livid face. By now, the sun had risen. A warm ray of sunlight shone on the ruined earth. Su Bangxia's small figure looked at the demonic armor in the vast expanse of land and shouted, "Master!" Luo Xingye, suspended in the air, turned around and looked deeply at Su Bangxia. Su Bangxia, tears glistening in her eyes as she faced the sun, showed reluctance. She never expected her two masters to fight. She feared they might never reconcile. She couldn't bear to see her second master leave, nor did she want her main master to be hurt. Caught between the two, she felt truly distressed. "Don't follow me around and suffer. Your main master, although a bit bad-tempered, is very good to you. Follow her well in your cultivation in the future. But you also need to be clever. I suspect it was someone from the Northern Sky Immortal Palace who deliberately destroyed your spirit realm immortal body, and your idiot master didn't even know. What a fool." Luo Xingye looked coldly at Ling Xian. Ling Xian's face changed slightly as she glanced at Luo Xingye, then at Su Bangxia, her expression becoming very complicated. "Master, you saved my life, restored my physique, and even gave me the immortal scripture, teaching me cultivation. I haven't fulfilled my filial duty to you yet, please don't leave, okay?" Su Bangxia cried. Swish, a symbol made of spiritual power condensed into a jade talisman, shot out from Luo Xingye's hand, flying towards Su Bangxia. There was a jade pendant suspended in front of Su Bangxia's chest, with the word Luo engraved on it. If you encounter a life-threatening crisis, you can drip fresh blood into it, then call out the words "Master," and I will appear. Luo Xingye left after saying this. He was already prepared to travel the world with Su Bangxia. But halfway through, he found a dragon blood sacred body, which changed his plans. Luo Xingye and Long Kuei flew away abruptly. Ling Xian did not expect this great battle to end like this. She was prepared to withstand pressure. At this moment, the sunlight bathed the earth, and a cool breeze blew over the ruins. Su Bangxia ran over, helped up Ling Xian, tears still on her face. "Disciple, your Lingshu immortal body." Ling Xian carefully examined her disciple's body. "Second master helped me recover," Su Bangxia said sullenly. "Really recovered?" Ling Xian infused a stream of spiritual power into her disciple's body, her expression changing slightly. "Yes, second master has been extremely kind to me, teaching me cultivation, giving me the immortal scripture, teaching me everything." Ling Xian clearly felt her disciple sulking. She furrowed her brows slightly. That was a demonic armor, a sinister artifact that could corrupt the heart. Her disciple was angry with her over a piece of demonic armor. But she didn't say anything. Compared to this slight emotional outburst, she was more shocked by the capabilities of the demonic armor. Restoring the Lingshu immortal body was something even a saint-level existence couldn't achieve. In the cultivation world, saints were already top-tier combatants. Yet the demonic armor had the means to transcend the saint level and restore the Lingshu immortal body. Even Long Kuei, in dire straits, was assisted by the demonic armor, turning the tables and suppressing her. But soon, she shook off these thoughts. He gave you the immortal scripture? Ling Xian heard the key point, shook her head, and said calmly, forget about the cultivation method he gave you. In the current world, apart from the Heavenly Emperor's scripture of the Yaoqi Heavenly Emperor, there is no cultivation method that can compare to the North Heaven Saint Realm Dao Canon. Su Bangxia remained silent, sulking. After a while, she said, the immortal scripture second master gave me is the best, and I won't exchange it. Just for a piece of demonic armor, you choose not to listen to your master? How good can the cultivation method he gave you be? Even if he can restore your Lingshu immortal body, it doesn't mean he knows everything. He's clearly trying to manipulate you, Bangxia. Ling Xian lamented her misfortune and was angry at her refusal to reason. Su Bangxia said nothing, directly activating the swallowing Heaven Dao scripture. With a bang, her whole body radiated immortal light, and a sacred aura spread in all directions. At that moment, she no longer held back, fully utilizing the technique. Within a radius of 10 miles, all spiritual energy entered Su Bangxia's body like a vortex. Su Bangxia's cultivation level, originally at the 5th stage of the essence realm, visibly rose to the 6th, 7th stage. Ling Xian trembled, as if she had seen a ghost. When did our disciple's Lingshu immortal body become so monstrous? Even with the assistance of the North Heaven Saint Realm Dao Canon, it couldn't achieve 1/10 of this breakthrough speed. No, it's the technique's problem. It's the technique the demonic armor gave Su Bangxia. She couldn't say anything. After a long time, she murmured, I have been ignorant. In her heart, she began to have some doubts about the demonic armor. From now on, you should use this technique, but remember to keep it secret. I will also keep the secret for you, Ling Xian said softly. Su Bangxia calmly spoke, tears in her eyes, second master is the best. When my fellow disciples abandoned me and the sect expelled me, it was second master who saved me, taught me, guided me, protected me. He is the best. She held onto the jade tightly, not letting anyone see it. Forget about him in the future. Otherwise, in the North Heaven Immortal Palace, if you call a piece of demonic armor master, you will be ridiculed by everyone. Ling Xian said softly. Su Bangxia remained silent. In her heart, she had long lost her sense of belonging to the Northern Sky Immortal Palace. In her heart, the magic armor was her second master, unchanging forever. When I become stronger, when I grow up, I will definitely go find my second master. Su Bangxia held the talisman jade and silently made a vow. In the distance, a terrifying power and pressure spread, stirring the resonance of the heavens and the earth, very frightening. Before long, several figures appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Ling Xian stood up and saluted, Senior elders, Ling Xian is unharmed, Long Kuei has escaped. She harmed your disciple, so we should do everything to stop her. One of the senior elders spoke. Ling Xian was about to mention that Su Bangxia had recovered her Lingshu immortal body, but then she remembered what the magic armor had said. Su Bangxia seemed to have been disabled by the people of the Northern Sky Immortal Palace. So, she chose to conceal it. I couldn't stop her. A mysterious magic armor possessed Long Kuei, and Long Kuei, with severe injuries, ended up injuring me. Ling Xian's words surprised the senior elders. They knew that Long Kuei couldn't defeat Ling Xian. But hearing what Ling Xian said was truly unexpected. Magic armor? Yes, that magic armor has strange methods, mastering. The art of transforming into a dragon, causing Long Kuei to transform into a dragon, and almost killing Ling Xian. Ling Xian's words made the senior elders furrow their brows, showing surprise in their eyes. In the end, they all left. returning to the Northern Sky Immortal Palace. However, regarding the events and various mysteries between the magic armor, Long Kuei, and Ling Xian, everyone had their own thoughts, but no one spoke. The first thing Ling Xian did upon returning was to cause trouble at the enforcement hall. After her disciple was disabled, she left her in her own palace. But the enforcement hall was bold, taking the opportunity while she was out chasing Long Kuei to expel Su Bangxia. For a while, Ling Xian caused a scene at the enforcement hall. The Northern Sky Immortal Palace was once again in turmoil. After they left, in the sky above the partially collapsed Wind Demon Sect, a woman with a veil and a graceful figure appeared in the void. She gazed in the direction where Ling Xian and the others had left, murmuring, "Magic armor, dragon transformation technique, restoring the Lingshu immortal body, immortal scriptures." She chuckled lightly, her laughter like pearls falling on a jade plate, delicate and pleasant to the ears. She had witnessed the scene of Long Kuei's battle with Ling Xian before, already being amazed and fascinated by the power of the magic armor. "Magic armor, where have you gone again? My Phoenix Sacred Land is very interested in you." She chuckled softly and slowly disappeared. "Somewhere in the sky. Feeling good?" "Good. I'm feeling good too. MMHM." The above is a conversation between Luo Xingye and Long Kuei, discussing the incident of beating Ling Xian. "Teach me the dragon transformation technique, and I'll give you spirit blood to absorb." Long Kuei had been craving this secret technique all along, completely devoid of the dominance she had shown in her first appearance. Unfortunately, she had been conquered by the various mysterious methods of the magic armor. "Even if you don't say it, I will absorb it." After Luo Xingye finished speaking, she took another sip. Realm, 4th level of Lingtai Realm, progress of transforming spirit blood into the 5th level of Lingtai Realm, 1%, 2%, 3%. "Stop absorbing, my body seems to be having problems." Flying in the air, Long Kuei suddenly cracked all over, blood flowing, her head tilted, and she fell straight down from the sky, crashing into a dense forest, completely passing out. It was only then that Luo Xingye remembered to use the Emperor's Art to forcibly unleash potential, although it could temporarily provide powerful strength. But the side effects were significant, as once the secret technique was over, the body would be severely injured again. In the dense forest, Long Kuei lay unconscious in a patch of grass, blood flowing, staining the green leaves red. Luo Xingye was helpless. At this moment, even if she tried to control Long Kuei's body forcibly, she couldn't. This body, to a certain extent, had been so badly damaged that it was beyond repair. No matter how skilled you are at operating technology, when a toy is broken, even with skills, you can only stare blankly. What a pity! Luo Xingye sighed and absorbed all the lost blood. Quietly, she licked her wounds with tears in her eyes. Boundary, Lingtai Realm 4th level progress of transforming spiritual blood into Lingtai Realm 5th level, 42%, 43%, 45%, however, he did not absorb it in vain. By using the Dragon Clan's secret technique, he maximized Long Kuei's self-healing ability. Dragons are one of the 10 fierce beasts in the cultivation world. In terms of physical strength and self-healing ability, dragons can rank in the top 3. Long Kuei is a half-dragon, possessing strong self-healing abilities. However, her body was already weak, and self-healing was a struggle. Luo Xingye could only assist her through secret methods. "I really miss the Dragon Clan." Luo Xingye remembered the past life, the memories of riding dragons in the Eastern Sea. Although he was hunted for 3 years and crossed 2 major seas to escape, the treasures of the Dragon Clan were truly precious. As time passed slowly, night fell. Long Kuei's body no longer bled, and her wounds began to heal. Luo Xingye felt a bit unsatisfied, finally broke through. It was truly refreshing to lick the wound with tears. The blood that flowed out, once absorbed, allowed him to advance from the 4th level of the Lingtai realm to the 5th level. Until late at night, Long Kuei's injuries had improved significantly, but there were still stubborn issues internally. Luo Xingye estimated that it would take at least half a month for her to fully recover. "It hurts." A soft moan sounded in the darkness. "Are you awake?" Luo Xingye asked. After a while, "It hurts," she whispered. It's okay, it won't hurt in a while, just bear with it. Luo Xingye continued to assist her in self-healing through secret techniques. Do you have any spiritual stone elixirs or celestial treasures? Luo Xingye asked again. No, I used them all when I escaped from Ling Xian, Long Kuei said resentfully. Suddenly, she accidentally touched her wand, emitting a soft hum. How did you provoke her? Luo Xingye asked. I had nothing to do, just went to the North Heaven Immortal Palace for a stroll, and then she inexplicably chased me for half a month, claiming that I crippled her disciple. Long Kuei's face turned cold, hating Ling Xian. Is it true? Luo Xingye asked again. The North Heaven Immortal Palace is one of the top forces in the Blue Bull domain. Long Kuei was bold. Humans and demons have never seen eye to eye. You, being a half-demon and half-human, are despised by both sides. Yet you dared to approach the supreme power of the human race. Ridiculous. Hey, why are you asking so many questions? Long Kuei felt offended. Do you want to keep taking the blame for others? Luo Xingye retorted. You're just in the Lingtai realm, aren't you afraid of me, a transcendent being? Long Kuei snorted. Realms, Essence Realm, Lingtai Realm, Cloud Sea Realm, Heaven Gate Realm, Transcendent Realm, Sage Realm, Holy Realm. Although my realm is low, I excel in various operations. You, a transcendent being, why can't you suppress Ling Xian? Don't you have any confidence? Luo Xingye chuckled. He didn't want to tell Long Kuei a cruel fact. Once he possessed her and became his pet, he would have the authority to control her forcibly. However, Luo Xingye didn't want to escalate the conflict, so he kept it to himself. Long Kuei clearly couldn't argue and reluctantly hummed before saying, I heard that the North Heaven Immortal Palace is holding a Taoist conference, inviting various cultivators to discuss Tao. I, being a transcendent being, want to see their level. So you went, and then Su Bangxia had an accident, and Ling Xian chased you? Luo Xingye teased. Someone wants to shift the blame onto me. Long Kuei said angrily. I'll remember that. Get up, let's go for a walk and get something to eat, Luo Xingye said thoughtfully. Long Kuei, it hurts. Luo Xingye, can I help you? Long Kuei, how? Luo Xingye, by entering your body. Long Kuei, like when you fought Ling Xian? Luo Xingye, of course. Long Kuei, alright, but be gentle, it really hurts. Luo Xingye, don't worry, I'll be very gentle. In no time, Luo Xingye controlled Long Kuei's body, walking slowly through the dense forest. Perhaps due to her innate dragon aura, there were no traces of any demons within 10 miles. Self-healing consumes the most energy. Without food to replenish energy, only cultivation methods could be used as a substitute. Although it's a bit slow, it's better than doing nothing. Luo Xingye returned to her body to cultivate herself. Where is your cave? Let's go there later. Black Wind Mountain. It seems like you are rejected by both the human and demon races being on the edge of their territories. Say something nice. Your body is really useful. As long as you teach me the dragon transformation technique, I will be even more useful once my injuries heal. Just by talking, you want me to teach you the dragon transformation technique? The price is too low. The two chatted while cultivating. In the dense forest, they spent about 10 days together. Luo Xingye occasionally absorbed some spiritual blood. Slowly but surely, his cultivation level increased from the 5th level of the spiritual platform realm to the 6th level. Long Kuei had also recovered most of her injuries and flew towards Black Wind Mountain. As soon as they arrived at Black Wind Mountain, a black dragon flew out from the mountain, exuding a powerful dragon aura that intimidated Long Kuei. Luo Xingye found it interesting. Challenging the master of Black Wind Mountain in Black Wind Mountain. This black dragon is not friendly. Long Kuei's face turned ugly, frowning. Where did this bug come from, daring to occupy my Black Wind Mountain while I'm away? She looked around, her eyes filled with killing intent. Many demons had died on Black Wind Mountain, all under her command. If I'm a bug, aren't you even worse than a bug? Maggot? The black dragon smirked, with a lazy and condescending attitude. Just a dog being manipulated by others, unable to be treated well in the clan, so you come here to act recklessly? Long Kue sneered, unwilling to show weakness. A half-human, half-demon hybrid, not even qualified to become a dragon. What right do you have to lecture me? The black dragon, enraged, exerted a terrifying aura of the transcendent realm, pressing down on Long Kue. Long Kue's hidden injuries were triggered, causing internal bleeding. Do you want me to help you? Just a black dragon, I can kill him here. Luo Xingye said casually. It's a clan matter, not your concern. Long Kue, who had been frowning and even coquettish towards him, now had an unusually stubborn and cold attitude. When it came to clan matters, she was like a different person. As you wish. Luo Xingye replied indifferently. Long Kue stared coldly at the black dragon. In terms of talent, you are not even 1/10 of me. I left the dragon clan at the age of 10, reached the transcendent realm after 900 years without relying on any elders or resources from the dragon clan. And you? Born in the dragon clan, enjoying dragon clan resources, and only reaching the transcendent realm after 1200 years, Dragon Yun. Long Kue countered forcefully. Years of self-reliance had shaped her independent and assertive personality. The black dragon roared, emitting a dragon chant that pushed Long Kue back. I will not argue with you, the shame of the dragon clan. I am here today to inform you that the Dragon King's lifespan has come to an end. The battle for the new Dragon King has begun. You are the 42nd offspring of the Dragon King, theoretically eligible to compete. According to the clan rules, I am here to inform you. The black dragon named Long Yun spoke solemnly. Tell him I don't care. Long Kue said coldly. As you wish. Long Yun said, then smirked. In addition, your mother asked me to tell you that she really misses you. Long Kue's expression changed, angrily asking, are you threatening me? Long Yun had always looked down on her. How could he be kind enough to deliver a message? Don't overthink it, your mother gave me a lot of treasures, so I came to inform you out of kindness. I was going to refuse, but seeing her humble attitude, I agreed. The black dragon sneered. Long Kue's blood boiled, her killing intent soaring, but then she restrained herself in an instant. Know your place. If you dare to act today, your mother's days in the dragon clan will be even more difficult. The black dragon laughed heartily and left. Long Kue floated silently in the air, saying nothing. Gradually, a light rain began to fall from the sky, veiling the world. The misty rain covered the mountains. Long Kue remained silent in the rain, a deep sense of sadness and oppression spreading within her. Little Kue, I didn't expect your life to be so miserable. Luo Xingye said softly. Long Kue didn't say a word and flew straight into the cave in the Black Dragon Mountain. Your mother is human, right? How did you end up in the East Sea Dragon Clan? Luo Xingye actually guessed. Plundered from the human territory by that old thing. Long Kue said indifferently, sadness in her eyes. Once you recover from your injuries, with me by your side, you will be able to wash away all shame and seize the position of Dragon King. Luo Xingye said seriously. The East Sea Dragon Clan is the top power in the East Sea region and one of the top 10 demon forces in the cultivation world. Its status is on par with the North Heaven Immortal Palace in the Qingyo domain. However, half-demons are not welcomed anywhere. Even if Long Kue came to the Qingyo domain, she could only survive between the human and demon races in the Qingyo domain. If she could take the position of Dragon King in the East Sea Dragon Clan, she wouldn't have to endure this humiliation. And her cultivation as a human and ascension to immortality were within reach. I've never cared about the position of Dragon King. Long Kue said softly. She took out the spirit stones and treasures from the cave and began to heal her injuries. Half a month passed. Long Kue's injuries were completely healed, her dragon blood was full, and she was in peak condition. Luo Xingye's realm had advanced several times through blood absorption. Now, he was at the 8th level of the Lingtai realm. The condition for unlocking the ancient demon inheritance was to reach the 9th level of the Lingtai realm. We're almost there. Luo Xingye suppressed his excitement. Your realm is advancing rapidly, but the amount of spirit blood you need is increasing, and I can barely keep up with your absorption. Long Kuwei was indeed at the transcendent realm, or half-dragon body. But she had only so much blood, and she could barely withstand the blood absorption of the demon armor. Don't absorb for now, I need to go to the East Sea region, and I need to maintain my peak condition. Long Kuwei stood in the mountains, looking into the distance at the sky. Her enchanting beauty appeared lonely and sacred at this moment. She missed her mother. So, regardless of whether she participated in the struggle for the Dragon King position, she had to go back. Do you want the sacred Dragon Emperor's scripture? Luo Xingye asked. Long Kuwei's expression changed slightly. How did you get it? The sacred Dragon Emperor's scripture was the supreme technique in the Dragon Clan legend. Unfortunately, it had disappeared thousands of years ago. It was rumored that this technique had a magic spell that could break the shackles of the sacred realm, comparable to the Heavenly Emperor's scripture of the Yaoqi Heavenly Emperor. Its value was even more precious than the North Heaven Sacred Realm scripture of the North Heaven Immortal Palace in the Qingyo domain. Just tell me if you want it. Luo Xingye said. Yes. Alright, I'll give it to you. No conditions? Yes, I want to absorb spirit blood. That's fine, but do it in moderation. I don't want to be drained by you. I also want you to compete for the position of Dragon King. This. Are you afraid? Luo Xingye chuckled. Long Kuei shook her head and said softly, even if I don't have the ability, I don't want to stay in the East Sea Dragon Clan. I can help you. Luo Xingye said. I prefer to prove myself with my own strength. Long Kuei murmured, her eyes reflecting the vast world of clouds and smoke. That year, she was 10 years old. Before the age of 10, everything she saw, heard, and felt was met with cold eyes and reprimands. Even her food, clothing, shelter, and transportation depended on others' moods. She could endure all of this, except for her mother's submissive behavior towards others and other dragons during the day, enduring and swallowing her pride. She couldn't bear to see her mother secretly crying at night, murmuring about her own mother and father. That was when she realized that her usually strong mother also missed her own mother and father. She loved her mother very much. So, she chose to leave. As long as this half-dragon person left, her mother's treatment should improve significantly. At the age of just 10, with her hair in braids, she thought this way. So, on a certain night, she left the East Sea Dragon Palace. No one noticed that she had left. No one cared. It wasn't until several years later that they realized that the half-dragon, half-human hybrid was gone. And once she left, it was for 900 years. During this time, she had returned to the East Sea Dragon Clan to take her mother away. But that damned Dragon King had imprisoned her mother. He even injured her and finally banished her. Do you think you can establish yourself in the Dragon Clan by gaining some strength outside? Tell you, since you have chosen to leave the Dragon Clan, then don't come back. My Dragon Clan doesn't lack someone of your status, and I don't want a half-dragon person. The Dragon King's insults were piercing. The mockery of the dragons was vivid in her mind. At that time, she just wanted to take her mother away. At that time, she realized that her mother was just a plaything of the Dragon King. And she was only the daughter of the Dragon King by blood, but that was the extent of their relationship. If possible, I hope you can help me save my mother. Long Kuei lightly bit her lip. It's still the same condition, to compete for the position of Dragon King. Luo Xingye said. I'll try, but during the competition, I hope you won't interfere. Long Kuei said. Quite stubborn, when you're crying from being beaten, I'll see if you still need me. Luo Xingye didn't push the matter further. And that's how the conversation ended. In the end, they left. Setting off from the Qingyo domain, they boarded a spaceship and headed to the Eastern Sea domain. Along the way, Luo Xingye guided Long Kuei in mastering the sacred Dragon Emperor's techniques. And incidentally, absorbed some spiritual blood. 10 days later, they left the Qingyo domain and set foot in the Eastern Sea domain. The Eastern Sea domain was half sea, half land. The land belonged to the human race, and the sea belonged to the demon race. They had to pass through the human territory to reach the open sea. Just as they were flying over the human territory, Luo Xingye's realm reached the 9th level of the Lingtai realm. At a critical moment, it arrived. Ancient demon inheritance, do you want to activate it? Luo Xingye calmed his fluctuating emotions and clicked with his mind. Activate. Ancient demon inheritance activated. Ancient demon inheritance, currently releasing. The demon armor is absorbing. The demon armor has finished absorbing, currently activating the ancient demon form. That day, Luo Xingye flew out from Long Kuei's body. Long Kuei was stunned, looking at herself naked, and the departing demon armor. She asked in surprise, "What are you doing? Don't come looking for me, I'll be back later." Luo Xingye flew towards a distant barren mountain. "I have no clothes to wear." Long Kuei felt a chill. Women, always so dependent on me." Luo Xingye flew away, leaving Long Kuei with a dark expression. When he landed on the barren mountain, the demon armor suddenly surged with a large amount of demonic energy, spreading throughout the mountain. The entire mountain seemed eerie with demonic energy, like hell. And within the mountain, the demon armor had already transformed into flesh. A man more beautiful than a woman appeared in the center of the demonic energy. But before Luo Xingye could fully feel his body, he underwent another transformation. His eyes instantly darkened, as deep and pure as a black hole. But in the next moment, a blood-red pupil lit up in the center of his dark eyes, sinister and domineering. His skin turned dark, emitting a demonic light, mysterious and steady like the starry sky. A black vortex appeared at the center of each of the 108 acupoints on his body. Among these acupoints, 10 had not only black vortexes but also chains entwined around them, as if sealing something. Is this the body of the ancient demon? Is this the body of the ancient demon? Luo Xingye clenched his hands, feeling the surging demonic power within him, and smiled. "Oh, you actually look so handsome, I'm not disappointed." Long Kuei's voice rang out. Luo Xingye remained unfazed. He had already expected this woman to come over. "You cultivate immortality, do you mind my demonic nature?" Luo Xingye didn't even look at her, continuing to examine his own body. He inwardly observed the 108 vortexes within his body. A thought struck him. He directed a surge of demonic power into one of the black vortexes. A message appeared in his mind as follows: Divine ability, ancient demon fist, level, none, adaptable to any realm, effect, where the fist imprint lands, all will be tainted by the impurities of the ancient demon, concealed divine ability. Luo Xingye realized something and checked the other vortexes again. Another message appeared in his mind as follows: secret technique, ancient demon's breath, level, none, applicable to any realm, effect, awaken the negative emotions within living beings with the breath of the ancient demon, so that's how it works. Luo Xingye understood. I am the vortex of the 108 acupoints, various supernatural powers of ancient demons are hidden. Only 10 of them are sealed by chains, the rest can be used. Immortals and demons are of the same virtue. If I minded, I would have stopped you from possessing me long ago, Long Kuei said as she passed through the dense demonic aura, getting closer to Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye had a thought and immediately displayed the ancient demon's breath. With a single sweep of his hand in front of Long Kuei, layers of deep black mist swept over her. Long Kuei's beautiful face was curiously examining Luo Xingye's ancient demon body. Suddenly, she absorbed the mist, her expression becoming confused. In just a moment, her expression turned desolate. The demon armor, I feel like I shouldn't live in this world, I'm not worthy. The mortal realm is not worth it, Long Kuei murmured, tears welling up in her eyes. But soon, she shook her head vigorously, regaining her composure. What did you do to me? She looked at Luo Xingye in horror. Just a secret technique, Luo. Xingye smiled. Long Kuei looked at Luo Xingye suspiciously and muttered, "You are really strange." "Let's go, continue to the East Sea Dragon Palace." Luo Xingye turned around, transformed into the demon armor, and then flowed onto Long Kuei like water. The temporary clothes Long Kuei was wearing shattered and dissipated instantly. So strange, Long Kuei felt a bit uncomfortable, but thinking of Luo Xingye's beauty even surpassing that of a woman, her unease disappeared. However, she still felt a bit strange. Your face, why does it feel so familiar to me? Long Kuei muttered. Suddenly, she remembered something and exclaimed, You are Luo Xingye? The extremely evil fugitive pursued by both immortals and demons? You are mistaken. Luo Xingye has been dead for over 3,000 years, how could it be me? Haven't you noticed my eyes are red? Luo Xingye said in a deep voice. In his heart, he was shocked, damn, almost exposed. Indeed, Long Kuei fell into self-doubt. Don't overthink it, quickly return to the ship to cultivate your Holy Dragon Emperor's scripture, Luo Xingye urged. Thinking of the Holy Dragon Emperor's scripture, Long Kuei stopped overthinking and quickly returned to the spaceship. Meanwhile, Luo Xingye carefully examined his demon armor data. Master, Luo Xingye, Identity, Luo Divine Demon Armor, Realm, Lingtai Realm 9th Level, Realm Enhancement Method, Absorption of Spiritual Blood, Hardness, Qi Realm 7th Level, 0/800, reaching 800 energy points can be enhanced, Blind Box, 100 energy points to open once, Energy Points, 258, Talents, Fear, Adaptation, Control, Strengthening. Specific information can be expanded. Companion 1, Subanxia, Companion 2, Long Kuei, currently in use, current armor form, first form, Dragon. Blood Demon Armor, increases damage by 30%, Ancient Demon Form, expandable. Just as Luo Xingye was about to open it, a familiar voice came from the ship. I am Lang Xian from the North Heaven Immortal Palace. I didn't see the owner inside after approaching the spaceship, so I entered rashly. I hope you don't mind, You damn woman. Long Kuei cursed, interrupting Long Xian and directly attacking. With a bang, the entire world was enveloped in a terrifying transcendent immortal might. Luo Xingye regained his composure and saw Long Xian with her disciple Subanxia, both with dark faces, constantly retreating. Stop. Calm down. He quickly grabbed Long Kuei. Long Kuei, feeling annoyed, flicked her tail behind her and coldly returned to the ship. In the sky opposite, Lang Xian stared coldly at Long Kuei, especially at the demon armor on her, giving it a few more glances. It seems you two are quite compatible. Lang Xian said indifferently. Subanxia glanced at Lang Xian, then whispered, Second Master. Lang Xian glared at Subanxia, I brought you to the East Sea this time to broaden your horizons. Don't say things you shouldn't. Subanxia shrank her neck, stuck out her tongue behind Lang Xian's back. Have you forgotten the pain after the wound has healed? Luo Xingye's voice came out coldly. I don't want to conflict with you. This trip was invited by the East Sea Dragon Clan to observe the battle for the Dragon King. Long Kuei, you are only a half-dragon, I advise you not to go in and seek trouble. Ling Xian left a sentence and flew away with Subanxia. Find a chance to beat her up again. Long Kuei said coldly. Makes sense, Luo Xingye agreed. They boarded a spaceship and set off again, heading towards the Eastern Sea. The closer they got to their destination, the more cultivators appeared around them. Some were riding flying swords, shuttling through the clouds with immortal light shining. Others were riding war chariots, with divine light shining brightly, heading straight for the Eastern Sea. There were also great demons riding on clouds and mist. Cultivators from various races were all present. Although there were occasional conflicts between humans and demons, they were restrained towards each other. For the top forces of both human and demon races, they would also ease the conflicts between the two races. Like this time, the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan invited humans to come, naturally setting an example. Look, isn't that Long Kuei, the famous half-dragon of the Dragon Clan? She dared to come back after being thrown out of the Eastern Sea by the Dragon King last time, she's really bold. You don't know, she is the daughter of the Dragon King. Many cultivators whispered when they saw Long Kuei on the spaceship. Most of them had a gloating attitude. Long Kuei remained indifferent, unfazed. She was used to it and had anticipated this scene today. Soon, they arrived at the Eastern Sea. The Dragon Clan was there to welcome them. The Black Dragon, Long Yun, transformed into human form and was receiving Fairy Ling Xian. When he saw Long Kuei coming, his expression turned surprised, then a hint of playful smile appeared on his lips. I heard that Fairy Ling Xian was chasing after that mixed-blood creature recently. Now that she's here, do you need my help to capture it? His voice was just loud enough for Long Kuei to hear. Ling Xian frowned, feeling uncomfortable with his actions. Although she had conflicts with Long Kuei, what did it have to do with him? Long Yun took the opportunity to mock and provoke, which Ling Xian disapproved of. No need, if you find her unpleasant, you can deal with it yourself. Ling Xian coldly said, then led Su Bangxia into the sea. Long Yun's face immediately darkened, muttering coldly, ungrateful woman. You really dare to come. Long Yun looked at Long Kuei approaching, his eyes full of Ma Kori. The surrounding cultivators slowed down to watch this spectacle. Long Kuei said indifferently, at your age, still doing the tiresome work of welcoming guests, you're not having an easy time either. The lifespan limit of Transcendent Realm was 1500 years. Long Yun was already 1200 years old. At this age, one should be attempting to break through to the Sage Realm for more lifespan, or give up cultivation and enjoy old age. Yet Long Yun was still at the gate welcoming guests. This clearly touched a sore spot for Long Yun. You despicable creature, neither human nor demon, coming to the Dragon Palace this time, don't think about leaving. Long Yun said coldly with a look of disgust and a sense of superiority. As a dragon, he naturally felt superior to half-dragons like Long Kuei. Cherish your life, don't always seek attention, living too repressed will lead to an early death. Long Kuei said coldly with a smile. It had to be said that every time Long Kuei spoke, she hit the nail on the head. Facing the gazes of the cultivators watching the show, Long Yun couldn't tolerate the insulting words of the Dragon Clan. Suppressing his killing intent, Long Yun stared at Long Kuei and said coldly, living repressed? As a member of the Dragon Clan, there is no such thing as repression. This seat will live longer and happier than you. Luo Xingye's heart stirred, immediately using the ancient demon's secret technique Ancient Demon's Breath. Interpretation, secret technique, Ancient Demon's Breath, level, none, applicable to any realm, effect, blowing the Ancient Demon's Breath awakens the negative emotions in the heart of living beings. Dark black mist emanated from Long Kuei's dragon blood armor. Long Yun was completely focused on how to teach Long Kuei a lesson, completely unaware. He took a breath. Then, Long Yun's eyes lost their ferocity, gradually becoming confused. Gradually, his expression seemed to age several years, becoming more weathered. He recalled the sadness of his life, being called back and forth by other dragons of the Dragon Clan, yet not daring to speak up. It's too hard, I'm too hard. Long Yun muttered, as he spoke, the suppressed emotions in his heart for many years suddenly burst forth. Tears quickly welled up in his eyes. Long Kuei saw this, her expression stunned, then she remembered something, held back a smile, and quickly moved away from Long Yun. She flew to the side, making way. A tiger-headed demon, riding on a cloud, approached Long Yun. Although the East Sea is vast, one can enter from anywhere. But this place is the habitat of the Dragon Clan, so one must follow the rules. The Dragon Clan welcomes guests, so the tiger-headed demon approached. Just as he passed by, he saw Long Yun, a manly man, with tears streaming down his face, lamenting, I'm too hard, the pressure is too great lately. The third prince and the ninth princess treat me like a slave every day, and I'm already 1200 years old. The more he spoke, the more aggrieved his crying became. The cultivators watching around were all wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. Long Yun, however, did not notice, or rather, he simply did not care. The breakdown of an adult is often silent and without warning. Long Yun wiped away the tears in his eyes with his hand. He cried, I hate myself so much, I'm so useless, I've been bossed around my whole life. Brother, tell me, I'm already at the 4th level of transcendence, why do I still have to be bossed around? I live in too much suppression, I'm too hard, I. At this point, Long Yun's body trembled, gradually coming to his senses. Then he saw the tiger-headed demon, looking at him in horror. Me? What did I say? Long Yun's voice gradually changed, his lips moved, and he found them salty. Those were tears. Boom! Long Yun suddenly remembered what he had said. His body began to tremble. It was at this moment that the tiger-headed demon added, "You said you're too hard, the pressure is too great lately. Social death comes unexpectedly." This time, Long Yun completely collapsed. The group of cultivators around him all admired him. They wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. If they had to say something, they could only say, "Impressive." However, there were still kind-hearted cultivators. "Brother, lighten up, don't be too suppressed." A cultivator sighed, then, holding back a smile, entered the East Sea. "Resign from your position, you're getting old, go travel and enjoy the beauty of the world, don't tie yourself down in the Dragon Palace, oh, lighten up." A cultivator held back a smile but comforted with a smile on his face. Surrounded by all the cultivators, Long Yun gradually lost his color and turned into a pale gray. Long Kuei lightly laughed in her heart, but on the surface, she smiled at Long Yun, saying, "I told you not to be too suppressed, live your own life." After saying this, she flew into the East Sea, her figure leaping with joy. Long Kuei was very happy. Not far away, a veiled woman quietly watched Long Kuei leave. Or rather, her gaze was fixed on the clothes on Long Kuei's body. "Is this your doing? It's a very unique method, Mo-ja, I'm getting more and more interested in you," she murmured softly. "The Phoenix female saint is here too," a demon exclaimed as he looked at the veiled woman. The veiled woman disappeared in an instant, as if she didn't want too much attention. The Dragon Palace is deep in the sea. Long Kuei did not follow the other cultivators straight to the main gate of the Dragon Palace. Instead, she bypassed the gate and entered from the side. "This place is sealed, please enter from the front if you have come from afar." A shrimp soldier blocked the way. "Make way, it's the 42nd princess." A one-eyed crab approached, bowing respectfully to Long Kuei. "You are?" Long Kuei looked suspiciously at the crab. In the Dragon Palace, there were few demons who treated her with such respect, making her feel uneasy. "Princess Long Kuei, you may not know that I am quite normal. I am the guard of the Dragon Mother's palace. I once made a mistake and almost got beheaded, but your mother, the current Dragon Mother, saved me." The one-eyed crab smiled faintly. Long Kuei suddenly put away the coldness in her eyes and smiled lightly, saying, "Thank you. It's what I should do. The Dragon Queen is in the palace now. I will open the gates for you." The one-eyed crab opened a gap in the formation, then opened the gates and escorted Long Kuei into the Dragon Queen's palace. Not long after Long Kuei left, a young man in a light golden dragon robe approached. "Dare to bring someone into the Dragon Queen's palace without permission, have you forgotten my father's orders?" Slap. The young man had dragon horns on his head, a dignified expression on his face, and exuded the aura of a pure-blooded dragon. "Yes, third prince," he ordered, and the guards beside him stepped forward and beat the one-eyed crab until his face was covered in blood. The one-eyed crab glanced at the shrimp soldiers behind the young man, knowing that his subordinates had betrayed him, feeling angry and helpless. "Third prince, the person who entered is Princess Long Kuei, not an outsider," the one-eyed crab explained cautiously. "Princess Long Kuei? You call her a princess?" The third prince sneered, and as he laughed, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He slapped the one-eyed crab, knocking him unconscious on the ground. "Is she worthy?" The third prince sneered. Dragon Queen's palace. Long Kuei's mother, with a gentle and delicate temperament, looked beautiful but with a perpetual sadness and sorrow in her eyes. When Luo Xingye first saw Long Kuei's mother, he thought she was so beautiful. After 900 years, still so young and beautiful, she must have taken the dragon blood pill to preserve her youth, Luo Xingye recalled. At that time, the current old dragon king was just a dragon prince. Due to his murderous intentions and evil thoughts towards Luo Xingye, he was beaten by Luo Xingye for 3 days and nights. Finally, the dragon clan offered the dragon blood pill to redeem him. "Mother." Long Kuei's voice was tender, tears welling up in her eyes. "Kuei, after 300 years, you have finally come." The Dragon Queen wept. Alone in the cold palace, she missed her daughter day and night. She lived too tired and too painful. "Kuei, mother misses you so much." The Dragon Queen cried sincerely and painfully. Her beloved daughter, her only concern, her only spiritual support, was Long Kuei. Unable to bear her mother's crying, Long Kuei hugged her and said, "This time, I will leave, and I will take you with me." "Who do you want to take away?" A cold voice came from the doorway. Long Kuei and Luo Xingye turned to see an old man with a weathered face, dressed in a golden dragon robe, walking towards them. Behind the old man were the third prince and the young man and woman with dragon horns. "It's him!" Luo Xingye confirmed that the old man in front of him was the dragon prince who he had beaten for 3 days and nights. He was now the old dragon king. "I wonder if that nerve of his has grown back," Luo Xingye thought to himself. Long Kuei's mother's face changed. She pulled Long Kuei behind her, her face pale as she said, "I'm not leaving, I will never leave, I will stay in the Dragon Queen's palace, it has nothing to do with Kuei." Long Kuei stared hatefully at the old Dragon King, recalling the past, anger rising in her heart. She coldly said, "You selfish." Long Kuei's mother quickly covered her mouth, her eyes pleading with the old Dragon King. The old Dragon King glared at Long Kuei, a light emanating from him turned into a slap, sending Long Kuei flying as punishment. "It's been thousands of years since I last beat this guy, my skin is itching again." Luo Xingye stared at the old Dragon King, feeling a chill in his heart. "You have the nerve to come back? For your mother's sake, get out. Don't come back to the East Sea Dragon Palace," the old Dragon King said coldly. Behind him, a group of princes and princesses looked at Long Kuei with amusement, as if they were looking at livestock. "Father King, disable her cultivation to prevent future chaos and bring shame to the Dragon Clan." The 9th princess pointed at Long Kuei, coldly saying. The 3rd prince frowned slightly and said, "We are all connected by blood, there is no need for this." The 9th princess smiled coldly without saying a word. The reason the king came here was because of the 3rd prince's notification. He was a hypocrite, saying one thing in front of people and another behind their backs. "The king has spoken, you may leave. Do not return to the East Sea Dragon Palace." The 3rd prince looked calmly at Long Kuei. With a condescending gaze, Long Kuei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, slowly stood up, and stared angrily at the old Dragon King. It was this old thing that had ruined her mother's life. She hated him. "It seems like you still don't accept it? Do you really think that after mixing outside for 900 years and becoming extraordinary, you can come to the Dragon Clan to show off?" The powerful aura of the old Dragon King pressed down on Long Kuei's body, making cracking sounds as she spoke. "Kuei, please leave, your mother is begging you." Long Kuei's mother pleaded, afraid that Kuei would make a big mistake in her impulsiveness. "I will participate in the competition for the new Dragon King. According to the rules of the clan, I am eligible to participate." Long Kuei was very stubborn, holding her ground under the pressure of the aura, facing the old Dragon King directly. "Just based on you?" The eldest prince sneered. "Someone who can't even transform into a dragon, is she even worthy?" The 2nd princess scrutinized Long Kuei. The old Dragon King stared at Long Kuei and said indifferently, "What is your purpose? Are you planning to become the Dragon King and make the Dragon Clan a joke and disgrace in the cultivation world? Do I need a reason to participate in the competition for the new Dragon King?" Long Kuei said coldly. "Fine, very ambitious. I won't change the rules of the clan, you can participate, but I don't like it." The old Dragon King nodded coldly, then suddenly reached out and pierced Long Kuei's forehead with a finger, shattering her spiritual platform. What is a cultivator? Gathering chi in the body is called the essence chi realm. When the essence chi condenses into mist, and the mist solidifies into a platform, it is called the spiritual platform realm. Above the spiritual platform, there is a sea of clouds, known as the Cloud Sea realm. In the depths of the Cloud Sea is the Heavenly Gate, known as the Heavenly Gate realm. When the Heavenly Gate opens to reveal the extraordinary, it is called the Extraordinary realm. At this moment, the spiritual platform shattered, losing its foundation, followed by the dispersal of the Cloud Sea, the collapse of the Heavenly Gate, and the fall from the Extraordinary realm. Long Kuei's head tilted back, and blood flowed from the hole in her forehead. Her expression slightly blank. When she came to, she found herself back at the extraordinary 2nd stage realm after enduring 900 years of setbacks. completely disabled. The building collapsed, becoming a ruin. She was like that building, collapsing with a bang, leaving only a mess behind. The old Dragon King looked on indifferently, unmoved. The prince and princesses relaxed, showing joy and satisfaction in their eyes. "I wish you success, my dear daughter," said the old Dragon King as he left. The prince and princesses also left. In the end, Long Kuei, heavily injured, barely managed to control herself and walked out of the Dragon Mother's palace. If she didn't leave now, she would be thrown out by the old Dragon King's men. So, Long Kuei forcibly left the Dragon Mother's palace, leaving her mother behind, crying helplessly and despairingly inside the palace. "Long Ao, you are ruthless," Luoxingyi said in a cold voice. Long Ao's finger indirectly injured Moji. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he noticed a corpse lying outside the Dragon Mother's palace. The body of the one-eyed crab general was pierced by a long sword and had long been dead. Luoxingyi remembered that the sword was similar to the one carried by the guards around the third prince. "Moji, am I useless now?" Long Kuei's soul trembled within her body. "Not completely useless, although your spiritual platform is shattered, causing your realm to fall back to the Essence Chi realm. But your realm was already very high, even if it collapsed, you still have a lot of residual power. Currently, you still have the strength of the Cloud Sea realm," Luoxingyi said. But Long Kuei knew that she was finished. Even though she had the strength of the Cloud Sea realm, she had no chance to cultivate again. She cried. The extraordinary realm she had accumulated over 900 years of bitterness was shattered by her father. She never expected that her father would be so heartless. "I just want to take my mother away," she cried helplessly. "Be strong, the woman I have chosen." Luoxingyi always seemed optimistic no matter what. "Next, I will perform a special secret technique to temporarily restore your realm to the extraordinary realm. During this time, I will be in a deep sleep. When I wake up, I hope to see you wearing a dragon robe, standing on the dragon throne, overlooking the Eastern Palace," Luoxingyi said calmly. Long Kuei's soul trembled. "When will you wake up?" "I don't know when I will wake up, it may take a long time." "Why did you save me?" Long Kuei was so moved that her soul was trembling. In the past, she thought that Mo Jia was the kind of carefree, unscrupulous, heartless character who had no feelings for her. So she couldn't understand why Mo Jia would save her. "I want to save you, no need for a reason, just because I want to save you. If I have to give a reason, it's because I want to beat Long Ao again." Luo Xingye laughed heartily. Gradually the laughter faded. Only strands of information appeared in his mind. Secret technique, ancient demon seed, level, none, applicable to any realm. Effect, the ancient demon buries its own lifeblood, waiting for it to break through the earth and be reborn. Activate the ancient demon seed, choose to bury it in Long Kuei's body. The power of the lifeblood has been buried, and is now revitalizing. Due to being buried in Long Kuei's body, her vitality is renewed, and her realm is reshaped. Before long, his laughter was no longer heard. And Long Kuei also felt her own changes. The collapsed spiritual platform was repaired as if by sewing, and the shaky structure was rebuilt. The sea of clouds on the spiritual platform returned. In the depths of the clouds, the heavenly gate reappeared. The gate opened on its own. Extraordinary power surged into her body. Long Kuei re-entered the realm of the extraordinary. And Luo Xingye fell into a deep sleep. The armor on Long Kuei's body began to shrink, turning into a conical pendant hanging on her chest, ancient and silent. Dragon scales appeared on her body to cover it. "You jerk!" Long Kuei murmured, tears falling on the pendant as she held it in her hands. No one in this world could see through Luo Xingye. Long Kuei couldn't understand him either. But when the armor fell asleep, she could empathize a little. This guy, on the surface, was playful and not serious, but internally, he could be described as lonely. Just like her former self, who trusted no one, was wary of everyone, and lived cautiously. It wasn't until she became stronger that she had the confidence to interact with others. But she knew she was still very lonely, spending most of her time alone. If she could meet a friend or loved one worth trusting, she wouldn't want anything to happen to them, right? Soulless, soulless. Long Kuei cried, tightly holding the conical pendant, crying and cursing. After crying for a long time, she got up, took a lingering look at the Dragon Mother Palace, and walked towards the main gate of the Dragon Palace. She wanted to go where there were more people, at least then Long Ao wouldn't openly attack her. This time, she was determined to seize the position of the new Dragon King. For Emoja, for her mother, for herself, she would fiercely slap the face of the old Dragon King. But before she reached the main gate of the Dragon Palace, a veiled woman blocked her path. "Hey, where are your clothes?" the veiled woman asked softly. "I threw them away." Long Kuei's heart tightened when she mentioned Emoja, so she quickly found an excuse. The woman didn't say anything, seemingly assessing her, and after a while, she sighed softly. "Your realm was originally irreversible collapse, but now it has been forcibly restored." She looked at the conical pendant on Long Kuei's chest. Long Kuei didn't say anything and took a detour. The veiled woman did not stop her, but watched Long Kuei leave. After a long time, she whispered, "If Emoja can completely restore your realm, it means Emojia's ability is comparable to the Emperor of Heaven, then this seat is willing to be possessed by the demon and wear the armor. Let's wait and see." The veiled woman spoke softly, then took a few steps and slowly disappeared from the spot. At this moment, in the main hall of the Dragon Palace, many cultivators had gathered. Long Ao was sitting in the main seat, speaking about the need for harmony between humans and demons, and then about the contest for the new Dragon King. Around him sat powerful figures from both human and demon races. Only the Holy Realm Grandmasters can be on par with Long Ao. They are the top experts in the cultivation world. Below them are the descendants of the Dragon King. When Long Kuei entered the main gate and stepped into the main hall, no one paid attention to her. Long Ao casually glanced over and then ignored her. But suddenly, his head stiffened, then he turned in surprise, staring deeply at Long Kuei. This unusual behavior caught the attention of all the cultivators. They turned their heads to look at Long Kuei. Most of the cultivators, upon seeing that it was Long Kuei, the daughter whom the Dragon King did not recognize and abandoned, also a disgrace to the Dragon Clan, looked at her with meaningful eyes. It seems that the Dragon King is very surprised by Long Kuei's arrival. Things are getting interesting. I wonder how the Dragon Clan will treat Long Kuei. Many cultivators whispered to each other. Long Kuei looked coldly at the old Dragon King and sneered, surprised? The old Dragon King said nothing, just gazed deeply at her. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and ignored Long Kuei. No one attended to her either. She simply found an empty desk in a corner and sat down. She's here too. Long Kuei frowned. The veiled woman was sitting on the side of the Dragon King's seat, sipping wine, seemingly indifferent to everything. Great Holy Realm. Long Kuei judged the woman's strength from where she was sitting. She made a mental note of this person and became wary. Suddenly, she felt something and saw the third prince, ninth princess, and the crown prince looking at her with surprise and hostility. Long Kuei, how did you restore your cultivation? The ninth princess transmitted her voice, her tone cold and commanding. Long Kuei ignored her directly. If you don't answer this, princess, do you want to die? The ninth princess said coldly. If you dare not respond to this, princess, you are asking for trouble. The ninth princess threatened Long Kuei with a cold look. How did you restore your cultivation, dragon sister? The third prince transmitted gently. Was it your people who killed the one-eyed crab guarding the Dragon Mother's palace? Long Kuei responded coldly. If you don't kill, it will be blamed on you by the king. You should understand that. The third prince held a wineglass, took a sip, appearing nonchalant and unconcerned. No wonder you became a prince, your cunning is the most disgusting. Long Kuei sneered. The other princes and princesses also transmitted their voices, but she ignored them all, angering them, and they threatened her with their eyes. You can't say such things, it will cause trouble. The third prince transmitted his voice, looking calmly at Long Kuei, releasing an invisible pressure. I will ask you again, how did you restore your cultivation? I can overlook your previous disrespect. The third prince transmitted again, smiling calmly when looking at Long Kuei. The third prince's questioning through voice transmission seemed gentle and friendly on the surface, with a light smile. Long Kuei glanced at him and suddenly spoke, "If you have something to ask, just ask directly, why threaten through voice transmission?" Her voice was loud, attracting the attention of many cultivators, who then followed her gaze to the third prince. The third prince's face stiffened, and he calmly said, "Dragon sister, the Dragon Palace invited all the grandmasters here. You should follow the rules of the Dragon Clan and not make loud noises, tarnishing the image of the Dragon Clan." This unexpected turn of events was quite harsh. "You're used to being wild outside," the ninth princess added, to retaliate against Long Kuei's previous rudeness. "So I should communicate with you all through voice transmission, secretly threatening and questioning me?" Long Kuei coldly smiled. She was very angry. The demon armor was asleep because of this incident, her mother was trapped in the Dragon Mother's palace, and her cultivation was also destroyed by her father. These people still wanted to threaten her. She couldn't take it. The third prince narrowed his eyes and indifferently said, "Mind your manners, dragon sister. I curse your whole family. If you have something to say it directly. Sneakily threatening and questioning behind my back, is this your usual style as a prince?" Long Kuei's temper flared, leaving the cultivators present in awe. The third prince's face was already dark at this time. As a dragon of the supreme demon race and a prince-level dragon, not many dared to speak to him in such a manner. Generally, with a few pressing remarks, most people wouldn't dare to speak out against him. Long Kuei was not worried about whether he would seek revenge after this incident passed. However, the third prince thought about his reputation and decided to explain gently. But before he could speak, the ninth princess spoke up, "Every time you come back, you embarrass yourself. If you don't like it, why bother coming to the Dragon Clan?" The ninth princess was someone who couldn't handle provocation. Although she didn't get along with the third prince, she couldn't stand Long Kuei's defiance. "Embarrassing myself?" Long Kuei stood up, looked at the indifferent old Dragon King, and sneered, "Doesn't it count as embarrassing oneself when the Dragon King ruins his daughter's cultivation?" The expressions of the cultivators changed, and a commotion erupted. At that moment, many divine senses locked onto Long Kuei. Most cultivators couldn't perceive it, only knowing that Long Kuei's cultivation was still intact. A few powerful cultivators noticed that Long Kuei's cultivation was unstable, like a crumbling building that was somehow held together. They were surprised by how Long Kuei managed to maintain her cultivation after it was supposedly ruined. Demon armor? Ling Xian immediately thought of this possibility. The ninth princess was shocked and dared not speak, cautiously looking at the king. The third prince and others also kept quiet, fearing that things might escalate and affect them. They only wanted to ask a question, but they didn't expect Long Kuei to reveal the truth. Wasn't she afraid of being publicly condemned by the king after speaking out? It was at this moment that the old Dragon King spoke, "With your current strength, you are not qualified to say such things. Nor are you qualified to resist." The Dragon King's cold voice and powerful aura quieted the hall. However, it indirectly acknowledged that Long Kuei's cultivation had indeed been ruined by the Dragon King. The reason for its restoration was unknown. Nevertheless, since no one had witnessed it firsthand, and the Dragon King had not directly admitted to it, the impact was not profound, and it was dismissed as rumors. "If I were to win the position of Dragon King in the competition, would I be qualified then?" Long Kuei asked coldly. "It seems you are impatient?" The Dragon King stood up, his weathered face exuding authority and aloofness. Long Kuei stared back indifferently. Unconsciously, her hand gripped the conical pendant on her chest, as if it provided some reassurance. The cultivators present were all powerful individuals from various regions, and she didn't believe that the Dragon King would dare to ruin her publicly again. If he did, and the news spread, the Dragon Clan's reputation would be tarnished with labels of deceit and ugliness. The esteemed status of the demon race, which the Dragon Clan prided itself on, would not tolerate such behavior. Although there were signs of this trend now, since no one had witnessed Long Kuei's cultivation being ruined, the situation was not considered severe. After all, there was a big difference between words and actions. "Very well, I will indulge you. The Dragon King glanced at the cultivators present and said solemnly, "You have all come from afar, honoring the face of the Dragon clan. However, one of my sons is unruly and ignorant of manners, causing a disturbance in the Dragon Palace, which has become a subject of ridicule. In that case, this dragon feast cannot continue. Let us proceed directly to the next stage and initiate the early start of the competition for the position of Dragon King." Many cultivators smiled and agreed with the Dragon King's decision. The Dragon King waved his hand, and the hall lit up with the light of a teleportation array. "You need not worry. We will now be transported to the deep-sea battlefield of the Dragon Clan," the Dragon King explained. With many powerful cultivators present, everyone felt reassured. All the cultivators were then transported to a vast underwater area. There was a huge membrane here that separated the seawater, creating a massive battlefield. The cultivators gathered at the edge of the battlefield, while the Dragon King's 53 heirs assembled in the center. They transformed into human forms, each carrying the blood of the true dragon, with dragon horns symbolizing the dragon race on their heads. Except for Longkuei. She seemed human but not human, with no dragon horns on her forehead, a tail behind her, and dragon scales on her skin. Although she had a strange beauty, there was a huge difference from the true dragon. The battle for the Dragon King is not only a contest of strength but also requires sufficient prestige. Before the battle begins, I need each of you to establish your own camps. Whether dragon race or outsiders, all can enter your camp. I need to see how much influence you have and whether you can serve as the new Dragon King." The old Dragon King spoke, his voice spreading throughout the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. For a moment, the 53 descendants each flew to open spaces, using their own methods to win over others. This is also one of the abilities that a leader must possess. Next, from the highest true dragons in the Dragon Palace to the sea monsters with important positions, they all came here to support the prince or princess they had chosen. This was like factions lining up, and everyone was cautious. The third prince had the most support behind him, with the greatest influence. Large numbers of true dragons came to his camp, overshadowing his other siblings. Next were the 9th princess and the 1st prince. Following them were the 2nd princess and the 4th prince. The rest of the princes and princesses had many true dragons and sea monsters behind them, but they were mostly from their own factions. The most eye-catching among them was Longkuei. There was no one behind her. Although outsiders could also support her, few cultivators would actually get involved in such important matters of the dragon race. At this moment, she was both conspicuous and striking. Faced with many cold glances and silent ridicule, the Phoenix Saint, who was on the same level as the Dragon King, took the initiative. "I have faith in you." The veiled woman took a step forward and came to Longkuei's side with a faint smile. Strictly speaking, she had faith not in Longkuei but in the armor that seemed to have transformed into a conical necklace. The second of the 10 most ferocious beasts of the demon race, the dragon and the phoenix. It was the supreme among the demon race. The Phoenix Saint was the strongest in the Phoenix Holy Land, with such terrifying influence that a stomp of her foot could shake the cultivation world. Her choice represented the attitude of the Phoenix Holy Land. Even the dragon race had to treat it with caution. She had been silent all along, but at this moment, she chose to support Longkuei. This puzzled all the cultivators and shocked them. With a heavyweight figure standing behind her, Longkuei appeared surprised and vigilant. Subconsciously, she covered the conical necklace, fearing it would be taken by the female saint. Just as all the cultivators were shocked, Subanxia unexpectedly flew towards Longkuei. Ling Xian, caught off guard, saw her own disciple do such a thing. "Come back." Ling Xian flew over with a dark face to stop Subanxia, but it was too late. Her actions were seen by other cultivators as if she was also flying to Longkuei's camp. The cultivators were even more shocked. Weren't they at odds? Why did Ling Xian go to Longkuei's camp? The Northern Heaven Immortal Palace was the supreme holy land of the human race, equal in status to the dragon race. Her choice also had a great influence. "I support the second master," Subanxia whispered. Ling Xian was so angry that she couldn't speak, but she couldn't leave either, so she stood by Longkuei's side. "Are you here for the armor?" The Phoenix Saint transmitted her voice to Ling Xian. Senior, Ling Xian is. Ling Xian couldn't explain with a black face. The Phoenix Saint understood from her repeated affirmations that she had indeed come for the armor. Unfortunately, I have made up my mind, and you won't get it. The Phoenix Saint remained composed on the surface but had many thoughts in her mind. Longkue held the conical necklace in her hands, wary of Ling Xian and the Phoenix Saint. These two seductive and scheming women wouldn't dare to covet my armor. Phoenix, are you serious about this? The old Dragon King looked at the Phoenix Saint in amazement. Although you are half-dragon, do you still have the qualifications to be chosen with dragon blood? The Phoenix Saint said calmly. Yes. The old Dragon King glanced at Ling Xian again, then looked towards the seats. At this moment, the big shots of the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace were sitting there, their mouths twitching. But it also made a certain figure from the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace take a closer look at Ling Xian. She actually chose Dragon Kuei. It seems she has figured out that it wasn't Dragon Kuei who harmed Subanxia. As this figure thought about it, a cold light flashed in their eyes. In this battle for selection, the 6 with the widest influence will be chosen as participants. The words of the old Dragon King caused the faces of the 53 descendants to change slightly. Before this, no one knew that the Dragon King would arrange the battle for selection in this way. At this moment, they understood. Only those with the greatest influence were qualified to participate. Most of them were just cannon fodder, going through the motions. When the Crown Prince, Second Princess, Third Prince, Fourth Prince, and Ninth Princess walked out, the gazes of the remaining descendants were complex, but also resigned. However, when Dragon Kuei also walked out, the more than 40 descendants clearly showed their dissatisfaction. Father King, I refuse to accept it. What qualifications does a mere half-dragon have to participate in the battle? The 5th prince stood up, coldly pointing at Dragon Kuei. The other princes and princesses who were also dissatisfied stood up one after another, directing their conflict towards Dragon Kuei. The Dragon King indifferently said, those who are dissatisfied can prove themselves with their own strength. If you can win, you can replace Dragon Kuei. The implication was clear, if you are not satisfied with Dragon Kuei, then defeat her. Immediately, 9 descendants stood up. The strength of most of the descendants was not actually high. These 9 had basically reached the transcendent realm, which was why they dared to challenge Dragon Kuei. Isn't this method unreasonable? Letting her fight against so many transcendents will consume a lot of her strength. In the subsequent battles, she will have no strength left. The Phoenix female saint frowned. Although she was interested in the magic armor, she didn't care about Dragon Kuei. But this matter was a bit excessive, prompting her to speak out a few more words. Even Ling Xian furrowed her brows slightly. The Dragon King looked indifferently at Dragon Kuei and said lightly, if you don't have the ability, then withdraw on your own. This wave was called intentional harassment. Dragon Kuei coldly said, I have set my sights on your position. Ambitious. The Dragon King smiled faintly. I'll go first. The 5th prince stepped forward to battle. He was at the first level of the Transcendent Realm, although not as high as Dragon Kuei's second level of the Transcendent Realm. However, Dragon Kuei's realm was unstable, giving him a chance. Can you transform into a dragon? The 5th prince laughed sternly, taking a step forward and immediately transforming into a red true dragon, a kilometer in length. For a moment, the dragon's might was overwhelming, shaking the entire battlefield. Do you need to transform into a dragon to kill you? Dragon Kuei's blood boiled, her body glowing, and she clashed with the red dragon's might. Ling Xian, who had stepped aside, knew that Dragon Kuei had the magic armor, and once the magic armor took control of Dragon Kuei's body, none of the transcendents present would be her match. Humph, second master, come out and help quickly, Subanxia muttered to herself. In her mind, as long as the second master appeared, all the cultivators present would be trash. Roar! A golden dragon's shadow flew out from Dragon Kuei's body, striking the red dragon. She activated the Saint Dragon Emperor's technique, her combat power vastly improved compared to before, and within a few moves, she had the red dragon lying on the ground, admitting defeat. My turn. Another prince stepped forward to battle, directly transforming into a dragon, spewing dragon breath to suppress Dragon Kuei. A golden light appeared on Dragon Kuei's body as she moved like a rainbow in the void, dodging the dragon breath. Her fists covered in dragon scales, she struck the dragon's head, sparking clashes. For a moment, divine light overflowed, and her divine power spread in all directions. In the end, she pushed the Saint Dragon Emperor's technique to its limit, turning into a golden humanoid creature and breaking off the dragon horn of that prince with a punch. It wasn't until she grabbed the prince's dragon tail and smashed him to the ground that he finally admitted defeat. The more the Dragon King watched, the darker his expression became. The third prince and others had cold expressions, their eyes filled with even more killing intent. At this moment, 2 of the 9 challengers had retreated. The remaining 7 showed signs of wanting to retreat, not wanting to be suppressed by a half-dragon, which would be too embarrassing. You and I will go together. A princess observed the situation and saw that the king was very unhappy, so she immediately came up with a plan, pulling in a prince to prepare for a 2-on-1 battle. The prince hesitated. Do you no longer want to compete for the position of Dragon King? The princess took a step forward, immediately transforming into a dragon, her dragon claws striking at Dragon Kuei. Following her, the prince also transformed into a dragon and joined in attacking Dragon Kuei. This action caused a great uproar. Dragon King, this is inappropriate, the Phoenix Fairy Saint spoke up. Challenges have no restrictions, the Dragon King responded indifferently. Upon hearing this, the remaining 5 challengers' eyes lit up. We can't let them get ahead of us. The 5 challengers immediately entered the scene, aiming to defeat Dragon Kuei first. If Dragon Kuei was defeated by other dragons, the rest would have no chance. In an instant, the 7 challengers, each extraordinary, launched a joint attack to suppress Dragon Kuei. The Dragon King remained indifferent to this. Even the onlooking cultivators, who had maintained a silent stance, began to feel some dissatisfaction. Dragon Kuei was struck by a claw, causing a huge wound on her right arm with visible bones. Before she could react, a dragon tail swept in, sending her flying and nearly breaking her spine. Will you surrender? A dragon breathed dragon breath, engulfing Dragon Kuei, while speaking. This dragon wanted to disqualify Dragon Kuei. However, the other dragons would not allow it. They all rushed forward, bombarding Dragon Kuei. Will you surrender? Surrender to me, and I will spare your life. The challengers' voices echoed on the battlefield. Dragon Kuei's long hair was soaked in blood, her face covered in blood. She barely dodged the dragon breath, watching as the 7 true dragons attacked. She coughed up blood, smiled faintly, and hoarsely said, killing 1 is not a loss, killing 2 is a gain. Bastard, I won't let you sleep in vain. How dare you? Kill her. The 7 extraordinary true dragons, burning with anger, used all their strength to tear Dragon Kuei apart. Sister Dragon Kuei, call second master, call second master. Subanksia had been hoping for second master to appear, but even as Dragon Kuei was seriously injured, there was no sign of him, causing her to panic and shout out loud. Call second master, call second master. Subanksia's shouting caused some people to frown, but it didn't attract too much attention. The 7 dragons surrounding Dragon Kuei remained the most glaring presence on the battlefield. Boom! A blast of dragon breath incinerated Dragon Kuei. She was heavily pushed to the ground, creating a large pit. In a moment of clarity amidst unconsciousness, she instinctively dodged forward, turning into golden light and flying away rapidly. Will you surrender? A true dragon swung its tail, fiercely slamming Dragon Kuei to the ground, the sound of bones breaking heard. Since birth, I have lost all dignity. Dragon Kuei shook her head, blood splattering like raindrops, rolling on the ground, dodging another dragon's claw. What else do I have to lose now? She turned into golden light, soaring into the sky, unleashing a powerful force, smashing a dragon's horn with a backhand punch. But at a heavy cost, she was struck by 3 dragons, breaking her left arm and leaving a gash on her back, blood gushing out like a fountain. You gave me a chance to rebuild my realm, how can I bow down? She struggled to evade each attack, her body covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. For the first time in 900 years, someone is willing to sacrifice themselves just to preserve my realm. I don't want to disappoint you either. Dragon Kuei suddenly chuckled lightly, exuding a poignant beauty. Despite being surrounded by 7 dragons, her aura overwhelmed her, blood splattered on the ground, she still stood tall, seeking every opportunity to counterattack. Ling Xian's expression changed as she witnessed Dragon Kuei fighting so desperately for the first time. Initially, she had chased after Dragon Kuei, who had fled in fear. But now, Dragon Kuei was facing death without surrender. Is this still the same Dragon Kuei? Sister Dragon Kuei, call second master. Subanksia murmured, watching Dragon Kuei being attacked by the dragons, covered in blood, yet still resisting, feeling deeply shaken and trembling. The Phoenix Fairy Saint's expression was cold as she glanced at the Dragon King, noticing a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, which made her snort in disdain. She was also puzzled as to why the magic armor had not appeared. Could there have been some unexpected changes? Admit defeat, a powerful cultivator sighed. Even the foreign cultivators couldn't bear to watch. This statement also made the Dragon King glance at the powerful cultivator, then his face showed impatience, and he said coldly, "Let's make it quick, both I and everyone else can't wait too long." This statement was also indirectly urging his 7 descendants to quickly kill Long Kuei to avoid being laughed at. Boom! The 7 true dragons, their eyes all turned red, in their eagerness to be the first to kill Long Kuei, unleashed all their power. Each of them radiated divine light, their pressure shaking the entire scene, causing the entire seabed to tremble slightly. They charged through the void. Even if there were millions of mountains ahead, they couldn't resist their overwhelming force. From all directions, they attacked Long Kuei, the dragon claws already bursting with brilliant divine light. She is my prey. Long Kuei, the shame of the dragon race, die for me. The giant dragons roared, the sea churned, and the divine light raged. Long Kuei, with her delicate body, her left arm hanging limp, trembling as she stood up. She had reached her limit and had no strength left to dodge. She could only watch as the 7 dragons approached, then smiled softly. Even if she admitted defeat at this moment, it seemed she couldn't escape their overwhelming killing intent. No, she had never thought of admitting defeat. "Mother, I'm sorry, the magic armor has let you down." Long Kuei murmured, closed her eyes as if accepting her fate. She calmed the boiling of her blood and stopped the operation of her techniques. At this moment, she felt the world becoming quiet. Quiet enough to hear her own breathing. Quiet enough to feel the conical pendant on her chest, which had started beating like a heart at some point. "Is it you?" Long Kuei's ethereal state of mind whispered softly. "You are so useless, you still need me to help you." The conical pendant let out a sigh, the voice full of magnetism and steadiness. As if any danger that appeared couldn't shake the sense of security in that voice. Damn it! Long Kuei thought she was hallucinating, a final fantasy before death. She chuckled lightly and fell to the ground. At that moment, a BGM, passionate duelist, the conical pendant on the woman's chest swayed slightly, then with a loud bang, burst into a towering black light. The black light repelled the siege of the 7 dragons, a terrifying aura of divine soul power radiated in all directions with the black light, as if it could shake the entire world. Boom! All the black light converged in an instant, turning into a beam of light that pierced through the seabed, breaking through the thin film separating the seawater, rushing out of the sea and connecting to the sky. This dreadful omen seemed to be waiting for the arrival of a god. At that moment, Long Kuei, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly exerted force at her waist and stood up straight. The conical pendant on her body disintegrated, turning into streams of blood-red magma that flowed over Long Kuei's body like water, forming a brand new dragon blood emperor armor. Her momentum changed drastically. She became sharp, steady, and dominant. As she stood up, her once delicately blood-stained face became extremely cold. Even her eyes became deep and mysterious. At this moment, Long Kuei seemed like a different person, exuding an imperial aura, as if overlooking the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. Even her entire body seemed to have grown taller. All the cultivators were moved, not knowing what had happened, their eyes fixed on Long Kuei. Finally, It's here. Ling Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She clenched her sweaty fists, feeling a sense of relief. Second Master. Subanksia was so excited that tears almost welled up in her eyes, which were full of stars. Even the Phoenix female saint secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a strange light. What's happening? A cultivator murmured. Roar! The dragon's roar pierced the sky. The 7 true dragons were furious, their divine light reaching its peak, their combat power increasing. To besiege a half-dragon, half-human for so long without killing her, only to be repelled by her, was a disgrace. They couldn't accept it. Coupled with the urging of their king, they found it unbearable. Kill! Kill her! Rid the dragon race of this shame. The qualification to compete for the position of Dragon King is mine. The 7 dragons roared, their voices shaking the heavens and the deep sea, causing the weak cultivators to feel dizzy and overwhelmed. Their killing intent was overwhelming as they once again crossed the void, carrying an invincible wrath of slaughter to suppress Dragon Kuei. At this moment, Dragon Kuei stood at the center of their siege, unmoved and exuding a powerful and terrifying aura. She was like a divine mountain, unmoved by the deep sea, as if she wanted to dominate this sea area. Faced with the siege of the 7 dragons, she remained calm, her eyes coldly scanning the 7 true dragons, and with an imperial demeanor, she coldly spoke, "Are you ready to face death?" Just this sentence caused Ling Xian, Subanksia, and the Phoenix female saint to feel a chilling sensation all over their bodies. Arrogant! The dragon at the forefront charged forward, roaring in anger and spewing out a dragon breath to incinerate Dragon Kuei. Dragon Kuei faced it coldly, and at that moment, her figure became incredibly tall, exuding an invincible posture, as if a god was looking down on the ridiculous attack of ants. Suddenly, she made her move, stirring up the dragon palace in the eastern sea. The starry eagle, on the brink of desperation, remained calm, focusing with unwavering eyes. Luo Xingye made his move, as if a deity had descended, holding up the collapsing sky. Tear her apart. The 7 dragons crossed the void, unleashing a fierce killing intent, stirring up the deep waves of the sea floor, vowing to crush Dragon Kuei. Dragon Kuei, with an imperial demeanor, her eyes like lightning, formed a seal with her left hand as the dragon claws approached. Patterns emerged beneath her feet, emanating a complex and mysterious aura of the great Tao. At that moment, Luo Xingye remained calm in the face of danger, like a towering mountain, raising his hand to control the situation, and then, she disappeared. All the cultivators who witnessed this scene stared at the spot where Dragon Kuei disappeared, feeling shaken. Such a terrifying method. She vanished in an instant. Comparable to shrinking into inches. Stop looking, I am right above you. Luo Xingye looked down at the 7 dragons below, exuding a godlike aura, as if gazing at insignificant ants. The 7 dragons, unable to defeat Dragon Kuei for a long time, became furious and roared like thunder. She is injured, let's surround her, we must not let her escape. Kill her. The 7 dragons crossed the void once again with thunderous momentum, attempting to kill Dragon Kuei. The cultivators, initially affected by Dragon Kuei's imposing aura, thought she was about to counterattack. But upon hearing the words of the 7 dragons, they calmed down. Even if she uses secret techniques to change her aura, she won't last long. It's inevitable that she will lose. The cultivators felt regretful, as they had hoped that Dragon Kuei would counterattack the 7 dragons, but reality was reality. Wait! Look at her! A cultivator shouted. All the cultivators looked up and saw Dragon Kuei's body glowing, her dragon blood boiling, her chi and blood soaring, resonating with the void. With a loud bang, a divine light burst forth from her body, and her visible injuries were rapidly healing. Luo Xingye used the Emperor's technique. The immense potential within Dragon Kuei's body was unleashed, and the power within her limbs and bones surged, healing all her injuries in an instant. In a moment, Dragon Kuei's combat power was restored to its peak, her spirit and energy merging with heaven and earth, and with the Tao. The cultivators looked at her, feeling a sense of their own insignificance, daring to peek into the grandeur of heaven and earth. Roar! The 7 dragons spewed dragon breath, and the divine light engulfed Dragon Kuei. Luo Xingye moved in an instant, shrinking into inches, and appeared on the head of a true dragon, his hand forming a blade as he struck at the dragon's horn. Sparks flew, and the sound of divine gold colliding echoed. Crack! The dragon's horn shattered. Kill her quickly! The true dragon screamed in agony. I'm here! A silver dragon nearby roared, swinging its tail to intercept Dragon Kuei. But Luo Xingye once again shrank into inches, disappearing into thin air, and the dragon's tail viciously struck the true dragon's head. Crack! The horn on the other side also broke. The 7 dragons surrounded her, and although Dragon Kuei was in a desperate situation, she remained calm and played with the true dragons with ease. The cultivators were amazed. Fool! The true dragon roared, wishing to devour this idiotic dragon alive. Be careful! Another dragon reminded. The true dragon turned to look, and his pupils constricted upon seeing Longkue walking, stepping on intricate silver circles covered with runes, with swords forming on both sides of her body and stars swirling around her. The cultivators felt as if they were in a cold starry sky. Time seemed to freeze, depicting a scene of a star god slaying a dragon. Suddenly, Longkue exhaled a chill, and the divine swords, driven by the stars, descended to the mortal realm with a thunderous roar, piercing through the dragon's scales and pinning it to the ground. The dragon had no time to react before the swords struck. As the dragon wailed and blood flowed, it gradually fell silent. Dead! In a single move, Longkue killed a true dragon among the 7 dragons. Some cultivators sensed that something was amiss, realizing that this might not be the real Longkue. Observing Su Bangxia and Ling Xian, some cultivators found anomalies in their actions and conversations. Ling Xian, in particular, stared intently at Longkue, noticing a different demeanor. The 7 dragons were supposed to kill Longkue, but instead, they were subdued by a magical armor, which was terrifying. Despite being at the same level, the armor could overpower Longkue. However, when the armor controlled Longkue's body, it could easily suppress her. Was this the skill of a high-level player? Ling Shen gradually let go of her grudge against the armor, realizing her own inferiority. The Dragon King, unable to contain his killing intent, ordered the use of Dragon Clan's secret techniques to kill Longkue. The 6 dragons unleashed their powers, each displaying unique abilities. Longkue effortlessly evaded their attacks, occasionally striking back with overwhelming force. She exuded dominance and confidence, like a deity walking among mortals. All cultivators were awestruck, believing that the current Longkue was likely influenced by a higher power. Despite the uncertainties, the fact remained that a half-dragon was effortlessly handling the Dragon Clan's attacks. The Dragon Clan members, unable to accept this reality, expressed their frustration. As tensions rose, Longkue's response left everyone puzzled, hinting at a hidden agenda. Sensing Longkue's enigmatic gaze, the Dragon Clan members felt a foreboding sense of danger. Longkue's declaration marked the beginning of the end, as she unleashed her full power, causing chaos in the Dragon Palace. With the activation of the Dragon Emperor's scripture, Longkue transformed into a dragon, radiating a terrifying aura. The cultivators, witnessing this transformation, were both frightened and amazed by the pure dragon power emanating from Longkue. Moreover, it's not just an ordinary dragon. It's the legendary pure-blooded golden saint dragon. The entire seabed is tainted with golden light, as if coated with a layer of gold, shining brightly. All the cultivators were shocked. Pure-blooded golden saint dragon. The dragon with the highest bloodline of the dragon race. A member of the dragon race exclaimed, unable to believe that this golden saint dragon had transformed from a half-dragon humanoid. The offspring of the Dragon King opened their mouths, speechless, already shaken, with eyes showing disbelief. It seems that only the Dragon King of the dragon race has a trace of the blood of the golden saint dragon. The dragon in front of us has actually reached pure-blooded golden status. A great demon marveled, feeling that this time was not in vain. Many older generation cultivators recalled ancient records. The dragon race was not originally part of the cultivation world. Long ago, dragons from the immortal realm came to settle in the cultivation world for certain reasons. The original dragons from the immortal realm were pure-blooded golden. However, they later interbred with sea dragons and other alien races, losing the bloodline of the pure-blooded golden dragon. When the dragon race began to value their bloodline, the blood of the Saint Dragon had already been lost too much, with only direct descendants of the Dragon King retaining a portion. The dragon race is about to rise. This is the pure-blooded golden Saint Dragon, born with the appearance of an immortal. Do you think the dragon race will really rise? The voices of the cultivators made the excited Dragon King calm down, his face turning grim. Yes, this dragon is Long Kuei. She is the one whose cultivation he had destroyed and expelled from the dragon race. Long Kuei does not have the ability to transform into a dragon. It's even more impossible for her to transform into a golden Saint Dragon. Someone is helping her. The Dragon King shouted sternly, his holy aura overwhelming, shaking the entire East Sea. He had this idea from the beginning, but it was difficult to confirm. But now, with the appearance of the golden Saint Dragon, he could not accept that it was Long Kuei who transformed. So, he would rather believe that someone was helping Long Kuei, rather than admit it was her own ability. The phoenix raised her gaze, pointing a finger, with a divine light isolating Long Kuei to avoid being disturbed by her. Many cultivators trembled. The Dragon King acknowledged. The words of this powerful sage realm expert carried great weight, causing many cultivators to believe that there was a powerful figure behind Long Kuei. Could it be the Emperor of Yaoqi, someone boldly speculated? Because even the Dragon King, this powerful sage realm expert, was shocked by it. It was enough to show that the figure behind Long Kuei surpassed the sage realm. The only one in the cultivation world who could break the sage realm curse and reach a higher realm was only the Emperor of Yaoqi. But soon, someone refuted it. The Emperor of Yaoqi had not appeared for 1,000 years and had been in seclusion in the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, striving for the realm of immortality. He would not care about a mere transcendent realm. Moreover, Long Kuei did not have the value or reason to seek assistance from the Emperor of Yaoqi. Could it be Luo Xingye? It is rumored that the Emperor of Yaoqi can break the Sage Realm curse, which is related to Luo Xingye. What's that old schemer up to? He must have been killed long ago. Some cultivators were discussing. If Luo Xingye had a face, it must be black. Roar! The Golden Saint Dragon roared, shaking the East Sea. Whether intentional or not, that roar was directed at those cultivators who were discussing Luo Xingye. This dragon's roar was too dominant, containing the majesty of the Saint Dragon. The powerful dragon's blood pressure made even the Dragon King feel a desire to submit. Boom! The Saint Dragon stirred the waters of the East Sea, with a swipe of its dragon claw, cutting one of the 6 dragons in half. This dragon was still in a daze, seemingly shocked, and in a moment of carelessness, was directly killed. A scream came from the silver dragon, awakening the other 5 dragons. These 5 dragons were terrified and dared not fight the Saint Dragon, they were afraid. Luo Xingye looked down coldly, as if a god was staring at ants. He decisively attacked, showing no mercy. Boom! The Saint Dragon chased the 5 dragons, like chasing eels. With the accompanying Dragon Clan secret techniques, the 5 dragons were either killed or severely injured. It was simply a massacre. From the siege of 7 dragons to the defeat of 7 dragons, it took less than half an hour. The female saint of the Phoenix watched with excitement, her eyes shining brightly. She wore a veil, but her temperament was excellent. Even just looking through the veil, one could feel a breathtaking beauty. You have exceeded my expectations. She guessed that the magic armor had strong abilities, even able to temporarily reshape the realm of the Dragon Kuei. But she did not expect that the magic armor could also transform the half-dragon hybrid Dragon Kuei into a golden Saint Dragon. As she looked at the Saint Dragon, the figure that defeated 5 dragons, a sense of impulse arose in her heart. Although she was powerful, she could not touch the bloodline of the Phoenix, nor could she even break the curse of the Holy Realm. But now, she found hope from the magic armor. This hope had evolved into an impulse, causing her breathing to become somewhat rapid, eager to take action immediately. However, she soon calmed down, suppressing that impulse. She had many responsibilities, and she needed to handle the magic armor carefully. Suddenly, a sacred pressure permeated the waters of the Eastern Sea, shaking all living beings. The Dragon King took action, transforming into a pale golden Saint Dragon, thousands of feet long, its end unseen. Boom! The Dragon King's killing intent enveloped the Luo Xingye. All cultivators' faces changed drastically. The Dragon King broke through the defense and wanted to personally kill Dragon Kuei. Was it jealousy? Anger? Many cultivators speculated. But the Dragon King did not succeed. Because the Phoenix female saint took action. In addition, the big shots from the North Heaven Immortal Palace also took action. This was quite unexpected. As a human force, why would the North Heaven Immortal Palace get involved in this matter? Were they not afraid of offending the Dragon Clan? Ling Xian, however, was not surprised. She had previously told the big shots in the sect that Dragon Kuei, with the power of the magic armor, would defeat her when transformed into a dragon. Therefore, the reason why the big shots in the sect took action was probably because they guessed that Dragon Kuei could transform into this state, which must have been the work of the magic armor. It's none of your business. Don't create greater estrangement with the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King threatened, facing the invincible pressure of the Phoenix female saint and the obstruction of the big shots from the North Heaven Immortal Palace. However, before the Dragon King could say more, the big shots from the demon and human races also took action. They advised the Dragon King not to act rashly, as killing Dragon Kuei would result in the loss of a pure-blooded Saint Dragon bloodline. In fact, many people had already seen through their intentions. These top figures did not know what was on Dragon Kuei, but seeing the actions of the Phoenix female saint in the North Heaven Immortal Palace, they knew there must be benefits to be gained. So, it was right to stop the Dragon King. However, their actions were gentle, persuading the Dragon King to remain calm. This made the Dragon King's face turn black with anger, but facing a large group of opponents, killing Dragon Kuei was not justified, so he had to endure it. Old Dragon King, your actions today will come at a heavy price in the future. Dragon Kuei transformed into human form, with a cold and indifferent expression, like a deity. Luo Xingye no longer concealed her intentions. With just one sentence, many speculations were confirmed, causing a slight change in the Dragon King's expression and an uneasy feeling in his heart. Who are you, and why do you need to interfere in the affairs of my Dragon Clan? The Dragon King calmed down, transformed into human form, his weathered face filled with fear. Dragon Kuei is mine. Luo Xingye said only this sentence, leaving the Dragon King speechless. He had been too dominant today. Even though he had initially appeared weak, the various means he displayed, as well as the deity-like temperament he now showed, had made them doubt his weak image. At least, with this sentence from Luo Xingye, almost no cultivator dared to speak out casually, out of fear of him. Dragon Kuei, you cannot become the Dragon King. The old Dragon King fell silent for a moment, expressing his attitude. The hearts of the cultivators stirred. It turned out that from the beginning, he had never intended for Dragon Kuei to become the Dragon King. Even if Dragon Kuei won, he was afraid that the old Dragon King would interfere. Since you have said so, then we will meet again in the future. You better not do anything to make me angrier. While we can still communicate rationally. Luo Xingye left behind a cold remark. Upon hearing this, the cultivators all made a move, but it was too late. Dragon Kuei stepped on the ground, the patterns of the Tao emerging, the momentum of heaven and earth all converging on her, and in an instant, she disappeared into the eastern sea. Luo Xingye ran away. Originally, this guy didn't intend to pretend. However, Long Kuei was not reliable and was almost killed by the 7 dragons. Luo Xingye had already planted his life on Long Kuei, so if one died, both would die. Helpless, Luo Xingye had to use his own soul to forcibly awaken himself, thus regaining his former extraordinary appearance. At this moment, on a solitary island in the East Sea region, Luo Xingye controlled Long Kuei to fall on the beach. Find a place to hide. Luo Xingye instructed Long Kuei before returning to his original form. However, this time, he did not transform into a demon armor or a conical necklace as before. He took the form of an ancient demon and slept beside Long Kuei. Long Kuei's soul returned to her body, still in its peak state, but she knew she would soon be seriously injured. She had experienced this kind of omen before. Therefore, without hesitation, she carried Luo Xingye on her back and went deep into the island. Just as they found a place to hide, her skin began to crack, and she collapsed unconscious. As they fell into a deep sleep, the dragon palace began to stir. Many cultivators went to inquire about Su Bangxia, the so-called second master behind Long Kuei. Ling Shan stepped forward to protect Su Bangxia, and under the leadership of the Sect leaders, they hurriedly left the dragon clan. This gave the impression of tacit acknowledgement. As for the Phoenix Saint, she had already left. She was searching the sky for the demon armor. Many cultivators also left one by one, quickly leaving the dragon clan deserted. Many members of the dragon clan could not forget Long Kuei's transformation into the holy dragon. Every time they thought about it, they felt a burning sensation on their faces. After some time, the third prince spoke. It seems that the struggle for the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan is not over yet, right? The dragons only realized then. This major event was not over yet, but people had already left. Ah, sighed a member of the Dragon Clan. After this battle, the Dragon Clan would probably become the laughingstock of the cultivation world for a while. Driving away someone with the bloodline of the Golden Holy Dragon and inexplicably offending a mysterious big shot was definitely a loss for the Dragon Clan. Father, how should we deal with her mother? The ninth princess mentioned Long Kuei's mother. She was growing more and more resentful towards Long Kuei. It was no longer disdain but jealousy. The old Dragon King raised his eyes and coldly looked at the ninth princess. How to deal with Lady Dragon Mother? The ninth princess trembled in her heart and cautiously changed her address. You don't need to meddle. The old Dragon King left, and the struggle for the Dragon King was not successful. All matters were temporarily set aside. 1 month later. The solitary island. Long Kuei slowly woke up. Beside her, Luo Xingye was still asleep. We still need to leave quickly. Long Kuei revealed her dragon scales to cover her naked body, then took out some clothes and dressed Luo Xingye. So beautiful, Long Kuei looked at Luo Xingye wearing her clothes and felt a tinge of envy. If this were outside, no one would think he was a man. As she looked, she became somewhat absent-minded. She recalled what the demon armor had done for her. She remembered the scene when the demon armor appeared in the form of a deity in a desperate situation. Her heart beat faster, her face even turned red. Suddenly, she looked around, then lightly leaned her face against Luo Xingye's chest, closed her eyes as if feeling guilty. After a while, her tail gently swayed, indicating that she was now enjoying herself. Until nightfall. Sounds of movement came from outside. Long Kuei suddenly opened her eyes and saw someone flying not far away. We are still within the range of the East Sea Dragon Palace, so we need to be cautious. Long Kuei thought, immediately put on some clothes, hid her dragon tail and scales, changed her appearance, and disguised herself as an ordinary human cultivator. Ha, how come there are people here? The figure also noticed Long Kuei. However, this person was very cautious, keeping a distance and turning to call out to his fellow disciples. Elder, there are 2 women here, the figure shouted. At night, the stars twinkled. On the sea, a large ship protected by an array sailed swiftly through the sea. The dragon Thistle disguised herself as a young girl and entered the ship with Luo Xingye on her back. The people on this ship are all members of the sects on the nearby islands. After the dragon Thistle released the aura of the Cloud Sea realm, these people showed respect to her. The space on the ship is limited. You 2 sisters can share a bed for now. It's unfortunate that you 2 are stranded on a deserted island, but luckily you met us. Rest early and recover your strength, that's the priority, an elder spoke. Thank you for saving us, friend, Dragon Thistle replied, carrying Luo Xingye into a cabin bedroom. After closing the door and setting up a soundproof formation, she blushed as she looked at Luo Xingye on the bed. Sister, no, armor, this is a last resort. You look too much like a woman, wearing my clothes, you're simply a beauty, I can't help but envy you. She said, feeling a surge of impulse. Finally, feeling guilty, she looked around, saw no one, and secretly kissed Luo Xingye. Then, blushing, she gazed at his enchanting face. Thinking that this man belonged to her, she felt happy. I'm sorry to inconvenience you during this time. I have no choice. Everyone sees us as sisters, Dragon Thistle muttered softly, undressed, got on the bed, and even helped Luo Xingye undress for sleep. She remembered. This was sharing a bed with her sister or best friend. So undressing for sleep was a necessary process. Yes, it was a last resort. It was also a disguise to hide her identity and avoid being discovered by those with ill intentions from the Dragon Clan. Dragon Thistle firmly kept this in mind and leaned her face against Luo Xingye's chest, falling into a deep sleep. She was too tired. With lingering ailments, she needed time to recover. This time, without Luo Xingye's help, she had to rely on herself to heal. Waking up early, she found her thigh still resting on her sister's waist. This cursed sleeping position. Dragon Thistle got up, dressed, and tidied up Luo Xingye before seriously considering the next plan. Her realm, the Transcendent Realm, was already on the verge of collapse, ready to crumble at any moment. Although the armor had helped her, it was not completely stable. After the battle with the 7 dragons, her Transcendent Realm was nearing its limit. It's best not to use the power of the Transcendent Realm if possible. For now, I'll just rely on the cultivation of the Cloud Sea realm when traveling outside. Dragon Thistle looked out the window, where the sea was shrouded in mist, the morning sea feeling quite chilly. I wonder how Mother is doing, she murmured. But she guessed her mother should be fine. When the armor took her away, it said something like Dragon Thistle belongs to me. At that time, the old Dragon King was already intimidated, and upon hearing this, as long as the old Dragon King had some sense, he would definitely not dare to harm her mother. On the Azure Sea, a large ship sailed under the gentle sunlight and light breeze. It's such good weather, and those 2 sisters are really strange for not coming out. The disciples on the ship sunbathed and chatted casually. A middle-aged man emerged from the cabin and looked at the disciples on the deck, saying, "We are approaching the Scale Demon Sea area. Get ready to capture the Scale Demons and gather materials." They were going out to sea to capture Scale Demons and obtain materials. Elder Lu, capturing Scale Demons is risky. Those 2 sisters are in the Cloud Sea realm. Can we ask them for help? A disciple spoke up. The Cloud Sea realm, even within their sect, was at the level of elders and carried significant weight. Yes, we can't just save them for nothing, other disciples agreed, feeling that the other side should also contribute. The middle-aged man pondered, also considering this idea, and said, "You prepare the tools first." With that, he went back to the cabin. Dragon Thistle was practicing, recuperating, trying to stabilize her crumbling transcendent realm. Luo Xingye was still asleep on the bed, having been forcibly awakened when he was in the Dragon Palace, which had a significant impact on him. "Dragon friend, are you there?" the voice of the middle-aged man sounded outside the door. Dragon Thistle restrained the light in her eyes, revealing her Cloud Sea realm, and opened the door, asking, "What can I do for you, friend Lu?" The middle-aged man revealed the plan to capture the Scale Demon. Long Kuei glanced back at Luo Xingye and said, "My sister is still in a deep sleep and cannot intervene, but rest assured, I will lend a hand when the time comes." The vast sea stretched endlessly. In the past, she could have easily crossed it. But now, with her unstable realm, using extraordinary realm to cross, her realm could collapse at any moment. And she also had to guard against the Dragon Clan, so she could only choose a ferry. However, a free ferry was out of the question, so she decided to take action. That night, they arrived at the Scale Demon's territory. By the moonlight, the sea shimmered with half-meter-long sea fish floating on the surface, feeding on the moonlight. The boat cautiously stopped not far away, and the cultivators approached the sea surface, concealing their breath, ready to cast their nets to catch the demons. Long Kuei was also among the group of cultivators. The only risk in catching the Scale Demons was their venom. Their realms were generally in the Essence Chi realm, but there were many of them, so even high-level cultivators dared not venture too deep. However, with proper coordination, accidents were rare. "Proceed according to the plan," the middle-aged man said, looking at the moonlight and transmitting to everyone. "Elder, disciples from the Lingyue sect have arrived, they also want to capture the Scale Demons." A disciple on lookout nearby saw a boat approaching, filled with delicate and beautiful figures. No problem, they catch theirs, we catch ours. The middle-aged man noticed that the Lingua Sect's boat did not approach but chose another area to catch demons. Yes. The cultivators acted, and before long, they began to work together to catch the scale demons. The process went smoothly, wave after wave of demons were caught, with Long Kuei contributing significantly. However, a problem arose towards the end. Cultivators were crossing the sky, seemingly chasing after someone. They stirred up a powerful spiritual pressure, causing the sea to churn, triggering a storm of rain, wind, and thunder. Boom! The waves surged a kilometer high, thunder struck the deep sea, turning it bone white. Unlucky disciples were caught by a strand of spiritual pressure, and a wave engulfed them. There were many scale demons spewing venom in the sea, and the disciple who fell into the water was quickly overcome by the venom and perished. Quick, back to the ship, the middle-aged man said in sorrow, unable to save them in time, only able to watch helplessly. Long Kuei looked up and easily saw the faces of the cultivators in the sky. It was Linger and Su Banksia, both injured and bleeding. The cultivators chasing after them turned out to be elders from the North Heaven Immortal Palace. What's happening, fellow disciples fighting each other? Long Kuei was astonished but quickly lowered her head, not wanting to reveal herself. Boom! A thunderbolt struck diagonally from the sky, hitting the large ship directly, causing the formation on the ship to shatter like paper. The ship cracked and began to sink. Long Kuei's expression changed. Her sister was still inside. She hastened her pace and was the first to rush into the ship. Upon seeing that Luo Xingye was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. She would have been heartbroken if anything had happened to her. Boom! The extraordinary realm battle outside affected 1,000 miles, with a tremendous momentum. Fortunately, they were fighting while moving, and soon they left the scale demon's territory. Except for the unfortunate disciple swept away by the waves, everyone else was unharmed. The ship is gone, a disciple lamented. Everyone stood on the broken wood, looking dejected. The middle-aged man came up with a solution. He approached the Lingua Sect's ship to negotiate. After a while, the middle-aged man turned back and said, "Come over, we can use the Lingua Sect's ship to return." The disciples rallied, mourned the disciple who was devoured by the demons, and then went aboard the Lingua Sect's ship. Long Kuei held her sister and was considering using her own flying ship. However, controlling her own flying ship required her extraordinary realm, which carried the risk of realm collapse. But at this moment, she dismissed the idea and went aboard the Lingua Sect's ship. Upon boarding, a fragrant breeze greeted them. Looking up, they saw a lively scene. The Lingua Sect does not allow male visitors, you can only stay on the deck and not approach any other area. The Lingua Sect's elder, a beautiful woman, spoke in an uncompromising tone. This is natural, we at the Water Cloud Sect understand the rules. The middle-aged man nodded and smiled, then instructed his disciples to behave themselves and not to get involved. However, female disciples can come over. The beautiful woman saw a few female disciples in a group of men and felt it was inappropriate, so she spoke up again. Everyone can go, friends, you two can also go, don't make yourselves uncomfortable, the middle-aged man from the Water Cloud Sect said. Immediately, the female disciples of the Water Cloud Sect walked over. Long Kuei nodded to the middle-aged man, thanked him, and then walked over while holding her sister tightly, not wanting these women to take advantage of her sister. However, her sister was truly stunning. More beautiful than a beauty, but different from the delicate charm of a woman. She exuded a kind of enchanting and dominant aura. The women of the Lingua Sect were used to seeing beauties and were almost face-blind. But when they saw such a bewitching and beautiful woman, they were all attracted. This sister is so beautiful, is she injured? Since she's unconscious, a female disciple approached and examined Luo Xingye in Long Kuei's arms. I have some medical skills, let me take care of her, another good-looking female disciple said, preparing to take Luo Xingye from Long Kuei's arms. Seeing a group of women chattering and approaching, even the elder-level beautiful woman also moved closer. Long Kuei felt she had come to the wrong place. Facing a group of women. She felt a strong sense of crisis. No need, I have already treated her injuries, she just needs to rest, Long Kuei said warily, preventing these attractive female disciples from getting too close. Humph. How can our men be taken advantage of by these women? If anyone is going to take advantage, it will be me. It's not your turn. Since she needs to rest, she needs a quiet place. You can go to my room, I'll go to my junior sister's room, a pretty female disciple said kindly. Long Kuwei wanted to leave this troublesome place quickly, so she agreed. Once in the room, she set up a formation to prevent others from spying. She laid Luo Xingya on the bed and massaged her sister as she had done in the previous days. According to her, this was called promoting blood circulation. There were absolutely no ulterior motives. As night fell, she hugged her sister as usual and went to sleep. Everything went smoothly. 6 days later, the ship arrived at an island, which was the territory of the Watercloud Sect, and the elder disciples of the Watercloud Sect disembarked and returned to their sect. There is no teleportation array on the island leading to the mainland. I suggest going to the island where the Lingyue sect is located. They have one there. The middle-aged man bid farewell to Long Kuei and her sister. The ship continued on to another island. With no men on board, the disciples of the Lingyue sect became lively. They didn't even bother to close the door when bathing. Late at night, some even ran around the cabin wearing only a belly band. Long Kuei didn't see any problem with this before. Until a pretty female disciple in the next room didn't close the door while bathing, she realized there was a big problem. She couldn't let her sister see that. Otherwise, what if my sister gets taken advantage of? So she stayed in her room, practicing cultivation, consolidating her realm, and giving massages to Luo Xingye. The two of them were inseparable every day, and over time, the people of the Lingyue sect found their behavior strange. Several days passed. As they were about to reach the island where the Lingyue sect was located, a dark light appeared on Luo Xingye's body. Long Kuei was surprised and investigated, finding that the dark light emitted a special transmission force that headed straight for the distant sea. The transmission force was very weak and couldn't actually teleport, but after careful observation, Long Kuei realized it was a form of coordinate communication. Someone far away was contacting Luo Xingye. Who is contacting her? Long Kuei wondered. She was very interested in everything about Luo Xingye. She was curious about who would contact the magic armor. After some contemplation, she decided to investigate. Quietly opening the window, she turned into a red light and headed straight for that coordinate. She shouldn't be in any danger leaving the magic armor for a while. The sun blazed down. A small deserted island, Lingxian lying in the weeds, with wounds all over her body, wrapped in cloth. But she was seriously injured, with blood-red runes on her skin, invading her whole body. She is still unconscious. Subanxia is also in a sorry state, with a wound on her back that is shocking to see. She holds the talisman given to her by Second Master, dripping her blood into it, calling out to Second Master. Immediately, the talisman emits a dark light and sends out a set of coordinates. But after waiting for a while, Second Master still did not respond. Has Second Master encountered trouble? Subanxia asked hoarsely. She looked back at the unconscious master, tears in her eyes. After leaving the Dragon Palace, on their way back, a senior elder suddenly attacked them, thinking that Lingxian had chosen Long Kuei in the Dragon Palace. This senior elder believed that Lingxuan's choice indicated that she was aware of the destruction of her immortal body, not by Long Kuei. Lingxian became suspicious. So, to avoid any unexpected events, the senior elder took action while they were still in the East Sea. For over half a month, she and her master had been evading the senior elder's pursuit. However, the opponent was too strong, leaving Lingxuan's master covered in wounds. In the end, at the critical moment of life and death, Lingxuan's master used a special technique to escape the pursuit. But this could only buy them time. Before long, the senior elder would catch up. Has Second Master also encountered trouble? Subanxia, looking haggard, murmured while holding the talisman. Cough, disciple, do not place your hopes on the talisman he gave you. While Mo Qingshan has not arrived yet, quickly dive into the sea and head to the Dragon Palace. I will help you delay time. Lingxian woke up weakly and spoke. Her spiritual power had dried up, her magical treasures and spirit stones were used up, and she was now in a desperate situation, so she had no choice. But she had forgotten about her disciple, who was not very clever and still naive. Second master would not deceive me. I will not escape alone. Even if I have to die, I will die with my master. Subangsia cried, firmly believing that second master would come. Because second master had said that if she called out to the talisman, he would definitely come. Lingxian did not believe it, but still smiled. Although her disciple was not smart, her willingness to live and die together with her touched her. Go, I have been cursed with blood and do not have long to live. If one of us can survive, let it be you. As long as you survive, you can avenge me in the future. The last sentence spoken by Lingxian moved Subangsia. But it was too late. A red light was approaching from a distance. Seeing this, Subangsia, in despair, tightly held the talisman, lying next to Lingxian, crying out, I can't leave, I won't leave, master, I want to be with you. Lingxian opened her mouth, then accepted her fate, raised her hand with difficulty, embraced her disciple, and calmly watched the red light approaching. Then she saw Long Kuei's figure in the red light. She was stunned. So it's you. Humph, if I had known, I wouldn't have come. Long Kuei's face turned cold upon seeing Lingxian and Subangsia, the ones who had sent the coordinates. I misunderstood you before. I apologize to you here. I, Lingxian, have never begged anyone in my life. I only hope that you can take my disciple away. As a reward, you can take the life sword nurtured in my body. If you want it, take it. Lingxian spoke. Long Kuei frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable. She had originally intended to save someone, especially since Lingxian and Subangsia had supported her before in the Dragon Palace. It was a kind of repayment. Seeing her remain silent, Lingxian added, my disciple is also a disciple of that demon armor. By saving her, you are also helping the demon armor, right? Alright, count me as unlucky today. Long Kuei stepped forward, lifted Lingxian, and with one hand around Subangsia, prepared to fly away. Lingshuan's injuries were aggravated, but she remained silent. Thank you, Sister Long Kuei. Sohanya used to worry about Long Kuei harming the master, but now she is sincerely grateful. I can't thank you enough, I'm just repaying a favor. Long Kuei had just taken off when she felt a terrifying spiritual pressure coming from afar. The entire sea surface was slightly trembling, with ripples spreading in circles. The imposing power of a peak expert in the 9th level of the transcendent realm. Long Kuei's face changed. It's my fellow senior Mo Qingshan, he's the one chasing after my master and disciple, you need to leave quickly, Lingxian's voice changed. Long Kuei dared not delay, even using the unstable transcendent realm to dive into the sea and quickly move away. On the ship, Luo Xingye was asleep, dreaming of an endless dark ancient city. In that ancient city, white bones were glowing, with a chilling atmosphere. His consciousness drifted into the ancient city, seeing many humanoid creatures holding sickles and countless white bones on the ground. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds. His consciousness subconsciously followed those sounds, exiting the ancient city and moving away from the darkness. Then, those sounds became clearer and clearer. He heard it. It was the delicate voices of women. What a beautiful sister. Yes, she is the most beautiful and attractive lady I have ever seen. Just a bit small-chested. Bah, aren't you small too? I wonder where Senior Long went, leaving only the sister here. These voices brought Luo Xingye back to reality. He slowly opened his eyes to see a group of fragrant, fair-skinned young girls. Luo Xingye exclaimed, where am I? What happened? Why am I wearing women's clothing? Wow, the beautiful sister is awake, exclaimed a female disciple. Several female disciples approached, sitting by the bed, advising her not to move around casually as she was in a recovery phase. Another disciple came forward, holding his hand to check his pulse. Luo Xingye withdrew his hand, his mouth twitching. What the heck is happening? Make way. An elder from the Lingyue sect, a beautiful woman, arrived and shooed away the curious disciples, closing the door. Who are you? Luo Xingye scrutinized her. When you were unconscious, your sister brought you aboard our Lingyue sect ship. The beautiful woman sat beside him, explaining softly. Sister? Am I now a sister? Luo Xingye thought his experiences were truly rich. He had achieved cross-dressing in this life. But soon, he noticed something was off. The way this beautiful woman looked at him was strange, with a kind of intense gaze focused on him. Suddenly, the beautiful woman, Lingyue, reached out and held his hand, gently caressing it. She likes me? Luo Xingye sensed something through her eyes and subtle movements. Since you were unconscious, your sister has been staying in the room taking care of you, never leaving. From this, I know we are of the same kind, she hinted at Luo Xingye. Lingyue stroked his hand, leaning closer, her gaze becoming more affectionate. You've just woken up, don't think too much, wait for your sister to return. After waiting for so long, she finally had a chance to hint at him. Although the dragon friend was also good, she was tired of beautiful women. The sister of this dragon friend before her had a demonic beauty that was different from others, deeply attracting her. Luo Xingye's mental resilience was strong. He withdrew his hand from her touch and calmly said, Do you want to be with me? Lingyue's face blushed instantly, lowering her head softly, Why are you so direct? But it made her more convinced that he also liked women. Luo Xingye kept a straight face, not revealing the fact that he was a man. Seeing the situation, it seemed that Long Kuei had some intention behind this, probably out of some concern. Although he didn't care, he didn't want to cause more trouble, so he kept it hidden. It was also a good thing to consider more for his teammate. When we arrive at the Lingyue sect, you and your sister will temporarily stay at the sect. We will have plenty of time for late-night conversations. Lingyue leaned in close to Luoxingyi, spoke softly, and then left. As soon as she stepped out, she returned to her usual demeanor, calmly dismissing the disciples who were eavesdropping outside. Shortly after they left, Longkui arrived, carrying 2 injured individuals. Elder Lingyue rushed over upon hearing the news. Please help take care of these 2, and I will definitely show my gratitude later, Longkui said, offering some of her remaining treasures as gifts. Lingyue was in a good mood and politely declined Longkui's treasures, saying, In the Lingyue sect, we are all like family. Your sister has just woken up, go see her. I will help here. Longkui gave a strange look to the beautiful woman but felt relieved upon hearing the rest. She hurried towards the room. Upon entering, she saw Luoxingyi sitting on the bed with an ethereal air, asking, What's going on? Longkui approached with a smile, saying, Don't worry, sister, let me explain. Luoxingyi pushed Longkui away, saying, Get lost. Longkui chuckled but quickly composed herself as Luoxingyi became serious. Luoxingyi recounted her recent experiences, including the pursuit of Ling Xuanzu and Banksia by Mo Qingshan. Luoxingyi frowned, It seems things have been turbulent lately. We indeed need to lay low. So during this time, you need to maintain your original identity and smoothly reach the Lingyue sect, where there is a teleportation array on the island that can help us leave, Longkui said seriously. Luoxingyi hesitated about maintaining her original identity but then stood up and said, Let's set that aside for now. Take Ling Xian and Banksia to my room. Longkui asked, Why? Luoxingyi explained that Mo Qingshan, a 9th-level transcendent realm cultivator, might find them, so she needed to hide them in advance. Longkui understood and left obediently. Luoxingyi then checked her own data, revealing her abilities and companions. This led her to contemplate the requirements for unlocking the ancient demon inheritance and collecting the souls of evil. Suddenly, information appeared in her mind. Soul of Sin, Lu Xiaoro, 26 years old, at the 6th level of Qi realm, hiding in Lingyue sect as a disciple, intending to commit sinful acts. Imprisoned soul, find out the true sin of Lu Xiaoro, rectify the injustices of the world, use evil to control evil. Soul of Sin, Lu Xiaoro, 26 years old, at the 6th level of Qi realm, hiding in Lingyue sect as a disciple, intending to commit sinful acts. Imprisoned soul, find out the true sin of Lu Xiaoro, rectify the injustices of the world, use evil to control evil. Luo Xingye looked at this information, his eyes flashing. It seemed that he really had to temporarily stay here as sister. Otherwise, dealing with the imprisoned soul matter would be difficult. Use evil to control evil. He seized a key piece of information. A hint of a defiant smile played at the corner of his mouth. Even your smile looks so good. Long Kuei walked in with Ling Xian on her shoulder, followed by Su Bangxia. Su Bangxia exclaimed as soon as she entered the room, Luo Xingye. She was startled and stepped back, hiding behind Long Kuei. At first, I thought he was Luo Xingye too. Long Kuei finished with a smile, sensing something amiss. She turned back to look at Luo Xingye again. With a physical body in the demon armor, his skin was dark, and his eyes were blood red. But for the sake of disguise, she had already changed Luo Xingye's skin to white and his beautiful eyes to normal black. However, at that time, she didn't think much of it. Now, reminded by someone else, Long Kuei realized. You are Luo Xingye? Long Kuei's face changed slightly. No, Luo Xingye is a man, the one in front of us is a woman, fortunately not that extremely evil person. Su Bangxia breathed a sigh of relief, then added, I really wish he were dead. Luo Xingye's face darkened slightly. He felt helpless. Wherever he went, whenever someone mentioned Luo Xingye, it was either condemnation or curses. It had been over 3,000 years, let the child go. He sighed and said, You come over first, I will disguise them. Long Kuei didn't ask much, she threw Ling Xian on the ground, causing Su Bangxia to look at her with silent resentment. Luo Xingye approached, bit his fingertip, and carved ancient demon blood runes on Ling Xian's body. Secret technique, ancient demon blood runes level, none, applicable to any realm, effect, using the blood of ancient demons to carve ancient demon runes, can disrupt the grand trends of heaven and earth, can conceal the observation of heaven and earth. Ling Xian felt someone pointing on her body. She struggled to lift her head and saw a woman, so she remained silent. Oh, you still have a blood curse on you. Luo Xingye said. The secret technique of the Northern Sky Immortal Palace, difficult to dispel. It's dispelled now. Luo Xingye said lightly. Ling Xian looked at Luo Xingye in shock and asked, How do you know the secret technique of my Northern Sky Immortal Palace? It's simple, things that can be understood at a glance. Luo Xingye said, then asked, You don't know? Ling Xian. Luo Xingye shook his head, said no more, and carved ancient demon blood runes on Su Bangxia. In passing, he also carved one for Long Kuei. Just as they finished, a powerful divine sense swept through the entire ship in a plundering manner. In that instant, all life was probed by the divine sense. Fortunately, the divine sense did not linger and continued forward. The timing of the carving was just right. If we were a step slower, Mo Qingshan would have found us. Luo Xingye looked out the window, his eyes deep. Thank you, big sister. Su Bangxia gratefully thanked Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye twitched at the corner of his eye but didn't reveal the truth. Long Kuei wanted to laugh but was stopped by his gaze. You come here. Luo Xingye said to Long Kuei. Long Kuei sniffed suspiciously and walked over. Then, Luo Xingye grabbed her hand and bit it. She made a soft sound, and the blood in her hand was sucked away by Luo Xingye. Quite effective. Luo Xingye's mind stirred. A piece of information appeared in his mind. Realm, 9th level of Lingtai realm. Progress of transforming spiritual blood into the 1st level of Cloud Sea realm, 1%, 2%, 3%, currently in the form of an ancient demon, but absorbing spiritual blood could still elevate his realm. Coincidentally, the scene of Luo Xingye biting Long Kuei's hand was seen by the approaching beautiful woman, Lingyue. Turns out, you're so dominant, you like starting from the hands. Lingyue murmured, her eyes shining brightly. Soon, she put away the unusual and, with her disciples, arranged Ling Xian and Su Bangxia into other rooms. Long Kuei couldn't help but ask, Are you Luo Xingye? No, Luo Xingye shook his head. Definitely. Long Kuei leaned in and whispered, I still like the look of your magic armor, it feels safe to wear it, you can wear it anywhere. You're so cheeky, Luo Xingye frowned. I'm only like this with you, Long Kuei coquettishly replied. Her temperament was naturally playful, and her temper could occasionally be fiery. Since Luo Xingye had reshaped her realm, her attitude towards him had become even more affectionate. She reached out her hand and said, Come on, continue to absorb, as much as you need. Not far away, Lingyue saw this scene, her eyes deep in thought, thinking that these two were indeed similar to her. Disdainful, Luo Xingye walked away. Now was not the time to absorb spirit blood. Although he now had 3 blood bags, Longkue, Su Bangxia, and Ling Xian, he had more important things to do. Sister Luo, wait for me, Longkue followed. Luo Xingye, dressed in Longkue's clothes, walked out of the cabin. He was naturally handsome, but his handsomeness was excessive, surpassing even beauty. Coupled with his years of cultivating aloofness and dominance, along with a face more beautiful than a woman's, he appeared beautiful and enchanting, cold and dominant. As he stepped out of the cabin, many female disciples were instinctively overwhelmed by his presence. Cold and domineering big sister. A female disciple spoke, with a desire to follow this big sister. He walked to the deck, looked around, and then approached one of the female disciples. Lingyue sect was a medium-sized sect, with most disciples in the essence realm. The female disciple he approached was at the 6th level of the essence realm. Her name was Lu Xiaro. What's your name? Luo Xingye asked coldly. Lu Xiaro, intimidated by his aura, subconsciously replied, "This sister, my name is Lu Xiaro, what do you want with me?" As a disciple, hiding in Lingyue sect, what is your purpose? Luo Xingye stared coldly at her. He deliberately asked this to see how she would react. Lu Xiaro was caught off guard, her body trembling, her face changing slightly, but quickly returning to normal. Confused, she asked, "Sister, what are you talking about?" Lu Xiaro has been in the sect for more than 20 years, and she is a close friend of mine. What do you mean by asking like this? Lu Xiao's friend was angry. Your disguise is not good enough. Luo Xingye sensed something was off about Lu Xiao in that moment. More importantly, he felt a sense of danger. A beast suddenly launching an attack on someone. Are you a demon? Luo Xingye guessed. Although it was just a guess, he didn't mind saying it. The tactic of beating the grass to startle the snake wouldn't work here. The elder Lingyue on the ship was only at the Cloud Sea realm. Lu Xiao's eyes were filled with mist as she said in a grievance, "Sister, you're baselessly accusing people. We Lingyue sect kindly saved you, and you woke up treating people like this. It's really too much." At this moment, even the surrounding female disciples frowned, their perception of this cold and domineering big sister plummeting. Lingyue walked over, her face showing displeasure. Without wasting words, Luo Xingye spoke, "Do you know how to force the sea demon to reveal itself?" This was the East Sea, and naturally, the demons here were sea demons. Longkue was behind him, nodding, "It's simple." She stepped forward, her eyes turning into dragon eyes, staring directly at Lu Xiao. "Look here." Lu Xiao cried as she looked over, her body trembling, a terrifying dragon's might sweeping over her, shaking her soul. In almost an instant, she wailed, suppressed by the innate pressure of the dragon. The next moment, she turned into an octopus, all blood-red, with bloodthirsty eyes, saying with resentment, "Humans should return to the land. Daring to survive on the islands in the sea can only become food for my octopus clan." She was about to jump into the sea. Everyone was shocked. Originally, Lu Xiao had died long ago, and it was this octopus that took over her identity. The truth has been found, the soul can be imprisoned. Luo Xingye didn't talk much, and with a slap, shattered it. Completely embodying the image of the cold-blooded elder sister. With the death of the octopus, a soul was devoured by his spirit. Luo Xingye checked the data. As follows: Ancient Demon, Luo Xingye, Realm, shared with Demon Armor, imprisoned souls, 1/100, collect 100 souls of sin to unlock the Ancient Demon City, Eastern Sea. Half land, half sea. The strongest in the sea is the East Sea Dragon Palace. With it as the center, various demon clan forces and human forces are scattered throughout the sea. A huge island, home to human and demon forces. One of them, the Lingyue sect. After a month, the large ship Luo Xingye was on arrived at the island. There is a teleportation array on the island, and they will use it to leave the Eastern Sea and return to the Qingniu domain. Along the way, he rarely went out, instead practicing indoors. How to practice? Absorb spirit blood. Most of the time, he transformed into demon armor, clinging to Longkue and absorbing her spirit blood. By this time, Luo Xingye's realm had reached the second level of the Cloud Sea. Information as follows: Realm, second level of the Cloud Sea, progress of transforming spirit blood into the second level of the Cloud Sea, 15%, 16%, 17%, stop sucking, I, as a superhuman realm second level, can't hold on anymore. Longkue lay on the bed, feeling dizzy. You can't resist. Luo Xingye was not satisfied. Why don't you go find Su Bangxia or Lingxian? Longkue begged for mercy. During the days drifting at sea, Luo Xingye loved to suck her whenever he had the chance. At first, she could endure it, but later on, her body became weaker and weaker, only able to beg, good brother, good brother. Lingxian? Luo Xingye silently repeated the name. This woman's temper is still as bad as ever. Since being rescued, she has been locked in her room and strongly resists them. She is an orthodox fairy who came out of the North Heaven Immortal Palace and is most repulsed by demon cultivators. Although she appears friendly to you on the surface after the experiences before, she still resists you internally. Longkue thought of Lingshuan's cold appearance and regretted saving her. She now wants to go beat that woman up. However, she doesn't know about your physical body. In the eyes of the Lingyue sect and her, you are a cold-blooded elder sister. Longkue chuckled. No problem, let's get off the ship. Luo Xingye transformed into an ancient demon, turned around, and disguised himself slightly. However, he did not disguise himself as a woman. The matter of imprisoning souls was completed. The matter of boarding the ship was also completed. There was no need to disguise anymore. After all, he didn't have that preference. So when he walked out of the ship and faced everyone, all the female disciples were shocked, especially the beautiful woman, as if struck. How could a fine woman suddenly turn into a man? What about spending the spring night together? What about enjoying tofu in the spring? Suddenly, a few female disciples exclaimed. These female disciples used to bathe with the door open, wearing belly bands and running around. This is a part of the celestial realm technique, considered as a reward for taking the ship these days. When Luo Xingye transmitted the technique to the beautiful woman's mind, she had not yet come to her senses. It wasn't until he left that the beautiful woman gradually reacted. Sister Longkue, where is my second master? Su Bangxia cautiously approached Longkue and asked. She and her master Lingxian were going to use the teleportation array on the island to return to the North Heaven Immortal Palace in the Qingyo domain. They would make public the matter of Elder Mo Qingshan. At this moment, it was time to say goodbye. Longkue glanced at Su Bangxia, seeing her holding the talisman, and said lightly, in times of danger, you can use the talisman, and naturally, you will see your master. Just listen to this matter, don't take it seriously. Lingxian said coldly. Ha, if it weren't for the talisman sending coordinates to notify me, you would have died that day. Longkue sneered, regretting saving her. The two of them had never gotten along. But that demon armor really didn't come. Lingxian spoke, and Longkue couldn't retort, so she just snorted. Lingxian walked towards the pier. Su Bangxia followed behind, whispering, thank you, sister, no, brother and sister Longkue. She was somewhat afraid of this dark-skinned man, simply because he resembled Luo Xingye. Don't worry, I trust Second Master very much. Although Second Master did not appear, she believed that he must have had something urgent to attend to. Last time I called for Second Master through Fuyu, and he didn't come, so something must have happened. Su Bangxia smiled naively and followed Fairy Lingxian, disappearing into the market outside the pier. On the pier, Luo Xingye and Longkue faced each other. Each more beautiful than the other. Let's go, let's return to the Qingyo domain and borrow some celestial treasures. Luo Xingye sighed. The plan to make Longkue the Dragon King had failed. A wasted effort. Wait for me. Longkue went to the market on the island to inquire about the East Sea Dragon Palace. The East Sea Dragon Palace, the ruler of the East Sea region, has always been of great interest. Before long, Longkue returned, relieved. The East Sea Dragon Palace had decided to stay out of the Dragon King dispute. Her mother was still imprisoned in the Dragon Mother Palace, safe for now. The Dragon King had closed off, seemingly feeling some pressure, wanting to attempt to break through to the legendary realm of the Heavenly Emperor. But before closing off, the Dragon King had issued orders to find Longkue, with a somewhat unfriendly attitude. Besides, there is one more thing you need to be aware of. Longkue walked alongside Luo Xingye. What is it? Luo Xingye asked. About the demon armor, or rather, about you. Some clues have been found on Ling Xian, Subanxia, and the people of the Baitian Immortal Palace. They believe that my sudden increase in strength that day, being able to counterkill the 7 dragons, is related to a piece of demon armor. Now, the cultivation world is spreading the rumor that the demon armor has terrifying power, and many cultivators are looking for you. Longkue said sourly, there are even those who have declared that they are willing to be slaves just to obtain the demon armor. Luo Xingye nodded calmly, showing no reaction. He had anticipated this long ago. However, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Get his name out there first, and what trouble couldn't be found later? As for his true identity as Luo Xingye, well, he would try to keep it hidden as much as possible. Even the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace is paying attention to this matter. It is said that when we left that day, people from the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace went to the East Sea Dragon Palace to inquire about the Heavenly Emperor's techniques. Longkue said in confusion. Luo Xingye's eyes narrowed. It seemed that someone was paying attention to the matter of him using the Heavenly Emperor's techniques through Longkue. You need to handle this matter carefully. The Phoenix female saint is also very interested in you. From the visit to the Dragon Palace, her attitude towards you can be seen. She holds a lot of weight, so everyone is paying close attention to you. Longkue sighed, fearing that the demon armor would leave her, feeling a sense of crisis. She approached Luo Xingye, took his hand, and solemnly transmitted, be careful in the future, do not expose yourself. And then? Luo Xingye raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, if someone discovers that you are the demon armor, it could lead to a struggle. You are only at the Cloud Sea realm, and if you are not careful, you could be crushed by others. Longkue said seriously. Realms Division, Essence Chi Realm, Spirit Platform Realm, Cloud Sea Realm, Heavenly Gate Realm, Transcendent Realm, Virtuous Saint Realm, Saint Realm. Are you saying this because you're afraid of losing me? Luo Xingye smiled. Longkue blushed, then remembered her own strength and coldly said, I am a powerful existence at the Transcendent Realm 2nd stage, why would I care about your insignificant demon armor? Alright, don't hold my arm, I'm only at the Cloud Sea Realm, what if you accidentally crush me? Luo Xingye chuckled. Just a mere demon armor. Longkue, feeling embarrassed, pushed Luo Xingye away. Seeing Luo Xingye walk ahead without looking back, she stomped her foot in frustration, gritted her teeth, and quickly caught up. Well, my realm is not yet stable, I need to rely on your strength for now, so I'll let you follow me for the time being. Longkue once again held Luo Xingye's hand and spoke some cheerful words to make everyone happy. Proud and Sundara, online flattery. The two walked in the market, each with their own beauty, looking very compatible and eye-catching. Longkue relaxed upon learning that her mother was fine. She began to envision the future. In the past, she lived in oppression, lonely for too long, living solely to save her mother. Now, there was another person in her heart, giving her the motivation to live for herself. At least until she saved her mother, she could live a little more relaxed. The road ahead is simple, cultivating in the 9 realms, and eventually becoming an immortal, Luo Xingye said calmly. The 9 realms are divided into 9 major realms. The Azure Bowl realm and the East Sea realm are 2 of them. His eyes scanned around, searching for evildoers. He wanted to capture souls and open the ancient demon city. As for where home is? With no attachments, wherever he wanders is home. But now, he thought of a place to return to, the ancient demon city. You are Luo Xingye, right? I know, living for so many years without dying, instead becoming a demon armor, there must be many thrilling stories, Longkue transmitted. I'm not, don't talk nonsense, you're thinking too much. Luo Xingye said. Long Kuei chuckled lightly, sticking to him, with a lively personality, saying, yes, you're not, but speaking of which, I still have a good impression of Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye glanced at her. Can I assume that you are flattering me? Suddenly, a message appeared. Sinful Soul, Mo Qingshan, 1,400 years old, transcendent 9th level, as the elder of the North Heaven Immortal Palace, intends to destroy the North Heaven Immortal Palace and commit evil deeds. Capture Soul, find out Mo Qingshan's purpose in destroying the North Heaven Immortal Palace. Compared to the ancient demon, the soul is powerful. Once captured, it can directly open the ancient demon city. Mo Qingshan. He is actually on this island. No, this island is very large, with many demon and human forces stationed here, becoming a resting place for passing cultivators. Also, due to its prosperity, a teleportation array was built on the island. This teleportation array is the only passage that can leave this sea area in a short time. Mo Qingshan is waiting for Ling Xian and Su Bangxia to fall into the trap. Luo Xingye became vigilant. He and Long Kuei are currently being watched by the cultivation world. If discovered by Mo Qingshan, the outcome would not be good. Contact Ling Xian, let her hide. Mo Qingshan is on this island, Luo Xingye said to Long Kuei. He doesn't care about Ling Xian, but he cares about Su Bangxia. It's a matter of great importance. Long Kuei didn't think much and secretly contacted that annoying woman. Transcendent 9th level, difficult to kill, Luo Xingye, while vigilant, also harbored killing intent towards Mo Qingshan. Difficult to kill does not mean impossible to kill. Find a place with no one. I want to transform into a demon armor, Luo Xingye transmitted. You want to absorb again? Long Kuei frowned, her legs were getting weak. Not absorb, I want to see how our strengths match up, Luo Xingye said. Passing through the bustling market, they arrived at a deserted corner. Luo Xingye, like flowing water, possessed Long Kuei's body. He checked his data. As follows: Human Pet 1, Su Bangxia; Human Pet 2, Long Kuei, currently in use, current Demon Armor form, 8th form, Holy Dragon Demon Armor, increases damage by 240%. The more loyal the human pet, the higher the Demon Armor form. A total of 10 forms. Currently, the Demon Armor on Long Kuei could activate the 8th form. The form itself is not important. What's important is the additional damage boost from the form. Using Long Kuei at the 2nd level of Transcendent with the 8th form, I can fight against someone at the 7th level of Transcendent. Luo Xingye decided to use other means to suppress Mo Qingshan after careful consideration. He left to go to the Lingyue sect. He needed to gather more information. After inquiring from various sources, he learned that the Lingyue sect was on the western edge of the island, and the strongest sect master was only at the Cloud Sea realm. But this was not important. His main focus was on gathering information. The first interaction with the Lingyue sect was actually very smooth. The sect master personally welcomed him. It was all because Luo Xingye had given the precious technique to the beautiful woman Lingyue. The information collection process by Luo Xingye went smoothly. This island is called Qingdang. In the East Sea, there is a demon named Qingdang, who sleeps during the day and acts at night. The first power on the island is called Qingdang Palace. The Palace Lord Qingdang has already surpassed the 1st level of the Transcendent Realm. Above Qingdang Palace, there are 4 major powers. Lingyue sect is still below the 4 major powers and is not influential. Luo Xingye ignored it and focused his attention on Qingdang Palace. Qingdang Palace controls the teleportation array, and Mo Qingshan is most likely in Qingdang Palace, Luo Xingye thought. He walked around the major markets, wandered between shops, and collected more information about Qingdang Palace until nightfall. He transformed into an ancient demon and walked in the dark night. Long Kuei followed him like a little follower. Soul of Sin, Huatai, 356 years old, Lingtai Realm 7th level, a member of the human race, walking at night, intending to commit sinful acts. Imprisoned soul, find out the purpose of Huatai's sinful acts. Information appeared in Luo Xingye's mind. Walking the night road, he encountered various people, and occasionally, as the ancient demon, he retrieved the souls of sinners. Long Kuei, did you see him? Luo Xingye asked. The pale-faced man? Long Kuei replied. Yes, bring him over and slap him twice, Luo Xingye ordered. You keep ordering me around. Remember, you are only in the Cloud Sea realm, I am in the Transcendent realm. Long Kuei corrected Luo Xingye's attitude sternly. After a while, the pale-faced Huatai was thrown into a corner by Long Kuei and slapped a few times. When Long Kuei revealed the pressure of the Transcendent realm, Huatai broke down. In this island, the strongest Qingdang is only at the first level of the Transcendent realm. The current strongest. The woman in front of him seemed even stronger. Will you talk or not? Long Kuei asked coldly. Huatai trembled and confessed his purpose for the night, to find and kill a sea demon. Luo Xingye's eyes flashed with insight. A message appeared in his mind, the truth has been found, you can imprison the soul. Luo Xingye struck him down with a palm, and Huatai's soul was devoured by his spirit. Although his goal was to kill Mo Qingshan, encountering a sinner on the way made it unnecessary to spare him. Previously, a demon killed a person, now a person kills a demon, both are considered sinners. Luo Xingye analyzed how sinners are defined. As long as life is taken, is it considered evil? Not quite. He had seen two cultivators fighting each other before, resulting in one dead and one injured, but he did not retrieve their souls of sin. Long Kuei, what is good and what is evil? Luo Xingye asked. Long Kuei glanced at Luo Xingye and said, there is no distinction between good and evil in this world, just living is hard enough. Her experiences from childhood left her with no fixed mindset. Luo Xingye contemplated and found a common point from the two examples of imprisoning souls. Those who intentionally commit evil are evil, he said lightly. No standpoint? Long Kuei asked. From the standpoint of humans, killing a demon is evil. But if a human kills a demon, it seems justified. Conversely, the same reasoning applies. It's all about taking a standpoint. Regardless of standpoint, regardless of right or wrong, those who intentionally commit evil are evil, Luo Xingye smiled mysteriously. Indeed my cup of tea, Long Kuei smiled back, her gaze towards Luo Xingye becoming more intense and bright. If I'm the tea, what are you? Luo Xingye glanced at her. Of course, I'm the one who eats the tea, I want to devour you. Long Kuei suddenly grew bolder in the night, her heart pounding after speaking. She stared at Luo Xingye, afraid of any hint of disgust from him. You can't handle it, I'm a tough dish. Luo Xingye walked away with his hands behind his back. I don't want the soft ones, only the tough ones. Although she did not receive a substantive answer, at least she did not refuse. Long Kuei breathed a sigh of relief and followed along. Do you want to inhale? I can let you take a few breaths now, she said, her mood inexplicably improving as she leaned closer to Luo Xingye. You don't need to inhale recently, you need to maintain your peak state, Luo Xingye said leisurely. All right, Long Kuei held Luo Xingye's hand. He did not refuse. She felt even happier and hugged him tighter. In front of them, the market was brightly lit, with both humans and demons present. A woman in a blue robe walked elegantly and softly. She stopped by a stall, looking at the lantern riddles with a puzzled expression. Can this sister guess the answer? Luo Xingye smiled softly and approached. She's a demon, at the first level of transcendence. Long Kuei transmitted her voice, her good mood from earlier suddenly disappearing. The woman in blue turned to look at Luo Xingye, thinking to herself how handsome he was. She smiled and shook her head. I can't figure it out, sir, do you know? Seeing the worry between your brows, you must have something on your mind. If you clear your mind and calm down, guessing this kind of lantern riddle is quite easy, Luo Xingye said with a smile. Oh? Then tell me, what's the answer to this lantern riddle? The woman in blue looked at Luo Xingye a few more times, ignoring the woman who had been staring at her. Trust is the foundation of a person. The answer to this lantern riddle is speech, right? Luo Xingye glanced at the stall owner. Impressive. The owner rewarded him with a blue hairpin. This is for you. Luo Xingye handed the hairpin to the woman, leaving Long Kuei stomping her foot in anger. The woman in blue covered her mouth and chuckled, Sir, you're quite bold. Aren't you afraid of making this lady angry? I've always been bold in my actions, Luo Xingye smiled. How bold are you? The woman in blue asked curiously. Even in the face of transcendence, I dare to act, Luo Xingye said confidently. Oh? The woman in blue's beautiful eyes flickered as she released a hint of the first level of transcendence pressure. Then she looked at Luo Xingye with a smile. Luo Xingye remained calm, with a smile on his lips. Behind him, Long Kuei glared at the woman in blue, releasing the pressure of the second level of transcendence. The woman in blue stopped smiling, looked deeply at Long Kuei, then shifted her gaze back to Luo Xingye. You're just at the second level of Cloud C, right? She put away her disdain. Does it matter? Luo Xingye said. It doesn't matter. Do you know who I am? The woman in blue said seriously. Long Kuei realized that Luo Xingye was not trying to strike up a conversation but had other motives. She breathed a sigh of relief and re-evaluated the woman in blue. I traveled to many places and heard a rumor that the master of the Green Lantern Palace loves to take human form and stroll through the market at night, with a keen interest in lantern riddles, Luo Xingye said with a faint smile. He was lucky to have encountered the great demon of the Green Lantern Palace. What do you want from me? Green Lantern stared at Luo Xingye. In her eyes, although Luo Xingye was only at the second level of Cloud C, his power was immense, and the transcendents around him were just ordinary attendants. To help you kill someone, Luo Xingye said seriously. I have no intention of killing anyone, Green Lantern shook her head. What about Mo Qingshan? Luo Xingye spoke, causing a slight change in Green Lantern's expression, her tone slightly colder. Aren't you afraid of death? Finally, she cast a spell to prevent eavesdropping in the area. She continued, You're truly bold. Aren't you afraid that Mo Qingshan and I are friends? I'm not afraid. I've decided to take a chance, Luo Xingye said. In fact, when he arrived in this place, the ancient demon body had already detected the Soul of Sin. Soul of Sin, Green Lantern, 1,000 years old, at the first level of transcendence. As the master of the Green Lantern Palace, she harbors murderous intentions towards the guest Mo Qingshan and plans evil deeds. Imprisoned soul, find out the purpose of the Green Lantern Palace master wanting to kill Mo Qingshan. Regardless of stance or right and wrong, those who deliberately commit evil deeds are considered souls of sin. Luo Xingye found Green Lantern based on this information. Green Lantern stared at Luo Xingye, silent for a long time, the atmosphere gradually turning cold. Who are you really? Why are you helping me? Green Lantern asked in a deep voice. I come from the city of ancient demons. As for helping you? I never thought of helping you. It's just that the person I want to kill is the same as you, Luo Xingye said with a faint smile. Green Lantern's heart stirred. The ancient demon city? What place is this again? But she didn't dare to be careless. Being able to treat cultivators of extraordinary realms as bodyguards or maidservants indicated that this person was not simple, and indirectly indicated that the ancient demon city was not an ordinary force. How can I trust you? Xingdeng said in a deep voice. When you ask me, haven't you already trusted me? Luo Xingye replied. Xingdeng fell silent, then took a step and disappeared on the spot. But a trace of demonic energy remained. Let's go, follow her, Luo Xingye said to Long Kuei. Don't order me around, Long Kuei glared. I'll give you a riddle, Luo Xingye said calmly. Long Kuei looked at him, thinking that you still have a bit of conscience, knowing how to comfort me. Luo Xingye said, on the bamboo above the cold mountain temple, unable to be used by anyone, this statement is not false and can be fulfilled. As long as the reign of friendship is evident, the swan appears and the bird is gone. Long Kuei didn't understand, but kept it in mind and couldn't help but ask, what's the answer to the riddle? Figure it out yourself, let's go, follow her, Luo Xingye said. Don't order me around in the future, I am extraordinary, Long Kuei said, holding Luo Xingye's hand and stepping out, then also disappeared. In a loft. Xingdeng discussed matters with Luo Xingye under the lamp. Mo Qingshan entered Qingdeng Palace as a guest and immediately ordered Qingdeng to send people to search for Ling Xian, Su Bangxia, Long Kuei, and Mo Jia. However, the main focus was on finding Ling Xian and Su Bangxia. As the palace master, Qingdang felt offended. Regardless of Mo Qingshan's intentions, his orders indirectly controlled Qingdang Palace and even had thoughts about her. These actions were domineering and unreasonable, causing the palace master Qingdang to have murderous intentions. He is the elder of the North Tianxian Palace of the Qingniu domain, but I am from the East Sea domain, the territory of the East Sea Dragon Palace. His reach is too long and his control too wide. You come from the ancient demon city, do you have the strength to kill him? Qingdang looked at Luo Xingye. If I say I do, then I do. Luo Xingye said confidently. He's very powerful, Long Kuei chimed in. Qingdang smiled faintly without saying a word. How powerful can a cultivator of the Cloud Sea realm be? What she valued was that this cultivator of the Cloud Sea realm could treat cultivators of extraordinary realms as servants. The so-called power was mostly just flattery. I'm very curious, how do you plan to kill a cultivator of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm? Qingdang asked. Just call in more people, Luo Xingye said. How many people? Qingdang asked with anticipation. Is the ancient demon city sending people? But soon, she realized she was overthinking. The person who arrived was Ling Xian. She flew in from outside the building with Su Bangxia and landed nearby. She was called by Luo Xingye. Is it her? Qingdang frowned. Ling Xian was at the 2nd level of the extraordinary realm, and the woman behind this cultivator was also at the 2nd level of the extraordinary realm. Adding her own 1st level of the extraordinary realm, it was quite a lineup to fight against someone at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. Brother Luo, I am interested in the power behind you. You called Fairy Ling Xian here, but I'm afraid even Fairy Ling Xian herself might find it inappropriate, Qingdang said. She didn't care about the conflict between Mo Qingshan and Ling Xian. She cared about Mo Qingshan's life and death. However, Ling Xian unexpectedly stared at Luo Xingye and asked, will he make a move? She was quite curious about this person who suddenly appeared next to Long Kuei. She had speculated that this person was Mo Jia, but had not confirmed it. He will, Luo Xingye said. He referred to Mo Jia. Then with a few of us, it's enough, Ling Xian said confidently. Fairy Ling Xian, Mo Qingshan is at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. Are you sure that a few of us can defeat him? Qingdang frowned. She felt she was being played. As long as he makes a move, we can win. Ling Xian rejected Mo Jia's demonic identity but did not deny his strength and terror. Yes, as long as he makes a move, we can win. Long Kuei, on the side, looked smugly at Luo Xingye. Him? Are there others helping? Qingdang asked. Yes, Ling Xian nodded. Qingdang fell silent, lost in thought. Regarding the matter of dealing with Mo Qingshan, it is of great importance. If the plan fails, she will be the one to suffer. Actually, there is another plan, Ling Xian pondered. Luo Xingye shook his head. It's not possible. Even if you inform the Northern Sky Immortal Palace, without evidence, you cannot truly convict Mo Qingshan. At least we can restrain him. Ling Xian was surprised that this person had guessed her thoughts in advance. Restraining him is useless. Even if he is trapped afterwards, he will still seek revenge. And, you don't want him to stay alive, do you? Long Kuei was extremely confident. Qingdang was puzzled by what she heard, but she also guessed that Mo Qingshan seemed to have committed some crime. Miss Qingdang, please rest assured, Mo Qingshan is doomed, and today Ling Xian is here, our sincerity is also sufficient, right? Luo Xingye smiled faintly. Qingdang calmed down for a moment and said, yes, indeed. She knew that if she didn't agree, it would be difficult for her to leave here. The person Mo Qingshan was looking for was right here. Qingdang could get rid of Mo Qingshan by just revealing Ling Xian's location. But she couldn't do that. She couldn't beat any of the extraordinary beings present. Then let's make a plan to kill Mo Qingshan. I'm curious, who is that so-called him, and can we discuss it in detail? Qingdang looked at Ling Xian. Ling Xian glanced at Long Kuei and saw that she was still in disguise, so she knew it was not appropriate to reveal the information about the magic armor. When the time comes, he will come. Ling Xian didn't say much, but added, if he is willing to help you, you will definitely know his strength. Luo Xingye's face darkened. These bloodbags were really audacious. They dared to treat him like a public transportation vehicle. Late at night, Mo Qingshan was meditating in Qing Deng's practice room. Suddenly, he sensed something and flipped his hand to reveal a voice transmission stone. Ling Xian has been found, she is seriously injured, I am chasing her, come quickly. Qing Deng's voice. Mo Qingshan sneered, quite insightful. Until I capture Ling Xian, your Qing Deng palace will not belong to you. It seemed that Qing Deng had put in real effort to capture Ling Xian sooner and end this matter. He got up, opened the practice room, stepped on a flying sword, and headed straight for the island. He was extremely confident and didn't care whether what Qing Deng said was true or false. With the strength of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, he could walk sideways in the East Sea, except for the East Sea Dragon Palace. Soon, on the sea outside the island, a divine light shone, and the extraordinary power spread in all directions. Qing Deng was in a fierce battle with a woman. Ling Xian. Humph. Today, I will bury you at the bottom of the sea. Mo Qingshan saw that the woman was Ling Xian and immediately accelerated towards her. Senior Mo, you harmed my disciple, and now you are forcing my master and disciple onto a dead end. What is the meaning of this? Ling Xian's face was grim. I can't stand it. How about that? Mo Qingshan grinned, and the powerful aura of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm swept over the area, suppressing the entire sea. He floated in the air, his long sword under his feet emitting immortal light, heading straight for Ling Xian. You can't stand it indeed. Ling Xian pointed a finger, forcing Qing Deng back, then used a shrinking technique to escape into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Mo Qingshan also used the shrinking technique and rushed after her. But it failed. He took several steps but there was no response. Looking around, he saw Qing Deng had flown far away and was looking at him coldly. You have a lot of nerve, daring to play me? Mo Qingshan roared angrily, causing Qing Deng to feel a tightness in her chest. Not only play you, we also want to kill you. Long Kuei flew out from the sea, still disguised, not revealing her true identity to Mo Qingshan. Then all of you will die for me. Mo Qingshan was about to attack Qing Deng when a blue array of light appeared on the sea, spanning 1,000 feet. With a loud bang, the array of light surged out, piercing through the seafloor and the sky like a pillar of light, trapping Mo Qingshan. Activate the array. Luo Xingye was casting spells from a distance, controlling the large array, revealing his presence. Let's finish this quickly, the array consumes a lot of spiritual stones. Qing Deng transmitted her voice. These were materials and spiritual stones arranged by her Qing Deng palace, so she naturally felt distressed. Humph. Luoxingyi cast a spell again, and a wind force rose within the formation, strangling everything inside. A bunch of ants, Mo Qingshan said as he gestured with one hand, causing his long sword to split into multiple copies. In the blink of an eye, there were already 100 swords. The swords flew around Mo Qingshan, forming a powerful sword formation that broke the wind force. Long Kuei, Qing Deng, and Ling Xian launched their attacks, unleashing various powers that triggered thunderstorms. In an instant, the waves surged, thunder roared, and divine light shone. Despite this, Mo Qingshan launched a strong counterattack, shaking the formation with a punch. A beam of light almost broke through the formation, piercing through Long Kuei. Ants, dared to attack me, a transcendent 9th level being, you are truly ignorant. Mo Qingshan took out a green flag and waved it, causing a fierce wind to assault the formation. With various methods at his disposal, he spat out a golden bead from which thunder burst forth, pushing back Long Kuei, Qing Deng, and Ling Xian even through the formation. Ignorant fools. Mo Qingshan smirked confidently, determined to kill everyone present. Just warming up, and you're already so confident? Luoxingyi said coldly. A cultivator of the Cloud Sea realm? Just you? Mo Qingshan sneered. Heaven Annihilation Formation. Luoxingyi activated the most terrifying aspect of the formation, connecting heaven and earth, summoning wind, fire, thunder, and water. Anomalies descended from the sky, entering the formation. Thunder, storms, seas of fire, water dragons, all flooded the formation in an instant. Mo Qingshan screamed in agony as the golden bead was struck by lightning, swallowed by the sea, the green flag extinguished by the fierce wind, and burned by flames. His body was assaulted by wind, fire, thunder, and water, and in a moment, he was severely injured, blood flowing. Ling Xian was surprised and glanced at Luoxingyi, speculating that this person must be a demon armor, otherwise, how could a Cloud Sea Realm cultivator possess such a powerful formation and control it so skillfully? Destroy him! Long Kuei did not hold back, using the dragon transformation technique. Luoxingyi taught her to transform into a dragon and suppress Mo Qingshan within the formation. Qing Deng was shocked to see this woman turn into a dragon, but she did not hesitate to join forces with Ling Xian. Boom! The formation resounded with Mo Qingshan's screams and blood flowed, his injuries worsening and his strength waning. At that moment, Mo Qingshan felt fear. Suddenly, he roared in anger, unleashing his demonic power. Once a spiritual cultivator, he now exuded a sinister aura, filled with evil and coldness. I will kill you all. Mo Qingshan transformed into a demon, his face turning green, his hair floating with magic. He summoned a demonic sword, ancient and filled with a spreading sense of death. With a loud bang, the demonic sword exploded, the terrifying pressure directly breaking a hole in the formation. Mo Qingshan flew out, screaming like a madman, his blood-red eyes locked onto Long Kuei nearby. Boom! He charged towards her, intent on killing the dragon. He was now like a dying ember, unable to escape far. He needed to defeat the enemy in the shortest time possible. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Long Kuei turned and ran. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Luoxingyi rushed over, immediately transforming into a demon armor and possessing Long Kuei. Instantly, Long Kuei felt a surge of power in her body. Her whole body exuded a stronger aura, her dragon eyes cold and imposing. Faced with Mo Qingshan's attack, Luoxingyi employed advanced techniques. Shrinking into inches. Teleportation on the spot. Sword rain in the starry sky. Dragon language meteorites. Finally, transforming into a golden holy dragon, her power surged once again, leaving Mo Qingshan momentarily helpless. Demon armor. Long Kuei, it's you. Mo Qingshan was horrified, growing more anxious as the time for his secret technique passed, leaving him in a state of extreme weakness. Boom! He turned and headed straight for Qing Deng. Save me! Qing Deng cried out in fear. I'm here! Luoxingyi flew out, instantly transferring and entering Qing Deng's body. Suddenly, Qing Deng's aura became stronger, her eyes shining with divine light, as if possessed by a god. This was Luoxingyi's possession. Directly taking her to dodge and move around, various instant movements, various lateral movements, various microcontrols. Qing Deng's strength is the weakest present, unable to fight against Mo Qingshan, can only passively avoid. Ah! Magic armor. Mo Qingshan was at a loss, seeing that he couldn't kill Qing Deng, so he turned to chase Ling Xian. Ling Xian saw the situation was not right, stepped back and shook her head, saying, "Don't come near me." But the more she said that, the more Mo Qingshan targeted her. As long as the magic armor did not possess her, he would kill Ling Xian. With a bang, Mo Qingshan, like a beam of magic light, approached Ling Xian, and with one punch, he knocked Ling Xian into the sea, reopening the just-healed wound. Bang! Mo Qingshan pointed his magic finger into the sea, piercing Ling Xian's body. You wicked woman! Luo Xingye had to leave Qing Deng and instantly transfer to Ling Xian. He had tampered with these blood bags earlier to facilitate his arrival. Qing Deng broke free from the possession of the magic armor and returned to herself. She gasped, sweat sticking to her face, and murmured, he is indeed very powerful. No! Ling Xian was terrified, afraid of the magic armor possessing her. However, she had no say in the matter. The magic armor directly possessed her, controlling Ling Xian and playing various maneuvers with her, forcing Mo Qingshan to shout in frustration but unable to do anything. "I'll kill you all." Mo Qingshan felt his power draining, the time for his secret technique was running out. He went mad, disregarding everything, and turned to rush towards Long Kuei. Swish, the magic armor transferred to Long Kuei. "You damn it!" Mo Qingshan yelled in anger, turning to kill Cheng Deng. The magic armor didn't give him a chance, directly transferring to Cheng Deng. This time, Cheng Deng did not resist, just snorted and let the magic armor enter her body. A huge sense of fulfillment and security swept over her. Mo Qingshan was almost bursting with anger. Wherever he went, the magic armor followed, completely preventing him from making any moves. But he had no choice. He could only switch targets constantly, sometimes targeting Cheng Deng, sometimes Long Kuei, sometimes Ling Xian. Thus, the magic armor became like a bus. Sometimes on Cheng Deng, sometimes on Long Kuei, sometimes on Ling Xian. Among the three of them, besides Long Kuei, who liked the magic armor entering her body the most, Cheng Deng also began to adapt slowly. In the end, she even seemed somewhat reluctant to part with it, slightly addicted. Only Ling Xian, every time the armor possessed her, she resisted as if she were being forced. She complained on one hand, resisted on the other, and had to accept the magic armor entering her body. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Mo Qingshan was drained of his secret techniques by force. He was severely injured, falling weakly towards the sea. Long Kuei condensed a large hand from a distance and caught Mo Qingshan. Seeing this, Luo Xingye flew out of Ling Xian and transformed into the ancient demon body. He flew towards Mo Qingshan, who had no more strength to fight, and said coldly, "You don't even have the qualifications to be a ghost." Luo Xingye was not polite, not even interrogating, but directly pressed his head and forcibly searched his soul. In the end, he discovered Mo Qingshan's secret. This person turned out to be a spy from the 10,000 Demon Sect, with a physical body of a spiritual cultivator but a soul of a demon cultivator. He destroyed Su Bangxia's immortal body to kill her and prevent the rise of the North Heaven Immortal Palace. He pursued Ling Xian and Su Bangxia to prevent his identity from being exposed and suspected by Ling Xian. As for the destruction of the North Heaven Immortal Palace, it was naturally at the behest of the 10,000 Demon Sect. Can't you just be a senior elder? Do you have to be a spy for the 10,000 Demon Sect? Luo Xingye sighed, this person's path had narrowed. However, it was also possible that this person was not acting of his own accord. But all of this was no longer important. The truth had been revealed. A piece of information appeared in his mind. The truth has been found, the soul can be imprisoned. Luo Xingye shattered Mo Qingshan's head with one palm. Mo Qingshan died in unwillingness. His soul was then devoured by the ancient demon soul. Suddenly, a series of information appeared in Luo Xingye's mind again. The sinful soul of Mo Qingshan has been devoured. The conditions for opening the ancient demon city have been met. The ancient demon city is being opened. Luo Xingye's body trembled, and the black vortex in the 108 acupoints in his body surged with the power of the ancient demon, rushing into his soul sea, and finally flying out of the heavenly cover, heading towards a distant place. In that distant place, an ancient, demon-filled city descended upon the cultivation world. Inside the demon city, terrifying dark creatures opened their eyes. They cheered, waiting for the arrival of the ancient demon city lord. Luo Xingye breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the ancient demon city was being opened. He looked at Long Kuei, who smiled lightly at him. Looking at Cheng Deng was still lost in thought. Then looking at Ling Xian wiped away tears while muttering, "It's not clean." "Why cry? You would have died long ago if it wasn't for him," Long Kuei said, seeing Ling Xian looking like a fallen fairy tainted by others, feeling angry. If it were her, she wouldn't want Ling Xian to come into contact with the demon armor either. Ling Xian just shed tears but did not cry. She wiped away the tears, composed herself, and said, "Immortals and demons have different paths, let's avoid meeting in the future." She took Mo Qingshan's body as evidence and then went to the island to take away the disciples who were hiding. Luo Xingye did not stop her from taking the body. On the other hand, Cheng Deng wiped away the sweat from her face, gently brushed the strands of hair stuck to her forehead, and faced the wind, feeling a sense of comfort. I didn't expect that the demon armor in Long Kuei would be you, Qingdeng said, wearing a green dress, with a delicate and graceful posture. She glanced at Long Kuei, then at Luo Xingye, her eyes showing a hint of curiosity. It is said that the demon armor has divine power, and even the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace and the Phoenix Female Saint are paying attention to you. At first, I didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a slightly special weapon. Qingdeng blushed and bit her lip. But after experiencing it firsthand, I realized how powerful you are, unforgettable, truly worthy of the demon armor. Qingdeng said softly, with a hint of girlish shyness. Long Kuei's eyes showed a hint of vigilance, saying, after today, let's not meet again. Is that so? Qingdeng looked at Luo Xingye. Maybe, Luo Xingye said. Qingdeng was just a demon and did not possess a special physique. Therefore, she could not become his familiar, even though she had been possessed before. She also could not provide him with spiritual blood, a blood that only those with special physiques could possess. Qingdeng sighed softly. If the demon armor could be by her side, it would be great. It would not only make her feel secure but also help her reach higher realms. Thank you all for helping me eliminate Mo Qingshan at the Qingdeng Palace. As for the subsequent consequences, I believe Fairy Lingxian will handle them, right? Qingdeng expressed her gratitude while considering the aftermath. Neither the Qingdeng Palace nor you will be in trouble. The death of Mo Qingshan will not provoke the North Heaven Immortal Palace against you. Instead, they will thank you for eliminating a traitor, Luo Xingye said, intending to go to the ancient demon city. There, it would be his only home in the future. But then he thought that he would still have contact with the cultivation world in the future. It would be convenient to have more friends when going out on business. So, he looked seriously at Qingdeng and said, actually, being friends is not a bad idea. Qingdeng was taken aback, then shyly asked, what kind of friends? After thinking for a moment, Luo Xingye said, the kind you can have deep conversations with. Qingdeng understood and blushed, saying, yes, this lady is willing too. Long Kuei felt inexplicably upset and left. Seeing this, Luo Xingye followed, leaving a talisman for Qingdeng, saying, I urgently need some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If you have any, I'll come back for them later. As the first overlord of the island, the Qingdeng Palace naturally has abundant resources. If you need anything, you can come and take it any time. This lady will be waiting for you, Qingdeng blushed. Okay, when the time comes, Fu Yu will contact you. I have already imprinted the instructions in the Fu Yu. Luo Xingye left to catch up with Long Kuei. After all, this was his exclusive blood replenishment station for young girls. If he lost it, he would really be at a loss. The Golden Saint Dragon appeared again in the East Sea, and its terrifying dragon power intimidated the creatures in the sea. Eventually, the East Sea Dragon Palace learned of this and sent someone to the Qingdeng Island to inquire about the matter on the same day. Qingdeng accepted the questioning, and the process was very unpleasant. The tone of the Dragon Palace envoy was like an interrogation, with a sense of command, making her keep a cold face throughout. Where did they go? The Dragon Palace envoy questioned without emotion. I don't know, Qingdeng replied indifferently. You were involved in the killing of Mo Qingshan, and must have had contact with the demon armor. Do you at least have a way to contact the demon armor? The Dragon Palace envoy pressed on. No. Qingdeng replied coldly. This Dragon Palace envoy was only at the Tianmen realm. In front of her, the Transcendent realm, the envoy's words were oppressive and the attitude was rude. She had no good feelings towards the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace envoy remained silent, looked deeply at Qingdeng, pondered for a moment, and said coldly, living in the East Sea, you must accept the control of the East Sea Dragon Palace. If you want to survive in the East Sea, Qingdeng Palace must adjust its attitude. Qingdeng remained indifferent, her eyes cold as she stared directly at the Dragon Palace envoy, making the envoy's face turn pale and feel immense pressure. This was the pressure of the Transcendent Realm. But soon, she withdrew the pressure. Although the other party was at the Tianmen realm, behind her was the Dragon Palace, and she really dared not kill the other party. You can only represent the Dragon Palace, but in front of me, you cannot represent yourself. Pay attention to your own attitude. Xingdeng said coldly. Yes, Senior, the Dragon Palace envoy replied in a panic. I have told you what I know. Is there anything else you want to ask? Xingdeng said indifferently. No, nothing more. I take my leave. The Dragon Palace envoy left in a dejected manner. He entered the deep sea, gritted his teeth, and said coldly, Humph, just a transcendent realm, can only pretend in front of me, what is he? He wanted to retaliate against Xingdeng. But after thinking about it, as a Tianmen realm, without status or position in the Dragon Palace, what could he use to retaliate? Would he go and provoke trouble with a transcendent realm, or seduce the prince and princess? Isn't that seeking death? The Dragon Palace did not lack transcendent realms, but transcendent realms were strong wherever they were, even in the Dragon Palace, they had to be respected. If he, a Tianmen realm, incited the Dragon Palace to provoke transcendent realms, he would be the first to die. Don't let me find an opportunity. The Dragon Palace envoy left in hatred. Even if he couldn't do anything to Xingdeng, he could still manipulate the report. For example, Xingdeng had concealed information about the demon armor and Long Kuei. Xingdeng thought the matter had ended, but she didn't expect it had just begun. Shortly after the Dragon Palace sent someone to inquire, the Phoenix Sacred Land, Yaoqi Tian Palace, and Xingyun Sword Sect all sent people. This made her realize the importance of the demon armor in the cultivation world. The attitudes of these major forces were better than that of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Especially the Yaoqi Tian Palace, the people from the number one force in the cultivation world had the best attitude and did not use their status to oppress others. Xingdeng was willing to disclose some information. For example, the celestial maiden of the Yaoqi Tian Palace asked her if the demon armor was attached to her, or if she had used the Heavenly Emperor's technique. Xingdeng blushed and said, the first feeling was very comfortable, making it difficult to forget that sense of fulfillment. The celestial maiden was stunned for a moment, and it took her a while to react, blushing as she said, so, the demon armor has possessed you? Yes, the demon armor entered my body, giving me powerful strength and a feeling I had never experienced before. He is really amazing. Xingdeng's focus remained on the feeling the demon armor gave her after entering her body. She did not answer questions about the whereabouts and origins of the demon armor. Some of the female cultivators who came to inquire couldn't handle Xingdeng's improper answers. But it was undeniable that they were all curious. After all, Xingdeng's performance was too reserved. This indicated that Xingdeng had experienced a feeling that they could not imagine. Fortunately, everyone has adjusted their attitudes and inquired again. When they learned that Mo Qingshan, who was at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm, had been killed with the help of the demon armor, all the cultivators were shocked. That demon armor has such terrifying power, someone exclaimed. Doesn't this mean that as long as you have the demon armor, you possess the terrifying power to fight beyond your level? This is a temptation that cannot be ignored. Many cultivators began to have the idea of seeking the demon armor. Xingdeng poured cold water on the cultivators. In my opinion, the demon armor only possesses females. Xingdeng had seen the physical body of the demon armor, which was male, so according to normal logic, the demon armor would only favor females. Unless the demon armor is a homosexual, it is impossible to deviate from this logic. When the major forces returned with the information they had gathered, the cultivation world gradually became aware of the power and uniqueness of the demon armor. For a time, many cultivators were consciously searching for the demon armor, with female cultivators being the majority. The heat of the cultivation world gradually shifted from the whipping of Luoxingi for more than 3,000 years to the demon armor. After Luoxingi caught up with Long Kuei, he had a thought and established a connection with the ancient demon city. He instantly moved to the ancient demon city. This was the method he naturally knew to enter the ancient demon city after opening it. The ancient demon city was in a dim place covered in darkness, with white bones scattered around and phosphorescent lights flickering. Luoxingi stood on the city wall, overlooking the city. My divine sense cannot perceive this place, and the surrounding areas near this city cannot be sensed either. Where is this place? Long Kuei lowered her voice, looking alert. This will be our place to stay in the future, Luoxingi said. Ha? Ours? Oh, okay, Longkue responded unexpectedly, not asking any more questions. The city was paved with bones, and dark creatures roamed aimlessly inside. When Luoxingi saw the dark creatures, pieces of information flashed in his mind. Race, Stone Ghost, Quantity, 15, Level, Spirit Platform Realm, Ability, Invisibility, Awakened, Bonus after opening the Ancient Demon City, Invisibility? Luoxingi thought and flew to the ground, saying coldly, "Go outside the city invisibly. If you find any foreign life, notify me immediately." The Ancient Demon City belonged to the Ancient Demons. He absolutely controlled the Ancient Demon City. The more than 10 stone ghosts turned and headed outside the city, invisibly concealing themselves and patrolling the surroundings. As he walked through the city, Luoxingi saw statues hidden in the darkness, with their fierce appearances resembling demons. Longkue was not actually afraid, but the atmosphere here accentuated everything. Without doing something, she felt sorry for herself. She held Luoxingi's arm, trembling, scared and delicate. "Transcendent Realm Powerhouse, what's wrong with you?" Luoxingi pushed her away. She held on tightly, saying she was scared. Luoxingi didn't laugh at her, she had done her best, so he didn't want to expose her. He looked at the statues and pieces of information that appeared in his mind. Race, Stone Ghost, Quantity, 1, can be repeatedly awakened, Level, Heaven Gate Realm, Ability, Invisibility, Petrification, not awakened, 0/50, collect 50 sinful souls to awaken, not awakened, 0/1, collect 1 sinful soul at the Heaven Gate Realm level to awaken. Race, Stone Ghost, Quantity, 1, can be repeatedly awakened, Level, Transcendent Realm, Ability, Invisibility, Petrification, Gigantification, not awakened, 0 out of 100, collect 100 sinful souls to awaken, not awakened, 0 out of 1, collect 1 sinful soul at the Transcendent Realm level to awaken. Race, Soul Hook, Quantity, 1, can be repeatedly awakened, Level, Holy Realm, Ability, Soul Binding, Domain, not awakened, 0/10,000, collect 10,000 sinful souls to awaken, not awakened, 0/1, collect 1 sinful soul at the Holy Realm level to awaken. The further he walked into the city, the higher the level of the statues, arranged in a very orderly manner. Even if they were of the same race, the low realm is outside, the high realm is inside. Are there immortals and demons? Luo Xingye thought of this. In the end, he arrived at the inner city, where there were clusters of palaces. On both sides of the inner city, huge demon statues were erected. He examined one of them. Race, Devourer of Heaven, Quantity, 1, can be awakened repeatedly, Level, Immortal King/Demon King, Ability, Devour all things, not awakened, cannot be awakened, requires the city lord to become an immortal or a demon. The further inside the demon statue, the more terrifying the level. There were even beings surpassing the immortal king. Luo Xingyi was moved. Imprisoned souls, souls of sin, are the keys to awaken them. Luo Xingye entered one of the palaces, which was simple in layout but had all the basic furnishings like beds, tables, and chairs. Luo Xingye, this place is really scary, these statues give me a feeling of being crushed. Longkue was truly scared, she held Luo Xingye's hand, unable to control her trembling. Don't be afraid, we will have to stay here often in the future. Luo Xingye looked at Longkue and said, "Go to the Black Wind Mountain in the Qingyo domain and bring all your belongings here." "Who said I'm going to follow you?" Longkue found his direct words hard to bear on her face, but deep down she had long wanted to follow Luo Xingye. "Let's leave now, don't delay." Luo Xingye ignored Longkue's words. He had a slight connection in his mind with the outside world. That connection was still at the Qingdang Island in the East Sea, where he entered the ancient demon city. This led him to speculate that if he entered the ancient demon city from a certain place, he might also return to that place when leaving the city. However, he did not go back but walked towards the outside of the city. He wanted to figure out the exact location of the ancient demon city. "It's eerie here, let's go somewhere else." Longkue expressed her concern. "No." Luo Xingye continued walking on his own. As he walked outside, the land was scorched, with a thick darkness enveloping the ancient demon city, feeling oppressive. The invisible stone ghosts around bowed respectfully, bidding farewell to the departure of the ancient demons. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, Long Kuei felt somewhat annoyed. She wanted to say something tough but felt she would definitely be retorted by Luo Xingye. She had suffered several losses like this before. Humph. She could only keep quiet and follow Luo Xingye. About 100 miles away from leaving the ancient demon city, Long Kuei noticed the oppressive feeling disappearing, and her spiritual awareness could expand. Where are we? Luo Xingye asked. He was only at the Cloud Sea realm, with his spiritual awareness not even a fraction of Long Kuei's. Long Kuei flew into the air, looking into the distance, murmuring, "Incredible, incredible, Luo Xingye, the place we were just in is actually one of the 9 great forbidden places of the 9 realms heaven, the great desolate immortal fallen land." The forbidden place of the Qingyo domain, the great desolate immortal fallen land? Does that mean we have returned to the Qingyo domain? Luo Xingye was very familiar with the cultivation world, having been to various places. Luo Xingye and Long Kuei flew out from the great desolate immortal fallen land in the Qingyo domain. In other words, the ancient demon city was inside the great desolate immortal fallen land. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures flew past from the sky. Luo Xingye and Long Kuei looked over, and the 2 figures also looked back. Linger Xian looked as if she had seen a ghost. Looking at Luo Xingye and Long Kuei, she couldn't help but say, "How come you're here so fast?" Second Master. Su Bangxia waved to Luo Xingye. She had already learned from Master Linger Xian that the man in front of her was the second master. Linger Xian didn't stay long, taking her disciples straight to the North Heaven Immortal Palace. At this moment, a piece of information appeared in Luo Xingye's mind. Sinful soul, Lu Bai, 1,400 years old, triple transcendent realm, elder of the 10,000 demons sect, intending to commit sinful acts, imprisoned soul, find out the truth of Lu Bai's wrongdoing. The ancient demon body detected a sinful soul nearby. Luo Xingye immediately transformed into a demon armor, possessing Long Kuei, and searched around. But there was no sign of Lu Bai. After some thought, he followed Linger Xian until they reached the foot of the North Heaven Immortal Palace. But there was no sign of Lu Bai. Looks like he ran away. Luoxingyi speculated that Lu Bai should have discovered something and left secretly. "Let's go back," Luoxingyi said. The 2 of them returned to the ancient demon city. In Luoxingyi's mind, the coordinates of Donghai Qingdang Island appeared again. That was the coordinate location he had entered the ancient demon city before. After some thought, he decided to leave Long Kuei in the ancient demon city and go to Donghai Qingdang Island himself. Qingdang had said he could borrow some resources from her. He hadn't forgotten. With a thought, he was transported by the ancient demon city back to Donghai Qingdang Island. Upon arrival, he noticed flashes of light and rumbling outside Qingdang Island. Someone was in battle. Squinting, he saw dragons in Qingdang. Qingdang was being besieged by the dragons, struggling to hold her ground. Daring to conceal information about the demon armor and Long Kuei from the dragon palace, "You have a lot of nerve," a black dragon roared, striking Qingdang with its claws, forcing her back with injuries and blood flowing. In the East Sea region, no one dares to disrespect the dragon palace of the East Sea. Qingdang, you are no exception. Another purple dragon emerged from the sea, spewing dragon breath to incinerate Qingdang. Not far away, an envoy from the dragon palace surfaced, watching the scene with delight. "I didn't expect Lord Longyun and Princess Jogu to be so concerned about the demon armor and Long Kuei." Upon hearing Qingdang's concealment, they took action. His eyes gleamed with excitement, anticipating Qingdang's demise. Boom! Qingdang was pushed back, a gash on her head with blood flowing. Gasping for breath, she tried to escape. "Where do you think you can escape to?" Long Yun sneered. The social death that day had made him a joke among the dragon clan. He despised the demon armor and Long Kuei. He believed there was no great power behind Long Kuei, just a set of demon armor. He was determined to seek revenge. "What benefit do you gain from concealing their information? Do you think the demon armor can come to your rescue?" Princess Jogu transformed into a purple dragon, chasing after Qingdang. "I've long been displeased with your dragon palace. Did you really think I couldn't call for help?" Xingdeng said coldly, taking out a talisman, spitting blood into it, summoning the demon armor. Even if he can come, it will take time, right? Perfect, let's go invite the wise and powerful from the Dragon Palace to kill the demon armor. Princess Jogu sneered, watching Xingdeng call for help and ordering Longyun to inform the wise and powerful within the clan. Xingdeng hesitated. Even if she called for the demon armor, it would probably take time. At this moment, the arrival of the Dragon Palace's powerful figures could suppress the demon armor. She knew well that the demon armor's realm was only at the level of Cloud Sea, which she couldn't defeat. She hesitated, undecided on the spot. Dare not call for help? Then go to your death. Princess Jogu roared, her dragon body cutting through the sky, heading straight for Xingdeng. Xingdeng snapped out of her daze, hesitated for a moment, and gave up on calling for the demon armor. She turned and ran. In her flight, she ran into Luoxingyi. The tall and handsome figure caught her off guard, calming her anxious heart caused by the crisis. You promised to borrow some treasures from Heaven and Earth, don't forget, Luoxingyi said, reaching out and patting her head. Xingdeng, who had lived for so many years, was caught off guard for the first time, feeling flustered. Oh no! Her heart raced faster. At that moment, Luoxingyi transformed into the demon armor, flowing like water, possessing Xingdeng. Xingdeng was in a state of accelerated heartbeat. When that sense of fulfillment entered her body, the feeling of accelerated heartbeat akin to love suddenly intensified. She let out a soft sigh. Then, her body underwent a complete transformation. A set of blue demon armor adorned with yin and yang runes attached itself to her body. Her face became cold and stern, her demeanor changing accordingly. It's the demon armor! Princess Jogu exclaimed, recalling the scene of Longkue being controlled by the demon armor and wreaking havoc, instinctively turning to flee. Even if she could defeat Xingdeng, she dared not look back at this moment. Longyun roared in anger, unable to control his escape. Quick, summon the wise and powerful from the clan! Princess Jogu shouted anxiously. But it was too late. Luoxingyi descended like a deity, catching up to Princess Jogu within a few steps. He reached out and grabbed the nine princesses' dragon tail, fiercely smashing it onto the sea. With his other hand, he depicted in the void and condensed a sword rain of stars, piercing through the dragon's body. But the dragon gritted its teeth, dragging its injured body, and ran away without looking back. Thanks to the nine princess attracting the firepower, otherwise, he might not have been able to escape. Let go! The nine princess was dizzy from the impact and retaliated. Luo Xingye instantly teleported and landed a heavy punch on the nine princess's head, causing her to bleed profusely. Boom! Numerous divine powers erupted on the nine princess in an instant, completely overwhelming her. Help! The nine princess screamed in pain, but it turned into spare me, in the end. No one can save you. Luo Xingye rode on her and set up restraining runes. With a sip, the nine princess was immobilized, her body stiffened, her spiritual power unable to operate, and she fell weakly into the sea. At this moment, a pressure from the sage realm, with an overwhelming momentum, swept from the deep sea. All living beings trembled uncontrollably. The sage of the dragon clan has arrived. Ant, release our dragon, and I may spare your life. Along with the pressure came a cold voice. Second uncle, kill him. The nine princess cried out miserably. Prepare 200,000 top-grade spirit stones and a large number of extraordinary treasures, come to the Black Wind Mountain in the Qingyo domain, and find me to redeem this dragon. If you do not obey what I say, I will remove one of her legs. Luo Xingye grabbed her dragon horn, and with a thought, returned to the ancient demon city. Just you? Can you escape in front of me? Before the sage could finish speaking, Luo Xingye disappeared with the nine princess. Luo Xingye returned to the ancient demon city. Holding the dragon tail, he dragged the nine princess into the city. When Long Kue saw the nine princess, she was a bit confused. What did Luo do? Went out and caught a dragon? Or is it the esteemed nine princess? How did he do it? Release me, the sage of my dragon clan has arrived. The Nine Princess shouted sternly. According to normal logic, she indeed still believed she was in the Eastern Sea. As long as she was in the Eastern Sea, the Sage Realm was almost invincible. Boom! Luo Xingye grabbed her dragon tail and fiercely slammed her to the ground, causing the Nine Princess to scream in pain. You, insolent! The Nine Princess shouted angrily. Boom! 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 Luo Xingye swung her around like a mop, slamming the Nine Princess hard on the ground, leaving her rolling her eyes. After several whippings, the Nine Princess became obedient. She whimpered and begged for mercy. Now you're obedient. Luo Xingye flew out of Xingyo's body and turned into an ancient demon, approaching the Nine Princess. Xingyo gasped and said, "Continue." Luo Xingye glanced at her with a dark face, thinking, "You're addicted, aren't you? You're too big, transform into human form." Luo Xingye withdrew the runes that were restraining the Nine Princess. The Nine Princess tried to escape but was subdued by Xingyo and Long Kuei, eventually forced to transform into human form obediently. This Nine Princess was not bad-looking, just slightly sharp-tongued. "You are too bold, aren't you afraid of my dragon clan?" Before the Nine Princess could finish, Luo Xingye called Long Kuei to search her. Regardless of her calling or resisting, he first searched for treasures. Xingyo was surprised on the side, never expected the demon armor to be so unscrupulous. She even fantasized about the handsome appearance of the demon armor. The kidnapped Nine Princess had no rights, and all her treasures were taken away. Luo Xingye didn't bother to say much to her, restrained her, and threw her into a corner of the ancient demon city before returning to the inner city. The ancient demon city was filled with eerie winds, ghostly statues, and dim oppression. The Nine Princess, imprisoned like an ordinary person, was thrown into a dark corner like a beggar. As time passed, she became scared, crying and shouting, but no one paid attention to her. In the inner city palace, Xingyo watched Long Kuei absorb spirit stones, elixirs, and devour celestial treasures while wearing the demon armor, feeling somewhat strange. "I'm afraid I can't go back to my Xingyo palace." Xingyo sighed lightly. Fortunately, the demon armor came, otherwise, she might have died there. When the time comes, don't mention the Green Lamp Palace, even oneself will be gone. In the end, she temporarily stayed here, took out the spirit stones to cultivate and recover from her injuries. The ancient demon city was temporarily calm, as oppressive and dark as ever. They were in the inner city, each choosing a palace to rest. Only the Ninth Princess was thrown into the outer city, crying loudly. "It's getting stronger." Long Kuei devoured the treasures of heaven and earth, and her chi and blood recovered quickly. After all, she had a special physique and a strong body. Coupled with the assistance of the Holy Dragon Emperor's technique, she absorbed the spirit stones at a fast pace, and her body was undergoing a transformation. Luo Xingye was not polite, absorbing vigorously. The information is as follows: Realm, second level of Cloud Sea Realm, progress of transforming spiritual blood into the third level of Cloud Sea Realm, 21%, 22%, 23%, absorb treasures of 6,000 years, energy points plus 60, absorb treasures of 10,000 years, energy points plus 100, absorb treasures of 20,000 years, energy points plus 200. The realm and energy points were steadily increasing. At this moment, the East Sea Dragon Palace was in chaos. The Ninth Princess was captured by the demon armor, even the Sage Realm couldn't do anything about it, causing a stir among the dragon race. The reason for this matter was quickly investigated by the dragon race. This matter was caused by the dragon race envoy. He reported the Green Lamp incident, instigated discord, and led the Ninth Princess to meet the Green Lamp, resulting in her being captured by the demon armor. A sea demon spoke out, revealing the truth to everyone. "How dare you investigate the demon armor and Long Kuei, instead of inciting discord? Using our princess, you have committed a capital offense. Behead." The enraged sage personally gave the order. The dragon race envoy's pleas for mercy were in vain and he was publicly beheaded. Dragon Fallen. The sage roared. Dragon Fallen limped out, with injuries on his body, but his face was very pale, as if he had been frightened. "What were you doing when Nine was captured?" The sage asked sternly. I was helping the ninth princess, but that demon armor was really terrifying. After possessing the green lamp, it almost killed me, but I really tried to resist, but I was powerless. Dragon Fallen knelt on the ground, tearfully recounting. I have interrogated the dragon race envoy. He saw with his own eyes that after the demon armor possessed the green lamp, you chose to run away at the first opportunity, allowing 9 to be captured. The powerful pressure of the sage pressed down on Dragon Fallen, preventing him from having any thoughts of resistance. Dragon Fallen trembled, feeling that his dragon life was coming to an end. In a life-threatening situation, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, I am willing to make amends. If you cannot save 9, you will take your own life. The sage said coldly. Yes. I will kill the demon armor. Dragon Fallen wiped his sweat and shouted loudly. Immediately move out and head to the Black Wind Mountain in the Green Bull domain. The sage was very angry. 9 was captured right under his nose, which was a slap in the face to him. Moreover, it was in the East Sea, the territory of the dragon race. Demon armor, even if you have great power, in the cultivation world, my dragon race is a top power, how can you trample on its dignity? The sage set off, leading a large group of dragon race experts straight to the Green Bull domain. Elder, do we need to bring 20,000 top-grade spirit stones and treasures of heaven and earth? A sea demon asked cautiously. No need to bring them. The sage shouted coldly. This time, he was determined to personally suppress the demon armor. But suddenly, he remembered something and said coldly, the demon armor is close to Long Kuei, right? Yes. The sea demon said. This was almost a consensus among all cultivators. Bring Long Kuei's mother. A hint of killing intent flashed in the sage's eyes. What about the Dragon King? The sea demon asked nervously. I will handle that, bring her. The sage set off, riding in an ancient war chariot, crossing the void, heading straight to the Green Bull domain. Behind him, batches of dragon race experts followed. If the ninth sister is captured, how can we, as brothers, stand idly by? The third prince, the crown prince, the second princess, and others all moved to help their siblings. For a moment, the cultivators in the East Sea region were in turmoil. Looking up, they saw large groups of powerful individuals crossing the void with murderous intent. Even the first human tribe Sacred Land in the Eastern Sea area was alarmed, and the Mountain Protection Array was activated, fearing the invasion of the Dragon Clan. However, the powerful members of the Dragon Clan did not do so, but went to the Qingnyo domain. Go, see what's happening. A cultivator followed behind, wanting to observe the situation. The Dragon Clan was furious, and more than 30 extraordinary beings were dispatched, led by the wise and saintly members of the Dragon Clan. This formation attracted the attention of major forces. Even the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace in the Zhongtian domain cast a gaze to observe. Long Kuei sat in meditation, her whole body entering a mysterious state, emitting a glow. There was a rumbling sound inside her body, the blood and energy flowing like the waters of ancient times. Surrounding her were dried heavenly materials, spiritual stones, and elixirs. As a dragon blood saint, as long as there were resources, her cultivation speed would be very fast. Coupled with the sacred dragon emperor's techniques, her cultivation speed was almost unparalleled. Her shaky state, after being nurtured and guided by Luo Xingye, gradually stabilized. Just absorb it all. Her mind echoed with these words. Luo Xingye remained silent, quietly absorbing the spiritual blood. Realm, Triple Cloud Sea Realm, progress of transforming spiritual blood into Quadruple Cloud Sea Realm, 51%, 52%, 53%. Absorbing treasures of 8,000 years, energy points plus 80, absorbing treasures of 10,000 years, energy points plus 100, absorbing treasures of 30,000 years, energy points plus 300. The realm and energy points were rapidly increasing. Time passed bit by bit. 2 days later, his realm reached the 6th Cloud Sea Realm, and his energy points accumulated to around 10,000, a terrifying amount. At this time, Long Kuei had stopped cultivating because the spiritual stones and other resources had been depleted. Although the realm has not been improved, The original realm has been completely consolidated and will not collapse. Long Kuei was very happy, all thanks to the magic armor and the man who refused to admit he was Luo Xingye. At this moment, Luo Xingye was enhancing his hardness. The data of the magic armor is as follows: Realm, 6th Cloud Sea Realm, Hardness, 7th level of Essence Chi Realm, 0 out of 800, reaching 800 energy points can be upgraded. Blind Box, 100 energy points for 1 draw, energy points, 18,700. It's been a long time since he took care of his body seriously. He sighed. There were too many pets around him, bothering him constantly. He didn't have time to take care of himself. I need to improve my realm as soon as possible, otherwise the power of the ancient demon body will be difficult to unleash. Luo Xingye was still relying on the power of his pets. But this was not a long-term solution. After all, these extraordinary beings were not his own, although he could use them for leveling up, it was not reliable. He needed to quickly cultivate his own power. Enhance hardness. He used all his energy points to enhance his hardness. Instantly, the data refreshed frequently. The hardness was upgraded from the 7th level of Essence Chi realm to the 8th, 9th level, then crossed into the spiritual platform realm, reaching the 1st, 2nd, 3rd level, until it reached the 5th level of the spiritual platform realm, where he stopped. Looking at the data again. Realm, 6th Cloud Sea Realm, Hardness, 5th level of spiritual platform realm, 0/5000, reaching 5,000 energy points can be upgraded. Blind Box, 100 energy points for 1 draw, energy points, 2,000. There are still 2,000 energy points left. Luo Xingye's attention turned to the blind box. He used to want to draw, but he didn't have enough energy points. Now it's different. Draw, with extraordinary pets in hand, collecting treasures of tens of thousands of years, it's all within reach. Thinking of this, Luo Xingye immediately opened 10 blind boxes in a row. The first 10 draws cost 1,000 energy points. The boxes continuously emitted various lights, red, white, blue, and more. Spiritual Energy Realm Flying Sword, low grade, 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 Spiritual Platform Realm Flying Sword, medium grade, Heavenly Gate Realm Flying Sword, top grade, Heavenly Gate Realm Flying Sword, top grade, Weapon Level 3 Light Card, high grade, Skin Demon's Claw, epic grade, BGM. Sound Card, Fervent Duelist. Flying swords can be ignored, weapon light cards, skins, and sound cards, not bad, I'll use them when needed in the future. Luck was average. Luo Xingye classified the flying swords and put them into the storage ring. The ring was given by Long Kuei and was very useful. Luo Xingye initially didn't want it, but she insisted on giving it to him, even acting coquettishly, so he reluctantly accepted it. Now, draw 10 more times. He still had 1,000 energy points. Suddenly, the box exploded with white, blue, and cyan lights. Suddenly, a golden light burst out of the box. Golden Legend. He took a closer look. 8 draws were all flying swords. The remaining 2 draws were the most important. As follows: Eye of Teleportation, range of 20,000 miles, can be used twice. Demon God's Descent, level 5 light card, disposable. That Golden Legend was a level 5 light card. Luo Xingye deduced a pattern from the draws above. The blind box was unlikely to draw out treasures with power. Most were auxiliary items. He began to organize the treasures he drew, excluding the flying swords. They were: Weapon Level 3 Light Card, High Grade, Skin Demon's Claw, Epic Grade, BGM Sound Card, Fervent Duelist. Eye of Teleportation, range of 20,000 miles, can be used twice. Demon God's Descent, Level 5 Light Card, disposable. Luo Xingye looked at them and thought about how to use them. He clicked on a card in his Soul Sea, the BGM Sound Card. Suddenly, a grand music like a deity descending from the sky resounded, spreading throughout the ancient demon city. Long Kuei and Cheng Dang were caught off guard, trembling, looking horrified, thinking that a terrifying presence had arrived. Luo Xingye only felt one thing: embarrassment. This is too embarrassing. I've decided, I won't use this sound card. I'll let that silly apprentice Su Banksia use it. Luo Xingye immediately made a firm decision. Even that silly and cute apprentice might be able to understand and accept using this kind of sound card. Luo Xingye, do you know what happened? Long Kuei asked her armor. The armor first corrected her address, then casually made up a reason to evade the question. Give me your weapon. Luo Xingye transformed into an ancient demon. Long Kuei didn't have many treasures and was always a violent woman who liked to fight with her fists. Luo Xingye took out his spiritual energy realm flying sword. Then, he used the light card on the flying sword, weapon level 3 light card, high grade. In the next moment, the ordinary flying sword burst into a brilliant blue light, shining like a beautiful and dreamy sapphire. The range of the blue light was too large. Within 10 meters, it was all blue light. The person holding the flying sword was engulfed in the blue light. If this were at night, it would be like a blue spotlight. Long Kuei and Qing Deng were stunned. Is this an immortal weapon? Qing Deng exclaimed, feeling dazzled and squinting. Aren't you curious why my ancient demon city is so empty? The big shots of the ancient demon city are all out, and this sword is the evidence they left behind. Luo Xingye said solemnly. Qing Deng covered her mouth. Really? Seeing Luo Xingye nodding seriously, Long Kuei began to doubt herself. Since she met Luo Xingye, she had never heard of the ancient demon city. Judging by Luo Xingye's reputation outside, he was probably just fooling people. Let's go back. Luo Xingye pulled Long Kuei and walked away, and once inside the palace, he transformed into armor and attached himself to Long Kuei. Then, he used the skin demon's claw. After a while, the shy voice of Long Kuei came out. Long Kuei's personality is very lively, occasionally hot-tempered, but she can also act coquettish towards Luo Xingye, showing a girlish attitude. At this moment, she was very shy about the magic armor she was wearing. As for what exactly she was wearing, it's hard to describe and could easily be sealed. In short, it gave a sense of a charming and magical girl. Luo Xingye turned a half-dragon female cultivator into a charming and magical dragon girl in a nurturing game. Soon, Long Kuei couldn't stand the magic armor and took it off directly. Luo Xingye also felt it was inappropriate, so he switched to the body of an ancient demon. Then, he walked towards the palace where Qing Deng was located. Not long after, a surprised and shy voice of Qing Deng came out. Ah, this kind of skin can't be used casually in the future. This was the result Luo Xingye obtained after testing. He walked out of the palace to see which blind box treasures he had left unused. The weapon light card was used. The skin was used. The sound effect card was also used. Only the Eye of Teleportation and the Descent of the Demon Emperor were left. The Descent of the Demon Emperor is a disposable item, or a legendary gold item. It must be used at a critical moment. As for this Eye of Teleportation, I already have many means of teleportation, using it once won't hurt. With this in mind, Luo Xingye walked to a deserted place and used the card in his mind, the Eye of Teleportation. Eye of Teleportation, range of 20,000 miles, can be used twice. The moment he used it, his vision blurred, and the field of view widened. At this moment, his perspective was from above, looking down at a piece of land. On that land, there was the city of ancient demons, the desolate fairy meteorite ground, the Black Wind Mountain, and the Northern Sky Immortal Palace. Isn't this the map of the 20,000-mile range of the Qingyo domain? He saw the world of 20,000 miles from a divine perspective. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Black Wind Mountain. Instantly, the field of view narrowed, focusing on Black Wind Mountain. He saw that Black Wind Mountain was bare. That was Long Kuei's former cave, which had now been relocated to the city of ancient demons and become empty and desolate. He consciously expanded his field of view, and suddenly, the field of view enlarged. The map of the 20,000-mile range appeared again in his sight. Just as he was thinking where to look next, he remembered the sweet smile of his silly and cute disciple, Subanksia. Separated from the Northern Sky Immortal Palace, chased by thousands of cultivators, it has been thousands of years. I wonder if the Northern Sky Immortal Palace has changed? Luo Xingye sighed softly, his gaze focusing on the Northern Sky Immortal Palace. The field of view shrank, focusing on the Northern Sky Immortal Palace. He saw it. The Northern Sky Immortal Palace, with immortal clouds and wild cranes, immortal pavilions on the clouds, and a sense of immortality in the air. There were handsome disciples flying on swords, as well as elders with an immortal demeanor, sitting and playing chess. And, why isn't this sister closing the door while bathing? With the wind blowing outside so strongly, how can she avoid catching a cold? Luo Xingye took a few more glances, perhaps paying too much attention, his focus unintentionally all on that sister. Then, the eye of teleportation locked onto the target and initiated the teleportation. At that moment, in the sky above the fairy-like northern sky immortal palace, a thunderous explosion resounded. After the thunderous sound, a vortex appeared in the center of the sky, stirring many dark clouds as if a deity or demon was descending. The big shots of the northern sky immortal palace were alarmed, looking up and being startled. Activate the formation. Bring out the imperial artifacts. Thinking that a powerful enemy was invading, the northern sky immortal palace activated its defense and offense. At that moment, a white-blue beam of light, as thick as a fist, descended from the vortex and landed in front of a young elder's window in the northern sky immortal palace. Buzzing, the beam emitted a powerful spatial fluctuation, shaking the void. A breath that made the great masters of the holy realm tremble was rushing in all directions. The female elder who was bathing was stunned, raising her head, staring wide-eyed at the white-blue beam of light. Cultivators from all directions rose into the air, looking in shock at the scene. Ling Xian and Su Bangxia were also watching. And then, a godlike man arrived. The beam slowly disappeared from the vortex, and when the final section on the ground vanished, Luo Xingye appeared outside the window looking bewildered. Inside the window, the female elder sat in a bathtub, separated from him by a window. "Hello." Luo Xingye raised his hand, forced a smile, and greeted. He realized that he was in big trouble and was thinking of ways to escape from the northern sky immortal palace. The female elder was startled and shouted, waking up the cultivators who were still watching around. "Who is this person? I have seen through his cultivation level, it's only at the Cloud Sea 6th realm. How dare he use mysterious techniques to come to the northern sky immortal palace and peep at our Sect's elder bathing? Catch him." Doesn't he look like Luo Xingye? Am I seeing things? With a rush, a group of cultivators charged forward, wielding weapons and aiming for Luo Xingye's head. Luo Xingye immediately escaped underground. From the moment he started running, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity in his heart, and couldn't help but calm down. He's back. They're all back. The feeling of being hunted by the entire cultivation world back then has returned. Fortunately, this feeling didn't last long. Amidst the chaos caused by the group of cultivators surrounding him, Ling Xian found an opportunity to take Luo Xingye away. "You're really bold, daring to come to my northern sky immortal palace openly and peep at the female elder bathing?" Ling Xian's face darkened, feeling that this armor was invincible when powerful, giving an inexplicable sense of security. But when not serious, it was quite speechless. Besides, it gave Ling Xian a very strange feeling. Every time she saw that beautiful face, she would think of the scene where she was forced to wear the armor. That sense of being forced, being compelled, but indeed unforgettable, welled up from the bottom of her heart. "Second Master, the way you appeared just now was really cool, even our Sect's powerful Saint Realm experts were shocked." Su Bangxia stuck out her tongue, smiling. Luo Xingye felt it was hard to explain. He had only intended to take a quick look at the bathing sister, not wanting to look more, but his intense focus caused the eye of transmission to lock onto the landing coordinates. "The real purpose of my visit this time is actually to find my disciple," Luo Xingye said seriously, walking towards Su Bangxia. With a flip of his hand, he had the sound effect card from the Soul Sea in his hand. "Take it, play with it yourself." He handed the sound effect card to Su Bangxia. "Thank you, Second Master." Su Bangxia smiled sweetly, couldn't help but hug Luo Xingye's arm, but seeing Ling Xian's stern gaze, she quickly withdrew her hand and stuck out her tongue. Ling Xian didn't think much, coldly said, "My northern sky immortal palace has received advance notice. The Dragon Clan has sent a large number of cultivators to target you, so take care of yourself." She was naturally cold in temperament and instinctively repelled demonic cultivators, but she didn't show too much hostility towards Luo Xingye. After all, Luo Xingye had saved her many times, so she didn't want to be too harsh. Luo Xingye left under Ling Xian's protection. But before leaving, Ling Xian asked her doubts, "Are you Luo Xingye?" Luo Xingye denied it 3 times, and as he passed by the statue of Luo Xingye erected as a warning outside the Northern Sky Immortal Palace gate, he even kicked it. The Dragon Clan is here. Luo Xingye left the Northern Sky Immortal Palace. Passing by Black Wind Mountain, he casually arranged a few Dao patterns and buried them in the ground. Just as he was about to set off for the ancient demon city, a message appeared. Soul of Sin, Lu Bai, 1,400 years old, Transcendent Realm Triple, Elder of the 10,000 Demons Sect, intending to commit evil deeds, imprisoned soul, find out the truth of Lu Bai's evil deeds, appeared again. And soon, he felt someone was tracking him. The ancient demon easily sensed the killing intent nearby. It should be Lu Bai. This person had appeared near him before, but for some reason, suddenly disappeared. And now he's back. Luo Xingye didn't entangle with him. With a thought, he returned to the ancient demon city. As soon as he entered the city, he heard the crying of the 9th princess. Luo Xingye walked over and saw the pitiful figure of the 9th princess hiding in the corner, hugging her knees. He said, "I am not a demon. I will not harm you. When your dragon clan brings the ransom, I will naturally let you go." Really? Is it true? The 9th princess, no longer as spoiled and arrogant as before, asked pitifully. Of course it's true. But if they are unwilling to pay the ransom to save you, then you will have to stay in my ancient demon city, cleaning and dusting statues for me every day. Luo Xingye revealed his white teeth, frightening the 9th princess to tears. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon's might came from afar. A voice resonated in the void armor of the demon, "Where are you?" "They are coming." Long Kuei appeared, looking serious. "Come possess me," Xing Deng said. In the end, Luo Xingye possessed Long Kuei and controlled her to meet the Dragon Clan. Xing Deng then accompanied the 9th princess. At this moment, at Black Wind Mountain, a true dragon soared in the sky, appearing and disappearing in the clouds. There were also true dragons transforming into human form, with dragon horns on their heads, riding ancient war chariots, exuding a fierce aura. Many powerful forces around were watching this scene, eager to know the origin and identity of the armor of the demon. "Armor of the demon, come out!" Long Yun rushed to the front with a pale face, roaring loudly. Luo Xingye arrived, controlling Long Kuei to Black Wind Mountain. However, as soon as he arrived, a platinum-colored giant dragon in the clouds reached down with its claws, shattering Black Wind Mountain and nearly crushing Luo Xingye. Fortunately, Luo Xingye was prepared and, sensing the killing intent of the wise saint, he instantly thought and returned to the ancient demon city. The cultivators were moved. The wise saint of the Dragon Clan was extremely domineering. Upon seeing Luo Xingye, he immediately tried to kill him. But the wise saint failed, and Luo Xingye narrowly escaped. This surprised the cultivators, realizing that the armor of the demon was extraordinary. After possessing the extraordinary Long Kuei, he could dodge the attacks of the wise saint. This was indeed an extraordinary armor of the demon. It's over, the 9th princess will surely face retaliation. Long Yun trembled, his body shaking, afraid of being punished and killed. Is this your sincerity? Luo Xingye appeared again. He could enter and exit the ancient demon city from anywhere. You provoked my dragon clan first by capturing our members. The wise saint extended his dragon head from the clouds like a mountain, staring at Luo Xingye on the ground. I provoked you first? Luo Xingye controlled Long Kuei and sneered coldly. You have been searching for me and Long Kuei all along, causing harm to others. If I hadn't appeared, Xing Deng would have died. If I had not appeared all this time, how far would you go? Luo Xingye smirked. He was very assertive, showing it on Long Kuei's beautiful face. Even when facing the giant dragon in the sky, he exuded an emperor's aura, as if Long Kuei was looking down on the dragon, not the other way around. Armor of the demon, if there is a great power behind you, my dragon clan can naturally have an equal conversation with you. If not, where do you get the qualification to say such things? The third prince appeared, staring at Luo Xingye. Hand over the ninth sister, spare your life, or reveal your true identity. We can have an equal dialogue, otherwise, your time is up today. The third prince coldly threatened, displaying a strong demeanor for his sister and the image of the dragon clan. I leave it to you. Luo Xingye reached out and threw a bloody dragon horn. All members of the dragon clan had a drastic change in expression. Courtesy demands reciprocity. This dragon horn is a return for your attack just now. Luo Xingye raised his head, coldly staring at the giant dragon in the sky. Some powerful dragons of the clan wanted to make a move, full of killing intent, but were stopped by the wise saint. Even the sudden attack of the wise saint's giant dragon could not harm the armor of the demon. Instead, it injured the ninth princess. If they acted again now, the situation would worsen. The wise saint's giant dragon slowly lowered its dragon head like a mountain, staring closely at Luo Xingye, and coldly said, Long Kuei, hand over your ninth sister, and I will return your mother. Long Kuei's soul was shocked. When you are in the East Sea, how will you return? Luo Xingye said indifferently. The wise and saintly dragon said coldly, I have already brought it. Is that so? Are you sure? Luo Xingye said coldly, exerting pressure even on the wise and saintly powerful beings. In my presence, you are nothing but a worm. Don't think you can look down on me and speak and act in front of me. I'll give you one last chance. If you can't produce the mother of the dragon Kuei, dare to deceive me. I don't need your ransom today. Luo Xingye was extremely dominant, adding, I will keep that mother dragon for myself. His attitude was extremely domineering, threatening and pressuring the wise and saintly being. He completely disregarded the wise and saintly being. The cultivators were secretly shocked, truly arrogant, but it seemed to be true. That domineering and arrogant posture, demeanor, and every move did not seem to be put on. The wise and saintly being's killing intent surged, a powerful pressure enveloped the area. He stared at Luo Xingye intently. Luo Xingye's gaze was indifferent, looking at the wise and saintly being as if he were looking at a mere insect. In the end, the wise and saintly being did not see through Luo Xingye's flaw, but instead let Luo Xingye see through his own flaw. You didn't bring the mother of the dragon Kuei, did you? Or perhaps you brought it but it was taken back by the Dragon King on the way? Luo Xingye said, and the wise and saintly being's gaze flickered slightly. He had guessed correctly. The powerful members of the dragon clan were shaken. Yes, they had initially brought the mother of the dragon Kuei, but later, the Dragon King had ordered it to be taken back. This magical armor was indeed extraordinary. Faced with the oppression of the wise and saintly being and the powerful members of the dragon clan, Luo Xingye remained calm and was able to find their flaws. Indeed, the magical armor is worthy, in terms of mentality, it is not inferior to the saintly realm. In the distance, the Phoenix Fairy murmured, her eyes deep. She had been looking for the magical armor all along, and now she had found it here. At this moment, she hesitated. The magical armor was so dominant and perceptive that if she were to wear it, she might find it difficult to control. For a moment, she wavered. My dragon clan is also a top power in the 9 realms. Think carefully about what you are doing today. The wise and saintly being shouted sternly. He wanted to make a move, but he was worried about failure, which could endanger Jor. In the end, he held back. The previous ambush had failed, and this time the other party would not give him a chance. The wise and saintly being's coercion served as a warning to Luo Xingye that the dragon clan was a top power in the 9 realms. In other words, it was not wise to provoke the dragon clan, so one should not act arrogantly in front of them. Luo Xingye remained silent, his gaze sweeping towards the location of the Black Wind Mountain. There, the third prince, the crown prince, and others were staring coldly at him. Are you silent because you are afraid? Probably, after all, the dragon clan is indeed very powerful, even the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace must show respect. Observing cultivators outside whispered softly, believing that the magical armor must have become cautious, facing the dragon clan, and had calmed down, no longer acting arrogantly. This also indirectly indicated that although the magical armor had extraordinary means, it did not have the support of powerful forces. Otherwise, why would it not dare to speak more after being warned by the wise and saintly being? At that moment, Luo Xingye spoke up. It seems that a Dragon Clan ninth princess is not worth 20,000 top-grade spirit stones and extraordinary realm treasures. You would rather use force to oppress others than hand over the ransom. Luo Xingye shook his head, looking calm and regretful. Some of the Dragon Clan's strong members sensed something ominous in their hearts. Boom! The wise and saintly being made a move, his dragon claw struck, his divine consciousness condensed like a sword, sweeping towards the magical armor. However, he failed. In an instant, Luo Xingye returned to the ancient demon city. At the same time, under the feet of the third prince, the crown prince, the second princess, and others, runes appeared, and the great trends of heaven and earth were all contained within the runes. With a hum, the third prince, the crown prince, and the second princess were all transported away by the runes, disappearing on the spot. This scene was too sudden, happening just as the wise and saintly being made his move. Everyone's attention was focused on whether the magical armor would be shattered by the wise and saintly being. So, it was only after they all disappeared that someone reacted. The crown prince, the second princess, and the third prince are missing, someone shouted anxiously. They must have been taken away by the magical armor. That Dao rune teleportation, I've seen it before. A cultivator who had been to the East Sea Dragon Palace shouted, recognizing the kind of teleportation rune that remained in place. The elder of the North Heaven Immortal Palace exclaimed with a curious look, as if enjoying the spectacle. Ling Xian, your disciple has indeed attached himself to an extraordinary being, a prominent figure from the North Heaven Immortal Palace spoke up. Ling Xian's expression was cold and indifferent, like an icy fairy, but deep down she felt helpless. Yes, the demon armor was indeed extraordinary. Now, there were people in the North Heaven Immortal Palace who were tempted by the demon armor and wanted to wear it. This was not a good sign. They were cultivators, yet they were interested in demonic objects, which was not right. Not only in the North Heaven Immortal Palace, but many influential figures were amazed by this. The arrogance and prejudice of the Dragon Clan had come at a cost. Now, not only the ninth princess was captured, but also the third prince, the crown prince, and the second princess. It was truly a case of sending heads over 1,000 miles, a light gift with deep intentions. Roar! The wise and noble dragon roared in anger, shaking the heavens, its divine light shining brightly, causing half of the Qingniu domain to tremble. But soon, the powerful figures from the North Heaven Immortal Palace coldly snorted and injured the wise and noble dragon. This was the territory of the North Heaven Immortal Palace in the Qingniu domain. Who do you think you are, rampaging all the way here and looking down on us? The wise and noble dragon was furious and frustrated, not even having redeemed the person, and now 3 more were captured. Demon armor, I can offer you the ransom you seek on behalf of my dragon clan. The wise and noble dragon raised its head and let out a signal. The cultivators held back their laughter, some couldn't help but laugh out loud. Acting all high and mighty. If you had just handed over the ransom properly, would this have happened? Did you really think the demon armor was easy to bully? Now, put down your airs and act like a grandson. If you want to continue talking, come to the great wilderness immortal ruins. A voice came from the west of the Black Wind Mountain. Black Wind Mountain served as the boundary, with the west being the territory of the demon race, but there was also a terrifying place, the great wilderness immortal ruins. To the east was the territory of the human race, belonging to the North Heaven Immortal Palace. When all the cultivators heard this, their faces changed drastically. The great wilderness immortal ruins. The demon armor was actually in the great wilderness immortal ruins. That's a place where even immortals would perish if they entered. I never thought that the demon armor would be so terrifying, originating from the great wilderness immortal ruins. No wonder it's so powerful. Some were shocked, even the Dragon Clan was shaken. Dragonfall, this matter is entrusted to you. The wise and noble dragon coldly ordered. Dragonfall's face instantly turned pale, his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground, trembling as he said, certain death, certain death. If you are unwilling, I will make you die right now. The wise and noble dragon roared in anger, his powerful dragon aura stirring Dragonfall's desire to survive. Gritting his teeth, he headed straight for the Great Wilderness Immortal Ruins. The Great Wilderness Immortal Ruins. Xiao Shimi has been seeking the Black Cloud Gold for 200 years, and it's in the Great Wilderness Immortal Ruins. Now, the demon armor can come and go alive. A handsome man in blue clothes, carrying a blue sword on his back, floated in the air, watching Dragonfall's back, murmuring. He was from the Azure Cloud Sword Sect, known as the senior brother of the Azure Cloud Sword Sect. In the Qingyo domain, there were two top immortal sects, the North Heaven Immortal Palace and the Azure Cloud Sword Sect. Now, even figures from the Azure Cloud Sword Sect were observing this matter. Absolutely not, that demon armor is a demonic object and should be eradicated by the immortal sects. Moreover, that evil thing can bewitch people's hearts. Once worn, it may lead to a loss of sanity, becoming a slave. The senior brother shook his head, cutting off any thoughts of contacting the demon armor. He was worried that the demon armor would possess Xiao Shimi, causing her to undergo a drastic change in personality and fall into the demonic path. More importantly, he did not want the demon armor to come into contact with Xiao Shimi's skin. Xiao Shimi, rest assured, I will find another way to obtain the Black Cloud Gold for you. I will not allow anyone or any demonic object to come into contact with you. The senior brother said firmly. Ancient Demon City. Cries filled the air. Luo Xingye possessed the body of Long Kuei and beat up the third prince, the crown prince, and the second princess. The ninth princess, who was watching from the side, was scared and cried, but also deeply moved. She never expected her siblings to come and visit her. Your old man, I've beaten him too. What's the big deal? Luo Xingye wielded a hammer and beat the three dragons. At first, the three dragons were still defiant, but after a severe beating, they gradually begged for mercy. Hand over all the treasures on you. Luo Xingye coldly shouted. The eldest prince was the most unyielding, but he was also the quickest to hand over the treasures. In the end, Luo Xingye suppressed their cultivation and threw them into a dark corner before returning to the inner city. Cultivation was crucial. Energy was crucial. As for what was happening outside, he didn't care at all. If you dare, just directly enter the desolate immortal meteorite land. The things inside are quite interesting. If you dare to come, one person will die for each arrival, and a group will die for each group. At this moment, the humiliated dragon meteor approached the desolate immortal meteorite land, muttering to himself, it's too difficult, I'm really struggling. He was forced to enter the desperate situation, knowing he was going to die, and couldn't help but look back on the past. Being ordered around his whole life. Even in death, he had to be used. Magic armor, please, come out quickly, let's talk. I'll give you as many treasures as you want, please spare the crown prince and princess, please. The dragon meteor wailed. The dragon meteor entered the desolate immortal meteorite land, feeling anxious and fearful. After wailing for a long time, finally, a stone ghost appeared and took him to the city of ancient demons. Luo Xingye possessed Long Kuei and said only one sentence to him, 1 dragon, 1 million top-grade spirit stones plus a large amount of extraordinary treasures. Ah! Didn't we agree on just 20,000 top-grade spirit stones and treasures before? Dragon Meteor exclaimed, looking at the eerie city of ancient demons, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Do you think it's the same? Luo Xingye said coldly. The wise Saint Dragon attacked him twice, which all cultivators saw. It was the Dragon clan that broke the agreement first. Since that was the case, why should he be polite? Dragon Meteor naturally knew. He looked at the Dragon Prince in the corner with a swollen face, feeling sorry in his heart. There was no choice, so he went back to get the ransom. I'll give you half a moment, if you can't bring it out. Luo Xingye was about to say something harsh when he suddenly remembered something. He changed his tone and said indifferently, if you can't bring it out, it's fine, we can write an IOU, and you can owe it. Dragon Meteor was stunned, a bit confused. Can he still owe? In this critical matter, the Dragon clan dared to owe, fearing that you wouldn't dare to collect the debt. Is this magic armor crazy? Don't want to? Luo Xingye smiled. I'm willing, I'll go out and inform them right away. Dragon Meteor was overjoyed. He thought this was a fool, daring to give an IOU to the Dragon Clan, you'll never get your money back in this lifetime. Remember to tell the wise Saint Dragon that I want 10% interest per month. This matter needs to be made public, and we need to sign an IOU. Luo Xingye sent Dragon Meteor away, asking him to spread the word, and if they agreed, they could sign it. Dragon Meteor left happily, taken away by the stone ghost, otherwise, he would have a hard time leaving the desolate immortal meteorite land alive. However, before leaving, Luo Xingye still stripped him of all his treasures. Damn it, I'll make you pay back with interest sooner or later. Dragon Meteor quickly left to meet the Dragon Clan cultivators. When he revealed Luo Xingye's intentions, all the cultivators were stunned, then burst into laughter. An IOU? And 10% interest? Fine, I'll give him 20% interest per month. A powerful member of the Dragon Clan sneered. The surrounding onlookers shook their heads. Who didn't know that the Dragon Clan was a top force in the cultivation world? If you release someone, if you dare to come and collect the debt, you might not live to see another day. Ling Xian frowned slightly, thinking that the magic armor's methods were extraordinary. How could he do such a foolish thing? Many cultivators thought that the magic armor's actions were unrealistic. I agree, let's make it public, and I will write an IOU for him. The wise Saint Dragon said coldly. It wasn't him losing face in this matter. He just hoped to bring back the younger generation of the Dragon Clan without spending a penny. Immediately, he drafted an IOU in public, then had Dragon Meteor sent into the desolate immortal meteorite land. Dragon Meteor entered the city of ancient demons and presented the IOU. Luo Xingye took a careful look and calculated. 1 dragon, 1 million top-grade spirit stones. For dragons, that would be 4 million according to an interest rate of 20% per month. In other words, the Dragon Clan would have to pay him 800,000 top-grade spirit stones each month for interest alone. As for the treasures beyond the transcendent realm, it's hard to calculate, so an approximate price was proposed. For example, the interest for 100 transcendent realm treasures per month could also be replaced by 10 sage realm treasures. You can leave now. Luo Xingye let the Crown Prince, Second Princess, Third Prince, and Ninth Princess go. Holding the IOU, he looked deep and a hint of an unusual smile appeared on his lips. This would be a long-term meal ticket in the future. Long Yun left, taking the 4 dragon princes with him. When they returned to the Dragon Clan camp, the Dragon Clan cultivators laughed heartily. Although they had prepared for war before coming, they were helpless against the opponent in the desolate immortal meteorite land. It could be considered a wasted effort, or not. They had played around with the demon armor for nothing, yet managed to rescue the dragon princes unharmed without spending a penny. It was a great victory. Watching the Dragon Clan cultivators leave, an elderly man from the Northern Sky Immortal Palace felt that something was amiss. This doesn't seem right. I remember when I was young, I saw Luo Xingye give the 10,000 demon sect an IOU. He pondered, recalling ancient events. Yes, I remember now. Over 3,000 years ago, Luo Xingye gave an IOU to the 10,000 demon sect with a 30% interest rate. At first, the 10,000 demon sect refused to pay back, and Luo Xingye tormented them for a full 3 years before they reluctantly settled the debt. He remembered. A senior from the sage realm next to him shook his head and said, "No, the 10,000 demon sect didn't pay back for 3 years, the interest was astonishingly high, and only by sacrificing everything could they settle the debt in one go." Yes, that's right. At that time, the 10,000 demon sect only paid the interest, and it took them more than 10 years to barely settle the debt. The first elderly man added. But that's not right. I recall that the 10,000 demon sect didn't seem to fully repay the debt at the time because Luo Xingye disappeared, and even now, 3,000 years later, Luo Xingye has not reappeared. The Sage Realm Senior muttered. He thought that if the 10,000 demon sect hadn't fully repaid their debt to Luo Xingye at the time, with the 30% interest rate in over 3,000 years. Hiss. The Sage Realm Senior took a sharp breath. 30% interest per month, owed for over 3,000 years? This was probably enough to hand over the entire cultivation world to Luo Xingye to settle, right? Now, the Dragon Clan has also been given an IOU, could it be that he has reappeared? The Sage Realm Senior speculated. It shouldn't be, after all these years, Luo Xingye has long been suppressed by someone, now it's just someone using the same method. They speculated, then shook their heads. The demon armor was the demon armor, and Luo Xingye was Luo Xingye. Back then, Luo Xingye's abilities were extraordinary, causing chaos in the top demon cultivation site, the 10,000 Demon Sect. Although the cultivation world hated Luo Xingye, they had to admit that he was truly a monster. On the other side, the senior brother of the Qingyun Sword Sect fixed his gaze on Long Yun. To enter the desolate immortal meteorite land and come out alive, is this related to that demon armor? He murmured. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Although the black cloud gold needed. By Xiao Shimi was in the desolate immortal meteorite land, he would find a way to obtain it without coming into contact with the demon armor. However, this scene was not only seen by him. There were already cultivators from the Qingyun Sword Sect station outside the desolate immortal meteorite land, wanting to meet the demon armor. Meanwhile, Luo Xingye remained in the ancient demon city, taking advantage of the resources and spirit stones borrowed in recent days to cultivate fiercely. About a month later, Shirgui discovered the Qingyun Sword Sect cultivators. They were bold and couldn't resist entering the desolate immortal meteorite land themselves, only to be discovered by Shirgui. Shirgui then informed Luo Xingye about their attempt to contact the demon armor. Senior brother, how did they manage to stay unharmed in the forbidden area? Whispered the Qingyun Sword Sect cultivator. I don't know, maybe this is the energy behind that magic armor. The young man known as senior brother whispered in response. They were walking in the desolate fairy meteorite ground, with the stone ghost leading the way ahead. Without the stone ghost guiding them, they would easily die in the desolate fairy meteorite ground. Before long, they approached the ancient demon city. Looking up at the city shrouded in darkness, like a giant beast lurking, they felt a sense of horror and inexplicable fear. Suddenly, the gates of the ancient demon city opened. A figure emerged under the dim light. She coldly glanced at the two cultivators and said, "You are quite bold to come to the desolate fairy meteorite ground. I see that you can come and go freely, which shows that the senior in the magic armor is also a communicator." The leading cultivator, dressed in white with a sword on his back, respectfully spoke. "Speak, what is your purpose for coming here?" the figure said. "We mentioned to the stone ghost earlier that we want to make a trade with the senior in the magic armor," the white-robed cultivator said cautiously. "Do you have the ability to make this trade?" the figure said coldly. "Does the senior urgently need treasures and spirit stones?" the white-robed cultivator asked carefully. The figure remained silent, calmly looking at the two cultivators. "Well, the desolate fairy meteorite ground is dangerous, but it also hides many rare items. We thought that the senior in the magic armor must have control over these rare items. And our Qingyun Sword Sect has always been interested in these rare items. If you seniors can return these rare items to our Qingyun Sword Sect, we will reward you generously." The two cultivators smiled cautiously. The figure looked at the two cultivators in the Cloud Sea realm with surprise. "Let the people behind you come to negotiate," the figure responded coldly. "So, does the senior agree?" the white-robed cultivator asked excitedly. The figure did not speak, but Luoxingyi transmitted to her that she could agree. The treasures in the desolate fairy meteorite ground were not many, mainly consisting of rare items. If these rare treasures were taken out for exchange, they would surely fetch a large amount of resources. Now that someone voluntarily came to make a purchase, there was no reason for her not to agree. 3 days later, "Let those who can negotiate come," the figure said and left. At this time, Luoxingyi was still practicing bloodsucking. Having gained a lot from the dragon meteorite, he could practice again. His realm had advanced to the 7th level of the Cloud Sea realm, and he had accumulated over 3,000 energy points. This was the data of the magic armor. As for the ancient demon's data, it mainly focused on collecting sinful souls and awakening stone statues. 3 days passed quickly. A middle-aged man in the transcendent realm arrived at the edge of the desolate fairy meteorite ground. He looked fearfully inside, his heart not at peace. According to the two disciples, there was a terrifying ancient city in the forbidden area. The magic armor was inside the city. This shocked him, suspecting that there might be a terrifying power behind the magic armor. Otherwise, why would an ancient city appear in the forbidden area? It just puzzled him why the identity was not revealed when the Dragon Clan was pressing them. Let's go in first. That magic armor is extraordinary, able to send out servants to freely enter and exit the forbidden area. The middle-aged man entered the forbidden area, and not long after, the stone ghost appeared. Luoxingyi was also puzzled. How could these stone statues move around in the forbidden area without any issues? Even if they were guided by them, everything would be peaceful. Soon, the middle-aged man arrived at the ancient demon city and was truly shocked. He was received by Qingdang. She had no choice but to act as a tool in the ancient demon city. This magic armor is really powerful, enslaving so many beautiful women, the middle-aged man sighed inwardly. He detested the magic armor because immortals and demons were incompatible. But he also envied the magic armor because, damn, it was really something. I come from the treasure pavilion of the Qingyun sword sect. I am one of the elders, Shuetaizhan. The middle-aged man Shuetaizhan introduced himself. This person from the Qingyun sword sect, one of the two top immortal sects in the Qingyo domain, came from the treasure pavilion. The amount is not low. The young master said, rare things have their own value. Our ancient demon city can produce them, just afraid you can't afford it. Qingdang said calmly, with a kind of majesty in his tone. After all, he was the master of Qingdang Palace, exuding a sense of superiority. But since being possessed by the demon armor, she has changed a bit, always thinking about wearing the demon armor every day. If even the Qingyun sword sect can't afford it, I think, in the Nine Heavens realm, perhaps only the Yaoqi Tian Palace can afford it. Shuetaizhan chuckled, with a hint of arrogance. You are a spiritual cultivator, or from a top immortal sect. Why do you want to trade with our demon city? Qingdang stared at the other party. Miss is not a demon cultivator, right? There are some things we don't need to say openly. Private transactions have benefits to share, right? Shuetaizhan smiled. The treasures of the great wilderness immortal fallen land are too attractive. Once they appear, they will have a great impact on an immortal sect. Some people in the Qingyun sword sect saw an opportunity and put aside their prejudices against immortals and demons, and came to the demon armor. Ask him what he wants, Luo Xingye transmitted to Qingdang. He doesn't have time to go out now. He's lying on Long Kuei. Qingdang conveyed the message. Shuetaizhan lowered his voice and said, Black Cloud Gold, Ancient Dragonwood, Sky Soaring Shuttle. The things he mentioned are all rare items from the great wilderness immortal fallen land. These are basically extinct outside. Qingdang relayed his words to Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye gave a price. Black Cloud Gold, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones per caddy, or 10 rare treasures of the transcendent realm, or 10 rare elixirs for cultivation. Ancient Dragonwood, 20,000 top-grade spirit stones per tree. Sky Soaring Shuttle, 30,000 top-grade spirit stones per piece. Qingdang said lightly. Shuetaizhan frowned in silence, seeming to weigh and judge. On the other side, Luo Xingye had already sent out Stone Ghost to find Black Cloud Gold, Ancient Dragonwood, and Sky Soaring Shuttle. He imprinted the images of these treasures and transmitted them through divine sense. These stone statues of life walked in the forbidden area, beginning to search. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones is already the wealth of an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator of the first or second level. Shuetaizhan sighed, feeling the price was too high. As you said, that is just an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator. Your Qingyun sword sect is not ordinary. Qingdang said slowly. She leaned back in her chair, feeling that something was missing. She lacked a maid to massage her back. Or, you can also reach a deal with us through another method. Qingdang sat upright, receiving another message from Luo Xingye. Oh? Please go on, Shuetaizhan said. An evil cultivator in exchange for a rare treasure. And the value of the exchanged treasure is determined by the level of the evil cultivator. Qingdang said, suppressing her inner doubts, and added, most importantly, this evil cultivator must have malicious intentions and deliberately commit evil deeds. This. Shuetaizhan frowned, saying, Are you trying to recruit evil cultivators? He looked at the dark-shrouded demon city and felt uneasy. Isn't this aiding and abetting evil? Of course not, we have other purposes, you don't need to ask about these, consider it yourself. Xing Deng said. In the end, Shui Taizhan left. After considering it, he agreed and reminded that the trade would begin in 3 days. After leaving the ancient demon city, he flipped his hand and took out a cloud shuttle the size of a fist. You will rely on this if there is danger. Shui Taizhan clenched the cloud shuttle, following Stone Ghost's lead, he left the great wilderness immortal Fallen Land. When he returned, he discussed with many elders of the treasure pavilion. In less than half an hour, 3 elders of the treasure pavilion went to the dungeon of the punishment hall. Inside the dungeon, there were violators of the sect, as well as evil cultivators. These are not bad, although they are at the Heaven Gate realm, there are many of them, which can save 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Shui Taizhan looked at the evil cultivators in the dungeon. Fellow disciples, although these evil cultivators will be imprisoned until death, it is impossible for me to let you take them away. My punishment hall cannot explain this. The elder of the punishment hall said helplessly. Shui Taizhan didn't waste any time and directly took out a bunch of spirit stones and elixirs. In consideration of the reputation of the treasure pavilion, I suppose it's acceptable. The elder of the punishment hall immediately released the formation in chains, allowing Shui Taizhan to take away the evil cultivators. They took away quite a few evil cultivators, including those in the Essence Chi realm, Spirit Platform realm, Cloud Sea realm, and Heaven Gate realm. These guys were just wasting the sect's resources if left behind. If they could exchange them for treasures with the demon armor, it would be a profitable deal. How about that transcendent realm evil cultivator? An elder hesitated. No, for transcendent realm and above, whether detaining or transferring them, the sect will take it seriously, and we cannot act rashly. Shui Taizhan shook his head, but he had a plan. He would first exchange for treasures from the demon armor, and when the sect also benefited, then they could deal with the transcendent realm evil cultivator. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time, Shui Taizhan and another transcendent realm elder set out. Carrying treasures and escape techniques, they followed the stone ghost into the ancient demon city. Every time they entered, they could feel the terror of the city, leading them to speculate about the extraordinary nature of the demon armor. Indeed, very good. Qingdeng sat in an open space outside the outer city, with a maid massaging her back. In these days, she had used the means of Luoxingyi to return to the Qingdeng Palace and transferred all the maids there. In that case, we need the Black Cloud Gold. Shui Taizhan revealed his resources. Qingdeng waved her hand, and the stone ghost brought the Black Cloud Gold. Let's trade the Black Cloud Gold for now. Qingdeng said. They only found the Black Cloud Gold. That suits me. Shui Taizhan also brought resources to exchange for a rare item. Since it was their first trade, they needed to be cautious. The first trade between the two parties went smoothly. After Shui Taizhan and the other elder left, Luoxingyi transformed into an ancient demon and directly searched the evil cultivators in front of him. Instantly, a large amount of information was retrieved, all consisting of sinful souls. He searched their souls one by one, found the truth, and then killed them all. At that moment, he absorbed a large number of sinful souls. Looking at the information, imprisoned souls, 26 out of 100, Essence Chi Realm imprisoned souls, 13, Spirit Platform Realm imprisoned souls, 7, Cloud Sea Realm imprisoned souls, 4, Heaven Gate Realm imprisoned souls, 2. There are still too few people in the city, let's awaken the stone statues first. Luoxingyi looked at the empty ancient demon city and felt it was not right. It needed to be lively. He walked in the outer city, continuously awakening a portion of the stone statues. Race, Flower Demon, Quantity, 1, can be repeatedly awakened, Level, Essence Chi Realm, Abilities, Cannon Fodder, Disguise, 10 to Flowers and Trees, Unawakened, 0 out of 10, collect 10 sinful souls to awaken, Unawakened, 0/1, collect 1 sinful soul at the Essence Chi Realm level to awaken. Luoxingyi was interested in its Disguise and Cannon Fodder attributes. He immediately spent 13 Essence Chi Realm imprisoned souls to awaken 13 Flower Demons. Suddenly, Black Vine Flower Demons appeared one by one. Master! They respectfully lined up and bowed to Luoxingyi. With a thought, Luoxingyi arranged for them to leave the city and disguise themselves around the ancient demon city. Although I can set up formations to guard the ancient demon city, it still consumes spirit stones and impure stones. Therefore, I also need to guard the stone statues. Luoxingyi looked at one of the stone statues. Race, Ghost Eye, Quantity, 1, can be repeatedly awakened, level, Spirit Platform Realm, Abilities, See Through Illusions, Guard, Unawakened, 0-20, collect 20 sinful souls to awaken, Unawakened, 0/1, collect 1 sinful soul at the Spirit Platform Realm level to awaken. Luoxingyi spent 7 Spirit Platform Realm imprisoned souls to awaken 7 Ghost Eye stone statues. As soon as they awakened, they bowed to Luoxingyi. Go! Luoxingyi arranged them at the 4 corners of the city wall to overlook the surroundings. If anything was amiss, the ghost eyes would instantly transmit the information to Luoxingyi's mind. Next, it's time to awaken some stone statues that can search for treasures. Luo Xingye looked at rows of stone statues and finally stopped in front of one of them. Race, 5 elements Ghost Mouse, Quantity, 1, can be awakened repeatedly, level, Cloud Sea Realm, Ability, Seek treasures of immortals and demons, Unawakened, 0/30, collect 30 souls of sin to awaken, Unawakened, 0/1, collect 1 soul of sin at Cloud Sea Realm level to awaken. Luo Xingye used 4 Cloud Sea Realm captive souls to awaken 4 5 elements ghost mice. Go! He immediately arranged the 5 elements ghost mice to head towards various locations in the desolate immortal meteorite site. These stone statues might be related to the ancient demon city, walking in forbidden areas where nothing would happen as long as they didn't encounter powerful creatures. Next, I have 2 Heavenly Gate Realm captive souls. Luo Xingye pondered on what to exchange them for. After some thought, he made a decision. Future transactions will definitely continue for a long time. I need to arrange a few stone statues at the edge of the forbidden area to guide traders in. With this in mind, he selected one of the stone statues. Race, Great Compassion Demon Human, Quantity, 1, can be awakened repeatedly, level, Heavenly Gate Realm, Ability, Mental Corrosion, Teleportation, Unawakened, 0/50, collect 50 souls of sin to awaken, Unawakened, 0/1, collect 1 soul of sin at Heavenly Gate Realm level to awaken. Luo Xingye used his only 2 Heavenly Gate Realm captive souls to awaken 2 Great Compassion Demon Humans. These 2 beings resembled monks but had demonic wings on their backs, and their entire bodies were pitch black. As they appeared, an invisible sense of spiritual sorrow spread in all directions. However, when they passed by Luo Xingye, he deliberately avoided it. Go, patrol the road between the ancient demon city and the desolate immortal meteorite site. If there are any outsiders entering, inform me. Luo Xingye instructed, and the 2 Great Compassion Demon Humans instantly teleported away from the ancient demon city. He watched as batches of stone statues were awakened, sighing to himself that it was still not enough. He needed more captive souls to build legions with various abilities. Before entering the immortal realm, he needed to continuously increase his own strength. Recently, Shaolin Yu was very distressed. She wanted to forge a life-bound magic weapon, and she had been collecting materials for 200 years. Now, she was only missing one item, Black Cloud Gold. Senior Sister Xiao, you are the youngest extraordinary disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, highly valued by the sect. If necessary, go and ask the elders. They will surely help you collect the Black Cloud Gold. Her junior sister, lively and energetic, suggested. Shaolin Yu wore a green and purple fairy dress, exuding a graceful and ethereal aura as she walked. She was beautiful but not aloof. Gentleness was the image she portrayed in the eyes of others. Always seek help from the elders. If I, as an elder, am seen asking for help, it would be quite embarrassing. Shaolin Yu glanced at her junior sister. Not only was she the youngest extraordinary disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, but she also had the qualifications to compete for the position of Sect Master. In the Qingniu domain, she was known as the first sword saint of the Qingniu domain, possessing the renowned fiery yang sword body. That's true. Anyway, our senior brother from the Qingyun Sword Sect has always been helping you find the Black Cloud Gold. Senior Sister Xiao, don't worry. The junior sister giggled. The senior brother of the Qingyun Sword Sect, a recognized extraordinary powerhouse, had been referred to as such since his disciple days. His pursuit of Xiaolingyu was no secret within the sect. "Don't mention him to me. Even if he gives it to me, I don't want it." Xiaolingyu frowned. Initially, she didn't dislike the senior brother, but she didn't have any other feelings either. However, as time went on, everyone kept talking about the senior brother pursuing her. It became annoying, and she developed some aversion towards him. Oh. Seeing Xiaolingyu getting angry, her junior sister put away her playful nature. It was at this moment that they arrived at the treasure pavilion. "Are there any new materials at the treasure pavilion recently?" Xiaolingyu inquired as usual. Over the past 100 years, she would occasionally come to the treasure pavilion to collect materials, making it a habit. The white-clad sword cultivator who had been to the ancient demon city smiled and said, "Elder Xiao, there are." Just one look at senior sister Xiao made my heart race. Xiaolingyu was about to leave, but when she heard this, her eyes lit up and she asked, "Do you have black cloud gold?" "Yes, we just received a batch, but the price is high," the white-robed sword cultivator said, but before he could finish, a voice from the treasure pavilion interrupted, "It has been bought by other elders." Xiaolingyu was disappointed as she had been collecting it for 200 years. If she had come earlier, maybe she could have purchased it. "Where did you collect the black cloud gold?" asked the junior sister next to Xiaolingyu. The white-robed sword cultivator was a bit hesitant. The division between immortals and demons was a mainstream consciousness in the cultivation world. Revealing that they traded with demon armors would likely cause trouble. Although most senior members of sects did not mind the distinction between immortals and demons, they could not openly talk about it. They could only say, "Those who know, know." Xiaolingyu sensed his dilemma and also realized that this information was not a secret if even a disciple-level white-robed sword cultivator knew about it. So, she left. But half an hour later, Xiaolingyu sent someone to approach the white-robed sword cultivator and, with a generous amount of spirit stones, exchanged for the information. They didn't need to speak openly, exchanging information in private was enough. The ancient desolate immortal fallen land, the ancient demon city, demon armors. Xiaolingyu stood in the courtyard, gazing into the distance. Demon armors, and another demon city. That city is empty. At most it shows the mysterious origin of the demon armors, not to be provoked. But demon armors are easy to communicate with, just offer evil cultivation or a large amount of resources, and you can exchange for black cloud gold, Xiaolingyu muttered, deep in thought. She remembered the advice her senior brother gave her some time ago: demon armors can be seductive, never come into contact with them, let alone wear them, or you will lose your mind. She was already repulsed by her senior brother. Upon hearing her senior brother's advice, she felt that her senior brother had ulterior motives. According to the information from the treasure pavilion, demon armors can be communicated with, they have not attacked them, and the treasure pavilion is preparing for long-term trade. Xiaolingyu said, with a cold snort. She made up her mind. She would send someone to contact the demon armors, and if they could indeed communicate, she would personally visit that demon city. She possessed the fiery sun sword body, and was the youngest extraordinary individual, known as the female sword saint. With her strength, she could basically walk sideways in the Qingyo domain. She was confident that if she encountered danger, she could retreat unscathed. That night, she sent someone to the ancient desolate immortal fallen land. As soon as they entered, two black-robed demon monks with wings on their backs came forward to inquire. "Traveler, the world will eventually come to an end, convert to Buddhism, and save yourself in this dust," the compassionate demon sighed. The person sent by Xiaolingyu was puzzled. We are here to trade with the demon armors." "Ah, follow me," the compassionate demon sighed and led the way. "Wait, we also want to trade with the demon armors." Two cultivators dressed in black, with crimson eyes, approached, exuding a heavy demonic aura. Xiaolingyu's people's faces changed slightly, becoming wary. Recently, members of the 10,000 Demon Sect appeared in the Qingyo domain and clashed with the North Heaven Immortal Palace. These demon cultivators were probably from the 10,000 Demon Sect. However, the compassionate demon did not stop them and led them in together. Arriving at the ancient demon city, they were watched by stone ghosts, ghost eyes, and flower demons. Before long, the compassionate demon opened the ancient demon city. A green lamp covered a palace in the outer city. Maidservants served tea and water, massaged backs and legs, living comfortably. She glanced at the demon cultivators and the people sent by Xiaolingyu, inquiring about their purpose. "All right, let her come. With enough evil cultivation or resources, you can naturally exchange for black cloud gold," the green lamp said, dismissing Xiaolingyu's people. The two demon cultivators exchanged a glance, then looked at the ancient demon city, a barely noticeable smile on their lips. "This demon city is very suitable as the headquarters of our 10,000 demon sect. The patriarch of the North Heaven Immortal Palace seems to have passed away, and their strength has greatly declined. It is the perfect time for our 10,000 demon sect to start a war. With the demon city as a base, my 10,000 demon sect will invade the Qingyo domain, making our efforts twice as effective." They communicated with each other. However, they decided to use a softening strategy. "As demon cultivators, we should support each other," one of them said. "Our sect leader has said that if the demon armor joins our 10,000 demon sect, they will receive the highest treatment." Expressing their intentions, the demon cultivator prepared to use diplomacy before force. Qing Deng was taken aback and asked, 10,000 demon sect. "Your sect leader, is it the Eastern Dragon's Nest?" "Indeed, it is Lord Dragon's Nest," the demon cultivator replied coldly. In the cultivation world, the Eastern Dragon's Nest was a renowned female demon head with terrifying power at the Great Saint Realm. The 10,000 demon sect was already the dominant force in the ancient dragon domain, filled with demon cultivators. The Eastern Dragon's Nest was the top demon cultivator in the ancient dragon domain. Luo Xingye had been paying attention to this matter. He flew out from the limp dragon Kuei and transformed into an ancient demon body, gazing into the distance and saying, "It's time to collect the interest from the 10,000 demon sect. The debt from over 3,000 years ago, with 30% interest, has yet to be repaid. Join our 10,000 demon sect, and you will receive the highest treatment," the demon cultivator said, noticing Qing Deng's serious expression upon hearing the name Eastern Dragon's Nest. "What if I refuse?" Luo Xingye stepped forward. Behind him, Dragon Kuei was panting, her face flushed, following him meekly. She was drained and weak from being sucked dry repeatedly and begged for mercy. "I can't handle it alone, I need more help," Dragon Kuei pleaded. "They keep draining me every time, I can't take it." Unfortunately, Qing Deng doesn't have a special constitution, so she can't share the burden, Dragon Kuei sighed. "No?" The demon cultivator squinted at Luo Xingye, his tone turning unfriendly. Since they sensed your fear of the 10,000 demon sect's leader, they were no longer going to be polite. "Are you sure you want to refuse?" Another demon cultivator, with ill intentions, stared at Luo Xingye. At that moment, two messages appeared in Luo Xingye's mind. Ancient demon data, sinful soul, Lunan, 600 years old, 5th heaven realm, intends to commit evil deeds in the ancient demon city, imprisoned soul, find out the purpose of Lunan. Sinful soul, Gu Jing, 616 years old, 5th heaven realm, intends to commit evil deeds in the ancient demon city, imprisoned soul, find out the purpose of Gu Jing. Sinful souls at the 5th heaven realm. Luo Xingye had been draining Dragon Kuei daily and was only at the 8th cloud realm himself. Therefore, he chose to summon his human pet. "Disable them!" Luo Xingye shouted. Before he could act, Qing Deng, the fake human pet, had already made a move. With a slap, two demon cultivators fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Luo Xingye immediately performed a soul search. The ancestor of the North Heaven Immortal Palace, suspected to have transcended, does the 10,000 demon sect want to wage war against the North Heaven Immortal Palace? No wonder Mo Qingshan was so eager to kill Ling Xian and Su Bangxia. They even want to seize our ancient demon city. Shaking his head, he directly killed them and collected the souls of two 5th heaven realm sinners. Following the principle of not wasting, he walked through the outer city, surveying the stone statues. He decided, "It's you." A stone statue at the 5th heaven realm level, shadow. "Come out." Two shadows resembling black swords were awakened from the shadow stone statue. They were more like weapon shadows, extremely lethal. Race, shadow, quantity, 1, can be summoned. Repeatedly, level, 5th heaven realm, ability, assassination, Luo Xingye concealed them within his own shadow and then left. I can't go on, I need to rest here, Dragon Kui said, not wanting to go out and wishing to have a good sleep. She looked at Luo Xingye with resentment. She knew that when he transformed into demon armor, he would drain her every day. So far, she was still a virgin, which was unbelievable. Although she was not promiscuous, she understood some things between men and women. With Luo Xingye sticking to her every day, sucking her everywhere, had he really not been tempted at all? Or am I just not attractive enough? Could it be that his physical body is really female? No, I've touched it before, there's a handle. Long Kuei thought to herself secretly. Aren't you going out? Qing Deng exclaimed in surprise. Finally, it's my turn. Ever since the incident of killing Mo Qingshan, she had been obsessed with wearing the demon armor. Let's go. Luo Xingye let Long Kuei go and left with Qing Deng. At this moment, the stone statues he summoned, for 5 elements ghost rats, were searching for treasures in the desolate immortal meteorite site. Various rare treasures had been sent one after another to the ancient demon city. Luo Xingye didn't need to do anything, just waiting for treasures to come to him. He went out at this moment, naturally to collect sinful souls. Recently, the Manhwa sect was sending its forces to the Qingyo domain, including many evil cultivators with twisted minds. These were the experienced treasures he needed. Sinful soul, Lu Rini, 400 years old, Cloud Sea realm. Luo Xingye walked in the area of the Black Wind Mountain, retrieving a lot of information about evil cultivators. He had Qing Deng find them, extract their souls, and bury them in one go. One by one, the sinful souls were absorbed by his divine soul. I have a premonition that the sinful form of the ancient demon body is about to awaken soon, Luo Xingye murmured. Beside him, Qing Deng couldn't help but ask, aren't you bothered by walking slowly? Ride on me, I'll take you flying. Luo Xingye refused. Only when he had the ancient demon body could he conveniently search for sinful souls and collect them. After wandering around the Black Wind Mountain area, Luo Xingye went to other territories and continued to capture evil cultivators. These evil cultivators were not only demonic cultivators but also spiritual cultivators. As long as their minds were twisted and they intentionally committed evil deeds, they were considered evil cultivators. With Qing Deng's extraordinary abilities, the efficiency was very high. Before long, many areas were cleared out. The elders of the Manhwa sect were transferring a large number of forces to the Qingyo domain. But soon, they realized something was wrong. Why were the numbers decreasing? Elders, we found out that the female sword saint of the Qingyun sword sect is recklessly capturing our sect's cultivators. In addition, Shui Taizhan and other extraordinary cultivators of the Qingyun sword sect are also capturing our sect's cultivators. A spy from the Manhwa sect reported. Although immortals and demons are incompatible, the Qingyun sword sect has no business dealings with our sect. Why dare they capture our sect's cultivators? The elder was furious, but then he became suspicious. Could it be that the Northern Sky Immortal Palace and the Qingyun sword sect have joined forces? The elder of the Manhwa sect was shocked. But soon, he denied it. The Northern Sky Immortal Palace and the Qingyun sword sect had stood in the Qingyo domain for thousands of years. Although they had always coexisted peacefully, there was still competition between them. If the Manhwa sect could eliminate the Northern Sky Immortal Palace, it wouldn't be a bad thing for the Qingyun sword sect. They had no reason to join forces. Continue to observe, inform the sect, and send out extraordinary strongmen to suppress those who capture our sect's cultivators. The elder ordered. If these guys kept messing around, people would soon be gone. Xiao Lingyu and Shui Taizhan, along with other extraordinary cultivators, were aggressively capturing the Manhwa sect's cultivators. They needed evil cultivators to exchange for treasures with the demon armor. Luo Xingye was also capturing them, but his captures were more precise, directly searching for sinful souls. Finally, on a certain night, they met. Xiao Lingyu, 900 years old, 5th level of the extraordinary realm, fiery sun sword body, possessing spiritual blood. Luo Xingye's heart stirred. Here it comes. Another person with a special physique. Subankxia's child was in the Northern Sky Immortal Palace, and he couldn't go find her. Ling Xian was disgusted with him and hard to absorb. Long Kuei alone couldn't withstand his absorption. Now, the appearance of a person with a special physique was urgently needed. But soon, another piece of information appeared in his mind. Sinful soul, Xiaolingyu, 900 years old, 5th level of the extraordinary realm, as an elder of the Qingyun sword sect, intends to capture others and commit sinful acts. Imprisoned soul, find out Xiaolingyu's purpose in capturing others. This person once sent someone to my ancient demon city to trade for Black Cloud gold. It seems that she is now collecting evil cultivators. In a moment of thought, Luo Xingye came up with a plan. He wanted to capture this fiery sun sword body. Not for anything else, just to share the pressure with Long Kuei. Qingdang, why don't you settle down in the ancient demon city from now on? I can provide you with top-notch techniques, and you can help me collect debts in the future, Luo Xingye said softly. If I don't stay with you, where else can I go? I inexplicably offended the Dragon Clan, my Qingdang palace is gone, but fortunately I transferred the treasures inside, Qingdang said helplessly, giving him a white look. She was like a rootless duckweed, anywhere could be home. The only thing she couldn't bear to part with was the Qingdang palace she had managed for hundreds of years. Don't be too sad, in the ancient demon city, you can build your own Qingdang palace. With more stone statues awakened by me in the future, you can also relax a bit. Luo Xingye's words were heartwarming. Qingdang rarely saw him so agreeable, knowing that he was deliberate, but it was still more pleasant than usual. Here, this is the Qing Emperor's scripture, a gift for you. Luo Xingye sent out his divine sense, and Qingdang was shocked when she received it. This guy really gave her a technique to cultivate into a heavenly emperor. Are you serious? Qingdang exclaimed, her heart pounding. Wasn't it also fake when I went to save you last time? Luo Xingye furrowed his brow slightly, a little displeased. Qingdang's face turned slightly red as she recalled the scene at that time. The moment she turned around and met him, she was caught off guard by a pat on the head, making her taste the feeling of being moved. Alright, from now on, I will follow you, just in the ancient demon city. So, you should also tell me, what is your name? Qingdang said earnestly through gritted teeth, her beautiful face blushing. She didn't think that the demon armor was just a set of armor, his identity was very mysterious. My surname is Luo, as for my name, I will tell you when the time is right, Luo Xingye nodded. Only by controlling you can I get close to Xiaolingyu. Qingdang was surprised. Luo Xingye? She instantly remembered this name. The physical body of the demon armor was extremely similar to Luo Xingye, she had long suspected something. Qingdang didn't dwell on it, just nodded, and observed Luo Xingye to see if he really had feelings for her. But soon, she felt that Luo Xingye seemed to have ulterior motives. Luo Xingye disguised himself, concealing the darkness of the ancient demon, and turned into a restrained male cultivator. Then, following the search of the sinful soul, he approached Xiaolingyu not far away. At this moment, Xiaolingyu was stepping on a flying sword, forming hand seals with one hand, and the flickering virtual sword was suppressing the fleeing demon cultivator. Suddenly, a green light struck, deflecting her virtual sword. What are you trying to do? Xiaolingyu said coldly, her tone soft but penetrating. Qingdang glanced at her and said, I can't stand indiscriminate killing. Her heart was in turmoil. Luo Xingye had spoken to her so gently before, promising to treat her well, which made her feel confused for a while, wondering if Luo Xingye really had feelings for her. Unexpectedly, this guy was now asking her to help him pick up girls. Now, seeing Luo Xingye's true intentions, her face looked very unpleasant, making Xiaolingyu feel wary. Demon cultivators deceive people's hearts, suck their soul blood, how can you talk about innocence? Xiaolingyu said coldly, and with this delay, the demon cultivator had already escaped. Her eyes turned cold, the powerful pressure of the superhuman fifth realm pressing down on Qingdang. Qingdang frowned, she was only at the superhuman first realm, unable to compete with the opponent. Miss, according to you, as long as it's a demon cultivator, they are all deceivers who suck soul blood? Luo Xingye appeared. His handsome face, more beautiful than a woman's, made Xiaolingyu's expression freeze. She quickly regained her composure and said seriously, "Isn't it? I have seen too many demon cultivators who kill others just to cultivate." "Then, are you considered a demon cultivator?" Luo Xingye smiled faintly, looking at Xiao Lingyu, and continued, "You encounter a demon cultivator and kill one at will, without any burden or pressure. Isn't this behavior more despicable than a demon cultivator?" Xiao Lingyu frowned. "A mere Cloud Sea realm, talking nonsense. How can you sympathize with demon cultivators?" If Ling Xian were present, she would definitely think that what was said was very profound, as if she had met a kindred spirit. "According to what you're saying, if I were in the transcendent realm or the sage realm, should this demonic cultivator be pitted?" Luo Xingye laughed. Xiao Lingyu coldly replied, "Although your cultivation level is low, you sure have a sharp tongue. Don't talk too much, or else I'll kill you too." After saying that, she felt a surge of anger. These words sounded too much like those of a demonic cultivator. Normally, she wouldn't speak like this, but these two people were affecting her mood. "Miss, there's no need for this. If you circulate your cultivation method along your right arm in reverse, you will be able to breathe smoothly and even benefit your cultivation level," Luo Xingye said with a smile. "I keep to myself and won't argue with you. If it were another transcendent, your Cloud Sea realm would have been killed long ago," Xiao Lingyu said, not wanting to waste any more time as she turned to leave. However, thinking back on the man's words, she couldn't help but try circulating her cultivation method in reverse. After all, the man, though only in the Cloud Sea realm, had a powerful demon following him and spoke with extraordinary confidence when facing transcendents like her. This indicated that he was not simple. Perhaps what he said made sense. And reversing the circulation of her right arm's meridians posed no major risks. So she tried it. With a loud bang, a previously unnoticed meridian in her right arm was opened up. Suddenly, a large amount of spiritual energy flowed into her right arm and circulated around her body 3 times. Boom! She had broken through and reached the 6th level of the transcendent realm. For a moment, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was absorbed by her to fill the gap required for the advancement of her cultivation level. Who is he? Xiao Lingyu was shocked, turning back to leave. She had sought advice from the elder before, but with little effect, only leading to more contemplation. However, the handsome man in the Cloud Sea realm had helped her break through the bottleneck of her cultivation level with just a few words. "Miss, nice to see you again," Luo Xingye smiled, not having left at all. The dim green lamp felt a bit stifled, feeling like a mere tool. And being foolish, he was actually helping him pick up girls. "How did you figure out my cultivation level bottleneck?" Xiao Lingyu asked, then changed her wording, "Or why did you make me reverse my cultivation method? Is this matter really important? You've advanced your cultivation level, isn't that the most important thing?" Luo Xingye lightly laughed, his eyes shining with a hint of relaxation. Xiao Lingyu couldn't help but smile knowingly. She inexplicably felt comfortable being around this person. Luo Xingye's subtle movements made the conversation interesting. After all, he was quite experienced and easily manipulated young transcendents like her. "You, as a Cloud Sea realm cultivator, are quite interesting. Do you know who I am?" Xiao Lingyu observed Luo Xingye, finding him more attractive as she looked. The renowned female sword saint of the Qingyun sword sect. "If I didn't know that, there would be no point in cultivating in the realm of cultivation," Luo Xingye smiled. Xiao Lingyu was pleased and curious, gradually engaging in conversation with him. Before long, Xiao Lingyu burst into laughter. The nearby green lamp sighed lightly. Luo Xingye was truly hard to control, she couldn't figure him out or keep him in check. When they first met, when they first saw each other, Luo Xingye used a similar tactic. However, at that time, Luo Xingye had used riddles to make her feel fond of him. But after getting her on the same boat, he rarely treated her with care. Looking back now, she realized she had only been played by him. "You, as a Cloud Sea realm cultivator, are quite interesting and knowledgeable," Xiao Lingyu chuckled as she flew aimlessly in the air. "I only know a little bit about everything, but compared to you, the female sword saint, I'm far behind." Luo Xingye smiled faintly, his features exuding a starry charm, elegant and ethereal, containing a sense of Tao. The two of them continued chatting like this. Luo Xingyi always managed to steer the conversation, set the tone, and create an atmosphere. Despite being only a Cloud Sea Realm cultivator, he exuded a sense of freedom akin to a Sage Realm cultivator. The green lamp behind was confused, then frustrated. Could it be that I'm not attractive? There is a demonic cultivator ahead. If you don't take action, I will. Luo Xingye encountered a demonic cultivator, who was also an evil cultivator, delighting in killing. He had already detected the ancient demonic aura within him. You were the one who blocked me from killing the demonic cultivator before. It seems you are also someone who goes with the wind. Xiao Lingyu furrowed her brows slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Due to their previous conflicts, encountering such a situation now made her sensitive. No, there is a difference between demonic cultivators and evil cultivators. Demonic cultivators are not necessarily evil cultivators, and evil cultivators are not necessarily demonic cultivators. They may even be spiritual cultivators. Luo Xingye smiled lightly, acting naturally. Oh? Then tell me, what are some differences? Xiao Lingyu was interested. Luo Xingye explained it straightforwardly and simply. Those with evil intentions who deliberately commit evil deeds are evil cultivators. Regardless of the cultivator, as long as they can think, they have good and evil tendencies. The distinction between immortals and demons is just a matter of perspective. You cultivate immortality, how could you speak for demons? And those who cultivate demons, how could they speak for immortals? But no matter which side, good and evil should not be used to represent both sides. Xiao Lingyu didn't pay much attention when she first heard these words. But as Luo Xingye spoke more and more profoundly, she, who had been influenced by orthodox beliefs since childhood, began to waver. She gradually changed her negative impression of this cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm. At this moment, they were walking on the clouds, one a beautiful woman and the other a man even more beautiful than a woman. Under the rising sun, they looked very compatible. The green lamp, bored on the mountain below, swung her legs, calming herself down. The demonic armor was ultimately not a weapon, and it was not something she could control or understand on her own. Perhaps in the ancient demonic city, only when she had value of her own could she attract his attention. Although thinking this way was somewhat uncomfortable, it made the green lamp sober from her recent experiences and begin to reflect on herself. Cultivating, becoming stronger, not only to make the surname Luo look at me differently, but also for the sake of my own future. The green lamp sighed lightly, her whole person cold and beautiful, with a firm light in her eyes. Unconsciously, she entered a profound enlightenment, merging herself with the heavens and earth. Strands of Tao patterns fell on her as the great trends of the heavens and earth, and she entered into enlightenment. Her realm began to ascend from the first level of transcendence. Ha! Luo Xingye noticed, his sensitivity to the great Tao of heaven and earth was still very high. He looked down at the green lamp below and thought for a moment before saying, "Can you help me protect her? She has entered into a great enlightenment of the Tao." Xiao Lingyu was surprised and immediately nodded. Such enlightenment is rare in 1,000 years, we cultivators should do our best to help. She flew down, set up a formation, and her long sword flew out, circling the mountain. Your Qingyun sword technique has some flaws, it's better to operate it like this. Luo Xingye softly pointed out. You, a cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm, don't understand so much. I am a powerful swordsman at the 6th level of transcendence. Although Xiao Lingyu said this, she still listened to Luo Xingye's guidance. It was because this person spoke extraordinarily, had a sense of rhythm in his movements, and had unique perspectives that broadened her horizons, earning her respect. It should be like this. Luo Xingye approached her and guided her hand in hand. Is it like this? Xiao Lingyu smiled lightly, seemingly joking but also serious. At this moment, the eldest senior brother was with 2 elders, capturing a demonic cultivator to bring back. They were all at the elder level. But the eldest senior brother was different. He had been respected since his disciple days, and even after reaching the elder level, other disciples still called him eldest senior brother. Over time, the eldest senior brother became the senior brother of the Qingyun sword sect. According to what those elders from the treasure pavilion said, we need to capture more demonic cultivators in order to exchange for Black Cloud Gold. A senior brother who had a good relationship with the eldest senior brother spoke up. In order to obtain the Black Cloud Gold for junior sister Xiao, senior brother has really gone to great lengths. He hasn't even closed himself off for cultivation, and instead, he goes out all day to capture demonic cultivators. If junior sister Xiao finds out, she will surely be deeply moved, another elder chuckled. Senior brother is very steady and handsome. He has been pursuing junior sister Xiao for many years, never wavering even though there are many suitors behind him. It's just that junior sister Xiao needs the Black Cloud Gold. As an older brother, there is a sense of responsibility involved, senior brother said with a faint smile. He has always been polite and handsome, attracting a lot of attention from the opposite sex. Let's not tell junior sister Xiao about this matter for now. I will exchange for the Black Cloud Gold first and then give her a surprise, senior brother chuckled. The elders all understood and promised not to reveal anything. At that moment, a sharp-eyed elder noticed a man and a woman walking closely together in the sky to the side. That person, why does he look so much like junior sister Xiao? The elder's face changed slightly, and he couldn't bring himself to say more, lowering his voice. Senior brother's face darkened, and he remained silent, a hint of killing intent spreading. He had already seen the faces of the man and woman. Indeed, it was junior sister Xiao. Seeing her smiling and practicing swordplay, he had never seen junior sister Xiao with such a carefree and gentle smile before, nor had he seen her getting so close to the opposite sex. A cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm, a mere insignificant figure. Senior brother's body trembled, bloodshot eyes showing. Between the Cloud Sea realm and the Transcendent realm, there was still the barrier of the Heavenly Gate realm. The difference between heaven and earth. Even such insignificant figures dared to approach the powerful beings of the Transcendent realm? Are you worthy? Junior sister Xiao. Senior brother's face was as cold as water, his voice filled with spiritual energy reaching far. Xiao Lingyu turned to look, seeing the elders from the same sect, she instinctively sheathed her sword and distanced herself from Luo Xingye. But soon, she furrowed her brows, realizing something was amiss. Why was she acting so guilty? She only had a fellow sect relationship with these elders. At most, to maintain the image of an elder, she should slowly distance herself from this cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm. Is there something wrong? Xiao Lingyu regained her composure, deliberately blocking Luo Xingye, asking indifferently. Senior brother saw her suddenly cold attitude, as if nothing had happened. Especially when Xiao Lingyu deliberately blocked the cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm, it truly hurt his heart. His expression was filled with sorrow. Am I not your senior brother? For so many years, I have silently shielded you from the wind and rain, always reminding you not to be deceived by those from the demonic path. Can't you see my efforts over the years? Am I not as good as this unfamiliar junior cultivator? Junior sister Xiao, who is he? Senior brother traversed the void with each step trembling slightly, his voice showing no emotion but carrying a heavy pressure. Who he is has nothing to do with you. If there's nothing else, please go back, senior brother. Xiao Lingyu said. Halfway, then caught sight of the trembling void near the green lamp, immediately alerting, wait, don't come over, I am protecting the law for someone in enlightenment. A fellow cultivator has entered a state of enlightenment. The two elders beside senior brother paused in their steps. Senior brother acted as if he hadn't seen, or perhaps he had. But so what? I don't care whether others are enlightened or in danger compared to you, I only care about you, junior sister Xiao. Senior brother stared directly at Xiao Lingyu, each step carrying immense pressure, causing the void to tremble. Xiao Lingyu detested this. Being treated as someone's possession. Letting others spread rumors within the sect that you are my pursuer, and any opposite sex approaching me must leave. She was growing more and more disgusted with this so-called senior brother. Luo Xingye saw the slight tremor of Xiao Lingyu's eyelashes near the green lamp, sensing the enlightenment state was about to be broken, he spoke, whatever it is, let's discuss it later. Insignificant creature, do you have the right to speak here? Senior brother's voice thundered angrily, like a fierce beast suddenly roaring. His pressure from the 8th level of the transcendent realm was released in an instant. The eyelids of the green lamp trembled, about to open. Luoxingyi didn't have time to think too much. He spat out blood, formed hand seals, and strands of blue light flew out from his hands, entering Qingding's body. Gradually, Qingding's condition stabilized, his eyelids closed, no longer trembling, entering a state of enlightenment again. He breathed a sigh of relief, looked coldly at the senior brother, and said, "If you want trouble, find another place." He flew away, intending to lead the senior brother away to avoid affecting Qingding. Xiaolingyu also had the same idea and followed suit. However, this action clearly caused a misunderstanding for the senior brother. What he saw was the junior cultivator in the Cloud Sea realm moving sideways, and Xiaoshimiamai followed, behaving like companions. "Ha, do you have the qualifications to challenge me? Xiaoshimiamai, everyone knows I am pursuing you, can't you see?" The senior brother looked coldly at Luoxingyi, then looked at Xiaoshimiamai with sorrow. He also followed. However, as he followed, his footsteps emitted light, silently stepping, causing a violent disturbance in the space. The state of Qingding's enlightenment was broken, he spat out blood, opened his eyes, and then fell to the ground extremely weak. The purpose of this action was solely to teach Luoxingyi a lesson. He had just seen this junior cultivator and cared deeply about the woman in enlightenment. Xiaoshimiamai also seemed to care about this woman because of the junior cultivator. Therefore, he secretly intervened to disrupt the woman's enlightenment. However, his actions were discreet, appearing ordinary as he flew towards Xiaoshimiamai. "There's no need to move elsewhere. Your move was treacherous, harming others' cultivation." Luoxingyi returned, helping up Qingding. "Senior brother, you've gone too far." Xiaolingyu was awakened and realized something was wrong. She stared coldly at the senior brother, expressing her anger. "Ha, do you care so much about a Cloud Sea realm cultivator?" The senior brother neither admitted nor refuted, pointing at Luoxingyi, questioning him. "Have you misunderstood something? Don't always treat me like your possession." "Fine, I'll make it clear today. Stop doing self-indulgent things, as your actions have affected my cultivation, life, and reputation." Xiaolingyu had hinted several times before, but the senior brother either didn't understand or pretended to be ignorant. Now, she was direct. "I just want to pursue you, Xiaoshimiamai. I have been steadfast for you, willing to give up everything. What qualifications does that junior cultivator have to approach you? He is simply up to no good." The senior brother explained, angry and sorrowful. "As a cultivator of the 8th level of the transcendent realm, am I not worthy of you?" The senior brother continued to explain. Xiaolingyu looked at him coldly, offering no response. Luoxingyi was casting a spell to stabilize Qingdong's soul. Enlightenment is related to the soul, forcefully breaking through enlightenment could easily harm the soul. Fortunately, Qingdong's soul was unharmed, and she slowly woke up, asking, "What happened?" Feeling like she had just had a dream. Luoxingyi shook his head, signaling her not to say more, then looked up at the senior brother, smiling somewhat grimly, saying, "You indeed are not worthy of her. Xiaolingyu belongs to no one but herself." Xiaolingyu glanced at Luoxingyi, her eyes shining. This was what she had wanted to hear for hundreds of years. "Yes, I belong only to myself. I belong to no one." However, the senior brother caught the subtle change, mistaking Xiaolingyu's gaze for affection. He gritted his teeth and said, "You are trying to seduce my Xiaoshimiamai again. How dare you, you ant in the Cloud Sea realm." He wanted to fly over and crush the cultivator. Xiaolingyu protected Luoxingyi and stepped back, saying coldly, "If you dare to take one more step today, our relationship as fellow disciples ends here." The eldest senior brother really didn't dare to come over, but he was even more angry. He pointed at the cultivator in the Cloud Sea realm and said, "You coward hiding behind a woman, I won't bully you. Tell me your name and identity, make your elders appear, I will destroy them. Rest assured, I will definitely come find you. I will also make you understand that this extraordinary female sword saint, you are truly not worthy of her. She chooses who she wants, only she can make the decision, you cannot influence it, nor do you have the qualification to influence it. Luo Xingye supported the slightly confused Qingdang as they walked away. He glanced deeply at the eldest senior brother, and the first killing intent after his rebirth fell on this person. Xiao Lingyu also looked at him, feeling that it would be great if this person was in the extraordinary realm. His words really struck a chord with her. She never thought that this cultivator in the Cloud Sea realm was wrong. This cultivator, although of a lower realm, was elegant and considerate in his actions and words, always thinking of others, and would not easily vent his anger on others. On the other hand, the eldest senior brother was truly possessed, really annoying. "Don't show up again in the future, don't come near me again, go." She sighed lightly. She was very distressed, all because of the eldest senior brother, and yet she was helpless. Luo Xingye smiled and didn't say anything. He left, with Xiao Lingyu in front. The eldest senior brother didn't dare to follow, but his killing intent was obvious, clearly indicating a desire for revenge. Back to the city of ancient demons. Qingdang gradually came to his senses, feeling regretful after learning what had happened. Fortunately, the effect of his enlightenment was good, and he had reached the third level of the extraordinary realm. After returning, he seemed like a different person, practicing alone in the palace, saying not to disturb him unless necessary. Luo Xingye went to visit Long Kuei, who looked much better, with a healthier complexion. Although he could still suck a few more times, he couldn't bear to, afraid of making her faint. However, Long Kuei was burdened with heavy thoughts. He glanced at Luo Xingye, wanting to speak but hesitating. "What's the matter?" Luo Xingye noticed and asked. "During the time you were away, messengers from the Dragon Clan came." Long Kuei sighed lightly. Luo Xingye immediately checked the information on each stone statue. Even though he had left, every move in the city of ancient demons was recorded by the stone statues, allowing him to check at will. Indeed, a messenger from the Dragon Clan had come, guided by the Great Compassion Demon, to meet Long Kuei and deliver a letter. "I think I should handle this matter myself." Long Kuei looked out the window with a troubled expression. Luo Xingye looked at her and said calmly, "I don't ask you to tell me, but I just need you to remember one thing: don't be afraid to cause trouble for me. We are both rootless drifters, we should rely on each other. Need me, call me, I will always be by your side, just like last time." He said seriously, his whole demeanor changed. Long Kuei saw him as she did that day, the godlike Luo Xingye. She also saw the endless shadows behind this man, the endless loneliness. Touched in her soft heart, her eyes reddened slightly, but in the end, she didn't say anything, just hugged Luo Xingye silently. Finally, she decided to go on a journey to handle something. But she told Luo Xingye that she wouldn't go to the Dragon Clan, wouldn't seek trouble for herself. Some things need to be dealt with on one's own, it's something everyone will encounter. Life is a long journey, one must walk alone, one must overcome obstacles alone, there will always be someone following, that's impossible. She finished, her emotions fluctuating, and made a bold move. She pulled Luo Xingye into the room, but he refused. Careful as she was, she sensed the softness in Luo Xingye's heart, unknown to anyone. She left, taking the secret techniques and treasures given by Luo Xingye, then left the city of ancient demons. "Don't leave yet, let me take another sip." Luo Xingye chuckled lightly, dispersing the atmosphere that shouldn't have been there. Long Kuei gave him a look and smiled. "You're such a big person, if you don't want to be a vampire, you're not a man." Luoxingyi rolled his eyes and bluntly said that he would beg for mercy from his good brother later. Sure enough, when he transformed into a demon armor and fiercely sucked all over Long Kuei's body, Long Kuei really begged for mercy. She shouted loudly, disturbing Qingdang, who blushed and scolded her for being too loud and affecting her cultivation. Long Kuei blushed, burning up to her neck, but couldn't help but shout in front of Qingdang. Qingdang, who had never seen such a scene before, was shocked and couldn't help but curse before closing the door and sealing the formation, never to come out again. Go on, Luoxingyi said with a smile. He had reached the 9th level of the Cloud Sea realm and was satisfied. Next, he would seek out another blood bag for himself. It was time to visit the North Heaven Immortal Palace and see his disciples. Oh, he also needed to capture Xiaolingyu as a new blood bag. Calculating carefully, he also needed to visit the Dragon Clan at the end of the month to collect some interest. He couldn't forget about the interest from the 10,000 demons sect either. During this time, he also needed to collect sinful souls to awaken the stone statues. With so much to do, his schedule was packed. Life suddenly became fulfilling. Longkue left, and Qingdang went into seclusion. Only some servants and maids in the Qingdang palace were cleaning the dust in various palaces. The awakened stone statues were monitoring, patrolling, and searching for treasures, but they moved quietly without making a sound. The ancient demon city became quiet again. Luoxingyi sat in the dark, silently looking at the vast, dark, and cold ancient demon city. This was a rare state. After a while, he left as well. He went to the outer city and used the sinful souls he had collected earlier to awaken several special stone statues. 3 of the stone statues were at the Heaven Gate realm level, capable of disguising and imitating. According to Luoxingyi's plan, they disguised themselves as 3 Heaven Gate realm sword cultivators and followed him. 30 more stone statues were awakened, with 10 at the Cloud Sea realm level and 20 at the Essence Chi realm level. Their abilities were also disguising and imitating, but at a lower level. Following Luoxingyi's orders, they disguised themselves as 30 different male and female cultivators. Your purpose is simple: imitate human life, then go to various sects in the Qingniu domain, join them, become my undercover agents, save up the monthly salary, and deliver it to the ancient demon city. Luoxingyi addressed the 30 stone statues. This method was somewhat similar to his past practices. Generally, when joining a sect, newcomers would receive some cultivation resources as a beginner's gift. In the past, he would join a sect every day, collect the resources, and then leave. After accumulating resources for a month, he could gather more than a decade's worth of cultivation resources for a cultivator of the same level. This allowed him to rise in the cultivation world. However, once his actions were exposed, he was hunted by all sections. But this trick no longer worked. Nowadays, all sects in the cultivation world register disciples by name and have a 1-month observation period. If anything suspicious is found, immediate action is taken. These reforms were all initiated by Luoxingyi over 3,000 years ago. It was he who sparked a reform in the sect system of the cultivation world. This time, he no longer used such methods, mainly because they were no longer effective. However, there were always loopholes to exploit. Now, he had the stone statues to command. He wanted these stone statues to join sects, receive a stable monthly salary, and accumulate resources over time. This was a considerable resource that could also provide various intelligence for his use. This reminded him of a joke. If I had 10,000 dead soldiers, I would bring them to an electronics factory, provide food and accommodation for 4,000, and earn 4 billion a month. His current stone statues were somewhat similar to that, although in smaller numbers. But he believed that there would be more in the future. I will also teach you some speed-related body techniques and techniques. Luoxingyi passed these secret methods to 30 disguised stone statues, then let them leave the ancient demon city and go their separate ways. He also left, with the 3 Tianmen realm stone statues disguised as sword cultivators following him. The ancient demon city would be monitored, patrolled, and searched by 6 types of stone statues: Stone Ghost, Flower Demon, Ghost Eye, 5 Elements Ghost Rat, and Great Compassion Demon. If anything went wrong, they would immediately report to Luoxingyi. After leaving the desolate immortal meteorite land, Luoxingyi assigned tasks to the 3 disguised stone statues. The 3 of you, don't follow me. Stone 1, join the North Heaven Immortal Palace. Stone 2 and Stone 3, both of you join the Azure Cloud Sword Sect. I won't give you orders normally, just focus on infiltrating as disciples. After leaving these instructions, Luoxingyi disguised himself as an ordinary Cloud Sea realm cultivator and traveled around the Qingniu domain. Upon encountering evil souls, he would directly deploy 2 shadow stone statues from within his shadow. They were at the Tianmen realm cultivation level, specializing in assassination with extremely strong attack power. Even cultivators at the 9th Heaven Tianmen realm couldn't withstand their damage. In addition, Luoxingyi also absorbed the impurities from various places in preparation for the manifestation of the ancient demon's evil form. Time passed slowly. The number of evil souls he collected increased, as did the impurities he absorbed. Luoxingyi had a premonition that his evil form would soon manifest. He took a deep breath and faced it with a calm heart. At the same time, the stone statues began to fulfill their roles. Messages from stone statues at various sects reported an increasing number of demonic cultivators in different regions. A rumor gradually spread in the Qingyo domain that demonic cultivators were planning a large-scale invasion targeting the North Heaven Immortal Palace. News also came from Stone One at the North Heaven Immortal Palace. The palace was gradually recalling its disciples and elders, and the weapon hall began mass-producing weapons. This indicated their preparations for war. I should go check on Su Bangxia. With her possessing the spirit realm immortal body, she will surely be targeted by demonic cultivators in case of war. Luoxingyi licked his lips, realizing it had been a while since he had tasted spirit blood, and it was time to pay a visit. But there was no rush. Preparations for a war involving such top sects required thorough consideration. From preparation to actual war, it would take several months, even years. No need to focus excessively on it. He still had one more thing to handle. Stone 2 and Stone 3 had been in the Azure Cloud Sword sect for several days and had gathered intelligence. Xia Lingyu was going to a human city to capture the hidden demonic cultivators there. The increase in demonic cultivators in the Qingyo domain had led to the rise of many evil cultivators in various places. Recently, the Azure Cloud Sword sect had been particularly concerned about evil cultivators and frequently went out to capture them. I should go find Xia Lingyu first. It's been a while since we last met, she must be missing me. Luoxingyi was still concerned about the matter of the new blood packs. If his senior martial brother found out, he would surely be delighted. Fengtu's City. A mortal city under the protection of the Azure Cloud Sword sect, belonging to a mortal kingdom. Luoxingyi transformed into a charming young man, strolling through the market, attracting the attention of many young women. At this moment, he was a nail in the eyes of men and a desire in the eyes of women. He detected one evil soul after another, emanating from the wicked thoughts of mortals. He ignored them. Mortal evil souls could only awaken the stone statues through quantity, which was too troublesome. Moreover, killing mortals was something he preferred not to do. The evil souls of cultivators were more convenient. Suddenly, a burly man with a knife blocked his path. My wife wishes to see you. The burly man stared at Luoxingyi, gesturing towards a corner where a luxurious carriage stood. A charming lady peeked out from behind the carriage curtain, gazing at Luoxingyi. Luoxingyi took a step forward and left like a gentle breeze. Ah, it was all because he was handsome. Some women always had improper thoughts about him. At night, he stayed at an inn where Xia Lingyu was also present, as he had observed. After some contemplation, Luoxingyi decided to have a pleasant encounter. Wearing white clothes, hands behind his back, holding a book in his hand, walking in the backyard of the inn. The moon was bright, the stars sparse, and a cool breeze blew. He sighed lightly facing the moon. A surprised voice entered his ears. Hey, little cultivator, do you still recognize me? Xiao Lingyu, dressed in blue casual clothes, walked towards Luo Xingye. She was gentle and beautiful, with a delicate figure and a fairy-like aura that even casual clothes couldn't hide her charm. Luo Xingye turned around and exclaimed, "You are that extraordinary expert from the Qingyun sword sect? It seems to be you." Xiao Lingyu covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her eyes shining. She turned her beautiful eyes around, looked around, saw no one, and smiled. "Why are you here? Do you need me to teach you some Dao techniques and help you improve your cultivation?" The level of cultivation fluctuates with the heart, there is no need to be attached. Being too concerned will only restrict oneself. In life, one should throw away the chains that bind oneself, walk like the wind, and speak and act like water. Luo Xingye smiled leisurely. Every move he made was very charming, with a kind of Dao rhyme in it. Every time, Xiao Lingyu was amazed. Then tell me, what is it to fluctuate with the heart, to walk like the wind, and speak and act like water? Xiao Lingyu approached, her soft fragrance wafting. At this moment, in the distance, a night walker took out a recording stone from the darkness and recorded this scene, sending it to the senior brother in the sect. The senior brother was giving a lecture at the gate, and the disciples were listening intently. But when the senior brother saw the scene in the recording stone of Xiao Lingyu meeting the cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm privately, he suddenly became furious. "You damn it!" the senior brother cursed, making the disciples tremble. He flew up and headed straight for Fengtu City. "So I ask you, why are the leaves in the backyard moving?" Luo Xingye sat on a bamboo chair, pointing to the leaves on the tree. "If there is wind, of course, they will move." Xiao Lingyu sat beside him, turning her head to look at Luo Xingye and smiled. "Have you ever thought that the leaves are not moving at all, but it's the wind that is moving?" Luo Xingye glanced at her, smiling ambiguously. Xiao Lingyu stopped smiling, puzzled by his words, and pondered silently. Finally, she shook her head. "The wind is invisible, the leaves are visible. Passing through the wind, it appears that the leaves are moving." "No, I think it's the wind that's moving. Without the wind passing through, how could the leaves move?" Luo Xingye shook his head. Xiao Lingyu frowned, insisting, "The wind cannot be seen or touched, so it must be the leaves that are moving to show the significance of the wind." Luo Xingye still held his opinion. Xiao Lingyu was a bit stubborn, thinking that as an extraordinary expert, she couldn't lose to the small cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm. She explained in other words, still believing that the leaves were moving. Suddenly, Luo Xingye smiled and laughed at her. "Why are you laughing at me? Aren't you afraid I'll slap you?" Xiao Lingyu wrinkled her nose, looking very agile and cute. She raised a hand, approached Luo Xingye, as if she was going to hit him. "I'm laughing at you for your heart is moving." Luo Xingye stood up straight, blocking that hand with his hand, actually holding it. Xiao Lingyu trembled, about to withdraw her hand, but a sentence from Luo Xingye shifted her attention. "If you are not attached to whether it's the wind or the leaves moving, your heart won't move. You are too attached to arguing, getting caught up in it. So, it's not about whether the wind is moving or the leaves are moving, it's about your heart moving. The so-called fluctuating with the heart means not being too attached, observing things independently, watching the chess game without speaking, and laughing at the ebb and flow of the tide." Luo Xingye gently rubbed that delicate hand, leaning closer. Xiao Lingyu blushed, pulled back her hand, and said, "Rogue, clearly you are the one with ulterior motives. I see your heart is moving, and it's moving fast." Luo Xingye chuckled. Seeing her blushing cheeks, shining eyes, and her heart in chaos, he couldn't help but sigh. "Ah, senior brother, by the time you see Xiao Lingyu again, she will already be in my grasp." Under the moonlit night, a cool breeze brushed against them. In the courtyard, Luo Xingye sat on a bamboo chair, telling the tragic love story of Liang Zhu. Xiao Lingyu sat beside him on a bamboo chair, her eyes slightly red, moved by the tragic love story in the tale. As the story reached its saddest part, she also felt sorrowful. "Don't catch a cold." Luo Xingye took off his coat and draped it over her. He then reached out his hand and embraced Xiao Lingyu, gently patting her back and armpits. Xiao Lingyu's body swayed forward. The touch of his hand felt a force that even one hand alone couldn't contain. Is this story true or false? Xiao Lingyu immersed herself in the plot of the story. Based on a true event, Luo Xingye whispered. This statement was very impactful. Tears welled up in Xiao Lingyu's eyes as she said sadly, "Young monk from the Cloud Sea realm, how far will you go?" She was not naive, but Luo Xingye was not either. They both had an unspoken understanding. "I understand your pretense, and you understand my ulterior motives. Of course, the premise is that we both have feelings for each other. I wasn't trying to take advantage, I was just massaging you to soothe your inner sadness," Luo Xingye said as he withdrew his hand at the right moment. Xiao Lingyu glared at him, composed herself, and stood up, saying, "You talk too much, thinking I don't know what you're thinking." "But you didn't refuse," Luo Xingye shrugged. Xiao Lingyu blushed suddenly, glared at Luo Xingye, and threatened, "If senior brother finds out, he won't let you off." "You care about him?" Luo Xingye raised an eyebrow. Xiao Lingyu hurriedly explained, "I wish he would forget about me, who wants to care about someone like him?" "So, you care about me?" Luo Xingye chuckled. Xiao Lingyu clenched her fist and said, "Don't push your luck." "I haven't pushed it yet," Luo Xingye spread his hands. "What?" Xiao Lingyu was momentarily stunned, looking puzzled. Never mind, I came here and discovered that there is a sinister presence in this city. Would you assist me in capturing this fiend? Luo Xingye asked with a serious tone. I came here for this purpose, but I don't need your help. I will take action tonight, Xiao Lingyu said solemnly. Form a team for better coordination. Luo Xingye extended an invitation to Xiao Lingyu. Just a 9th level cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm, always defying the authority of a transcendent being. Fine, I'll take you to catch that fiend and show you how terrifying a transcendent being can be. Xiao Lingyu accepted the invitation. That fiend is a transcendent realm cultivator, you should consider the risks of this mission. She looked at Luo Xingye, hoping to see a look of dilemma on his face. Perhaps when a crisis arises, you will have to seek my help. She was disappointed not to see it. Are you defying me with your words again? You're too beautiful, I couldn't help but tease you. Sweet talk, forget it, I'll let you off this time. The two chatted late into the night until the sounds of a fierce fight between a man and a woman came from the next room, making Xiao Lingyu uncomfortable and prompting her to leave. That fiend appears every noon to kill. It's time now, are you really going to follow me? Xiao Lingyu asked seriously. I'm worried about you acting alone, leaving yourself vulnerable from behind. Someone might sneak up on you through a hidden passage. I have to help you cover that, Luo Xingye said with a smile. You can laugh now, but don't scare yourself later, Xiao Lingyu said irritably. They set off. Xiao Lingyu in front, Luo Xingye behind. They moved swiftly through the night, exploring every corner of the city, but found no trace of the fiend. Without lingering, they went outside the city to search. The air outside the city was thick with miasma, and the dark forest was silent. Luo Xingye reached out and grabbed Xiao Lingyu's coat, pulling it into an ice arc. Xiao Lingyu frowned, turned her head, and glared at Luo Xingye. Be careful, something's not right, Luo Xingye transmitted his voice, looking very serious as he sensed something amiss with his experienced perception. A transcendent divine sense can cover the entire city. Although I didn't release it to avoid alerting the fiend, I have surveyed the surroundings and found nothing unusual. You, a cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm, don't be easily alarmed, Xiao Lingyu transmitted her voice. However, she knew from the start that this young cultivator was not simple. Despite looking down on his combat power, she still showed him respect. She mobilized her spiritual power, her eyes shining brightly as she looked around. Seeing the blood-red surroundings and piles of bones on the ground, she realized it was an illusion. When did this happen? It's an illusion. Her face changed slightly. Although it appeared dark and silent around her, the ground was already stained with blood and bones piled up. This was an illusion that had been set up without her knowledge. There was no response from anyone. When she turned around, the young cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm behind her was no longer by her side. Where are you? Xiao Lingyu shouted. Stop shouting, you are already separated from him and the blood spirit. Illusion array. The female sword saint of the Qingyun sword sect, sending you to chase after me, really gives me face. In the pile of bones, a man covered in blood-red liquid took steps towards Xiao Lingyu. Your flesh and blood must be very delicious, right? The man smirked, exuding the pressure of a transcendent realm 8th stage towards Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu's face changed slightly. You were only at the transcendent realm 5th stage before. When did you become so strong? She had investigated this evil cultivator, and his realm couldn't have been this high. After slaughtering several cities, my strength naturally increased rapidly. It could have been faster, but you hindered me from slaughtering more cities. The man grinned savagely, transformed into a bloodlight, and approached Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu was only at the Transcendent Realm 6th stage and knew she couldn't compete, so she could only passively evade. On the other side, Luo Xingye walked through a land of blood-colored soil, his expression cold and calm. He had already sensed that something was wrong outside the city, but his lower realm restricted him. An illusion? He frowned. He wasn't worried about himself, as he could return to the ancient demon city with a single thought. He was concerned about Xiao Lingyu. They were just together, but now they were suddenly separated. And he was still safe and sound. This indicated that the one who set up the illusion might be targeting Xiao Lingyu. You little thing, I'll let you live a little longer in the illusion, while I kill Xiao Lingyu first, then I'll come and crush you. A cold laughter echoed in his ears. You are quite confident, I hope you can still laugh later. Luo Xingye said coldly. Is that so? I am really looking forward to it. That cold laughter was full of mockery and ignorance of the situation. Luo Xingye made up his mind. He was going to log in with his main account. With a single thought, he returned to the ancient demon city. A green light. A beautiful woman in a light green dress came online. Didn't I say I was going to log off? Why are you bothering me again? Qing Deng frowned. Although she said that, her body obediently responded to Luo Xingye. It's time to log in. Luo Xingye transformed into his demon armor and flew towards Qing Deng. The dark blue demon clothes were divided into inner and outer layers, shattering the clothes Qing Deng was wearing before. The inner layer clung to her delicate skin, giving her a warm and fulfilling feeling that once again touched her heart. Be gentle, Qing Deng's soul emitted a soft voice. I will control my strength. Luo Xingye evaluated his combat power. Qing Deng had already reached the Transcendent Realm 3rd stage after her enlightenment, one realm higher than Long Kuei. With the Qing Emperor's scripture, her combat power was no longer that of an ordinary cultivator. Coupled with Luo Xingye's training, it was completely possible to defeat a cultivator at the Transcendent Realm 8th stage. Ready, Luo Xingye thought and returned to the outskirts of the sealed Earth City. Just as he entered the ancient demon city from there, he could also return there when leaving the city. That evil cultivator was arrogant, setting up the illusion, separating Luo Xingye and Xiao Lingyu, and prioritizing killing Xiao Lingyu. He even called Luo Xingye a little thing, taunting him, saying he would deal with Luo Xingye later. Although Luo Xingye had no face, could he tolerate such words? No more nonsense. Log in. Long Kuei, his main account, was away on a mission and offline. Luo Xingye could only use Qing Deng's account. He directly controlled Qing Deng and returned to the outskirts of the sealed Earth City. Compared to Long Kuei, Qing Deng lacks a bit of flavor, Luo Xingye thought to himself. Long Kuei was at the Transcendent Realm 2nd stage, extremely loyal, and his demon armor form was at the 8th stage, increasing damage by 240%. It was what Luo Xingye was used to. After all, Long Kuei had long been his form, and no matter how he attacked, it felt natural, and the green lamp, although gradually becoming his shape, could not become a pet, without any damage amplification bonus. Fortunately, she recently had an epiphany, reaching the Transcendent Triple Realm, and also learned the Qing Emperor's scripture. Her combat power could catch up with Long Kuei. As long as Luo Xingye uses it a few more times, she will soon be able to output smoothly without any obstacles. The green lamp has been working hard recently. Luo Xingye likes women who work hard to become stronger, finding them very useful. Let me see how powerful you are. The green lamp expressed interest. She wanted to see how Luo Xingye's magic armor, seemingly, was able to operate her body and explosively increase her combat power. As a solid bronze player, she had a sense of watching the operation of a king-level god. Where did the ant from the Cloud Sea realm go? And who are you? The voice of the evil cultivator spread throughout the blood spirit illusion realm, sounding surprised. Just now, the cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm disappeared from his illusion, which surprised him. But soon, a gentle and beautiful woman suddenly appeared in the illusion, leaving him puzzled. Aren't you looking for me? Luo Xingye said coldly, his demeanor changing as he exuded an imperial aura, giving off a strong sense of dominance. The green lamp silently watched, unable to emit such an aura, feeling somewhat envious. You? The ant from the Cloud Sea realm? Humph, forget it, you're just a mere transcendent triple realm, I don't have time to deal with you. After I deal with Xiao Lingyu, I'll come back to teach you, this beauty who came to me willingly. The evil cultivator of the 8th transcendent realm smirked, his tone light and arrogant, as if playing with the ants at his feet. Ignorant transcendent beings must know that even a lion must exert all its strength when hunting a rabbit. You let me go and kill another transcendent being? Luo Xingye advanced step by step, his body emitting blue runes as he walked, like the light of Tao, his aura becoming increasingly dominant, as if a deity was awakening. Are you ready for death? Luo Xingye took the final step, the light of Tao merging with the blood spirit illusion, melting away like snow meeting fire. He had broken the blood spirit illusion. At this moment, he was strong and confident, looking down on all living beings, his eyes indifferent as he gazed upon the world. The green lamp's heart trembled, truly shocked. Even though it was her body being used, the magic armor had turned her into a figure resembling an empress of the heavens. This high-level god's downgrade had impacted the lower-level green lamp. The magic armor of the 9th level of the Cloud Sea realm was a big shot she needed to look up to. But when Luo Xingye broke the illusion, found Xiao Lingyu, and approached her, the green lamp was furious and spat out harshly. Using my body to save another woman. Magic armor, are you even a man? The experience was extremely poor. The green lamp recognized who this woman was. She had appeared the first time she met the young cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm. But now, in a critical situation, she didn't have time to think much and reminded the woman. This evil cultivator is at the 8th transcendent realm, unmatched in combat power, you're only at the 3rd transcendent realm, be careful. Xiao Lingyu had many wounds on her back and arms, blood flowing, with serious injuries. Also, where is that young cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm? Is he in trouble? Xiao Lingyu added. If she hadn't said that, Luo Xingye wouldn't have planned to hold back. He raised his eyes, staring at the shocked evil cultivator. You broke my illusion? The evil cultivator was furious, bloodlight surging on his body, a terrifying and overwhelming aura. Let's join forces, Xiao Lingyu said in a deep voice. Lie down, Luo Xingye said, stepping on the runes, using the ancient Sky Law 7 steps, changing positions and approaching the evil cultivator. Overestimating yourself. The evil cultivator was furious, unleashing the full power of the 8th transcendent realm. He chanted his spells, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, bloodlight shining brightly. Spears of blood pierced the sky, aiming to nail Luo Xingye to the ground. Be careful, Xiao Lingyu followed closely. Originally, Luo Xingye was preparing to teleport on the runes, but seeing Xiao Lingyu flying over, about to be covered by the blood spears, he could only give up flashing and using his ultimate, turning around with Xiao Lingyu to create distance. I'm just making you lie down, not sending you to the fountain. Luo Xingye glared at her. FW, can't even win while lying down? You're just at the triple transcendent realm, where do you get the confidence? Xiao Lingyu hadn't finished speaking when Luo Xingye counterattacked. He approached the evil cultivator like a ghost, using his techniques, his whole person reaching the peak, displaying various divine abilities, shaking the world. In just an instant, he injured the evil cultivator. Impressive. Xiao Lingyu's eyes lit up. I was just careless. The evil cultivator roared, launching a strong counterattack. His various divine abilities, one after another, suppressed Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye used the extraordinary body technique, walking on the edge of a knife, dodging wave after wave of attacks in danger. In this life and death battle, which cultivator dares to do this? A slight mistake could lead to a fall into the abyss. But he did it, and perfectly. This scene was shocking and impactful. Walking in danger, mastering the situation of the world, not a single scratch could touch him. His figure was brilliant, his temperament sublime. So strong. Xingdang didn't expect that her body could make so many unique new poses. She quickly memorized them and planned to unlock them herself later. I'm just warming up. The evil cultivator raged. Luo Xingye took a step, reaching the top of the sky, his body emitting a blue light that engulfed the sky. He pointed a finger. The sky roared, a hazy blue sea emerged from nothingness, engulfing the evil cultivator, a terrifying blue lotus blooming in the sea. The blue light, in the process of blooming, stirred up the sea, piercing through the evil cultivator's body. Have mercy. The evil cultivator spat blood, terrified and shocked. How could this woman at the triple transcendent realm 3 be able to bloodily defeat him, an eightfold transcendent realm cultivator? He didn't understand. He didn't want to understand now. He just wanted to live. Give me a chance. The evil cultivator knelt in the blue sea, like a small boat, insignificant. Give me a chance. The evil cultivator was afraid, feeling the threat of life and death, starting to beg for mercy. Okay, I'll ask you, why do you slaughter living beings? Luo Xingye asked him, his expression cold, his eyes indifferent. The evil cultivator dared not tell the truth, only saying that he hadn't killed anyone, and the corpses were all fake. Luo Xingye acted directly, severing his arms. The evil cultivator wailed, saying he slaughtered for cultivation purposes. Luo Xingye crushed his chest, making him feel the threat of life and death. Just tell the truth. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. Luo Xingye reached out, holding the evil cultivator's head, forcibly probing his soul. Instantly, he learned what this person had done. This person's identity came from the 10,000 Demon Sect. But even his fellow sect members despised him, considering him not a true demon cultivator, but an evil one. This evil cultivator had slaughtered many lives in several cities, not just to advance his cultivation. He also wanted to satisfy his pleasure in killing. Most evil cultivators with twisted minds had similar tendencies. The truth was revealed, and the soul could be imprisoned, appeared in Luo Xingye's mind. However, he was not the ancient demon body now, unable to absorb the soul of sin, so he could only detain the soul for now. Luo Xingye made his move, but was intercepted. A ray of immortal light struck from the sky, piercing through the evil cultivator's chest in an instant. Then, the handsome senior martial brother arrived. Xiao Shimi, are you okay? The senior martial brother walked towards Xiao Lingyu. What a heroic way to save the beauty. He looked around, trying to find the Cloud Sea Realm cultivator. Xiao Lingyu was stunned, then coldly nodded, I'm fine. She wanted to ask Qing Deng about the Cloud Sea Realm junior cultivator, but with the senior martial brother present, she refrained from asking. Otherwise, she was worried that the senior martial brother would take action and suppress the Cloud Sea Realm junior cultivator. It's good that you're okay. I've arrived, so you can rest assured. The senior martial brother smiled gently. Xiao Lingyu's face darkened slightly, feeling speechless. Luo Xingye glanced at him, said nothing, turned around, and took away the evil cultivator's soul. What are you collecting souls for? Destroy it now. The senior brother frowned, speaking in an instructive tone. I'm keeping it for fun, is that not allowed? Luo Xingye responded coldly. The senior brother remained silent, his eyes oppressive as he looked at Luo Xingye. Are you always this brave at the Qingyun sword sect? Or are you trying to intimidate me as if I were part of your sect? Luo Xingye confronted the issue. I'm doing this for your own good, the senior brother frowned, releasing the aura of a superhuman realm 8th layer. Xiao Lingyu said, this friend here, if you hadn't easily defeated the evil cultivator at the superhuman realm 8th layer, I would have perished long ago. Xiao Lingyu remembers this favor. The senior brother silently retracted the aura of the superhuman realm 8th layer. He turned to Xiao Lingyu, his eyes softening, let's go, I'll escort you back to the sect. He no longer mentioned the matter of the evil cultivator's soul. I have other matters to attend to, you can go back on your own, Xiao Lingyu said coldly, showing a distant attitude to make the senior brother retreat. You went out to kill the evil cultivator, now that the evil cultivator is dead, what other matters do you have to attend to? Do you want to find that cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm? The senior brother's face darkened as he spoke. It's none of your business. Xiao Lingyu's expression also turned cold. What's so great about him? Is his cultivation higher than mine? Can he kill an evil cultivator at the 8th layer of the superhuman realm? Can he save you in a critical moment? The senior brother gritted his teeth. Just the thought of the intimacy he saw between Xiao Lingyu and that cultivator on the image stone made him seethe with anger, wishing he could kill the young cultivator. He's more handsome than you. Xiao Lingyu retorted angrily, wanting to provoke this guy. Luo Xingye watched from the side, thinking the senior brother was handling the situation well. Without the senior brother's instigation, how would Xiao Lingyu have voluntarily revealed her progress in the strategy? Where is he? I'll kill him. The senior brother really couldn't compare in this matter. Xiao Lingyu was provoked and her temper flared. She coldly said, I like that young cultivator, I won't like you. Giving the senior brother a thumbs up. Luo Xingye thought this Xiaolingyu could be a good catch. Although he could forcibly subdue her, forcibly obtained fruit is not sweet. He needed a fruit that could quench his thirst and taste sweet. The senior brother's eyes flashed with a fierce light, scanning Xiaolingyu, but realizing his loss of composure, he quickly restrained himself and said in a deep voice, "He can't give you a sense of security, the gap between him and you is too great. If a strong enemy appears, what can he do to protect you? Only I can fully protect you in your most dangerous moments." Xiaolingyu saw the fierce light in the senior brother's eyes and realized something terrifying. It seemed like this person saw her as a forbidden fruit. "I don't want to talk to you anymore, leave." Xiaolingyu left, wanting to distance herself from the senior brother and then find that young cultivator. In fact, she really wanted to speak out loud to the senior brother, saying that even if she supported him, she wouldn't have any feelings for him. But recalling the fierce light in the senior brother's eyes, she chose not to say it. "Let's go." Xiaolingyu pulled the nearby Qingdang, Luo Xingye, and quickly left. The senior brother didn't move, watching them leave. He had made up his mind to secretly follow them. Once he found that young cultivator, he would immediately strike and kill him. At that moment, the sky darkened suddenly, dark clouds pressing down on the earth. A sinister building and evil. Soul corpses appeared out of nowhere, with a large amount of foul air pervading the area, resembling hell. A terrifying aura of a sage burst forth from the depths of the foul air, suppressing Luo Xingye, Xiaolingyu, and the senior brother in an instant. However, Luo Xingye was not afraid. As long as he wanted to leave, a thought could take him back to the ancient demon city. But he didn't do so. Looking at the hellish scene before him, he thought it was time to close the net. To capture this blood bag as soon as possible. After all, with Xiaolingyu's help, she had inadvertently revealed her strategy. The timing was right. It wasn't in vain that I had multiple interactions with her. She no longer harbors any ill feelings towards me, only good ones. Next, it's time to reveal my identity as a demon armor. However, he still needed the right moment. A suitable moment. And this moment has arrived. He had just searched the soul of the evil cultivator and learned another purpose of the evil cultivator's massacre: to refine the blood soul bead for the wise saint of the Manhwa sect. So, at that moment, Luo Xingye knew that a wise saint cultivator of the Manhwa sect was about to arrive soon. And the current situation indicates that the wise saint cultivator has arrived here and surrounded them. Many cultivators of the Manhwa sect have been captured by the disciples of the Qingyun sword sect. I wonder if you ants have captured any of our sect's cultivators? An old man with murky eyes and a demonic aura emerged from the depths of the turbid air. Every step resonated with the heavens and the earth, surpassing the realm of the ordinary. Xiaolingyu's face changed dramatically, immediately wanting to seek help from the sect, but to no avail. This place had already been sealed off by the wise saint realm cultivator. Luo Xingye looked at the eldest senior brother, smiling ambiguously. Facing a strong enemy, it's time for you to perform to protect Xiao Shimi. The wise saint realm demonic cultivator has arrived. Caught off guard, stumbling into the heart of the eldest senior brother. The eldest senior brother's legs went weak, his face turning pale. He had just told Xiao Shimi that only he could protect her completely when she was in the most danger. Well, the opportunity has come. Gulp, the sound of swallowing saliva. The eldest senior brother was hesitating. It was Luo Xingye who remained composed, standing steadfastly behind Xiaolingyu. First, save your lives, do not provoke this wise saint. In the face of crisis, Xiaolingyu suppressed her emotions and did not expect the eldest senior brother to fulfill his earlier boasting. Senior, if we have offended in any way, please give us a chance to apologize. Xiaolingyu said with a steady mind. Chance? You just killed one of our sect's cultivators, what chance do you have? The old man was terrifying, every move he made stirred the heavens and the earth, giving off a strong oppressive feeling. The atmosphere was very tense now. Before Xiaolingyu could say more, the eldest senior brother spoke up. Senior, please do not misunderstand, it was not us who killed the person, it was this woman. The eldest senior brother pointed at Qingdang. After speaking, he deliberately transmitted his voice to Xiao Lingyu. Shimmy, I am trying to find a way to protect myself and save you, cooperate with me. The wise saint old man turned his gaze towards Qingdang, Luo Xingye. Xiao Lingyu's face changed instantly, disappointment evident in her eyes. This woman had just saved her. On the contrary, the eldest senior brother, who had done nothing, was now trying to shift blame and act as if he was doing it for her own good. Xiao Lingyu raised her head and said, "We three worked together to kill the person, but he was an evil cultivator who massacred the city. Even if he was a demonic cultivator, such insane behavior should not be tolerated, right? She did not want to survive by betraying her teammates. Otherwise, what would be the difference between her and the eldest senior brother? Becoming someone like him disgusted her? Xiao Lingyu couldn't do it. If they could live, then they would live together." Her words made the eldest senior brother's face darken, and he transmitted to Xiao Lingyu that speaking like this would harm them. Luo Xingye looked at Xiao Lingyu with a different perspective. This girl was righteous and upright. I know who killed the person, I have a secret method to sense it. The wise saint old man's gaze shifted to the eldest senior brother. Luo Xingye wanted to laugh. He had almost killed the evil cultivator, but the eldest senior brother had taken the credit. So the truth was that the eldest senior brother had killed the person. The wise saint must have a way to sense it, probably seeing through the situation clearly. Now, all the killing intent was unintentionally directed at the eldest senior brother. Feeling the powerful killing intent, the eldest senior brother panicked and, in order to save his life, kept blaming Luo Xingye. Interesting, very interesting. Clearly, you are the righteous and upright Qingyun sword cultivators, but now you are causing internal strife. What did the wise saint old man see? He saw the clash of human nature. He enjoyed this kind of psychological torment more than killing. How about this, the three of you fight, if one dies, the other two will be given a chance to live by me. The wise saint old man chuckled hoarsely, his voice eerie and intimidating, containing a demonic aura that could sway people's hearts. Junior sister, if we join forces, we can kill her. The eldest senior brother was overjoyed and immediately transmitted his thoughts to Xiao Lingyu. After all, they were from the same sect, and they would help each other rather than outsiders. Xiao Lingyu remained silent, feeling confused after hearing the words of the wise and saintly elder. But in her subconscious, a voice began to tempt her. It made her unable to resist thinking about the actions of the eldest senior brother. He betrayed others to survive. Selfish and self-serving, he treated her as his possession, even as a forbidden fruit. Again and again. She was very angry, very resentful. Why not take the opportunity now to join forces with that female cultivator? This way, she could still survive. Afterwards, she could shift the blame for killing fellow sect members onto this wise and powerful figure. Gradually, her expression darkened, and her gaze towards the eldest senior brother became cold. The wise and saintly elder observed with a smile. Interesting, very interesting. Xiao Lingyu, your heart is wavering, and it's in turmoil, Luo Xingye said casually, causing Xiao Lingyu to shudder and turn to look at him. Luo Xingye smiled lightly, calmly, and said, "Have you forgotten what I told you? In life, one should act like water, move like the wind, follow your heart, and not be bound by constraints. If you make a choice today, you will truly fall into the constraints of human nature and become a demon of cultivation." Luo Xingye reminded Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu shuddered and suddenly woke up. It was only then that she realized she was drenched in sweat. She reacted, looking at Luo Xingye in astonishment. You are that junior cultivator from the Cloud Sea realm? You are disguised as a man? Boom! The pressure of the wise and saintly realm directly fell on Luo Xingye, tearing his body apart on the spot, bones cracking, blood flowing incessantly. Insignificant ant! Do not disturb my interest. The wise and saintly elder looked down coldly at Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye stood tall, showing no emotions, like a king of the mortal world. He turned his head, his gaze piercing the wise and saintly elder, exuding a formidable aura that shocked Xiao Lingyu and the eldest senior brother. He spoke coldly and forcefully, "What is a demon? What is an immortal? Is a demon one who absorbs impure energy and an immortal one who absorbs spiritual energy? No. Neither. The true demon is one who harbors the darkest and most evil thoughts, who revels in the darkness of human nature, and who cruelly abuses human nature. That is the real demon. Xiaolingyu, if you do not listen to what I say today and make a choice, even if you survive, you will no longer be the same person as before. You will be tormented by inner demons forever, bound for life, becoming a true demon. This person revels in the cruelty of human nature, inherently ugly. If you fall into it, you will also become an inherently ugly demon. He looked at the wise and saintly elder and spoke, his figure towering, awakening Xiaolingyu and sending shivers down her spine. The feeling of being suddenly awakened by a single word, dispelling the darkness and ugliness within her heart, was extremely impactful. Do you want to die? The wise and saintly elder was furious, inexplicably angry, a killing intent rising from the depths of his heart. Being exposed in public made him feel like a clown, which enraged him. Boom! A powerful pressure from the wise and saintly realm once again fell on Luo Xingye. Crack! Luo Xingye's body was on the verge of collapse, blood flowing all over. Then how should I choose? Xiaolingyu shouted, awakened and filled with immense courage. There was a light in her eyes, a light that penetrated her soul. She was incredibly clear-headed and eager to know the decision of this junior cultivator. She had a premonition that the choice of this junior cultivator would reverse the situation and perhaps change her life. Don't listen to him, junior sister, let's join forces and kill her. No, I will do it myself, let me die. The eldest senior brother went mad like a demon, brandishing his sword and aiming it directly at Luo Xingye's head. Cut him into pieces, and I will spare your life. The wise and saintly elder grinned. Thank you, senior. The eldest senior brother roared. Xiaolingyu rushed forward to stop them, her eyes fixed on Luo Xingye, shouting, how should I choose? Luo Xingye smiled faintly, his aura rising, resembling a divine being. Now he opened his bleeding hands, as if grasping the vast emptiness between them. Overthrow the demon of tyranny. Let the killing of demons prove my heart. Xiaolingyu, close your eyes and accept the baptism of God. Luo Xingye's mouth uttered divine sounds, his momentum reaching its peak. He gradually disappeared, returning to the ancient demon city. Soon after, he left the body of the green lamp and transformed into a demon armor. From the moment Xiaolingyu was awakened, she completely believed the words of the young cultivator. Standing at the crossroads of the darkest side of humanity, under the oppression of the death crisis brought by the terrifying power, the young cultivator, unafraid of life and death, rescued her from the abyss with words she had never heard before. This single act was enough to shake her soul. She saw Luo Xingye disappear, but she followed his words and closed her eyes. Then, a strong wind rose over the city of Fengtu. The dark clouds here were gradually stirred by a point in the sky, forming a huge vortex. Boom! In the center of the huge vortex of dark clouds, a brilliant white-blue beam of light pierced through the sky and earth, falling on Xiaolingyu. The eye of transmission had been opened. God had descended. When the beam of light descended, the sky roared, the fierce wind howled, overwhelming the forest. The dark clouds above covered the sky, plunging the earth into darkness. This was a sign of great changes in the world. In the midst of this, the small creatures could only bow their heads, filled with fear and praying to the unknown gods. To the east and west of the Qingyo domain, the west was the land of demons, and the east was the land of humans. Within the land of humans, there were countless sects, with the Baidian Immortal Palace and the Qingyun Sword Sect as the leaders. Fengtu City was located on the edge of the intersection of these two major sections. As the world fell into darkness and all things fell silent, the weak creatures lost their way. A white-blue beam of light broke through this dim world, coming from the sky, piercing through layer after layer of dark clouds, forming a huge circle, causing even the void to tremble. It was too dazzling, resonating with nothingness, stirring the great changes of heaven and earth, breaking through the darkness, penetrating the earth, as if it were the only dawn in the darkness, bringing inexplicable excitement and passion to people. Hundreds of miles away, the beam of light could also be seen, connecting heaven and earth, dispelling the darkness. The cultivators of the Baidian Immortal Palace were alarmed. They all rose and looked towards the beam of light, their expressions changing. Last time, when the suspected flower thief resembling Luo Xingye spied on our sect's female elder bathing, this kind of beam of light appeared. Damn, it's so shocking. Why do I feel a strange sense of security when I see that beam of light? Could it be the emergence of a divine treasure? From the lower Qi realm to the great sage cultivators, all rose to observe, with the stronger cultivators already rushing over to investigate. In a certain attic, Ling Xuan, dressed in a pure white dress, knelt at the desk with a delicate face exuding a cold aura. When she looked up and saw the beam of light, she put down the brush she was using to write and went to investigate. Master, where are you going? Su Banhan saw the figure of the master leaving and called out. But Ling Xuan had already left, leaving Su Banhan to mutter to herself and go see what the master had written. The master can also write novels. Su Banhan picked up the book, looking surprised. She never expected that Ling Xuan, the first ice beauty of the Baitian immortal palace, was secretly writing novels. It subverted her image of the master as cold. Swish, 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 beams of rainbow light flew past the outside of the building, heading straight for the beam of light that pierced the sky and earth. The cultivators of the Baitian immortal palace were attracted and wanted to see the truth. At the same time, the Qingyun sword sect also had similar movements. Many cultivators rose and approached the beam of light, wanting to know who or what could cause such a terrifying phenomenon. Not only them, but many figures who had been secretly watching the demon armor in Demon City also appeared. The Phoenix Sacred Land had always been paying attention to the demon armor, and now they were drawn by the beam of light, all rushing over. The celestial maidens of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace opened their eyes in a certain building, looking at the beam of light with a frown. Could it be another commotion caused by you? Investigate the past. If it is really the magic armor that is causing this, record it. Another celestial maiden stood up. They were very concerned about this magic armor that seemed to be using the Heavenly Emperor's technique, and wanted to investigate its identity. Apart from them, there were other forces observing in secret. The hidden divine organization in the Qingyo domain was alarmed and rushing towards the location of the light beam. These people wore masks, each with extraordinary skills. One of them, with distinctive features, had a dragon tail and dragon scales on his skin, and beautiful eyes beneath the mask. What is this? The elder in the realm of the wise saints, looking at the light beam in front of him, overwhelmed Xiao Lingyu, his expression horrified, with unrest stirring in his heart. The eldest senior brother was also shocked, seeing Xiao Shimi surrounded by a white and blue light, a faint figure visible, as if a god was being revived. Go, kill her. The elder in the realm of the wise saints said in a deep voice, ordering the eldest senior brother to probe Xiao Lingyu. The eldest senior brother dared not act rashly, only daring to shout from the sidelines. Humph. Useless. The powerful elder in the realm of the wise saints was restless and uneasy, fearing that something bad might happen, and acted immediately. Boom. The powerful pressure of the wise saint crushed the void, causing a mournful cry, suppressing everything within 100 miles. The arriving cultivators were shocked to find a quasi-saintly figure here. Look, the quasi-saint is making a move on the light beam, exclaimed a cultivator. In the cultivation world, individuals of quasi-saintly level and above were very rare, but once they appeared, their actions could disrupt the balance of heaven and earth. Now, a quasi-saint was about to make a move, intimidating the arriving cultivators. Senior, please don't act, she is my Shimi Xiao. The eldest senior brother shouted in fear. He had pursued Xiao Shimi for many years, deeply admiring her, and already considered her his future partner. If something happened to Xiao Shimi, he might collapse. The extraordinary, quasi-saint, and great saint experts from the Qingyun sword sect who had just arrived, upon hearing this, had a slight change in their expressions. She is the Qiyang sword body of our Qingyun sword sect, the future powerhouse of our sect. Stop. A great saint expert descended with a 100 zhang giant sword, shouting angrily, causing the void to tremble, making most cultivators feel dizzy and ringing in their ears. But it was too late. The 100 zhang black light of the quasi-saint had already entered Xiao Lingyu's body. Something's wrong, the Qingyun sword sect will be furious, I have anticipated the consequences. The powerful cultivators from the Baidian Immortal Palace and various forces probably knew who was enveloped by the light beam, and they had anticipated that the Qiyang sword body would be destroyed. At that moment, the white and blue light beam retracted from one end of the sky, completely entering Xiao Lingyu's body. When she opened her eyes, a golden light burst out from her eyes, creating ripples that distorted the surrounding void. The opening of the divine eyes stirred the balance of heaven and earth. Strands of rosy light enveloped Xiao Lingyu, stirring the Tao and manipulating the balance of power. Just as the quasi-saint's attack was about to strike, Xiao Lingyu disappeared in an instant. Boom! The earth was buried by the quasi-saint's attack, cracking open rifts for hundreds of miles, shocking all the cultivators. But what was even more shocking was that the person enveloped by the light beam was able to move instantly, avoiding the suppression of the quasi-saint. Such a powerful stance, it gave me goosebumps all over. Teleportation in situ. A familiar technique. I've seen it in the Dragon Palace and on the Black Wind Mountain. This move seems to be a unique skill of the magic armor. So it was the light beam triggered by the magic armor, possessing the Qiyang sword body. Some powerful cultivators felt a sense of familiarity and realized something, their gazes towards Xiao Lingyu filled with astonishment. Had another woman chosen the magic armor? Everyone fell silent, looking up to find Xiao Lingyu's figure. There she was, in the air. Xiao Lingyu's unparalleled beauty exuded a cold and murderous aura. Every move she made carried the majesty of a heavenly emperor. She was clad in a tight-fitting platinum magic robe that perfectly outlined her curves. The sound of swords resonated within her body, strands of rosy light flowing from her muscles, like a divine being. Most cultivators knew her as the female sword saint Xiao Lingyu, and had a fixed impression of this beautiful woman. That impression was one of gentleness, but at this moment, Xiao Lingyu was exuding an extreme killing intent and imperial might all over his body. It was as if he had changed into a different person, with a divine aura. Some cultivators guessed the truth, believing that he was possessed by a demonic armor. On the day Long Kuei transformed in the Dragon Palace, she also had this kind of aura, there was no mistake. The powerful cultivators of the Qingyun sword sect had a drastic change in expression, with a sense of foreboding. They guessed it, feeling sorrowful. Could it be that their proud young fire sword body chose to fall and willingly be possessed by the demonic armor? Another girl obsessed with the power of demonic armor. A cultivator whispered, making the faces of many Qingyun sword sect cultivators look unpleasant. Especially the eldest senior brother, his heart was in turmoil. Seeing so many cultivators rushing over, the quasi-saint elder knew that something big had happened. Especially some holy realm powerhouses had locked their killing intent on him. The heavens and earth are sealed off, there is no escape, we can only find another way. The quasi-saint elder, in a moment of crisis, came up with a plan. He decisively made a move, approaching Xiao Lingyu to capture him as a hostage. Luo Xingye's eyes overlooked the quasi-saint, allowing the killing intent to come, letting the saintly might engulf him, yet he remained unmoved. Sixfold transcendence, you are confident enough. The quasi-saint elder was overjoyed, sneering, his hand surging with demonic energy, reaching for Xiao Lingyu's neck. The powerful cultivators of the Qingyun sword sect followed closely, fearing for Xiao Lingyu's safety. But would Luo Xingye let Xiao Lingyu come to harm? This was his new blood, his new favorite. Seeing the quasi-saint approaching, he stepped on the Tao patterns, disappearing on the spot, or shrinking into inches, appearing elsewhere. He looked down on the demonic quasi-saint, indifferently saying, "At this stage, you are qualified to be my opponent." Many cultivators felt as if they were hearing things. A sixfold transcendent, daring to speak to the quasi-saint in such a manner, had he lost his mind? But it also made many cultivators completely confirm that he was possessed by the demonic armor. Otherwise, how could Xiao Lingyu, a sixfold transcendent, speak such arrogant and ignorant words? The cultivators of the Qingyun sword sect are as arrogant and ignorant as ever, ha ha. The quasi-saint advanced step by step, treading on the void, emanating demonic energy, polluting the heavens and earth. He was as strong as a demon god, aggressively attacking Xiao Lingyu. Quasi-saint, are you prepared for death? His voice was like the voice of the heavens, shaking many cultivators. Luo Xingye teleported, his figure filling the sky, unafraid of the quasi-saint's attack. Suddenly, he made a move, not retreating but advancing. In an instant, the young fire sword body erupted with thousands of sword energies, cutting through the void and engulfing the quasi-saint. The quasi-saint carried a demonic shadow, breaking through the sword energies and unleashing a burst of demonic light with a finger. Luo Xingye teleported again, appearing at the pinnacle of the sky. A huge sun emerged from the night, hanging above his head. He made his move, and the sun fell. Endless divine might accompanied the brilliant divine arts, colliding with the quasi-saint. Boom! The explosion and flash engulfed this piece of heaven and earth. Luo Xingye walked in the sea of light, wielding the young fire divine sword inside him, fighting fiercely with the quasi-saint, exchanging blows in an instant. The young fire divine sword, Xiaolingyu's young fire sword body, has been awakened. The elder of the Qingyun sword sect was excited. Suppression. Transcendence is suppressing the quasi-saint. Is it the work of the demonic armor? He is too terrifying. He's like a god. Some cultivators were shocked. Anyone in the realm touched by the word saint was no longer within the realm of ordinary people. In their eyes, transcendents were no different from ordinary people, just ants. But now what did they see? A sixfold transcendent, in the midst of countless divine arts, exchanging blows with the quasi-saint, even faintly suppressing him. The other cultivators, including the Qingyun sword sect, all stopped, wanting to witness how strong this demonic armor was. Junior sister Xiao, quickly take off the demonic armor. Only the eldest senior brother cried out in pain, worried that his junior sister would be tainted by that demonic armor. Boom! Boom! The heavens and earth were engulfed by the brilliant light of divine arts. Xiaolingyu, a sixfold transcendent, walked on the edge of boundless divine arts, unleashing many terrifying divine arts, suppressing the quasi-saint in return. This posture was like an emperor descending, extremely impactful. The quasi-saint's face was dark, extremely angry, unable to defeat a transcendent after a long battle, making him feel ashamed. He made his move, stirring up the heavens and earth, with layers of demonic shadows. Suddenly, the heavens and earth fell silent, and the light faded. Luo Xingye seized the opportunity, soaring into the sky, emitting a brilliant divine light in the high altitude. He began to cast spells and gestures. The momentum of the heavens and earth all converged towards him. Tao patterns and rosy light surged from his body. Strands of blazing sun burst within him, gathering in front of him, once again transforming into a blazing sun divine sword. This sword was incredibly huge, hundreds of feet long, exuding a powerful spiritual pressure all over. Blazing sun divine punishment. The blazing sun divine sword descended like a falling sun, distorting the void, and struck directly down. All of this happened in an instant. The quasi-saint had just rushed up and was suppressed by the blazing sun divine sword. Boom! The divine sword split the mountains and shattered the earth. The quasi-saint screamed, blood flowing, and a foul aura emanating. "Spare me!" The quasi-saint wailed. Great sun sword rain. Luo Xingye, indifferent, unleashed a forbidden ultimate move. All the light in the world was drawn by him, turning into swords of light that pierced towards the quasi-saint like a torrential rain. Boom! The earth groaned, and the quasi-saint screamed. Gradually, the quasi-saint's voice faded until it was silent. When Luo Xingye stopped, only a gruesome corpse was left on the ground. It was the corpse of the quasi-saint. Dead. The quasi-saint was dead. All the cultivators were shocked, their scalps tingling. What kind of monster was this? It was already unbelievable to overpower a quasi-saint, let alone to slay one. Was this cheating? Is this the demon armor? A female cultivator murmured, her eyes gleaming with a different light. Ling Xian watched from a distance, looking at the quasi-saint's corpse, feeling shaken inside. She never expected the demon armor to be so terrifying. Suddenly, she realized something, enlightened, the realm of the demon armor itself is not the main point. It's the terrifying methods it possesses. The stronger the wielder, the more terrifying the power the demon armor can unleash. Xiao junior sister. The senior brother knelt on the ground, heartbroken. The cultivators looked in horror at Xiao Lingyu, or rather, at the demonic attire on Xiao Lingyu. Many people now harbored a desire to possess the demon armor. Previously, some had wanted to obtain the demon armor, and now more people were having such thoughts. But soon, many came to their senses. The demon armor only favored female cultivators, and there was no hope for males. Suddenly, a halo spread out from Xiao Lingyu, an aura of the 7th level of the transcendent realm erupted from her body. She broke through. Xiao Lingyu broke through. But it didn't stop there. After the aura of the 7th level of the transcendent realm, she broke through again, reaching the 8th level of the transcendent realm. What's going on? Xiao Lingyu's soul was astonished. The demon that cruelly torments human nature, seeking to make you fall, has now been jointly slain by you and me, to prove the way of my heart. Your state of mind has risen to a higher level, so you have broken through, explained Luo Xingye. Xiao Lingyu was shocked, speechless for a long time. How do you feel? Satisfied? Luo Xingye lowered his guard, appearance, and everything else no longer mattered. Xiao Lingyu. She never expected that the so-called baptism of the gods, the choices guided by the so-called young cultivator, were actually orchestrated by the demon armor. Suddenly, she snorted lightly, subconsciously saying, be gentle. I will be gentle with you. Luo Xingye slowed down the absorption of spiritual blood, but Xiao Lingyu reacted, feeling embarrassed. Suddenly, outside, voices filled with desire rang out. Demon armor, I am willing to be your servant. Accept me. A beautiful female cultivator shouted. She had witnessed with her own eyes a transcendent realm cultivator being possessed by the demon armor and slaying the quasi-saint. She also witnessed this transcendent realm cultivator continuously breaking through realms because of the demon armor. This extreme power enhancement made her eager. This scene of being able to help others break through realms made her heart race. It wasn't just her, many female cultivators, regardless of being immortal or demonic, regardless of their status, wanted to pursue the demon armor. There had been rumors in the cultivation world about the demon armor possessing immense power. Some cultivators had been searching for it. However, overall, only a small number of cultivators would do so. But after this battle, this influence had expanded completely. More and more cultivators were no longer hiding their desire to obtain the power bestowed by the demon armor. At this moment, the powerful figures of the Qingyun sword sect and the Baidian immortal palace made a move against Xiao Lingyu. Luo Xingye would not give them a chance. With a thought, she returned to the ancient demon city. Is it done? Almost. I can't take it anymore, use a bit more force. Are you sure? Hurry up. Alright, if you really can't take it, you can make a sound to remind me. After Luo Xingye finished speaking, she released the controlled strength and rhythm, greedily absorbing Xiao Lingyu's spiritual blood. The information is as follows: Realm, Cloud Sea Realm 9th layer, progress of transforming spiritual blood into Tianmen Realm 1st layer, 87%, 88%, 89%. Having a new blood bag is different. Stagnating at the Cloud Sea Realm 9th layer, the realm began to rise again. Xiao Lingyu couldn't bear it, enduring the situation in her body for a long time. This demon armor disguised as a junior cultivator in the Cloud Sea realm to win her favor. She minded this and wanted him to leave her body quickly. So, she didn't mind the armor absorbing her spiritual blood forcefully. Stop, please stop. After a while, Xiao Lingyu felt her body getting weak, trembling, feeling dizzy, and started shouting. It will be fine soon, endure a little longer. Luo Xingye, seeing a breakthrough imminent, would not give up. Armor, I'm about to faint, please stop, spare me. Xiao Lingyu's body was cold, her face pale, reaching her limit. Almost. It's done. Luo Xingye stopped, no longer absorbing the spiritual blood from her body. The information is as follows: Realm, Tianmen Realm 1st layer, progress of transforming spiritual blood into Tianmen Realm 2nd layer, 0.1%, 0.2%, 0.3%. The higher the realm, the more spiritual blood is needed. Luo Xingye sighed. Just absorbing Xiao Lingyu once, she could barely hold on. It must be noted that Xiao Lingyu had already surpassed the 8th layer of transcendence. What to do next? I must go find my silly apprentice. As for Ling Xian, Luo Xingye felt that his apprentice had no problem and would definitely cooperate with him unconditionally. Even if she was troubled, she would silently endure it. As for Ling Xian, she had been possessed by him once, but she resisted strongly and despised Luo Xingye. He didn't want to have contact with such a woman. Absorbing spiritual blood is one thing, but can I, Luo Xingye, endure this? In the end, it still lacked a new blood bag. But after thinking about it, Luo Xingye decided to take care of Xiao Lingyu first. Just after obtaining a new blood bag, thinking about the next one was too much. Can you come out now? Xiao Lingyu said weakly. Luo Xingye transformed into the ancient demon body and appeared in front of Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu's beautiful eyes looked at Luo Xingye, feeling a stir in her heart. It was similar to the appearance of the junior cultivator, but more beautiful. He was a man who could make her jealous of his beauty. I didn't expect you to be a demon armor. Senior brother was right, you did indeed bewitch me, Xiao Lingyu said angrily. She felt that her emotions had been deceived. Then what do you think I bewitched you with? Luo Xingye walked among the stone statues, preparing to awaken the transcendent and quasi-saint statues. Xiao Lingyu's body was tender and fair, her eyes soft and beautiful, she said, possessing me, sucking my blood, and bringing me to this demon city, isn't that bewitching? I pulled you back from the brink of corruption, is that also bewitching? Luo Xingye turned around, looked at Xiao Lingyu, raised an eyebrow, and continued, I killed the evil cultivator, saved your life, is that also bewitching? I explained the great truths to you, calmed your mind, killed demons to prove the way, is that also bewitching? Xiao Lingyu was speechless for a moment. She took graceful steps, her figure enchanting, and said, have you been truthful in what you said and did to me these days? The demon armor had been disguised as a junior cultivator and interacted with her, chatting and teasing. She cared a lot about these private matters. If I had been insincere to you, I would have forcefully taken you long ago, Luo Xingye chuckled. Xiao Lingyu stood still, with a great figure. When she heard Luo Xingye's words, she fell silent for a moment, then lifted her hair and nodded lightly, making a sound of agreement. The demonic armor was indeed powerful, and she knew she wouldn't stand a chance if she tried to forcefully take it down. Luo Xingye then asked, do you still care about the distinction between demonic cultivation and immortal cultivation? Xiao Lingyu used to have extreme views, believing that all demonic cultivators were evil. But she herself was a demonic cultivator. Didn't you say that only those who are extremely evil and dark are true demons? Xiao Lingyu gave him a disdainful look, very charming. She had almost fallen into the abyss, undergone the baptism of humanity, and then awakened. She now had a clearer attitude towards immortals and demons. Luo Xingye thought to himself not to disappoint his efforts. Take me back, let's meet less in the future, Xiao Lingyu sighed lightly. She had been deceived onto a pirate ship by the demonic armor, but she was ultimately a disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. I need to feed on blood, so you stay. Luo Xingye approached a transcendent stone statue, ready to awaken it. Is this your purpose in getting close to me? Upon hearing Xiao Lingyu's words, Luo Xingye looked over and saw her gaze was deep. Luo Xingye nodded, yes. Xiao Lingyu's gaze dimmed. This man had really gone to great lengths. He had gained her favor, deceived her emotions, and had the victory in his hands. But at the last moment, he admitted his true purpose. He was truly a seemingly affectionate but actually cold-blooded guy. Stay, recover your health before leaving. We will meet in private in the future, make sure to restore your blood at any time. As a reward, I will teach you how to refine the fiery yang sword body and transform it into a pure yang immortal body, Luo Xingye said lightly. He only had one transcendent realm captive soul and one quasi-saint level captive soul in his hands. Now, he began to awaken the stone statues. A humanoid stone statue with a green face, sharp teeth, and a body like a bull emerged from the stone statue. Greetings, Master. The stone statue knelt on one knee, exuding the terrifying aura of the 9th level of the transcendent realm, very formidable. Xiao Lingyu silently watched the scene. She had too many doubts and shocks about the demonic armor, the demonic city, and the stone statues. But she chose to remain silent and digest the information with the time she had left. Outside the ancient demonic city, several 5 elements ghost rats carried batches of rare items through the city gates. As they passed through the outer city and saw Luo Xingye, they respectfully saluted before continuing on to deliver the rare treasures to the inner city. Luo Xingye, with his back to them, surveyed the quasi-saint stone statues. The transcendent stone statue beside him followed respectfully. Which one should he choose? There were too many types of stone statues, causing him distress. He glanced at the transcendent stone statue beside him, with a green face, sharp teeth, black and red muscles, wearing gray fur, resembling an evil spirit. Its information appeared in his mind: race, impure evil, quantity, 1, can be awakened repeatedly, level, transcendent realm, abilities, flesh shield, strength god. Luo Xingye contemplated. The transcendent realm stone statue had been awakened, and based on his previous experience, he judged that the stone statue's combat power was at the limit of the 9th level of the transcendent realm. Looking at its abilities, flesh shield and strength god, it was a pure physical crushing monster, a bulldozer type. In that case, I will choose a quasi-saint level stone statue skilled in assassination. Luo Xingye had 2 shadow stone statues on him, but they were only at the heavenly gate realm and were not suitable to follow him. Now that he had more options, he decided to awaken a quasi-saint level stone statue. It's decided then. Race, Emperor Ghost, quantity, 1, can be awakened repeatedly, level, Wise Saint Realm 5th level, abilities, Stab God, Backstab, not awakened, 0/1, collect 1 sinful soul at the level of Wise Saint Realm to awaken. A terrifying aura of quasi-saint power burst forth from a stone statue, shrouding the demonic city like a dark cloud. The Emperor Ghost was awakened. It was headless, dressed in black and white long robes like a soul reaper, with gray, withered, tough skin emitting an extremely oppressive aura. Greetings, Master. The Emperor Ghost knelt on one knee. Luo Xingye looked at it indifferently and nodded, saying, "Tell me about the abilities of God-piercing and backstabbing." Yes. The Emperor Ghost explained his abilities. The so-called God-piercing is a powerful technique of killing with divine thoughts, condensing one's own divine consciousness into a needle to invisibly destroy a person's soul. The backstabbing, once the enemy's back is exposed, the Emperor Ghost will be invincible and unrestricted, appearing absolutely behind the enemy to cut off their head. Luo Xingye was amazed by the Emperor Ghost's abilities, indeed very strong. Unfortunately, limited by his realm, he was only at the level of the fivefold sage. Consider it a transitional tool. Luo Xingye defined its purpose of existence in this way. At the level of the sage, there was a division of realms, below the 5th level and above the 5th level. For the quasi-sages above the 5th level, 2 quasi-sage level souls were needed to awaken them. It is an honor to follow the Master. The Emperor Ghost bowed low. As part of the ancient demon city, its existence was solely to serve the ancient demon. As a quasi-sage, can you hide in my shadow? Luo Xingye asked. Yes. The Emperor Ghost replied respectfully. Then enter my shadow, you can only come out when I need you. After giving the order, Luo Xingye released the 2 Tianmen realm shadows that had been placed in the shadow before. He had these 2 shadows sneak around inside and outside the city, guarding the demon city. The ancient demon city was empty and sparsely populated, with few statues. It was time to liven things up. However, Luo Xingye felt that the statues that could stay in the demon city must be at least at the level of the Tianmen. As for the statues at the Yunhai, Lingtai, and Jingqi realms, he sent them out to join various sects as spies. Based on this, Luo Xingye began to awaken the low-level statues. There were 35 statues at the Jingqi realm, 22 at the Lingtai realm, and 13 at the Yunhai realm. For those who can change their appearance, change into humans and join various sects to gather intelligence. When I need you, report promptly. For those who cannot change their appearance, join the forces of the Yao clan, also gather intelligence, and save up resources. Submit them to the ancient demon city on time every month. With a command from Luo Xingye, a large number of statues left the ancient demon city. He watched as batches of statues left, making a rough count. So far, he had sent out 3 Tianmen, 13 Yunai, 32 Lingtai, and 55 Jingqi statues, totaling 103 statues. Still not enough. Collecting sinful souls was a long and arduous task. He did not let Xiao Lingyu see this scene. She was staying in a palace, contemplating the future. Luo Xingye did not visit her, but went straight to the palace of Qingdang. Qingdang had been injured before, with her body cracked and bones broken, but Luo Xingye had left her alone and she had entered the palace to recuperate on her own. Although she was not a favorite, she was still a member of the Demon City, so it was not right for Luo Xingye not to visit her. As soon as he entered the palace, Qingdang said softly, "Luo, you shouldn't have come. It would be better if you pretended I didn't exist." She lay in a tub, healing her wounds with medicine, leaving only her head and delicate collarbone exposed. "How could I forget you? Without you, this city would have been in chaos long ago." Luo Xingye sighed, walked over, and gently stroked her green silk long hair. The rare treasures collected by the statues were all managed by Qingdang. The statues that joined various sects were also managed by Qingdang. Without her, the ancient demon city would truly be in chaos. So, is my only value of use this? Qingdang moved to the other side in the water, avoiding his touch. Her eyes were melancholic, her words soft. This man, who had made her heart flutter many times, had also hurt her heart every time. Luo Xingye was indeed Luo Xingye, he had never taken her seriously. She had already decided that this man was Luo Xingye. "I can't be without you. You're injured, use as much of the rare treasures in the city as you need to recover." Luo Xingye leaned closer, reached into the tub, and gently soothed the green lamp. The green lamp lowered its head slightly, eyes slightly red and silent. She couldn't tell if she should be touched or angry because she couldn't judge whether this man's comfort and tenderness were real or fake. Her emotions were complex now, in any case, she felt uncomfortable. After a while, she softly said, "I offended the Dragon Clan, you are being watched by the major forces of the cultivation world, I can't protect myself, I can't go anywhere, so I can only stay with you." In the palace, a man and a woman whispered, the atmosphere warm and peaceful. After some time, the green lamp forgave Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye left the green lamp's palace. He went to the palace where Xiao Lingyu was, teaching her some things she should do and know as a blood pact. After entering the palace, he stood coldly outside the door, preventing outsiders from entering. Junior sister. The eldest senior brother stood on the mountainside, looking at the clouds and moon, his expression desolate. The elders behind him hesitated to speak. The truth was cruel. With the means of that demon armor, it is feared that your junior sister, the fellow elder Xiao, the future flower of the Qingyun sword sect, may already be married. Let's hurry to the demon city, if we delay. Some elders hesitated, but in the end, no one said, if we delay, she might already have a child. I have long known that the demon armor has ill intentions towards junior sister, but she just won't listen. The eldest senior brother's face turned green as he spoke through gritted teeth. Shui Taizhan arrived, one of the elders of the treasure pavilion and the first to trade with the demon armor. If you insist on following, be prepared for trouble at any time. Shui Taizhan did not think the demon armor was easy to deal with and reminded everyone. Gentlemen, convert to Buddhism. The great compassion demon spoke at the edge of the forbidden area, preaching to the eldest senior brother and others. Master, please lead the way, we are here to trade in the demon city. Shui Taizhan clasped his hands together. He saw that the great compassion demon was only at the Heaven Gate realm but still showed respect. The eldest senior brother coldly smiled, holding back the urge to kill the great compassion demon. The group arrived at the demon city. Green Lamp received them. After several days of healing, her injuries were no longer serious. With Luo Xingye's top-notch techniques and rare treasures for treatment, it was hard not to recover. We are here to exchange treasures. We have brought a large number of evil cultivation and precious spirit stones. Shui Taizhan smiled kindly, but before he could say more, the eldest senior brother couldn't wait to say, we are also here to take back Elder Xiao Lingyu. Green Lamp looked at the eldest senior brother coldly, you dare to come back? She remembered, it was this guy who ruined her cultivation. Seeing the empty city and the green lamp only at the triple transcendence level, the eldest senior brother's heart remained calm. As Shui Taizhan had said, the demon city was not as terrifying as it seemed, with no powerful figures inside. He looked at the green lamp, apologized expressionlessly, "I'm sorry." Finally, he asked, "Excuse me, where is Elder Shao?" Politeness. If the surname Luo bullies me, I can bear it, but you dare to? Green lamp's face darkened. The eldest senior brother remained calm, releasing a hint of the 8th transcendence level aura to remind the green lamp to be cautious. The green lamp's face flushed with anger, tightly clenched her fists. The elders of the Qingyun sword sect, seeing that this person was just angry and not taking further action, began to understand the demon city a little. This demon city may only appear strong on the surface, but in reality, it lacks depth. But Shui Taizhan didn't want the situation to escalate, so he quickly tried to diffuse the tension. The green lamp's eyes were misty, turning around and saying, "Luo, are you really so cold-blooded and indifferent?" Before she could finish her sentence, a cold voice came from deep within the demon city. "Honey, kill him!" Roar! A monstrous creature with a green face and fangs leaped out from the darkness of the demon city and crashed into the outer city. It roared at the eldest senior brother, the sound waves causing everyone's ears to ache. Dawn! 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 This fierce monster launched an attack. The cultivators of the Qingyun sword sect quickly distanced themselves, preparing to use their powers. However, the monster's speed was too fast, like a cannonball, and it directly sent the senior martial brother who had just retreated flying. His body cracked, blood flowing, feeling dizzy and disoriented. When he regained consciousness, he found the monster had already approached. Feeling a life-threatening crisis, his face changed drastically, and he immediately used a life-saving technique. The senior martial brother spat out a black iron shield, radiating extraordinary power. But the monster activated its ability, Power God. With its extraordinary strength, combined with Power God, it punched the iron shield, leaving a dent and shattering the senior martial brother's hands. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Brother Majia, it's a misunderstanding. Shui Taizhan quickly spoke up, his voice tense. He knew things were going south. At this moment, Luo Xingye, wearing a mask, emerged from the darkness, showing himself. He didn't speak, walking straight to the side of the green lamp and said, "The world has changed. Anyone dares to provoke, are my people something you can mess with? Spare me." The senior martial brother's hands were broken, even though he used a top-notch treasure to defend. If it were a physical fight, he would have turned into a pile of flesh long ago. At this moment, the elders joined forces to resist the monster's attacks, preventing the senior martial brother from being killed. They used their powers, but terrifyingly, they couldn't harm the monster at all. It was like a mad demon, crushing everything in its path. Shui Taizhan saw that even the elders couldn't defeat the monster. He dropped his pride, begged desperately, even offering evil cultivation and treasures as compensation. Luo Xingye remained indifferent. Xing Deng felt relieved seeing this. But she was a sensible woman and advised Luo Xingye not to kill anyone for real. She didn't want to cause trouble for Luo Xingye because of herself. It was just a moment of anger. However, Luo Xingye ignored Shui Tiashan's pleas for apology, looking coldly. As long as he didn't say stop, the monster would not cease fighting until death. "Brother, although we were wrong, there's no need to go this far. We came here with sincerity." An elder who had been standing not far from Shui Taizhan spoke up. As he walked, a hint of saintly pressure emanated. He disguised himself as a quasi-saint coming from the extraordinary realm. Luo Xingye turned to look at him. The elder was about to say something when he suddenly felt a tightness in his heart, a terrifying sense of death looming over him. "I advise you not to turn around and look at it, or you will die here," Luo Xingye said indifferently. Shui Taizhan was scared out of his wits. He saw a headless monster behind the quasi-saint of the same sect. An endless aura of death emanated from the headless monster, making him shiver uncontrollably. This time, he realized he had underestimated the demon city and lowered his stance even more. "Spare me!" Spare me, senior. I was wrong. The senior martial brother spat blood, almost dying. Luo Xingye looked on coldly, very dominant. It wasn't until Xiao Shimi appeared that the situation was halted from worsening. Don't you want him to die? Luo Xingye stopped the monster and turned to Xiao. Ling Yu. The beautiful woman in a blue dress walked over and said, "We are from the same sect, there's no need to resort to death as punishment." The senior martial brother, bruised and bleeding, sat on the ground, smiling faintly. "I knew it, Shimi cares about me." Before he could finish, he saw Xiao Lingyu holding Luo Xingye's hand, standing close together, calmly saying, "I will go back with you, no need to worry about my safety." Luo Xingye glanced at her. This woman was indeed clever. She acted submissive, even touching him in public, sending a signal. She hoped that by showing humility, Luo Xingye would show mercy. Otherwise, with Xiao Lingyu's character, even if she had feelings for Luo Xingye, she wouldn't go this far. This scene was quite interesting. The goddess you humbly worship is now humbly worshipping someone else. Luo Xingye reached out his hand, wrapped around Xiao Mimi's waist, and his fingers exerted a slight force, sinking in. Soft. Big Brother doubted life, almost getting angry, but was suppressed by the elders of the same sect. Just let him be, it's too late anyway. Elder Xiao was definitely seen through by this masked mysterious person. Compensate. Luo Xingye said lightly. He did not reveal his identity. Being in the demon city itself was a symbol of identity. Shui Taizhan wiped his cold sweat and quickly handed over the storage ring. Luo Xingye glanced at it, 300,000 top-grade spirit stones, and a pile of extraordinary treasures. He looked at Shui Taizhan, who forced a smile. Is that all? Luo Xingye's tone intensified, adding, "Don't think I don't know, you are deliberately testing the bottom line of the demon city, taking advantage." Roar! A fierce roar echoed in the demon city. The aura of the Emperor Ghost swept the entire place, making people uneasy. Shui Taizhan gritted his teeth and immediately opened a storage bag, releasing more than 50 evil cultivators. Luo Xingye was satisfied and said lightly, "So, what rare treasures do you need? We can discuss trading." He retracted the Emperor Ghost and the fierce evil. Shui Taizhan and the other elders, including the wise saint, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, they were not in the mood for negotiations. After exchanging some rare treasures casually, they wanted to leave, not even wanting Elder Xiao. "I'm going back." Xiao Lingyu's blush had just faded. She turned to look at Luo Xingye. Only with Luo Xingye's permission did she leave with Shui Taizhan and the others. Along the way, Big Brother was very silent, but no matter how silent he was, he couldn't compare to the others. Eventually, he couldn't help but ask Xiao Lingyu if she had lost her virginity. He asked in a tactful and indirect manner. Everyone's gaze fell on Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu looked at Big Brother, feeling annoyed that he hadn't given up at this point. In the end, she hinted that she wanted Big Brother to give up completely. The implied answer was a terrible blow to Big Brother, his face turning pale as if struck. The other elders, however, did not believe it. How could a woman possibly say she had been seen through in front of so many people? And this woman was Xiao Lingyu. They thought Elder Xiao was lying. But little did they know. Even if it was false, for a sycophant, it was an unacceptable message. Anyway, Big Brother took it seriously. May lovers finally become spouses. The Great Compassion Demon led the way, glanced at Big Brother, and added a timely blow. Big Brother spat out blood. Another Great Compassion Demon clasped his hands together, saying, "Amatba, Lady Xiao, please take care." Big Brother couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Elder Xiao, who is that person after all? Is it Mo Jia? Shui Taizhan changed the subject. One of the most powerful figures in the demon city, Mo Jia is not as simple as everyone thinks, his background is terrifying. Xiao Lingyu signaled them not to have a severe conflict with the demon city. She also said that she could be a mediator between the demon city and the Qingyun sword sect, ensuring trade between the two sides. Of course, this is all talk for later. The Qingyun Sword Sect needs to interrogate Xiaolingyu and be prepared to eliminate hidden dangers in advance. As they left the Great Wilderness Immortal Meteorite Site and approached the Qingyun Sword Sect, the wise saint-level figure looked at Xiaolingyu with a complex expression and sighed. The senior members of the sect are considering selecting you as an inheritor elder. Xiaolingyu was surprised. An inheritor elder. In the Qingyun Sword Sect, this is a very special status. Every generation of sect masters in the Qingyun Sword Sect comes from the inheritor elders. Now, after your contact with Emojia, you may lose this opportunity. The wise saint shook his head. Xiaolingyu, with the fiery young sword body, was to be groomed as a future sect master. Unfortunately, after this incident, the higher-ups probably wouldn't consider her anymore. After a few days, the storm surrounding Emojia gradually subsided. The Great Wilderness Immortal Meteorite Site was not calm, and another group of people arrived. This magic armor is too arrogant, capturing disciples of my Manhwa sect, and even killing one of the 10 great sages of my Manhwa sect. Why does he have the audacity to do this? Several terrifying demon cultivators stood outside the Great Wilderness Immortal Meteorite, staring coldly into the depths. That magic armor is so mysterious, it can even kill quasi-saints. We cannot enter casually. Send a puppet in, inform that magic armor, if it does not compensate for our losses, when my Wanma Sect's army arrives, we will overthrow the demon city. These demon cultivators, even the weakest among them, have surpassed the 9th level of transcendence, and some even have the aura of quasi-saints. They were truly angry and decided to warn the magic armor. On the other side, inside the Great Wilderness Immortal Meteorite, the Great Compassion Demon looked at them for a while. Do you guys know that you owe money? The Great Compassion Demon said. The demon cultivators sneered, and one quasi-saint coldly laughed. Remember, it's the magic armor that owes us. They did not attack the Great Compassion Demon, only because they had not reached the point of confrontation. The demon city of the magic armor was very attractive to the Wanma sect. If they could take it down, the Wanma sect would have a place in the Qingyo domain. The Great Compassion Demon sighed with a Buddha's name and entered the demon city with the puppet. Luo Xingye was preparing to awaken a group of stone statues, as he had just obtained a batch of sinful souls. But a word from the Great Compassion Demon brought him back to reality. Master, the debtors have come, they want you to compensate. The Great Compassion Demon lamented. Xingdang, under orders, was organizing the treasures and spirit stones obtained from this transaction. Upon hearing this, she exclaimed, "Is it the Wanma sect that owes you over 3,000 years of interest?" She used to think it was a joke from Luo Xingye. Well, let me clarify here, she had already confirmed that the magic armor was indeed Luo Xingye. Unfortunately, she had become his accomplice, so to speak, and couldn't report this bastard. These debtors have no self-awareness. When Longkue returns, I will go after them for the debt. Luo Xingye sneered. He drove away the puppet. Xingdang frowned. Who knows about this over 3,000 years of interest, whether it's true or not? But judging by Luo Xingye's appearance, it seemed like he really intended to collect the debt. If he really went after it, 10 Wanma sects wouldn't be enough to compensate. It's a pity that this man dares to do such a thing. By the way, where did Longkue go? Xingdang asked. She's in the Hidden God organization. Luo Xingye turned around and continued to awaken the stone statues. Groups of stone statues from the Essence Realm, Spirit Platform Realm, Cloud Sea Realm, and Heaven Gate Realm were awakened. Except for the stone statues from the Heaven Gate Realm, which remained in the Demon City to work. The stone statues of lower realms were all taken out by Luo Xingye and joined the thousands of sect forces in the Qingyo domain. After completing these tasks, Luo Xingye looked at the pile of treasures and spirit stones inside. Xia Lingyu brought back a batch of resources for replenishment, which he was currently unable to absorb. Longkue had not returned. He could only go find his obedient disciple. After staying for only a few days, Luo Xingye took a batch of resources and headed to the North Heaven Immortal Palace. If his disciple saw him, he would surely be delighted to let him absorb it with all his might. Master! Su Bangxia was surprised. The smile on her pretty face was very sweet as she hugged him. She was practicing in the attic where Ling Xian lived, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw her second master had arrived. She was very happy. The time she spent with her second master was unforgettable. Every time her body felt hot and swollen in the middle of the night, she would miss her second master immensely. Luo Xingye made a hushing gesture. It took a lot of effort to sneak into the North Heaven Immortal Palace without making a sound, and he didn't want to mess up here. Banksia, let masters see how your cultivation is going. Luo Xingye stroked her hair. Su Banksia obediently nodded, then whispered fearfully, I'm only at the 7th level of the Cloud Sea realm, but, master, I've been working very hard. Luo Xingye sighed in his heart, truly a spirit ruins immortal body. This physique was much more monstrous than the fiery young sword body or the dragon blood saint body. Any physique with the word immortal in it naturally had the ability to absorb immortal energy from a different perspective. Su Banksia is now a fairy, just covered in dust from the mortal world, unable to transform. Nevertheless, even so, Su Banksia's aptitude remains the most monstrous. From an ordinary person to the 7th level of the Cloud Sea realm, in terms of speed, she is almost catching up to the efficiency of absorbing spirit blood. Of course, mortal cultivators in the cultivation world cannot understand the power of the spirit realm immortal body. They themselves are still mere mortals, how could they have the ability to judge the potential of the spirit realm immortal body? Only Luo Xingye, after personally entering the disciple's body and stirring things up, was able to see it. You still need to work hard. Luo Xingye did not praise her, fearing she would become arrogant. His disciple was at a critical stage where she needed proper guidance. Master, what do you want to see? Your disciple will show you. Su Banxia's expectant gaze made Luo Xingye almost misunderstand. Don't say things that can be misunderstood. Luo Xingye transformed into a demon armor, flowing like water, entering Su Banxia's body. Su Banxia closed her eyes, feeling the long-lost and familiar sense of fulfillment rushing to her heart. Her clothes disappeared, replaced by the demon armor. The armor originated from her back, developing a layer of soft and tight leather fabric, climbing forward, then all the way down, enveloping her legs. This was the inner layer, with further changes in the second layer. Master, do you want to absorb? You can. Su Banxia said obediently. Immediately, a message appeared. The person in Pet Su Banxia respects the demon armor, loyalty increased, enhanced talent activation, demon armor upgraded to the 3rd form. The person in Pet Su Banxia misses the demon armor, loyalty increased, demon armor upgraded to the 4th, demon armor upgraded to the 5th. Demon armor upgraded to the 8th form ruins demon robe, increases damage by 240%. Since their last parting, Su Banxia missed her second master more and more. By now, she had developed a complete attachment to Luo Xingye. Her loyalty, like Long Kuei's, had reached the 8th form. Long Kuei and Su Banxia should be completely loyal to me, why only reach the 8th form? Luo Xingye was puzzled. He was contemplating how to achieve the 9th form. Master, are you not absorbing? Banxia is ready. Su Banxia said eagerly and nervously. Only then did Luo Xingye abandon his previous thoughts and begin to absorb the spirit blood. It still had that familiar fragrance. As the saying goes, Lolitas have 3 good qualities: soft voice, supple body, easy to push down. Unlike Long Kuei's violent mature type, slightly salty. But her figure was the best, slightly plump and sexy. Unfortunately, Xingdang was not a pet, she was both fragrant and slightly salty, a combination of Lolita and mature type. Buzz, Su Banxia activated the powerful potential of the spirit realm immortal body by operating the swallowing heaven Dao scripture. The greedy cells in her limbs and bones crazily absorbed the surrounding essence of spiritual energy. Strong blood and energy were produced, rolling in her body, causing her face to flush and feel a bit swollen. Fortunately, the master helped with the absorption. Master, I have learned the first volume of the swallowing scripture. Su Banxia said somewhat proudly. The first volume of the Swallowing Heaven Dao scripture laid a solid foundation. The following content would contain powerful divine abilities, and once Su Banxia mastered them, she would become stronger and stronger. What? Luo Xingye exclaimed. It's the Swallowing Heaven Tao scripture. Su Bangxia explained. In the future, you are not allowed to casually abbreviate the Swallowing Heaven Tao scripture, do you hear me? Luo Xingye said sternly. Su Bangxia felt a little guilty, not knowing where she had offended her master. Clearly, the swallowing scripture technique was taught to her by her master, and she had mastered it well. In the end, her master inexplicably blamed her, leaving her feeling a bit wronged. Take these treasures, they can help you improve your cultivation and regenerate blood and energy. Luo Xingye threw a large number of treasures and spirit stones he had brought in front of Su Bangxia. Master, are you tricking others again? Su Bangxia exclaimed. The master was both cheap and poor, how could he have so many treasures? He must have tricked other cultivators to get them. Good disciple, organize your words and say it again. Luo Xingye felt it had been a while since he had disciplined her, and his itch to do so returned. These are all obtained by him in the ancient demon city, through a legitimate transaction with the Qingyun sword sect, not deceiving, a proper business deal. Su Bangxia dared not speak randomly, honestly increasing the intensity of swallowing classic. The surrounding treasures and spirit stones were quickly absorbed by her. Her cultivation and blood and energy were rising rapidly. Luo Xingye was very satisfied with the absorption. The information is as follows: Realm, first level of Tianmen Realm, progress of transforming spiritual blood into the second level of Tianmen Realm, 0.7%, 0.9%, 1.2%. Absorbing treasures of 8,000 years, energy points plus 80, absorbing treasures of 10,000 years, energy points plus 100, absorbing treasures of 30,000 years, energy points plus 300. Before long, Luo Xingye's energy points accumulated to more than 20,000. Your realm is low, don't keep absorbing treasures of 10,000 years. For you, absorbing too much will be unbearable for your body. Luo Xingye felt her skin turning red and hot. The narrow meridian channels were being widened by waves of blood and energy, showing signs of bursting. Su Bangxia stopped absorbing treasures, exhaled a hot breath, feeling dizzy, saying, "Fortunately, the master helped me vent, otherwise, I would have fainted again." She didn't understand the horror of the Lingshu immortal body before, coupled with the Swallowing Heaven Tao classic, which was comparable to an immortal scripture. She really let go of her cultivation, fainting several times during cultivation. Thanks to Ling Xian's timely intervention and advice to practice appropriately. Su Bangxia even said at the time, if the second master were here, it would be great, he would definitely help me vent. Ling Xian scolded her that night and scolded the magic armor all night. But Su Bangxia didn't dare to say it, fearing that the relationship between the second master and the grand master would deteriorate further. Don't practice for now. Get up and move around, don't let the blood and energy accumulate in one place in your body, Luo Xingye said. Su Bangxia obediently got up and walked around the building where Ling Xian lived. Suddenly, she remembered something and said with a smile, "Master, I'll show you the novel written by the Grand Master. It's wonderful, but don't tell anyone, the Grand Master is very secretive about it, writing in secret. Let's cherish." The excerpt from the novel written by Ling Xian. Since this world is already so dirty and filthy, then letting it continue to be dirty is not a problem, right? The Queen of the Night stepped on the magic armor, arrogantly raised her hands, revealing her great heroic posture to the world. Ha, the ridiculous Queen of the Night, how pathetic! To defeat the evil magic armor, she chose to fall. The Fairy of Ling raised the sword to slay demons. The night wind came, blowing her flying hair, the evil light in her eyes, full of nobility. She was noble and sacred, a savior that evil could not defile. At this moment, she turned her back on the world, choosing to defeat the Queen of the Night and save all beings. Even if the world has fallen into darkness. Even if people's eyes have been blinded by filth. She remained steadfast. A blazing flame burned in the heart of the Fairy of Ling, only to burn the dim sky and bring back the dawn for all beings. To be continued. Luo Xingye was dumbfounded. Did Ling Xian write this? He asked Su Bangxia again. Su Bangxia, fascinated, looked at the novel content and said, "Yes, the Grand Master is very powerful. The content of the novel makes my blood boil. The only thing that makes me dissatisfied is that the Queen of the Night is so despicable, actually stepping on the magic armor, which is the master's original form. If Luo Xingye had a face, it would surely turn as dark as a pot. He really wanted to explain to Su Bangxia, it had nothing to do with the Queen of the Night, it was a reflection of Ling Xian's inner self. On second thought, this Ling Xian was really unexpected. Intelligent, aloof, indifferent to everything, a beauty untouched by the mundane world, that was his evaluation of Ling Xian. But at this moment, it completely collapsed. There was a hot-blooded heart of a teenager in Ling Xian's heart. If the content of this novel were to be made public, Ling Xian would probably face complete social death. Your master is really generous to let you casually read it. No, I accidentally saw it, and every time the Grand Master left the attic, I dared to sneak a peek. Su Bangxia finished reading with lingering thoughts, feeling the urge for Master Fu to update quickly. Luo Xingye remains silent. It's true that the kind of master you have determines the kind of disciple you are. He silently imprinted this novel once, keeping it. When the day comes that Ling Xian annoys him or does something to provoke him, he will directly reveal the contents of the novel. Luo Xingye doesn't mind promoting Ling Xian's novel on all channels to completely ruin her reputation. A quiet moment. Luo Xingye gently inhales, while Su Bangxia exhales hot air, hoping for Master Fu to make some changes. Now is the time to increase the hardness. He looks at his data. Luo Xingye begins to increase his hardness. With the help of his disciple, his body becomes harder and harder. As follows: Realm, Tianmen Realm 1st level, hardness, Lingtai Realm 9th level, 0/9000, reaching 9000 energy points can be upgraded. Blind box, open once for 100 energy points, 1891, the usual routine. The remaining energy points are used to open blind boxes. 10 consecutive draws. Jingqi Realm Flying Sword X10. Damn! Luo Xingye curses. Next, draw 8 times individually. 7 times are Jingqi Realm Flying Sword X7. Until the 8th time, a golden legend appears. Symbolic Guardian's Necklace, special item, interpretation. Those who possess the Guardian's Necklace will have the qualification for one summon, by placing someone's essence blood into the necklace in advance. Once the necklace is activated, the person will be summoned. This summon is not mandatory, it is up to the summoned person to decide whether to accept the summon. This item has similar abilities to the Eye of Teleportation, but the summon of the Guardian's Necklace ignores control, distance, and space. A single draw brings a miracle. Luo Xingye feels relieved. Although what he drew doesn't have much effect on himself, drawing a golden legend is enough to comfort his heart. At least it's no longer a flying sword. He almost vomited. Master, inhale slower. Bangxia is feeling a bit painful. Su Bangxia leans lightly against the wall, softly humming. Luo Xingye adjusts the intensity, easing it, and Su Bangxia breathes a sigh of relief. Master gives you a treasure. Luo Xingye says. What treasure? Su Bangxia asks curiously. Luo Xingye presents the Guardian's Necklace to Su Bangxia. He doesn't lack this kind of thing, he just cares about whether he can draw a golden legend. As long as it's a gift from Second Master, I like it, I won't let them be damaged in the slightest. Su Bangxia holds the necklace in his hand, saying in a silly manner. The last time Master gave me that card that can make sounds, I've been keeping it safe. Su Bangxia adds, but doesn't mention the incident where Ling Xian almost threw away the card. Luo Xingye smiles and doesn't mind. Although his disciple is not smart, he knows how to give face to his master. Finally, Luo Xingye reaches Su Bangxia's limit. Watching his disciple lying weakly on the bed, facing down, gasping for breath, Luo Xingye detaches himself from her. Take care of yourself, I'll come back in a while. Luo Xingye says before leaving. Goodbye, master, I'll be better prepared next time. Su Bangxia says before falling into a deep sleep. Underground, the Emperor Ghost uses his supernatural powers to help Luo Xingye leave the North Heaven Immortal Palace. Just as he leaves the North Heaven Immortal Palace, a message appears in Luo Xingye's mind. 9 Dark Ghost. Woman, 6,788 years old, With a realm too high, the body of the goddess of misfortune, possessing divine blood, Luo Xingye immediately stops the emperor ghost and enters a state of feigned death, motionless underground. At this moment, the expression on Luo Xingye's face is unprecedentedly serious. Being able to retrieve information about her means that this 9 dark ghost woman is nearby. His 3 lifetimes add up to only 4,000 years. Whereas this 9 dark ghost woman has already reached over 6,700 years. Such a life form is definitely not a character in the cultivation world. She may come from the immortal realm or the demon realm. Luo Xingye estimates that her realm is at least immortal king, or even higher. Suddenly, his soul keenly sensed a pair of indifferent eyes looking at him. He was now underground, but could clearly feel someone watching him. Luo Xingye remained expressionless, preparing to return to the ancient demon city. He was also prepared to burn the soul of the immortal king and unleash the power of the immortal king before his death. But soon, that feeling of being watched disappeared. Then, a piece of information appeared in Luo Xingye's mind. Watch from the land of misfortune demon, watch has disappeared, she comes from the land of misfortune demon? Luo Xingye frowned, his eyes cold. The immortal realm, the demon realm, and the cultivation realm are actually interconnected, belonging to the same category. The land of misfortune demon, from beyond the 3 realms, has been a great enemy since the birth of the immortal and demon realms. The creatures of the land of misfortune demon always long for the lands of the immortal and demon realms. It is said that in ancient times, the land of misfortune demon never dared to have any thoughts of invading the immortal and demon realms. This was because the heavenly court and hell, the 2 ancient legacies, stood on the edge of the immortal and demon realms, eternally watching over the land of misfortune demon. However, in recent history, the heavenly court and hell have become legends, mysteriously disappearing from the immortal and demon realms. The land of misfortune demon is stirring. Every few years, the land of misfortune demon would launch invasions against the immortal and demon realms, initiating bloody wars between the immortals and demons. It doesn't make sense, it's only been 50,000 years since the last invasion of the land of misfortune demon. Luo Xingye furrowed his brows slightly. People will not forget this bloody and precipitated history. Luo Xingye remembered this invasion history clearly. It should be noted that in past history, the cultivation realm had always been relatively stable and never attracted the attention of the land of misfortune demon. But now, there are individuals from the land of misfortune demon appearing in the cultivation realm. He is not optimistic about the future, always feeling that something big will happen later on. Finally, he suppressed these thoughts. No matter what the future holds, he must cultivate. Only by strengthening himself can he be invincible in the world, unaffected by any number of gods and demons. He has always held on to this belief. After absorbing some spirit blood, I should go back and check on Qingdeng. I wonder what changes have occurred with her. Luo Xingye smiled lightly, his eyes deep. Although he occasionally acts frivolously, he is well aware of many things, but rarely reveals them. Such as Long Kuei's outings, Xiao Lingyu's knowledge of the secrets of the Demon City statues, Qingdeng's current situation and thoughts. As for Ling Xian, this woman who is already a favorite, he will let her roam for a while. When he has time, he will subdue her. Luo Xingye is of a low realm and does not want to spend more effort on Ling Xian, he just wants to absorb spirit blood as soon as possible. But that doesn't mean he truly ignores Ling Xian. Even if Ling Xian resists and rejects him, he has ways to subdue her. He could even resort to force. However, considering his disciple Su Bangxia, Luo Xingye has never wanted to use force against Ling Xian. Although this disciple is naive, Luo Xingye has always liked her. A well-behaved, innocent disciple who is willing to cooperate with her master, who wouldn't like her? At this moment, Qingdeng was in the palace of the outer city, holding a pen condensed with spiritual power, writing something. Nearby, several servants and maids stood respectfully. They used to be part of Qingdeng's palace, but were later brought here by Qingdeng. The first time they came to the demon city, the servants and maids were shocked. Later, they witnessed the terror of the demon city, the statues, and the demonic armor. They realized that for the rest of their lives, they would likely stay here, otherwise, would these secrets be casually revealed to them? Thinking this way, they felt relieved and the servants and maids obediently contributed to the management of the demon city. In fact, by thinking this way, they saved their own lives. Luo Xingye had long planted the Phoenix Soul Seal on them, knowing everything and capable of erasing them with a single thought. Although it was exaggerated, he had gotten used to it. According to the information sent by the various stone statue cultivators, there are now more than 200 sects infiltrated in the Qingniu domain. Xingdeng murmured in his heart, writing down the important information without stopping. In front of her chest, there was a talisman hanging. Her skin was fair and smooth, and the talisman slid straight between her two peaks. This was the talisman given to her by Luo Xingye, which could be used for communication. Similarly, it could also be used for transmitting messages. To make things easier, Luo Xingye had integrated a strand of connection from the dispatched stone statues into her talisman. At every moment, the stone statues would send the latest news into the talisman. Previously, Qingdeng was healing in the tub, wounded by Luo Xingye's coldness. Later, Luo Xingye gave her this talisman, and she let go of her prejudices. After all, Luo Xingye dared to give her this kind of talisman, which in itself showed a kind of trust. It should be noted that the news gathered from the scattered stone cultivators was very valuable. But Luo Xingye chose to let her know first. So, Qingdeng felt a little better. But she still believed that she was only of slightly higher utility value. Luo Xingye made her heart move, but also made her heart ache. She had been played with several times and had developed a shadow. In fact, Luo Xingye did leave a trick. He instructed the stone statues to inform Qingdeng of some trivial news. If it was important news, only his true self would be notified. Of course, Qingdeng was unaware of this. She was earnestly acting as Luo Xingye's personal secretary. The secretary handled things when needed. The rare treasures collected by the 5 elements ghost rats are increasing. Qingdeng's thoughts turned towards the evil aura at the city gate. Now, the strength of the demon city was also growing. She believed that the demon city should not be cautious. It could take the initiative to profit. Then organize the stone cultivators to gather information about the large auction. These rare treasures don't necessarily have to be traded to the Qingyun sword sect. They can be sold through the auction to obtain the maximum resources. With this in mind, Qingdeng wrote down this plan. At the same time, she also planned for the demon city to establish an external contact identity. Whether it was to contact the outside world for auctions or for other matters, having an external identity would be very convenient. The more she thought about it, the more ideas she had, but then she felt something was wrong. Why should I consider so much for someone surnamed Luo? She remembered how Luo Xingye had coaxed and deceived her, made her let go of her prejudices, and then made her work for him. She was annoyed. Luo Xingye had said that she could use as many resources within the demon city as she wanted. Why should she bother about how to work for the demon city and Luo Xingye? She could just use his treasures as she pleased, to see if he could still be satisfied. But deep down, she still had a bit of expectation. She hoped that Luo Xingye's intentions towards her were not just for use, but genuinely caring, even if it was just a little bit. Lost in these thoughts, she reluctantly picked up her spiritual pen and continued writing. Recording the daily patrols and inspections of the stone statues in the demon city, as well as noting any opportunities in the forbidden areas outside the city. Keeping track of the trade details between the Qingyun sword sect and the demon city. Documenting the information collected by the stone statues outside, the accumulated resources, and their flow. Planning various schemes, auctions, establishing an external identity, purchasing materials, and so on. Luo Xingye witnessed this scene through the evil aura. Although these are trivial matters that I don't care about, the demon city still needs someone to manage it, or else it will be chaotic, which is also a headache. With this in mind, Luo Xingye returned to the demon city. When Qingdeng saw him coming, she glanced at him and then continued her work. However, her face was full of subtle resentment, which anyone but a fool could see. Luo Xingye smiled and walked over to praise her for her good handwriting, which irritated Qingdeng. So after all I've done, your focus is on handwriting? Activate the Qing Emperor's scripture, let me see. Luo Xingye acted as if he hadn't seen her angry face and spoke. Qingdeng knew he was doing it on purpose, But she could do nothing about it, so she activated the Qing Emperor's scripture. With a hum, Qing Dang's body emitted light, and strands of pressure surged from within her body. At the same time, wisps of mist spread out from her body, faintly revealing a glowing blue lotus seed within the mist. The green lamp was surprised. In the past, when she operated the Qingdi Classic, it only made her body emit light, exuding a majestic aura. What was the mist surging out of her body all about? This is the embryonic form of the vision of the ancient blue lotus, not bad. The Qinglian Emperor's body is about to awaken, and she must work hard to cultivate the Qingdi Classic, Luo Xingye said as he walked away with his hands behind his back. He still had to inspect the condition of the blood bags to ensure that they were full and swollen every day, ready to be sucked by him at any time. The Magic City now had enough reserves to feed human pets at any time. The stronger the human pets, the faster and more enjoyable Luo Xingye could suck them. Oops. The pen dropped. The green lamp looked shocked at the vision in front of her, then looked at Luo Xingye, her eyes filled with incredulity and deep emotion. Luo, have you been considering me for a long time? She said with a complex look in her eyes, lightly biting her lip. She didn't expect that Luo Xingye, who seemed indifferent, had actually been considering her all along. He had already paved the way for her future and was about to awaken her emperor's body. You are amazing. Clearly only at the Heaven Gate realm, you can create such artificial physique. No wonder they admire and respect you, the green lamp said, feeling touched to finally feel that Luo Xingye cared for her. At the same time, she was also shocked. Artificial physique, let alone seeing it, in the cultivation world, one wouldn't even dare to think about it. If this were to spread, the entire cultivation world would probably be in chaos. You are truly a mysterious man, the green lamp thought at that moment, feeling the urge to dedicate everything to Luo Xingye. But in the end, she calmed down. This man was too unpredictable. If she was blindly moved, she would only be played around by him. She hadn't forgotten the heartbreak she had experienced before. Become stronger, or become stronger. Only in this way can I have the confidence to face Luo Xingye in the future and not be bullied by him. With this in mind, the green lamp hastened her writing, and after finishing these tasks, she rushed to cultivate. There were plenty of resources here, so she wasn't worried about cultivation resources. At this time, a group of big shots from the Qingyun sword sect were casting spells and arranging Dao patterns, with Xiaolingyu sitting among them. Of course, to avoid suspicion, all these big shots were female characters. The body is not tainted by impure blood, still in perfect condition, bloodline pure, the fiery sun sword body has awakened, and the soul sea shows no abnormalities. The big shots found that Xiaolingyu was all normal, even awakening her physique, reaching the 8th level of transcendence. Did the demon armor do anything to you? This was their doubt. I have said that he only wanted to borrow my body at the time, to kill that sage demon cultivator, and then leave, not wanting to be bound by anyone. Xiaolingyu fabricated a half-truth, half-lie reason as instructed by Luo Xingye. She was now enjoying the resources given to her by Luo Xingye, getting whatever she wanted. Every once in a while, Luo Xingye would refine her fiery sun sword body, preparing her for the transformation into a pure yang immortal body. In addition, she had been captured by the demon armor from the beginning, and although she knew she had been deceived, that fondness was etched in her heart, making it hard for her to forget. Moreover, after the incident with the accurate saint, her thoughts had been greatly shaken, and she had no prejudice against the distinction between immortals and demons. Even if it was the demon armor, she didn't want to deceive or harm him, so she calmly stated her reasons. He captured me and admitted his true purpose, which was indeed ruthless. But aside from that, I have no reason to harm the demon armor, Xiaolingyu sighed lightly. Clearly, she was moved by him, but in the end, he admitted his true purpose. It made her emotions very chaotic and complex. But considering the attitude of the demon armor, she remained unchanged. After further questioning Xiaolingyu, the big shots came to a conclusion half an hour later. Xiaolingyu had indeed not been harmed by the demon armor, nor had she had any contact with it. They believed her reasons. In the future, have less contact with the demon armor, sever ties with the Magic City. After all, you are a member of the Qingyun sword sect, walking the path of cultivation. My Qingyun sword sect is located in the Qingyo domain, which is also a sacred place for the human race. As a future elder inheritor, you are destined to become the sect master, so you must pay attention to your image and identity. The leaders earnestly advised Xiaolingyu. One of the elderly women, looking at Xiaolingyu with a doting gaze, said, "Since you do not like the eldest senior brother, then I will find a suitable husband for you. He comes from the Tianqing domain, the son of the elder of the soul hall of the Qingshao Emperor's soul hall, possessing the soul-devouring king's body." Lao said with a faint smile. In Xiaolingyu's mind, the image of Luo Xingye suddenly appeared. She frowned and politely declined, revealing her reluctance to have a partner. The elderly woman took her to a secluded place and explained, "You have become an elder inheritor and are qualified to become the sect master, but there is still a possibility of being rejected. If you become partners with him, you can receive external support, greatly increasing your chances of becoming the sect master." However, Xiaolingyu was annoyed and still declined. She remembered what Mo Jia had said, she belonged only to herself and no one else could decide her fate. The elderly woman sighed, regretting her indecisiveness. Finally, with a firm attitude, she asked Xiaolingyu to reflect on her decision. In a few days, she would contact the Qingshao Emperor's soul hall and arrange for the soul-devouring king's son to meet Xiaolingyu for a blind date. In a chamber at this moment, Xiaolingyu was wearing a dark green long dress, like a serene fairy. With delicate features, smooth jade-like skin, and a rare beauty, she gazed at Luo Xingye sitting on a chair and said, "That's what I've experienced. Do you have any questions?" Luo Xingye had returned to the demon city to check on the situation of the Qing lantern before coming here. He patted his thigh and said, "You seem to be recovering quickly. You should let me absorb it. Come over here." Xiaolingyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment. "Do I have to sit on your lap? We've only known each other for a short time." She couldn't understand the man's attitude towards her. Initially attracted by Luo Xingye, she felt disappointed when he revealed his intentions, leading her to keep her distance. But his intimate actions always made her think otherwise. This man was probably just using her for his own amusement. She felt frustrated. "So should I transform into the armor and wrap around you? Those are your only two choices," Luo Xingye said with a faint smile, gentle yet authoritative. Since she had become his favorite, there was no need to be polite to her. A little pressure might work well with Xiaolingyu's gentle nature. She was the type to accept things as they came. Otherwise, why didn't she dare to object when her master arranged a blind date for her? It must be her personality. The thought of the armor enveloping her body, leaving her with no privacy, made her feel embarrassed. Looking at Luo Xingye's gentle smile, she suddenly felt deceived. But her fondness for him remained, coupled with her personality, making it difficult for her to feel resentful. This was the result of her initial willingness to accept him. Xiaolingyu made a decision. She gritted her teeth, walked over gracefully, and sat on Luo Xingye's lap, leaning lightly against his chest. A soft fragrance filled the air, and Luo Xingye bit her delicate jade hand, absorbing her spiritual blood. The chamber was elegant and peaceful, matching Xiaolingyu's personality. Leaning against Luo Xingye's chest, she couldn't help but feel a bit breathless and nervous. At the same time, she felt embarrassed. Reflecting on the past and looking at the present, her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. She never imagined she would end up in this situation, being with a demon cultivator and allowing him to manipulate her without any resistance. It was truly a twist of fate. If the sect found out, they would be furious. The girl they raised had been taken advantage of by a demon cultivator. "You are amazing. First, you changed my perspective, no longer rejecting demon cultivation, then you took the opportunity to get close to me, stirring my heart, and finally saved me from falling into despair at a critical moment, making me completely unable to forget you." Xiaolingyu felt his hand around her waist, while his other hand was sucking her blood. She felt helpless and resentful, her expression adding a touch of pity to her peerless beauty. "You've drained me so much. If I had known your intentions from the beginning, I would never have let you manipulate me," Xiaolingyu said, feeling a sudden pain and relaxing her body instinctively, coming into close contact with Luo Xingye. "How can you say that? Haven't I been good to you? Luo Xingye stopped speaking, sniffed her hair, then bit her neck, making her breath quicken and her eyes hazy. At this point, what's the use of saying all this? Xiao Lingyu sighed lightly. She had already thought about her future, nourishing blood, replenishing blood, being sucked dry. A tool being used. Now she only hoped that in the future, she wouldn't just be a tool for sucking blood. Luo Xingye had once touched her deeply, and she had always hoped that he was sincere. Don't speak, Luo Xingye said before resuming sucking her blood. In the quiet chamber, Xiao Lingyu's complex thoughts suddenly became calm, her eyes showing a coldness. She didn't answer, sitting on Luo Xingye's lap, letting him do as he pleased. Junior sister Xiao, are you there? The voice of the senior brother came from outside. Xiao Lingyu's complicated thoughts instantly became calm, her eyes showing a coldness. She didn't answer, sitting on Luo Xingye's lap, letting him do as he pleased. Junior sister Xiao, I just heard from the elder that you are unharmed, the demon armor dare not harm you. When I found out, I was really relieved, thank goodness, the senior brother cautiously and gently spoke from outside. Luo Xingye chuckled, holding the beauty sitting on his lap tightly. Junior sister Xiao, I have prepared blood replenishing and calming herbs for you. I know you may have some prejudice against me, it's okay if you don't answer. I've left the items outside the door, remember to take them and brew them for consumption. After placing the herbs down, the senior brother sighed lightly and left. He's really good to you, giving you blood supplements, he's considerate, Luo Xingye thought, looking forward to another opportunity to suck blood. Xiao Lingyu gave him a look, full of charm, and said, Senior brother ruined his Dao that day. I know you've always had a grudge against him. Can you please not harm him? The person in front of her, transformed from the demon armor, may only be at the Heaven Gate realm, but his methods were mysterious, and the senior brother couldn't match him. Do you want to keep him as a backup? Luo Xingye teased, his eyes deep like a bottomless pit. Did you keep me as a backup? I have no thoughts about senior brother, I even find him repulsive. But he is a pillar of the sect, it's good to have newcomers in the sect, I don't want to see fellow sect members die, Xiao Lingyu said seriously. She was just annoyed with the senior brother, but not to the extent of wanting him dead. If she had such thoughts, how cold-blooded and disgusting would she be? Alright, from now on, whatever I ask you to do, you will do it. Take good care of your blood, wait for me to come and collect it. Can you do it? If you can, then I can also refrain from killing him, Luo Xingye chuckled, difficult to discern his true intentions, but he had Xiao Lingyu firmly in his grasp. Right now, isn't that the situation I'm in? As long as you don't make things difficult for me, don't cross the line, I'll follow your orders and cooperate with you, Xiao Lingyu said softly, increasingly feeling like she had encountered a scumbag who saw her as a tool. But what could she do? Shaking her head, Xiao Lingyu added, Do you want to suck more? Yes, but in a different place, Luo Xingye said. Half an hour later, Luo Xingye checked his data. As follows, Realm, Heaven Gate Realm First Stage, Progress of converting spiritual blood into Heaven Gate Realm Second Stage, 68.1%, 68.2%, 68.3%. Indeed, with the new blood pouch, his cultivation speed remained at the same pace as before. However, there are still too few blood packs. It's time to let Long Kue return, Luo Xingye looked out the window in contemplation. Behind him, lying on the bed, gasping for breath and exhausted, was Xiao Lingyu. Long Kue, Subanksia, Xiao Lingyu, one each day. His cultivation speed will be even faster than before. The demon city now has a large amount of resources, enough to replenish their blood and cultivation. He no longer needs to worry about resource depletion. In a while, Qing Deng will awaken the Qinglian Emperor's body, and my cultivation speed will increase again. It's time to take down Ling Xian too. Luo Xingye wanted more blood packs to quickly elevate his realm to the level of a saint, or even a heavenly emperor. The appearance of powerful creatures from the land of misfortune in the cultivation world heralds an uncertain future. This has put a lot of pressure on him. Like a man who senses the end of the world approaching and frantically hoards resources to strengthen himself. He has that feeling. Before the uncertain future arrives, he must become stronger to face the unknown turmoil. Lingyu, after you recover your strength, remember to send someone to investigate the Qingniu domain for any suspicious individuals or events recently. Luo Xingye left after saying this. He wanted to use Xiao Lingyu's status as an elder to focus on the events in the land of misfortune. In addition, he ordered the stone statues in various places to pay attention to any strange events or sightings of peculiar individuals. He went to the nearest cultivation market, to the Tianbang Pavilion, to gather information about the talents and powerful figures from the 9 realms. Now, he no longer needs to rely on luck to find someone with a special physique. He wants to take the initiative to collect those with special physiques from the 9 realms. Of course, for now, he is only collecting information and not taking immediate action. Qing Deng and Ling Xian have not been dealt with yet. It would be foolish to leave the blood packs in front of him unused and seek out new unfamiliar ones instead. Those with the physique of the great power level, the Saint of the Immortal Phoenix, the Eastern Dragon's Nest, Ji Wuyu, the Emperor of the Yaoqi. Those with the physique of the Heavenly Talent level, the Princess of the Ji family, the Nine-Tailed Green Fox, the Ghost Woman of the Taiyin. Luo Xingye remembered them and left. He headed to the Ghost Mist Mountain in the Eastern Sea region. That is where the headquarters of the Hidden God organization is located. And Long Kuei is there. He has always been aware of it because Long Kuei bears his mark. The Ghost Mist Mountain in the Eastern Sea region is shrouded in dark clouds all year round, with miasma everywhere, and many Yin spirits living inside. Normally, those Yin spirits would roam the Ghost Mist Mountain, stirring up gusts of Yin wind. But recently, the Ghost Mist Mountain has been unusually quiet, with no sign of Yin spirits. Luo Xingye arrived here on Xiao Lingyu's airship. Information about a large number of imprisoned souls flooded his mind. They were all sinful souls. Unexpected gains, Luo Xingye chuckled, a deep light flashing in his eyes. He knew that there were Yin spirits in the Ghost Mist Mountain, but Yin spirits did not equate to sinful souls. So, he didn't pay much attention at first. It was only when he approached the mountain that he discovered this unexpected joy. Since I'm here, how can I not collect the white and not collect the black? Luo Xingye put away the airship, took a step forward, and headed straight to where the Yin spirits were. His ancient demon body could detect sinful souls, so naturally, he could sense their location. He used a secret method of the ancient demon to conceal himself in the air. This method was profound, even a quasi-saint would not be able to detect it. Of course, even if he was detected, he wouldn't mind. With the Emperor Ghost by his side, he could easily dominate the Ghost Mist Mountain. But for now, he didn't want to alert the enemy. Soon, he arrived at an underground crevice. Strange rocks surrounded him, and miasma filled the air. Inside the crevice, there were gusts of Yin wind, and faint cries could be heard. The Yin spirits are here. Luo Xingye licked his lips and immediately ordered the Emperor Ghost to take action and capture all the Yin spirits under the crevice. Only he could imprison the sinful souls by killing them. Others killing them would be in vain. The headless Emperor Ghost flew out silently from his shadow and then plunged into the crevice. Luo Xingye waited on the ground. Suddenly, a familiar figure walked towards him. He focused his gaze, only saw Long Kuei wearing a black long coat, covering herself tightly, but unable to hide the injuries under the clothes. Drops of blood soaked the clothes, her face pale, and she walked unsteadily. I have already broken through to the transcendent triple realm. I am considered a strong member in the God-hidden organization, yet I got injured. Luo Xingye narrowed his eyes and walked over. But after just a few steps, he stopped again. It was because a piece of information appeared in his mind. Soul of Sin, Long Ming, 600 years old, Transcendent Realm 5th level, as a Dragon Clan genius, hiding identity and appearance, intending to commit evil deeds, imprisoned soul, find out the truth about Long Ming's evil intentions. Luo Xingye smiled meaningfully, and with a slight association with the nature of the God-hidden organization, he had a rough understanding. The God-hidden organization was essentially a temporary organization formed by the Dragon Clan. Its purpose was only to carry out transactions that they did not want outsiders to know about. How did Luo Xingye know? He left a mark on Long Kuei. Through observation and relying on his own experience and qualifications, he guessed it. That day, the Dragon Clan sent a letter to Long Kuei, actually to make a deal with her. This deal involved Long Kuei's mother. So, Long Kuei agreed. She joined the God-hidden organization and offered her golden dragon blood. Once a certain amount was reached, the Dragon Clan would release Long Kuei's mother. Luo Xingye had long been aware of this transaction, but did not intervene. 1. It was a matter within the Dragon Clan, and he did not want to interfere. 2. Long Kuei had a strong sense of pride and wanted to rely on her own abilities to resolve matters related to the Dragon Clan. That day, Long Kuei confided in him, and moved by her words, Luo Xingye chose to remain silent. Long Kuei's attitude towards him was one of love, deep love. How could he not sense it, but he never made it explicit. However, he also respected Long Kuei and gave her a certain amount of respect. Therefore, he had not intervened in this matter before, only observing from the shadows. 3. The Dragon Clan was indeed powerful, but Luo Xingye had 100 ways to deal with them. However, in the process, Long Kuei's mother might be in danger. Long Kuei chose to trade her mother with golden dragon blood, a peaceful way of trading. For the above reasons, Luo Xingye chose to accept her actions. It was clear that the Dragon Clan was eager for the golden dragon blood on Long Kuei, and it seemed that the old Dragon King was tempted. The trade was going smoothly. Unfortunately, the Dragon Clan wanted to act recklessly. Through the mark on Long Kuei, Luo Xingye sensed that the Dragon Clan wanted to break the agreement. In other words, they wanted all of Long Kuei's golden dragon blood and did not want to release Long Kuei's mother. I am ready to fight the demon armor. Isn't it just Long Kuei? We have already investigated the demon armor thoroughly. It has no foundation at all. Our Dragon Clan can send out strong members to crush them. One day, Luo Xingye overheard these two sentences through the mark on Long Kuei. Since then, Luo Xingye had no intention of letting them go. Direct confrontation. Starting with destroying the God-hidden organization built by the Dragon Clan. Just as he arrived, he saw through a trick of the God-hidden organization. He had encountered the scenario of a hero saving the beauty before. Now that Long Kuei was injured, and there happened to be a Dragon Clan genius, Long Ming, nearby. As expected by Luo Xingye, the Dragon Clan genius Long Ming would come to Long Kuei's rescue in her time of need. Then he would win Long Kuei's favor, and the purpose was self-evident. This move by the Dragon Clan was ruthless. They not only wanted to obtain the golden dragon blood but also wanted to continue imprisoning Long Kuei's mother. They even wanted to capture Long Kuei herself. Cunning. Unfortunately, the trick of the hero saving the beauty won't work. Luo Xingye concealed his figure, watching Long Kuei dressed so tightly, a smile on his lips. If Long Kuei didn't care about anyone, she would only cover herself with dragon scales, stunning and sexy. How could she dress so conservatively? However, she had someone in her heart, so her dressing became more restrained. Soon enough, as expected by Luo Xingye, the trick of the hero saving the beauty came into play. A mysterious strongman descended from the sky, suppressed Long Kuei, causing her body to crack, spitting blood until she fell to the ground. Luo Xingye frowned. You've gone too far, Emperor Ghost. He just wanted to confirm his thoughts, but he wasn't prepared to let his favorite person be beaten. Silently, Emperor Ghost flew out from the crack, holding a bunch of band souls in his hand. Remember this person, we will erase her later. Luo Xingye took the souls, killed them, and absorbed them. Emperor Ghost silently bent over, floating mysteriously at Luo Xingye's side. On the other side, Long Ming disguised his identity and appearance, arriving at Long Kuei's side first, gently asking, "Miss, are you okay?" Long Kuei shook her pale face, not speaking. Long Ming furrowed his brows slightly. Shouldn't she be moved by his timely rescue? Well, let's play the whole act. Long Ming immediately rebuked the mysterious strongman, looking righteous and upright. He was already handsome, and at this moment, his temperament was extremely attractive. If it were any other woman, she would probably be moved. But Long Kuei was not moved, she was just grateful. Next, the mysterious strongman was provoked by Long Ming, and they fought. In the end, the mysterious strongman was pushed back, but Long Ming was also injured. Just as Long Ming approached Long Kuei to take further action, Luo Xingye walked out. He marveled, to save a girl he had never met, leaving behind injuries, how touching. Coincidentally, Long Kuei wanted to move away and keep her distance from Long Ming. She suddenly heard a familiar voice, turned her head abruptly, and saw Luo Xingye's beautiful, cold, and domineering appearance. Luo! Young master! Long Kuei was surprised, her eyes misty, and she ran over to hug Luo Xingye. She really missed Luo Xingye, but she had been enduring it because of the transaction involving the golden blood of the saints. In fact, she had missed Luo Xingye immensely just now, and she didn't expect him to actually come. Who are you? Long Ming's face instantly darkened. He pondered his memory. There was no such person around Long Kuei, at most just a magic armor. But no matter what, being cut off by someone made him very unhappy. Moreover, this guy was only at the first level of the Heaven Gate realm. Long Kuei was at the superhuman triple level, yet she was so intimate with such a low-level cultivator? Then who is he? Luo Xingye embraced Long Kuei, raised his head calmly, and smiled lightly. Long Ming turned his head and his face changed drastically. He saw the mysterious strongman who had just fought him being pierced through the chest by a headless strongman, barely alive. This was a true dragon at the superhuman 6th level, and he was crushed like this? And the crushing speed was extremely fast, without any sound. Long Ming, what a clever plan, trying to play the hero to save the beauty and trick my people. Luo Xingye smiled faintly, sending chills down the spine of those who saw him, feeling a great sense of horror. Long Ming, hearing him call his name directly, knew he couldn't continue the act and turned to run. Kill him, Emperor Ghost, Luo Xingye ordered. Long Kuei only then understood what she had encountered. Fortunately, there was this person surnamed Luo, who always made her feel safe every time he appeared. She felt an urge to cry and give everything for him. Having lived for 900 years, for the first time, someone was willing to sacrifice themselves to preserve her realm. For the first time, she felt cared for. For the first time, seeing that person made her feel safe. Even though this person might not love her, but mostly just use her. However, all her first-time feelings, like first love, were given to him. Even though she knew he didn't love her, she was willing to follow him. Clearly, he was so weak, and she, a superhuman, could easily crush him with a single blow. But she always loved to hear what he said and was willing to obey him. Ancestor, save me! Long Ming shouted in fear. Boom! A platinum giant dragon flew out from the depths of the Ghost Mist Mountain, thousands of zhang, covering the sky, exuding a majestic aura. Get lost! The giant dragon roared at Emperor Ghost. However, Emperor Ghost only obeyed Luo Xingye's command. It ignored the dragon, took advantage of the dragon's turn, and instantly arrived on the dragon's back. With a light chop, the head of the dragon was cut off. In an instant. Roar! The dragon roared, shaking the world, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. You are seeking death. The giant dragon attacked the Emperor Ghost. The Emperor Ghost made a move, severely injuring the dragon with one strike, almost cutting off its head, scaring the dragon into fleeing and seeking help from the Dragon Clan. Seeing the dragon fly away, Luo Xingye stopped the Emperor Ghost. Long Kuei couldn't help but sigh, you should leave quickly, I will handle the aftermath. She sighed lightly, thinking that things had come to this point, the previous deal was considered broken by her. However, she still had a way to handle it. Her golden saint blood had a great attraction to the Dragon Clan. As long as she handed over more of it, she could definitely calm things down. Are you afraid I can't handle it? Luo Xingye chuckled, feeling underestimated. I know you are strong, but the Dragon Clan is really strong, with at least 2 great saints, and at least 15 wise saints. Long Kuei sighed. More importantly, she didn't want the situation to worsen. Otherwise, her mother's situation would become very dangerous. If it were her before, she would have blamed the other party for being too impulsive. But since it was Luo Xingye, she didn't say much. Don't hold any illusions about them. The Dragon Clan will not keep their promises, they have broken them in advance. Luo Xingye shook his head. Do you know about my deal with them? No, they couldn't have broken the deal, they need my golden saint blood. Long Kuei said. They not only need your blood, but they also want you as a person. The dragon just now, Dragon Ming, was sent by the Dragon Clan to get close to you. Luo Xingye said, leading Long Kuei deep into the Ghost Fog Mountain. The shadow organization had already left. The idea of her mother staying in the Ghost Fog Mountain was simply non-existent. Long Kuei's face turned pale. Previously, the shadow organization had been stationed in the Ghost Fog Mountain, and she had even seen her mother. This gave her hope to continue the trade. But now, it was all empty. Thinking back to the various things about Dragon Ming, Long Kuei realized the seriousness of the problem. She felt a blow, standing there dumbfounded. The Dragon Clan not only wants to break the deal, they also want to get you. Luo Xingye smiled faintly, a chilling smile. The Dragon Clan was courting death, so they shouldn't blame him for being heavy-handed. Let's go back, Luo Xingye hugged Long Kuei, ready to leave. Wait, my mother. Long Kuei looked up, pleadingly at Luo Xingye, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Luo Xingye, I beg you, please help me, I really have no way out. Long Kuei cried, kneeling down. In the past, whenever it involved matters related to the Dragon Clan, she had always been strong. In fact, wasn't this a way for her to prove herself to the Dragon Clan? Didn't she want the Dragon Clan to look at her differently? Until today, she had always wanted to stand up to the Dragon Clan. Even in the current trade, she didn't want Luo Xingye to intervene. But now, the Dragon Clan broke the deal and even targeted her. Her tightly held pride and strength suddenly collapsed. I really have no way out. I, Long Kuei, have never begged anyone in my life. I beg you, please help me. If this matter is not resolved, my mother will be in trouble, or even die. Long Kuei broke down, her tense nerves snapping at that moment. The pleading look made Luo Xingye's face turn cold. He looked coldly at Long Kuei, who appeared even more humble. Are you begging me? Luo Xingye narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. Long Kuei, in her breakdown, did not realize it, still crying and pleading. Luo Xingye pulled her up, pinched her chin, and looked her in the eyes, saying, Are you begging me? Long Kuei was shocked, held her breath, reacted, and choked out, I. Do you know that your appearance disgusts people? Luo Xingye coldly smiled. Long Kuei held her breath, blinked uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. You are by my side, Long Kuei, remember, no matter when, always stand tall, like during the last trip to the Dragon Palace, never bow down in humility. The wild forest of Luoxing, with a domineering tone, full of aggression. At this moment, the sky darkened, thunder and torrential rain approached. Boom! A giant dragon emerged from the eastern sea, with the dragon army attacking, surrounding the Ghost Mist Mountain. Luoxing stood with his back to them, facing the Dragon Kuei, coldly saying, Have you forgotten what I told you? Don't be afraid to cause trouble for me. We are both rootless drifters, we should rely on each other, need me, call me, I will always be by your side, just like last time. At this moment, he roughly released Dragon Kuei's chin, turned around with the body of a mere mortal, facing the soaring giant dragon and dragon army. Instead of kneeling down humbly like now, begging me, he faced the terrifying dragon army, coldly shouting, Tell me, what do you want to do? Dragon Kuei looked at him in the raging storm, facing the awe-inspiring figure of the dragon army. Her soul trembled, tears flowing uncontrollably. But this time, she stood up straight, tremblingly said, Dragon Kuei wants to save her mother, please help me. Luoxing turned his head, looking at her tenderly, without the sternness or coldness, only a gentle smile, okay. The sky fluctuated between light and darkness. The fierce wind blew away the sand and stones. The heavy rain turned muddy. The giant dragon soared in the clouds. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals held various weapons, surrounding the Ghost Mist Mountain. Luoxing stood in the center, facing the gaze of the giant dragon. In front of the towering dragon, he appeared small and fragile, as if a breath could blow him away. His face was indifferent, looking down on the dragon despite being below it. The wind lifted his long hair. The disguised skin gradually turned dark, becoming deep and terrifying. His pupils turned into blood-red eyes. The aura of slaughter emanated invisibly from those blood-red eyes. The previous was a disguise. Now, he revealed his ancient demon form. Give me a reason why you broke the agreement. At this moment, he was strong and confident, as if the other side should be afraid of him. You are the demon armor, right? The mysterious person in the demon city, is that you? The old Dragon King spoke, his voice trembling through the void. He was thousands of feet long, covering the sky, with a majestic and earth-shaking presence. For the sake of the Golden Saint Dragon blood, he personally appeared. Luoxing stared directly at the old Dragon King, his deep and terrifying eyes as unshakable as a divine peak, as unknown as an abyss. A chilling feeling surged in the old Dragon King's heart. Subconsciously, his two mountain-sized dragon eyes shifted away. When the old Dragon King realized, he was already furious. How could a mere ant like him, a 9-day giant dragon, feel fear? The demon armor was just a cunning means, actually not very powerful. This was the result of his investigation and judgment long ago. Today, he appeared not only for the Golden Saint Dragon blood but also to kill the demon armor and cleanse the shame of the dragon race. The reason why Dragon Kuei agreed to trade with us, I think, is that you, the demon armor, gave her confidence. The old Dragon King once again looked directly at Luoxing, his eyes cold and full of powerful oppression. He leaned in, like a small star approaching Luoxing. She thinks you are very powerful. If you really make a move, the dragon race will suffer losses, so she thinks we dare not break the agreement. The old Dragon King said coldly. When Dragon Kuei agreed to trade with them, she had hinted before, saying that the demon armor was very strong. If the agreement was broken, the dragon race would suffer huge losses. At that time, the dragon race knew that Dragon Kuei didn't have much confidence. How could a mere demon armor be taken seriously? Ridiculous. Originally, they did want to trade seriously. But, since then, we haven't treated her as a normal trader. I believe that you are not qualified to communicate and trade with us from the perspective of strength. The old Dragon King looked down at Luoxing, like Mount Tai pressing down. The oppressive feeling was too strong. Demon armor, have you understood the reason for breaking the agreement? The old Dragon King's peak power was accumulating. The entire East Sea region trembled under the pressure. As if an existence that could not be looked at directly was about to descend on the East Sea land of one of the 9 heavens domains. Luoxing's expression became more indifferent, his blood-red eyes eerie like blood. Facing the head of the giant dragon, he smiled faintly. It seems that I hold quite a place in her heart. The conversation continued. The old Dragon King interjected with a faint smile. The demon armor of the Tianmen realm, is it worthy of being a supernatural backing? His dragon eyes shifted towards Longkuei. My daughter, you are truly naive. Do you really think that the dragon race would fear the demon armor? The IOU from the dragon race was still vivid in their minds. Since then, they had already pulled the dominance of the demon armor down from the pedestal. Longkuei faced the wind, her eyes reflecting the dragon head in the rain curtain, calmly saying, I believe in him. She was prepared to accompany Luoxing to the underworld. Luoxing still smiled faintly. It seems that I have not done a good job as a backing, not even qualified for a normal transaction with others. The old Dragon King stared at Luoxing with a cold and mocking look. Moreover, this so-called others are just a few dragons from the cultivation world. Luoxing shook his head, showing a sense of reflection. The killing intent of the dragon race instantly overwhelmed him. Boom! Thunder roared. Lightning flashed like bones, tearing through the sky. How could mere mortals withstand the wrath of the giant dragon? The old Dragon King remained indifferent, ignoring Luoxing and focusing his gaze on Longkuei. Longkuei, if you return to the dragon race, I will acknowledge you as my daughter, the princess of the dragon race. And I will choose a pure-blooded husband for you. The weight of the promise made by the strongest of the first demon clan in the Eastern Sea made the dragons covetous. It was a kind of honor. In the eyes of the dragon race, Longkuei was a lucky one. She received forgiveness and blessings from the dragon race. Longkuei frowned slightly. a sense of disgust welling up within her. She took several deep breaths to suppress this emotion. The dragons who witnessed this scene were first surprised, then filled with killing intent, their faces growing darker. Lonkue ignored them, calmly responding, "The golden dragon blood was given to me by him." She walked towards Luoxingi. "I can transform into a dragon because of him." She glanced at Luoxingi, then turned to the old Dragon King. "What have you given me?" The old Dragon King remained silent, the killing intent spreading, causing a sense of dread. "Besides hurting me, belittling me, and mocking me, what have you given me? Don't disgust me, as if I should be grateful. Old Dragon King, you always act as if you are bestowing gifts on others. Have you always been so foolish after living for so long?" Lonkue stood close to Luoxingi, prepared to be killed by the old Dragon King after speaking. The old Dragon King remained calm, but the surrounding dragon army was filled with fear. They were not afraid of Lonkue, but of the old Dragon King's anger. At that moment, the entire cultivation world would tremble. Boom! Thunder roared continuously. Heavy rain engulfed the ghost mist mountain. Lightning dyed the sky white like bones. Unexpectedly, the old Dragon King just turned his head and looked deeply at Luoxingi, saying, "Your methods are indeed impressive, to have trained my daughter to this extent." The next moment, his expression turned cold as he ordered, "Capture Lonkue alive and kill the demon armor that has taken human form." He didn't need to act personally. One command was enough to crush the illusions of these two ants. This demonstrated his lofty position and untouchable dignity. Boom! Several giant dragons attacked, aiming to tear Luoxingi apart in the pouring rain. Luoxingi reached out and embraced Lonkue, his demeanor fearless in the face of danger, exuding a strong and confident aura. "If you break the agreement, be prepared to pay the price." With Luoxingi's words, celestial phenomena appeared. Cracks like spider webs spread from the sky of the eastern sea to the surrounding domains. Looking up, all that could be seen were abyss-like cracks, with howling winds and shimmering demonic lights within. A divine demonic aura was seeping out from the cracks. Close to 1/3 of the cultivation world was shrouded in that oppressive pressure. All living beings trembled uncontrollably, looking up with only confusion, helplessness, and fear in their eyes. Buzz, within the Yaoqi heavenly palace in the central sky realm, a terrifying figure of a celestial emperor appeared, casting its gaze towards the eastern sea region. Even the celestial emperor of the Yaoqi heavenly palace was alarmed. The powerful saints of various regions were all trembling. The dragon clan was in a state of panic, and the dragons that were heading towards the Luoxing wilderness also hesitated. At this moment, Luoxing wilderness was the most awake life in this world. He chuckled lightly amidst the chaos, passing judgment in the face of adversity. "In this world, there is no law. So if you want to break the contract, you don't need to pay any price. But here with me, it won't work. Since the contract is broken, be prepared for death." As Luoxing wilderness's indifferent words fell, the demon emperor descended. The vast and boundless sky was filled with cracks, terrifying and shocking, causing all living beings to tremble. Even the celestial emperor of the Yaoqi heavenly palace was alarmed, looking solemn. The cracks were too terrifying, as if they came from the demon realm, where terrifying creatures might emerge. The dragon clan was in a state of panic, and the old Dragon King looked up at the cracks in the sky, feeling uneasy. "What's going on?" he exclaimed in shock and confusion. When a power beyond their comprehension descended, even the old Dragon King of the Great Saint Realm was like an ant among the living beings. At this moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The cracks in the sky echoed with ghostly roars, and demonic light overflowed, contaminating the cultivation world. Endless darkness and filth invaded this realm. A terrifying figure shrouded in endless darkness slowly descended from the center of the crack, exuding an extreme imperial might that oppressed the vast universe. "What is this?" A cultivator was scared stiff. Just one glance at the figure made their soul tremble uncontrollably. It was as if the terrifying figure could not be directly looked at, otherwise the soul would be tainted. The old Dragon King's experience was even more real. He looked up and saw the terrifying figure, flowing with darkness that engulfed everything, slowly descending towards the eastern sea region. Then, amidst the interweaving darkness and welcome, the terrifying figure arrived at the Ghost Mist Mountain, engulfing it. Finally, this terrifying figure arrived above Luoshing Wilderness. The dragon clan's breath stopped, their faces turning pale with fear. The towering figure of the old Dragon King, once long, now seemed short, fearing to attract the attention of that terrifying figure. Below the great crack, darkness pervaded, with ghostly shadows, and the eastern sea was plunged into the realm of demons. The figure of the celestial emperor of the Yaoqi heavenly palace stared intently at the terrifying figure, emitting a terrifying celestial emperor aura. This celestial emperor was prepared to go all out. Something's not right. The figure of the celestial emperor expressed doubt, seeing through the illusion with imperial eyes. It's fake? The figure of the celestial emperor exclaimed in surprise. Then her gaze followed the terrifying figure all the way to the eastern sea, where a man who looked very much like Luoshing Wilderness was standing. Degree, acting and deceiving, but it was Luoshing Wilderness's divine skill. At this moment, the celestial emperor of the Yaoqi heavenly palace recalled something. At this moment, Luoshing Wilderness released the bewildered dragon Kuei, slowly ascended, entered the darkness, and stood side by side with the terrifying figure. The dragon clan was once again frightened, their bodies trembling in unison. At this moment, they remembered the demon city where the demon armor was located, inferring that there was indeed a background behind the demon armor. At this moment, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. The terrifying figure that descended from the crack exuded endless imperial might, and unexpectedly bowed to Luoshing Wilderness. It's over. The old Dragon King's heart sank, knowing that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. The demon armor was not as disgraceful as they had imagined, the other party truly had a background. No wonder the demon armor was so confident from start to finish. Luoshing Wilderness sighed in his heart. Demon Emperor's Descent Level 5 Glitter Card, disposable item, this card could only be used once. It would disappear soon. This made him eager to open the blind box and get some good stuff. The 5th level Dazzling card makes the Cultivation world tremble. If it were level 6 or above, wouldn't it be a catastrophic level? Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. Luo Xingye stood coldly in the darkness, overlooking the old Dragon King. The dragons bowed their heads, their bodies uncontrollably trembling. Many dragons already showed signs of fear and pleading. From the perspective of strength, you are not worthy to speak to me on equal terms. Luo Xingye said coldly. The old Dragon King's face turned pale, transforming into human form, lowering his head slightly, and gritting his teeth. Yes, Lord Imo Armor, does my dragon clan still have a chance to survive this disaster? He asked in a humble tone. The terrifying figure exuded an extreme imperial might, a presence that only an emperor could display. With a wave of the emperor's hand, millions of lives could be destroyed. The dragon clan was not to be trifled with. Long Kuei, this matter is because of you. The life and death of the dragon clan is in your hands. Luo Xingye turned to look at Long Kuei below. Long Kuei was stunned, completely stunned. She never expected that Luo Xingye had such power. She had been prepared to die together. She didn't expect Luo Xingye to make a big move. But soon she regained her composure, looking at the old Dragon King with hatred and anger in her eyes. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. The angrier Long Kuei sounded, the more fearful and terrified the dragon clan became. She looked coldly at the dragon cultivators, full of hatred, and said, I want the dragon clan. Suddenly, Luo Xingye transmitted a message, saying that it was all a trick, just to deceive people, not to take it seriously. Long Kuei's hatred instantly solidified on her face, stiffened for a while, before mechanically restraining it. She turned stiffly to look at Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye, like an emperor, looked down on the dragon clan, pretending more than the real thing. What do you want to do with the dragon clan? Luo Xingye turned his head, looking at Long Kuei with an imposing manner. Long Kuei gained insight. She finally understood why Luo Xingye had the titles of Luo Shenstick and Luo Yen Emperor in the cultivation world. This acting skill was at its peak, transcendent and natural. But then, her inner emotions were not diminished but increased. Because of what she had done, Luo Xingye had to make a great effort. It must not have been easy to cause such a commotion, and the risk was great. She suppressed her emotions, turned coldly, and said, "Compensate." The dragon cultivators were stunned, internally ecstatic, looking gratefully at Long Kuei. They knew what Long Kuei had been through, so at this moment, they thought they were doomed. But they didn't expect Long Kuei to be so magnanimous. The old Dragon King, who had intended to play the emotional card, also hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. "All right. How much compensation?" "The IOU from last time." Long Kuei threw out this sentence, causing the Dragon Clan's faces to change slightly. They all looked intentionally or unintentionally at the Dragon Clan sage. That IOU had a whopping 20% interest. Initially, the IOU signed by Mo Armor only had a 10% interest. The Dragon Clan sage was very clever, doubling the interest to 20% and doubling the compensation. Luo Xingye wanted to laugh in the darkness. "Did you think I was just playing around with the IOU? Do you now know better? We are willing to pay it off in one go." The old Dragon King was relieved that it wasn't a longer debt. If it had been a few hundred years overdue, the Dragon Clan would have gone bankrupt. "There's no need to pay the interest in installments. My Dragon Clan can afford it." The old Dragon King lowered his head and said, "In addition to the IOU, Dragon Kuei's golden holy blood must also be handed over." Luo Xingye turned his head and looked at Dragon Kuei, saying, "You know how much blood you have given away, right?" Dragon Kuei nodded. "All right, Dragon Clan, hand it over, and also bring Dragon Kuei's mother." Luo Xingye coldly looked down on the old Dragon King. The old Dragon King couldn't hold back the pressure and said, "The golden holy blood is very useful to our Dragon Clan, and I want to buy it at a high price." "I will let you buy it when I allow it, now I want you to bring it out." Luo Xingye was forceful, showing no mercy, his voice cold and indicating a tendency to act if not complied with. After a moment of silence, the old Dragon King, with changing expressions, sighed and handed over the golden holy blood. Dragon Kuei's mother was also returned to Dragon Kuei. Compared to the golden holy blood, Dragon Kuei's mother was not important. Having been stuck at the Saint Realm for 1,000 years, she had reached the end of her life. The golden holy blood could be used to refine the holy dragon pill, with a chance to help him break through to the heavenly emperor realm. This was his only hope. However, this hope was buried by himself. If he had followed the terms of the trade smoothly, the golden holy blood would still be his. However, his greed and arrogance made him pay a higher price. After completing these tasks, the old Dragon King looked lifeless, ready to leave with the Dragon Clan army. "Wait," Luo Xingye said coldly. "Lord Mo Armor, is there anything else?" The old Dragon King stiffened, turned around cautiously, and glanced at the terrifying figure. "These days, Dragon Kuei has been delayed by the Hidden God organization, but due to your breach of contract, they have gained nothing. There must be compensation for the mental losses. From the Green Bull domain to the East Sea domain, it also requires a considerable travel expense. Dragon Kuei cannot make a wasted trip. And there may be some unexpected events during the trading process, which involve risks. So compensation for accidents, personal insurance, and cold insurance must be paid." When Luo Xingye said this, the Dragon Clan cultivators all had dark faces, cursing inwardly at this ruthless guy, wishing to tear him apart. But on the surface, they had to comply with whatever he said. The old Dragon King could only keep agreeing. They thought the matter was settled, but Luo Xingye's last sentence almost broke the Dragon Clan's defense. "Although there are no rules in the trade, in my hometown, compensation for breach of contract is usually tenfold. All the compensations I mentioned earlier will be paid 10 times. After Luo Xingye finished speaking, even Dragon Kuei swallowed nervously, feeling almost stunned. Truly, it was you, Luo Xingye. Seizing any opportunity to take advantage to the fullest. No wonder both the immortals and demons in the cultivation world despise you so much. But Dragon Kuei didn't feel sorry at all. She was on Luo Xingye's side, happy to see him benefit. Lord Mo Armor, we will follow your instructions. The old Dragon King said with a dark face, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for that demon emperor by your side, I would have punched you to death long ago. Not only them, but the Yaoqi Heavenly Emperor in the Central Sky Domain also felt extremely frustrated. The incident of Mo Armor tricking the Dragon Clan reminded the Yaoqi Heavenly Emperor of some unpleasant memories. There was a bastard back then who used a similar method to deceive her, and she would never forget it in her life. In the end, the Dragon Clan paid a hefty price in resources. The richness of the resources was equivalent to the entire estate of a quasi-saint fifth realm. Even the wealthy Dragon Clan couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. However, what they didn't know was that this was just the beginning. Today, they had not completely settled the accounts on the IOU. They would have to pay for it in the future. As they watched the Dragon Clan leave, Luo Xingye did not linger any longer. He waved his hand, "Go back, I will call you when needed." With that, the Demon Emperor beside him slowly disappeared. Acting had to be done thoroughly. Luo Xingye had long implemented this principle to the core. Beside them, Longkue and her mother embraced each other in tears, a touching scene. Luoxingyi watched, deeply aware that improving strength was always the most important. Without strength, like Longkue's mother, one would be at the mercy of the Dragon King, ultimately treated like an object. Longkue had begged for 900 years in vain, but now, just because of a word from Luoxingyi, she had achieved her goal. Strength. Indeed, it was all about strength. No, with good acting skills, one could also achieve success. After all, acting skills were also a part of strength. "Let's go." Luoxingyi's gaze lingered on Longkue's delicate and beautiful mother, and he said lightly. With a thought, he led the group into the ancient demon city. Soon, Xingdang learned of the situation and arranged a place for Longkue's mother to stay and be taken care of. Luoxingyi found Longkue and said, "The world is vast and beautiful, you can go anywhere with your mother and enjoy yourselves." Longkue, usually violent, was still a woman with a sensitive heart. She keenly sensed something and anxiously asked Luoxingyi. "Well, it's better to endure the pain now than later. Your mother's time is running out. Perhaps the old Dragon King coveted your mother's beauty and paid a great price to extend her life. But your mother has reached her limit, her life is fading, and she may pass away within a month." Luoxingyi revealed the cruel truth. In fact, with Longkue's mother at the Tianmen realm, 600 years was the limit. The old Dragon King had extended it for hundreds of years. Now, it had reached its limit. Even with Luoxingyi's intervention, it couldn't be reversed. Every life has its limits, and not everyone can surpass them no matter how great their abilities are. Longkue stood there in shock, tears streaming down silently. For hundreds of years, she had always wanted to save her mother. But before she could fulfill her filial duty, her mother's time was up. Her heart shattered, and she cried out in pain. Luoxingyi stepped forward to comfort her. "Daughter, is this your husband?" Longkue's mother had already walked out of the palace at some point and saw Longkue in Luoxingyi's arms, asking. Longkue wiped her tears, opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. "Mother-in-law, yes," Luoxingyi smiled gently. Sometimes arrogant, sometimes not serious, but in certain matters, he was also affectionate. "That's great, my daughter has found a good husband." Longkue's mother chuckled lightly. As a mother, she didn't want her daughter to end up like her. She sincerely blessed her daughter and earnestly asked Luoxingyi not to mistreat her daughter. Her words were full of tragedy. Longkue broke down in tears. The world is full of beauty. If one lets go of their worries and observes with an open heart, they will find so much beauty in the world. Longkue, free from constraints, traveled with her mother, discovering different landscapes. Flowers swayed in the wind, becoming vivid under the sunlight. Fish leaping in the stream brought it to life. Things she had never paid attention to before. Now, time seemed to slow down, and people became warmer. Her delicate and beautiful mother, stepping on the earth, was filled with wonder and nostalgia. 2 decades had passed, taken to the Dragon Palace by the Dragon King. At that time, she was just a girl afraid of thunder on rainy days. After 900 years, returning to the human world, she was as curious as she was in her youth. But there was a sadness in her eyes that couldn't be undone. Kue'er cherished the present, cherish the people around you. If you waste time, you will only find endless sorrow and loneliness in old age. Longkuei's mother smiled lightly. Longkuei held back her tears and accompanied her mother through the mountains and rivers. They walked slowly, as if entering a tunnel of time, from old age to youth, memories resurfacing. Longkuei's mother chattered on, and Longkuei nodded continuously. Luoxingyi was by their side. At that moment, he can only think, human sorrows do not intersect. But most of the time, he prioritized reason over emotions. He couldn't empathize, but his rationality told him it had to be done. Walking through the human city, Luo Xingye occasionally boasts. Playing music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, reciting poetry, all come naturally. As an actor, these are all basic skills. The mother of Long Kuei was delighted that her daughter could have a husband with a high cultural literacy. Long Kuei gratefully glanced at Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye raised an eyebrow. If he was going to act, he would act the full set. He glanced at the arrogant man beside him. With a single hand gesture, the man shivered, a sly smile appearing on his face. He tore open his shirt, revealing a tuft of chest hair. He, little girl, play with brother for a bit. The man's eyes hid fear, his mouth still sly. He swaggered forward. Long Kuei and her mother stepped back, disturbed, their brows furrowed. Luo Xingye stepped forward, transforming into a son-in-law who couldn't stand by, and with a few slaps, he resolved the crisis. The surrounding onlookers cheered. Only the man sat on the ground, looking bewildered. However, the matter was not over. Every few steps, there were troublemakers looking for trouble. Among them were some powerful cultivators. They flew overhead, suddenly affected, heading straight for Long Kuei, only to be beaten by Luo Xingye. Not even a compensation. Luo Xingye thought that he would compensate in the future if there was a chance. With this belief, he went straight from the south of the city to the north. The mother of Long Kuei became more and more delighted. The more she looked at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she became. The worries in her heart gradually faded. She was worried that when she passed away, her daughter would face the same tragedy as herself. It was the troublemakers who suffered. Everyone cursed at them. And Luo Xingye, who was already handsome, gained fame along the way, admired by passers-by, and attracting the attention of the opposite sex. He thought, women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. It doesn't affect the bloodshed. Luo Xingye didn't even glance at them. Let's go home. Long Kuei's mother wanted to return to their ancestral land. When they arrived, they saw desolation. 900 years were enough to erase several generations. But Long Kuei had once searched for her mother's ancestors, and there were several graves nearby that belonged to her mother's ancestors. Long Kuei's mother worshipped at the ancestral graves, murmuring that her daughter had come home, tears streaming down her face. She looked even more haggard. Perhaps after suppressing herself for too long, after releasing everything in these past few days, her life force diminished even faster. Her hair turned white, wrinkles appeared. She could collapse at any moment. Long Kuei looked to Luo Xingye for help. Luo Xingye shook his head. This was a woman whose life had reached its limit. There was no way to save her. If they were in the immortal realm, it would be different. In some places in the immortal realm, it was possible to extend her life. I heard that the heavenly eye spring in the Yaoqi celestial palace can extend one's life. A passing woman, dressed plainly but exuding a stunning aura, mentioned. She appeared abruptly, her gaze fixed on Luo Xingye. The heavenly eye spring, after all this time, hasn't dried up yet? Luo Xingye asked in surprise, not expecting her to approach him. The heavenly eye spring was a treasure of the immortal realm, borrowed from a certain immortal king by him. Later, he went to the cultivation world and sold it to Yaoqi. At that time, he had considered keeping it for his own use, so he could go to the cultivation world to heal if something happened. But with his character, he couldn't keep it for himself. So, he sold it at a slightly higher price. According to him, things that were sold would be cherished by others. It was too expensive when I bought it, and I was swindled by a scoundrel who took all my family's assets, so I've been reluctant to use it. The woman said softly, secretly pleased that she had found the right person. That's how the world is, one misstep and you're deceived. What do you mean by mentioning this? Luo Xingye sighed. I just happened to pass by and saw that you look very similar to that scoundrel, so I couldn't help but mention it. The woman said coldly. Don't misunderstand, I walk the earth with integrity and righteousness, I never deceive others. Luo Xingye frowned. The woman remained expressionless, as if saying In the end, Long Kuei's mother was taken away by the celestial woman, with Long Kuei accompanying her on the right. Luo Xingye agreed to this and instructed them to be at ease. Currently, he faced the woman in front of him, both silent. You're back, the woman said softly, her eyes full of memories. By letting Long Kuei go to the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, Luo Xingye had indirectly acknowledged his own identity. There was no other choice. Long Kuei's mother was still waiting to be saved. He nodded. I have become an immortal emperor in the immortal realm, so I came to the cultivation world for a stroll when I have free time. Is that why you transformed into a demon armor, sucked human spiritual blood, and beat demon cultivators? The woman furrowed her brows lightly, her ethereal beauty making her seem like a celestial being. She seemed serious. Luo Xingye's heart twitched. Who would want to be in this situation if given a choice? But the heavenly emperor of Yaoqi was someone he had nurtured, and in her eyes, he was always invincible. Naturally, he couldn't lose face. Being too invincible can be lonely, so I came to experience life and start anew, Luo Xingye said leisurely. I can help you alleviate your loneliness. The heavenly emperor of Yaoqi stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of Luo Xingye. With a swift hand chop, exuding imperial might, she slashed towards Luo Xingye's eyes at an uncatchable speed. She struck with full force, unmatched in the cultivation world. Luo Xingye stood expressionless in place, unmoving, not even blinking. The heavenly emperor of Yaoqi's hand chop paused just before Luo Xingye's eyes. Why didn't you dodge? The heavenly emperor of Yaoqi asked, furrowing her brows lightly. Luo Xingye smiled. How could he say that he hadn't even reacted in time to dodge? He smiled lightly. What do you think? The heavenly emperor of Yaoqi self-mockingly said, Indeed, you are already an immortal emperor, and I have no right to make you dodge. She withdrew her hand. Actually, I really wanted to teach you a lesson. You lied to me about everything in the past. The heavenly emperor of Yaoqi couldn't help but speak. In the end, she held back. Despite appearing to be only at the heavenly gate realm, she was actually an immortal emperor. Once she made a move, she would surely be dealt with by this guy. Luo Xingye stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from her, sighing deeply. This was my way of tempering you over the years. Don't you realize my good intentions? Have you not noticed that you no longer need me now? The little brat from back then used to follow him around, relying on him for everything. Of course, Luo Xingye had only approached her because he thought she came from a good background, must be wealthy, and was easy to deceive. The heavenly emperor of Yaoqi pondered. Yes, without Luo Xingye's various tricks and traps, she wouldn't have experienced the unworthy aspects of the mortal world in advance. How could she have become a heavenly emperor who looked down on all realms? Thinking about it, it made sense. But she still felt something was off, she just didn't say it. After all, the person in front of her was an immortal emperor, and he had no reason to lie to her. As she thought about it, his words seemed more and more reasonable. So, you had this intention all along. Thank you, Luo. Brother Luo, she said softly, her eyes misty, seemingly emotional. Luo Xingye's heart stirred. Was she this easy to deceive? Immediately, his thoughts became more complex. He turned around, sighed, and said, Why bother looking for me? You have your own life, don't let me affect you. He walked away. Yaoqi no longer concealed herself, her body emitting light, like a fairy, pure and beautiful. She watched Luo Xingye approach, her eyes mistier, her emotions intense. Back then, you were deeply poisoned by demons, your blood was thick and black. If not treated in time, it could damage your foundation. Reach out and let me see if there are still issues with your blood. Luo Xingye reached out his hand, about to take hers. Yaoqi let him take her hand, her eyes showing a strange expression. Luo Xingye held her hand and thought of a very important question. This hand, soft, white, and tender as it may be, even with all his strength, he couldn't break through a single layer of skin. What's wrong? Yao Qi asked. You've grown up too. Luo Xingye raised his head, sighed lightly, his voice filled with indescribable vicissitudes. He really couldn't bear it, saying that as a dignified immortal emperor, he couldn't even break the skin of a mortal cultivator. Despite feeling embarrassed, he had to see it through with tears in his eyes. Brother Luo. Influenced by these words, Yao Qi's emotions suddenly burst forth, and she hugged Luo Xingye. You really are. By the way, why did you create a statue for me and place it in front of all the sects in the world? Luo Xingye finally said what he had always wanted to say, his face turning dark. I just wanted to tell you that I have always been waiting for you. Yao Qi said somewhat shyly. Aren't you deceiving me like this? Luo Xingye was now afraid of being recognized wherever he went. Even if I didn't create the statue, sooner or later it would have been erected by people all over the world. The things you did, I wanted to scold you for. Yao Qi was feeling a bit itchy now, wanting to hit Luo Xingye. But after some thought, Luo Xingye had become an immortal emperor. She couldn't beat him, and it would give this guy a chance to bully her. So, she endured it. However, this was her last chance in this lifetime to be able to defeat Luo Xingye alone. After this period of time, she would be bullied for the rest of her life. Regarding the news of my return, do not leak it. This time I came back purely for personal reasons, so keep it simple, no need to make a big deal out of it, no need to invite everyone. Luo Xingye said solemnly. If it were leaked, he would end up dead in the wilderness the next day, the kind that even Yao Qi couldn't protect. I understand. The immortal emperor must want to experience life and the world, and won't speak of it. Yao Qi chuckled lightly. But, if the cultivation world encounters any major difficulties in the future, I still hope that you can lend a hand when the time comes. As the heavenly emperor, Yao Qi was the #1 person in the cultivation world, also playing the role of supporting the cultivation world. But now, her burden had lightened. Because Luo Xingye had returned. The strong man whom everyone thought had died had actually ascended to immortality and become an immortal emperor, and now he had returned. Well, if I have time, I will do my best to help, but I am usually quite busy. Before Luo Xingye could finish his sentence, Yao Qi interrupted him. What could you be busy with, transforming into a demonic armor, possessing women every day? You're not even ashamed. Yao Qi's face turned red as she spoke. If I could beat you, would I let you mess around like this?